Do you mean that the mysterious entity resides in the Jinling realm? Yin Tiandi spoke in a calm tone. He knew all too well of the fate that had befallen the Fenghuang clan. For the Fenghuang clan was an exceedingly formidable race in the Xianling realm, and one of the 5 primordial ancestral tribes among the demonic race there. Their collective strength was remarkably formidable, ranking among the top 5 even within the human race, especially the ancestral founder of the Fenghuang clan. Though only at the half-step Xian Emperor realm with the aid of the fearsome flames of nirvana, they could contend even with ordinary Xian emperors. Yet such a powerful race was annihilated in a single night. This incident spread like wildfire throughout the Xianling realm. Many suspected it was the work of Yin Tiandi. In truth, even Yin Tiandi was baffled by the news. During the fierce battle with Bai Yunyan, he paid a heavy price. Not even deploying a half-artifact could have obliterated the Fenghuang clan overnight. Thus he had dispatched agents to investigate, and the result nearly dropped his jaw. The Fenghuang clan's progenitor had long been captured alive. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, that very individual struck down the Fenghuang clan, bringing about its complete eradication. In other words, the destruction of the Fenghuang clan was wrought not by a fearsome force, but by a single man. One man all on his own obliterated the Fenghuang clan overnight. Such a formidable presence was of course intolerable to Yin Tiandi. Unfortunately, after years of clandestine investigation, not a single clue was found. Perhaps only he has the power to break your master's restrictions, was the whispered thought. The man in the black robe nodded gravely and spoke. Yin Tiandi's expression grew even darker upon hearing this. Truly, that mysterious entity capable of capturing the Fenghuang progenitor alive and eradicating the entire clan overnight. Shattering his constraints is not surprising. Yet he remained uncertain whether this mysterious presence was a friend or foe as it continued to act upon his pawns in the Jinling realm. Contemplating inwardly, Yin Tiandi's face turned grim. For if the opponent were to set his sights on the true divine opportunity, it would spell dire consequences for him. Now, though his injuries had healed, his adversary remained both formidable and enigmatic. Yin Tiandi had no guarantee of victory. Where is Bai Yunyan now? He inquired. After a brief moment of thought, Yin Tiandi asked, where is she? The man in the black robe replied, she is in the chaotic sea of realms. How cunning. Choosing her battleground to keep her from re-entering the Jinling realm. Yin Tiandi let out a disdainful laugh and remarked, as long as Bai Yunyan stays out of the Jinling realm, all is well, for the Xianling realm is my true arena. In the Xianling realm, besides his trump card of a half-artifact, he also wielded the primordial force of the realm itself. With these 2 assets, he was confident he could stand against that mysterious powerhouse without defeat. Also have your pawns in the Jinling realm investigate that mysterious powerhouse. I'm eager to see who exactly this exalted figure is. Yin Tiandi continued, very well. The man in the black robe responded with a single assent before departing. Alas, the sun is setting. Yin Tiandi reclined in his chair, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon with a tinge of melancholy. Yet none of these events were known to Xiao Linger and the others. After leaving the Forbidden Sea, they did not stop in the central continent, but proceeded straight for the ancient battlefield led by Xiao Linger at an astonishing pace. They swiftly arrived before the market of the ancient battlefield. The marketplace remained just as it had before, with no hint of change. However, to their relief, the Lu Sha still stood. When Chen Mo, the second-in-command of Liu Sha, caught sight of Xiao Linger, he was instantly stunned. How is it that this little miss has come around again? Greetings, old sir, long time no see, Xiao Linger cheerfully greeted while donning her tiger head hat. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo managed a bitter smile. I truly long to see you again, he thought inwardly. Suddenly his gaze shifted back to the old man in the hemp robe. What is going on? Why does that old fellow still trail behind this child? What are you staring at? When the master comes, will you not offer hospitality? The old man in the hemp robe met his gaze and replied, what are you looking at? Chen Mo was instantly bombarded with a cascade of questions. Master. He glanced between the old man and Xiao Linger in mute disbelief. Good heavens, he certainly knew how to cling to powerful figures. Deeply moved, he smiled warmly and said to Xiao Ling, young senior, please come in. Immediately someone called out, servants, bring the finest beast milk. Before long, the group settled inside an elegant private room. Old sir, where has mother gone? Xiao Linger asked bluntly as she sipped her beast milk. Mother? The question left Chen Mo utterly stunned. Didn't she go to the central continent? He replied at a loss for words. Enough, old fellow. Bring that so-called Xianling from behind you out, declared the old man in the hemp robe without hesitation. You. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression changed drastically. Look at this, he said. At that moment, Li Chun suddenly spoke and produced a token, placing it on the table. The token was a deep, verdant green, intricately engraved with patterns, and bore a prominent Jia character at its center. A person from the Jia district. Chen Mo glanced at the token, his brows furrowed. Indeed, she belongs to Xiao Zuanshan. Li Chun nodded, then cast a glance at Xiao Linger, who was sipping her beast milk. Overwhelmed, Chun Mo's mind filled with yet more questions. Xiao Zunshang, what do you mean? Still in a daze, he inquired. Isn't it simple? The mother your master seeks is none other than the master of... Do you understand? The old man in the hemp robe asked with a soft chuckle. Good heavens. Chun Mo's mind went momentarily blank at the revelation. He stared at Xiao Linger, who was still drinking her beast milk, his face awash with disbelief. The daughter of Zunshang. In that moment, he found it hard to comprehend. Who is the Xiantong behind you? Is he still here? Li Chun interjected. It is Commander Shu. He is not present at this moment, for he has been sent to deliver cultivation resources to Zunshang. After casting a deep searching glance at Xiao Linger, Chun Mo replied, I never dreamed that Xiao Linger would actually be the daughter of Zunshang. Indeed, the very mother that the other party had long been seeking turned out to be none other than the superior of his own superior. In other words, does Commander Shu still maintain contact with the matriarch? And she knows the whereabouts of the matriarch, exclaimed Mu Ling, his eyes lighting up. At these words, Chun Mo finally directed his attention to him. Good heavens. On closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this fellow none other than the formidable presence from the depths of the ancient battlefield? How can it be now? He thought, his mind thrown into disarray. Speak. Mu Ling gently chided when he noticed. Yes. Chun Mo snapped back to attention and nodded quickly. Seeing this, the others exhaled deeply in relief, for now the Lu Sha in was their sole lead. If this lead were to vanish as well, they would have no idea how to help Xiao Linger find her mother. The commander has returned. Suddenly Chun Mo declared. He has returned. Mu Ling and the others brightened at once when they heard this. For now the rat commander was the only person they knew who could establish contact with Bai Union. In other words, the rat commander was the crucial key for them to find Bai Union. Mu Ling and the others looked toward the rear, yet they saw no one at all. There was not even a single animal in sight. Commander, this is the Honored One's daughter, Chun Mo said. As he spoke, his gaze actually fell upon the shadow of the old man in coarse hemp robes. At this, a trace of astonishment surfaced on everyone's faces. Their gazes involuntarily settled on the shadow of the old man in hemp robes. Oh, the Honored One's daughter. A somewhat gloomy voice sounded. Then before their eyes, the shadow of the old man in hemp robes began to move of its own accord. It looked as if something were trying to crawl out from within that shadow. A brief moment later, a person emerged into the sight of Li Xingyue and the others. As the saying goes, the person matched his name. That was their first impression of the rat commander. Triangular eyes, a small nose bridge, and sharply pointed cheeks. He gave off a single overwhelming impression, shifty and rat-like. His build was also short and skinny. Standing there, he was only a head taller than Little Linger. Of course, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Li Xingyue and the others did not dare look down on this rat commander in the slightest. Setting everything else aside, that single technique of hiding within another's shadow was terrifying enough. Li Xingyue and the others were convinced of one thing. If the rat commander chose to assassinate them, then aside from Little Linger, not a single person present would survive. Wow, a little old man. Little Linger widened her round eyes, curiously sizing up the rat commander, who was only a head taller than she was. Her expression was like that of someone who had just discovered a new continent. At her words, the rat commander remained silent. He merely stepped closer to Little Linger and, twitching his nose, sniffed her carefully from head to toe. His brows furrowed tightly. There really is the Honored One's bloodline aura on her. Stroking the few goat-like hairs on his chin, he spoke in a tone filled with both shock and bewilderment. Commander, is she truly the Honored One's daughter? Chun Mo glanced at Little Linger, hardly daring to believe it, and asked in a shaken voice. She indeed carries the Honored One's bloodline aura. The rat commander nodded. As he looked at Little Linger, his face was filled with utter incredulity. The Honored One had a daughter. This news was a thunderbolt to anyone, especially for those who followed Bai Union. Chun Mo was completely stunned. If that was the case, then she was truly the Little Honored One. You're a stealing heaven mouse, aren't you? Little Linger looked at the rat commander with a giggle and spoke. After hearing this, the rat commander stared at her, both shocked and bewildered, the disbelief on his face growing even stronger. She could see his true body at a glance. Stealing heaven mouse. Li Xingyue echoed reflexively. Yes, a stealing heaven mouse. Sir said that the stealing heaven mouse is an extraordinarily wondrous existence. They have a divine ability called heavenly concealment. They can hide within shadows and slip into any place of darkness. Sir also said that once the stealing heaven mice were extremely powerful, but because they stole something they never should have touched, they were exterminated. Wearing her tiger head hat, Little Linger nodded as she explained. After hearing this, the rat commander's facial muscles twitched slightly. Little Linger had not been wrong in the slightest. Their entire race had indeed been annihilated for stealing something they never should have touched. The one who acted was precisely Bai Union. If in the end the stealing Heaven Mouse clan had not sworn a bloodline oath to serve by union for generations upon generations, their race would have long since ceased to exist. What surprised him even more, however, was that Little Linger actually knew the history of his clan. After all, that incident had taken place hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even in the immortal spirit realm, very few still knew of it, let alone here in the true spirit realm. Are you truly the Honored One's daughter? Do not blame me for being suspicious. Right now, the Honored One's situation is extremely perilous, the Rat Commander said thoughtfully. Did you not already sense the mistress bloodline on the Little Master? Can that possibly be faked? Came the voice of the refining immortal cauldron. As it spoke, it was already hovering over Little Linger's shoulder. An immortal king artifact. The Rat Commander's face instantly darkened. As one of the 12 great domain commanders under by union, his knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. Thus, he recognized the grade of the refining immortal cauldron at a single glance. Speak. Where is the mistress now? The refining immortal cauldron asked bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. At these words, the Rat Commander fell into deep thought. He glanced at the refining immortal cauldron, then at Little Linger, as though weighing something in his mind. What is it? Do you still doubt the Little Master's identity? Seeing him remain silent, the refining immortal cauldron rebuked him. Hurry and tell us where his mother. If you want say. Little Linger stood with her hands on her hips, speaking in a milk-soft yet fierce tone. At that point, she seemed to run out of harsh words to use. Only after a long moment did she declare, still in that soft, fierce voice, "If you don't say it, I'll pull out your beard." The moment these words fell, everyone could barely hold back their laughter. They had thought Little Linger was about to utter some fearsome threat, and it turned out to be beard-pulling. Even the Rat Commander was left a little dumbfounded when he heard her. It's not that I refuse to speak, but the Honored One's current circumstances are dire. She is the Honored One's daughter. If she were to seek out the Honored One, she would be noticed, and even become the Honored One's weakness. He gave a wry smile as he explained. At his words, everyone nodded. This was indeed understandable. It matters not. As long as you tell us where the mistress is, or take the Little Master to see the mistress, that will suffice, the refining immortal cauldron said indifferently. With the little gourd and the others present, Little Linger could practically walk sideways across the immortal spirit realm. The only one they needed to take into account was the dark heavenly emperor. However, given the strength of that crimson great robe, the refining immortal cauldron estimated that even if it could not defeat the dark heavenly emperor, it should have no problem protecting Little Linger. Besides, they only intended to bring Little Linger to meet by union. As long as they could evade the dark heavenly emperor's spies and not expose Little Linger's true identity, the dark heavenly emperor should not personally make a move. Evading those spies was all. For the little gourd and its companions, this was no difficult task. At present, the Honored One is in the chaotic seas between realms. As for taking you there, that is something I cannot do. I am one of the sources supplying cultivation resources for the Honored One. I have long been a thorn in the side and a nail in the flesh of the dark heavenly emperor's subordinates. If I travel with you, it will only backfire. You would immediately enter the dark heavenly emperor's field of vision as well. After a moment of contemplation, the Rat Commander finally spoke. Li Xingyue and the others all nodded in agreement after hearing him. His words were indeed sound. At present, aside from the few of them, no one knew that Little Linger was by unions. In other words, even if they swaggered openly before the dark heavenly emperor's subordinates, those people would merely treat them as ordinary passersby. Bringing the Rat Commander along, on the other hand, would only cause far more trouble. So she is actually in the chaotic seas between realms. The refining immortal cauldron repeated its tone, turning somewhat grave. Senior Cultivator, is there something amiss about this place? Li Xingyue pressed further. The others also fixed their gazes upon the immortal forging cauldron. Aside from the Rat Commander, all the others hailed from the true spirit realm, and naturally harbored profound curiosity about matters concerning the immortal spirit realm. The Boundary Chaos Sea, the gathering ground of immortal hermits from the immortal spirit realm. It lies at the confluence of several worlds. A perilous, blood-soaked realm. Its denizens are all ruthless, monstrous outlaws. The Boundary Chaos Sea has existed since my era. Rumor holds it may be a fragment of a world far more potent than the immortal spirit realm itself. The immortal forging cauldron explained slowly. A world fragment surpassing the immortal spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others felt a subtle tremor ripple through their hearts. To them, the immortal spirit realm was already an unattainable zenith, let alone a realm greater still. Since you know of the Boundary Chaos Sea, you must also know the way there. I shall not accompany you further, the Rat Commander declared, issuing a blunt dismissal, as if he wished Xiao Linger and her companions to depart the flowing sand in without delay. Typical rodent behavior, the immortal forging cauldron remarked with disdain. It had its suspicions as to why the Rat Commander so urgently wished them gone. Most likely, he feared Xiao Linger's identity would be uncovered by Yin Tiandi's forces, and that they might descend upon this very inn and slaughter. Of course, the immortal forging cauldron had no intention of lingering either. Then let us go to the boundary chaos sea, it said, and vanished from sight before anyone could react. Off we go to find Mama, Xiao Linger chirped, already skipping merrily toward the inn's threshold. The others followed swiftly in her wake. In moments, the spacious private chamber stood empty, save for the rat commander and Chun Mo. That little girl, is she truly the young master? Chun Mo gazed after the departing figures, still struggling to believe it. No mistake, she is indeed the master's daughter. That dense, unmistakable aura of the master's bloodline radiates from her. Only the master's own offspring could bear such an aura. The rat commander nodded gravely. Yet what is most terrifying is the young master's cultivation realm. Do you know her cultivation realm? Before Chun Mo could utter a word, it continued. Cultivation realm. Chun Mo shook his head baffled. He knew nothing of Xiao Linger's true realm. Only that no being seemed capable of besting her. A sovereign of immortals. The rat commander spoke with solemn weight. What a... Chun Mo's eyes bulged wide, astonishment and disbelief flooded his face. Having served under the rat commander for years, he understood the celestial cultivation hierarchy well. A sovereign of immortals. Such a being was terrifying even within the immortal spirit realm. Xiao Linger, a sovereign of immortals? You're jesting, surely? A sovereign of immortals. How old is she then? Chun Mo swallowed hard. Xiao Linger appeared no older than 4 or 5. A sovereign of immortals at 4. Even a dog would roll its eyes in disbelief. He simply refused to accept that a child so young could possess such a realm. It defied all reason, all precedent. No error. I confirm it, she is truly a sovereign of immortals. Not even I. My entire worldview has been shattered. The rat commander glanced sidelong at Chun Mo. What Chun Mo did not know was that the moment the rat commander first sensed Xiao Linger's realm, his own shock had been overwhelming. A sovereign of immortals at 4 or 5. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the annals of humanity within the immortal spirit realm. And yet, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The sensation was akin to seeing one's own great-grandmother walk upright beneath the noonday sun. Upon receiving this confirmation, Chun Mo fell utterly silent, true to his name. Had he not known precisely what manner of being the rat commander was, he might have called him a fool outright. There is yet a far more terrifying truth, the rat commander added. A far more terrifying truth. Chun Mo looked up puzzled. The young master's father. Under Chun Mo's bewildered gaze, the rat commander spoke slowly. The master has never once mentioned having a daughter. Thus the young master must have lived all along with her father. Put plainly, her sovereign of immortals realm could not have been attained without her father's guidance and support. For even with transcendent talent, without immense, unparalleled resources for cultivation, such a feat at this tender age would be impossible. Chun Mo listened silently. Then his eyes widened anew. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Talent matters, but cultivation resources determine ultimate attainment. Without sufficient resources, even transcendent talent yields no true accomplishment. Consider Bai Yunyan, for instance. Once an immortal emperor, her innate talent required no introduction. Yet even now her progress remains constrained by scarcity of resources. Yet Xiao Linger at barely 4 or 5 stands already as a sovereign of immortals. The resources required for such ascension far exceed what any ordinary cultivator could ever muster. Thus, compared to the young master's realm itself, her mentor, the one who forged her, is the truly terrifying figure. Who then is the young master's father? Chun Mo asked. We do not know. Had she not arrived here seeking the master, we would never have learned the master even had a daughter. Yet one thing is certain, her father is a being vastly more formidable than the master, even before her master's reincarnation. The rat commander spoke with absolute certainty. What a... Chun Mo's eyes flared wide, he stared dumbfounded. As if to say, are you even listening to yourself? He knew the master's pre-reincarnation identity well, one of the 2 immortal emperors of the immortal spirit realm, the apex of existence itself. Now the rat commander claimed there existed someone several times more terrifying. Who could possibly believe that? Do not doubt it. To nurture even a single sovereign of immortals is beyond even an immortal emperor's effortless reach. Yet the young master's father succeeded, raising her to sovereign status before she reached 5. Such mastery exceeds even the master's pre-reincarnation capabilities. The rat commander gave him a measured look and explained calmly. Then, is the young master's father a being who transcends the immortal emperor? Chun Mo blurted eyes wide. Does such a being truly exist in this world? Hard to say, but one thing is certain. The rat commander shook his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Moi. Chun Mo looked up perplexed. With such a force behind her, the outcome of the master's struggle against Yin Tiandi is utterly inevitable. The master will triumph. And we, her loyal subordinates. His gaze lingered meaningfully as the rat commander continued softly. Well, heh. Shen Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Should Ein Tian-di fall and by union prevail, she would become the undisputed sovereign of the immortal spirit realm, and as her devoted followers their rewards would be incalculable. I suspect even the master herself remains unaware of such a terrifying ally. Otherwise she would not be so desperate to restore her former cultivation. I wonder how the master will react when she finally lays eyes upon the young master. The rat commander chuckled again, eyes gleaming. As for Xiao Linger and the others after they left the Lu Sha and Li Chun and Mou bade them farewell. Having wandered for most of their lives, and now possessing only modest cultivation, they could not offer Bai Yunyan much assistance. They wished to return to Linglonggu to enjoy the remainder of their days. After all, both of them had already reached the Dizuan realm. In the Xuanwu domain, they were virtually unrivaled. Xingyue, since you promised the young lord you should stay with him, Mou said. It will be good for you to broaden your horizons alongside him. Mou took Li Xingyu's hand, and spoke softly, her face full of tenderness. Li Chun smiled, and nodded in agreement. Sister, will you come with me to find my mother? Xiao Linger gazed at Li Xingyue, with beseeching eyes, unwilling to let her go. No wonder. Li Xingyue had been the first person she met after fleeing her village. The little girl relied on Li Xingyue completely. Very well. Take care of yourselves, Li Xingyue said with a gentle smile, as she looked into Xiao Linger's round, shining eyes. She had grown attached to the child after spending so much time together, and felt reluctant to leave. Rest assured, your father and I are both at mid-stage Dizuan realm cultivation now. In time we will both break through to latest stage Dizuan. Together, even a Yiji-level powerhouse would be hard-pressed to overwhelm us. Li Chun smiled with quiet confidence while Mou nodded in agreement. All right, Li Xingyue replied without pretension, accepting their assurances. Soon after, under her watchful gaze, Li Chun and Mou vanished into the boundless desert. Sister, it's all right. I'm here with you. Come sit close, Xiao Linger said with a grin as she noticed Li Xingyu's downcast mood. Like a kitten, she burrowed eagerly into Li Xingyu's arms. Li Xingyue looked down to see the little tiger-headed cap wriggling in her arms, utterly endearing. A smile involuntarily curved her lips. Linger, be good. Sister will be fine. Now let us find your mother. With that she lifted the child gently. All right. Let's find mother. Xiao Linger perched on her arm, jubilant and excited. What a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. That was the first impression Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the hem-probed elder had upon stepping beyond the true spirit realm. Under the guidance of the Lianxian Ding, and led by Xiao Linger, they had already left the true spirit realm. At present they stood inside a dense forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, each seeming as if it had grown for 100,000 years. Senior, is this the Jiaowan Sea? Li Xingyue asked the Lianxian Ding, taking in the unfamiliar scenery. Mu Ling and the hem-probed elder wore the same look of curiosity. Indeed, this is the Jiaowan Sea, the Lianxian Ding answered. To be exact, you stand on one of the islands of the Jiaowan Sea, the Lianxian Ding continued. The three furrowed their brows at the notion of islands. The Jiaowan Sea is composed of a chain of islands, he explained. Each island floats above the clouds. At the moment we are on an outer island at the fringe of the Jiaowan Sea. Is that so? The trio muttered to themselves. They had pictured the Jiaowan Sea by its very name as some vast metropolis built atop an ocean. Li Xingyue pressed on. Senior, how far is it to Tianyuan City? Tianyuan City was the exact location the rat commander had given them. Then I must explain the layout of the Jiaowan Sea, the Lianxian Ding said. There are 108 islands in total, 72 outer islands and 36 inner islands. The outer islands are named after the 72 Dija stars, while the inner islands take the names of the 36 Tiangang stars. Tianyuan City should lie on Tianyuan Island, one of the 36 inner isles. One more thing. Each of the 108 islands has its own autocrat. In the Xianling world, such rulers are called Xingzhu. Li Xingyu's curiosity flared. Senior, what cultivation do these Xingzhu possess? I cannot say for certain in the present age, the Lianxian Ding replied. In my time the Xingzhu were at least of Xianwang level, but what holds true now I do not know. Decades of countless years had passed since the era he belonged to. After he awoke from slumber, he was promptly seized by Lu Ming, and countless changes could have occurred in the interim. Thus, he had little awareness of the current political landscape within the Jiaowan Sea. First, let us determine which island we are on, he added. If I recall, there are large teleportation arrays that connect the 108 islands. There was nothing left to do but heed the Lianxian Ding. The three nodded in agreement, for their knowledge of this place was a blank slate. They knew nothing. Trusting the Lianxian Ding was the safest course. With a chosen direction they set off. 3 days passed. After a full 3 days they finally beheld a vast city. The settlement looked ancient, and above its gate, 3 large characters were carved upon it: Disho City. Disho City. Then we must be on Disho Island, Li Xingyue murmured as she read the inscription. Along the way, the Lianxian Ding had imparted much information about the Jiawan Sea, the greatest portion concerning the 72 Dija stars and the 36 Tiangang stars. The 72 Dija and 36 Tiangang stars together form the entire Beidou constellation. In other words, those 72 Dija and 36 Tiangang make up the Beidou star system. Disho star is one of the 72 Dija. Hence the city on this island bears the name Disho City. The island itself is called Disho Island. A note of surprise crept into the Lianxian Ding's voice. So we have arrived at Disho Island, he said somewhat. What is it, senior? Li Xingyue asked with puzzlement. I have heard of Disho Island, he replied. The island is governed by the Shorin tribe. The Shorin tribe? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged baffled looks. Neither had ever heard of. I know. Someone once told me the Shorin are the offspring of humans and demons. Xiao Linger piped up eagerly, as if she had found a topic of conversation. Children of humans and demons. That sounded like hybrid existence, the three of them thought, exchanging glances and murmuring among themselves. Let us enter and take a look, the Lianxian Ding said. They are merely the Shorin. They pose no threat to Xiao. Wonderful, Xiao Linger exclaimed happily, clearly delighted by the bustle. She hopped and skipped toward Disho. Li Xingyue and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering the city, everywhere he looked there were half-beasts. They wore human clothing and resembled humans, yet each bore more or less features of the demon race. Some had furry ears while others sported thick tails, or even had cow heads and horse faces. However, to Li Xingyue and the others, each of them exuded a terrifying aura. After all, this place was the chaos sea equivalent to the immortal spiritual realm. In other words, this was a world even more advanced than the true spirit realm. Naturally, the cultivation levels of its inhabitants were not to be underestimated. Tribulation realms were common, and the existence of those at the immortal Tao realm was plentiful. Do not underestimate the beastmen race. In fact, they are a formidable existence. They possess the robust physical capabilities of the demon race, and even unique innate abilities. Yet they can also utilize human cultivation methods. The beastmen are akin to a nearly perfect race, bridging the gap in physical prowess of humans and overcoming the issues of cultivation speed faced by demons. Without a doubt, in an unknown battle at the same cultivation level, whether against demons or humans, the beastmen would be formidable opponents. The alchemy cauldron floated on Xiao Linger's shoulder and addressed the three. Why are the beastmen not well received then? Li Xingyue inquired. Because humans consider beastmen to be different, to be monsters. In the eyes of demons, beastmen have impure bloodlines tainting the legacy of the demon race. Such a pity, they are both self-righteous and ignorant beings. If efforts were made to uncover the potential of the beastmen, this race would undoubtedly become the most powerful in the immortal spiritual realm. The alchemy cauldron explained. In response, Li Xingyue and her companions nodded in agreement. The beastmen not only embodied the strengths of both humans and demons, but also avoided the shortcomings of both races. If properly cultivated, they would indeed be a terrifying force. Well said, who would have thought that the world's perspective is so inferior to that of an immortal king's artifact? How tragic, how lamentable. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Shortly after, a young man appeared before Xiao Linger and the others. He wore white robes and held a white fan, looking like an elegant young scholar. The only flaw was that his face bore an unusually enchanting fox-like appearance. If I am not mistaken, you must be the alchemy cauldron. The fox-faced youth smiled at the alchemy cauldron. What do you wish to make a move against me? The alchemy cauldron scoffed lightly. The fox-faced youth was merely at the celestial immortal level in existence that was insurmountable for Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the old man in ragged clothes. But to it he was just a minor nuisance. You jest. The Star Master sensed the presence of the Master, thus sent me to investigate. The fox-faced youth chuckled. His gaze swept over, ultimately landing on Xiao Linger. Then, amidst the bewildered expressions of Li Xingyue and the others, the Fox Qing put away his fan and bowed, saying, Fox Qing, at your service, young master. What? Li Xingyue and the others were left dumbfounded. Not just the three of them, even Xiao Linger looked at Fox Qing with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Are you one of the mistress people? The alchemy cauldron also spoke in confusion. You will understand when you meet the Star Master. Young master, please. Fox Qing smiled and gestured invitingly. Sister. Xiao Linger looked at Li Xingyue somewhat at a loss. Li Xingyue turned to the alchemy cauldron. Go on, I want to see how this unfolds. The alchemy cauldron nonchalantly replied. Given Xiao Linger's background, even if the entire chaos sea united to attack her, it would be futile. Let alone a mere earth beast Star Master. Please. Fox Qing spoke again. After that, Xiao Linger and her companions followed him into the Star Master's mansion. They smoothly met the earth beast Star Master. An old man, short and somewhat plump with graying hair and a few strands of beard. On his back, he carried a tortoise shell. Subordinate Wu Gui pays respects to the young master. Upon seeing Xiao Linger, the old man hurriedly bowed in deference. Grandpa, why do you call me young master? Is it because of my mother? Is my mother here? Xiao Linger asked, her large round eyes wide with curiosity. Li Xingyue and the others were equally curious. In response to the young master, we serve the master, who Wu Gui slowly began meeting the gazes of the crowd. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and her companions were taken aback. The command of Xiao Linger's father. Could it be that Xiao Linger's father is the true master of Earth Beast Island? Do you even have the qualifications for that? The alchemy cauldron sneered. Wu Gui was merely at the celestial king level. While that may seem impressive to others, it was clear to it that in the eyes of that person celestial kings were but trifles. To be by Xiao Linger's side in essence was simply because she needed a pot. As for the Confucian immortal king, it was due to his extensive knowledge making him suitable as a teacher. As for Wu Gui, the alchemy cauldron felt he was of no use. How could he be under Lu Ming's command? From the perspectives of strength and utility, he simply lacked the qualifications. Indeed, I do not have that qualification. Wu Gui, upon hearing this, was not angered, but merely sighed. Li Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances. This was the Star Master of Earth Beast Island, the one who controlled it. To so nonchalantly claim he lacked the qualifications to be Xiao Linger's father's subordinate. I have also benefited from the light of other Star Masters. Thus I could become the master's subordinate. Wu Gui continued. Other Star Masters? Li Xingyue and the others frowned slightly. What do you mean? The alchemy cauldron interjected. Indeed, the Chaos Sea has long been under the master's command. We are specifically tasked with gathering information for the master. Speaking of which, you alchemy cauldron were initially the one whose information I compiled. Shouldn't you thank me? Wu Gui smiled. What the hell? Li Xingyue and her companions were left dumb. The entire Chaos Sea had been brought under Xiao Linger's father. That meant they had effectively arrived at Xiao. Not just the three of them, even the alchemy cauldron was shocked by this news. The Chaos Sea had always been a lawless territory. People here obeyed the strong, not the authority. Thus, over the years, even the Immortal Emperor had been unable to conquer the Chaos Sea. Now it had actually been brought under Lu Ming's control. So we are family. This makes things easier. Is the teleportation array still operational? Take us to Tianyan City. The mistress is there. The alchemy cauldron responded after realizing this. It had thought some effort would be needed. Unexpectedly, this Chaos Sea was actually their own territory. Naturally, Wu Gui responded cheerfully. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a compass appeared. What is this? Gazing at the compass in Wu Gui's hand, the three, Li Xingyue and the others, wore looks of puzzlement. Sister, this is a cross-boundary disc, Xiao Linger explained. If other places also possess such discs, one can travel to the opposite side. Xiao Linger giggled as she explained. A cross-boundary disc. After hearing her, the three exchanged glances. Does that mean it is another form of a teleportation array? And one that can be carried on the person, such as the craft of the Xianling realm? The three murmured inwardly, their eyes opened to a new horizon. In the Xianling realm, cross-domain teleportation arrays are fixed in place. Once erected, they remain forever at that location. To move one requires a master of arraycraft to dismantle and rebuild it elsewhere. But the sort Xiao Linger described does not exist there at all. What you say is exactly right, young mistress, Wu Gui added. These cross-boundary discs can interconnect in multiple numbers, he continued, and the distance they span has no upper limit. What? His words struck the three to the core. No upper limit to the crossing distance. Are you joking? Especially Mu Ling and the Ma-Yi Elder, two ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years. They understood fully what an unlimited distance teleport implied. If cross-boundary discs were scattered across the Xianling realm, would it not become possible to reach any place in that realm in an instant? Even the refining immortal cauldron felt a tremor of astonishment. Such a thing had never appeared, even in their age. Yet knowing it came from Lu Ming, they felt a quiet relief. With that man's strength, producing such a device was not inconceivable. So this is the craft of Linger's father. What sort of existence could create such a thing? Li Xingyue murmured in wonder. Unlimited teleportation distances utterly overturned her understanding of arrays. Mu Ling and the Ma-Yi Elder nodded in stunned agreement. Although both had endured for tens of thousands of years and seen much, a cross-boundary disk with no distance limit was the first they had encountered. Before this, not to speak of infinity, even arrays rumored to span 1,000,000 kilometers were only tales never witnessed. At this moment, both felt boundless curiosity about Lu Ming. What kind of being could forge such a god-defying cross-boundary disk? Everyone please, Wu Gui said again, placing the disk upon the ground. Light welled from the disk, and a spatial portal abruptly manifested. I'm going to see Mother. Xiao Linger cried with glee and dove straight into the portal. Seeing this, Li Xingyue and the others withdrew their odd stares, and hurried in pursuit. Meanwhile, in Tianyin City, within the main hall of a vast mansion, the central space of the hall was open and bare. Chairs were arranged along both sides. At the far end rose a dais upon which sat a dragon throne. I did not expect so many pawns of the Immortal Emperor among my ranks, said Bai Yunyan, wearing a dragon-emblazoned mask, sweeping her gaze across those below. Can I still trust any of you? Following her sight, one saw that of 12 chairs on either side, only 6 were occupied. Looking at these 6, Bai Yunyan's eyes were heavy with gravity and resignation. She had never imagined that so many of her former subordinates had been infiltrated by the Immortal Emperor's agents. She thought that if not for having prepared a cross-boundary array unknown to everyone this time, they could not have escaped the Jinhai to reach the Jiuan Sea. Your Excellency, we are loyal to you, the 6 said in unison after exchanging glances. Bai Yunyan cast them a glance, and beneath her mask her eyes betrayed helplessness. She knew there must yet be agents of the Immortal Emperor among these 6. But with her current power she could not root them out. Moreover, she could not simply disband everyone, for among them truly were old followers faithful to her. She also needed these people to gather intelligence and procure cultivation resources. Restoring herself to CND cultivation demanded terrifying reserves of resources. If she sought them alone, who knew how long it would take? She could not wait. She feared that by the time she regained CND power and no longer feared the Immortal Emperor, Lu Ming and Xiao Linger might already have perished of old age. Thus, she needed manpower to help collect and cultivate those resources. Yet unless she purged the hidden pawns, she could not restore her cultivation with peace of mind. For a time, Bai Yunyan's head ached with the dilemma. Tianyin Star Lord requests an audience, a woman's voice suddenly announced. Tianyin Star Lord. At the sound, everyone in the hall was startled. The Jiuan Sea is divided into 72 outer isles and 36 inner isles. From their intelligence, the Jiuan Sea now is many times stronger than it once was, especially the island Star Lords. Outer Isle Star Lords at worst possess Xian Wang cultivation. Inner Isle Star Lords generally begin at Xiansheng. Rumor held that even CND strongholds lurked within. Why had the Tianyin Star Lord come here? Please, Bai Yunyan said after a moment's thought. She could not refuse. This was their territory, and she detected no malice in the visitor's tone. Besides, the Jiuan Sea, as a convergence of many worlds, was rich in cultivation resources. If she could forge cooperation with it, it would greatly accelerate her path back to her former power. As Bai Yunyan finished speaking, a woman descended from the horizon and slowly walked to the center of the hall. May I ask for what purpose the Tianyin Star Lord has come? Bai Yunyan regarded her with a grave expression. As an incarnation of a CND, she perceived things many others could not. For example, she could divine the Tianyin Star Lord's cultivation half-step CND. Bai Yunyan prepared herself silently as she measured the newcomer. Do not be alarmed, Bai Yundi. I have come only to extinguish the Immortal Emperor's claws, the Tianyin Star Lord said with a smile meeting her gaze. What? Her words cast a chill through the assembly. The visitor knew Bai Yunyan's true identity. Even Bai Yunyan narrowed her eyes. Commander Ma, the Tianyin Star Lord smiled, fixing her gaze on the man among the 6 wearing a horse-faced mask. Commander Ma, originally named Nangong He, hails from the Xianling realm, from the Nangong family of Lingtian Prefecture. The Nangong clan was once nurtured by the Bai Yundi. At their peak, they boasted 3 Xiansheng at the pinnacle. Later, after the Xiandi War, in which Bai Yundi fell, the Nangong family was purged by the Tiandao Palace. The entire clan perished, only one survived. She spoke on while the others watched in confusion, uncertain what point she sought to make. What do you mean by that? Someone asked. There is an imprint of my former incarnation within his bloodline, Bai Yunyan told the Tianyin Star Lord. These old retainers had not been taken in casually. Many were powerful families she had once fostered. Within each house, she had planted a unique mark upon their bloodlines. Commander Ma was one such lineage, and he had not been reborn by reincarnation. Rather, he survived by deliberately suffering regression in cultivation to stay alive. Nangong, he was a child the Nangong family once brought in from outside, she continued. He possessed a first-grade golden ling immortal body, so the Nangong family used a rebirth method to graft him into their bloodline and claim him as their own. The Tianyin Star Lord smiled and went on. At her words, Bai Yunyan was struck with surprise. You are Jin Yuna? Bai Yunyan nearly rose to her feet, staring intently at Commander Ma as she demanded an answer. The other 5 were no different. Jin Yunha, one of Tiandao Palace's 9 war deities, possessed terrifying might. He had once risen to the very pinnacle of the Xian Saint realm. Yet by virtue of that dreadful Jinling immortal body, he could contest even an Immortal Emperor. His famed technique, the 9 Sky Cleaves, bore the glorious record of cleaving through 3 Xian saints in succession. But 100,000 years ago, while suppressing the demon clans, Jin Yunha was surrounded and slain. His soul was scattered beyond recall, leaving him no chance even to reincarnate and rebuild. Tiandao Palace held a profoundly solemn funeral for him. Even Tiandi personally appeared to shoulder the coffin and inter him within the palace's ancestral ground. What is the Tianyun Xingzhu claiming now? That Commander Ma is the Jin Yunhe who died long ago. I do not understand what you are saying, Ma Tongling snorted coldly. Is that so? This object should still be familiar to you. Tianyun Xingzhu smiled, and as he spoke he produced a fractured blade, damaged though it was. Yet the blade emitted such a keen, incisive aura that the space around it bore faint fissures. Jin Ke, Bai Yunyan, said in a low voice as she regarded the weapon. Jin Ke, the very insane artifact Jin Yunhe once wielded. Rumor had it the blade approached the caliber of an Immortal Emperor's implement. How can this blade be in your hands? At the sight of Jin Ke, Ma Tongling's face changed dramatically. A low hum filled the air as his words fell to Jin Ke, and Tianyun Xingzhu's grasp began to tremble uncontrollably. Its tip turned toward Ma Tongling as if striving to wrench free from Tianyun Xingzhu's control and fly to him. You truly are Jin Yunhe. Bai Yunyan's expression sank. Weapons recognized their masters. Though Jin Ke was broken and its item spirit gone, Jin Ke had accompanied Jin Yunhe in countless battles. Even without an item spirit, it still retained the instinct to seek its owner, just as it did now. The blade's reaction likewise proved Tianyun Xingzhu spoke truly. Ma Tongling, Nangong He, was in fact Jin Yunhe, one of Tiandao Palace's 9 war deities. Why are you meddling? Jin Yunhe, his identity exposed, knew he was ruined today. Yet what he could not why would Tianyun Xingzhu help Bai Yunyan? As for her claim about clearing Tiandao Palace's pawns, no one would believe that. Tiandao Palace and the Jiuwanhai had long maintained an attitude of strict non-interference. Indeed, the very reason the Jiuwanhai endured was that Tiandi was unwilling to deploy forces against it. Tianyun Xingzhu's actions therefore were tantamount to standing against Tiandao Palace. To stand against Tiandao Palace, is that not to aid Bai Yunyan? Yet the intelligence they possessed stated plainly that the Jiuwanhai did not serve any faction. How then could Tianyun Xingzhu be aiding Bai Yunyan? Not only was Jin Yunhe perplexed, even Bai Yunyan was baffled, for Tianyun Xingzhu's assistance would bring naught but harm. Such a course would alienate Tiandao Palace. If it provoked Tiandi's displeasure, it could even bring about the annihilation of Tianyun Dao. Under such circumstances, any prudent person would seek to preserve themselves. I have no choice. She is my primary consort, Tianyun Xingzhu said with a smile under the watching eyes of all present. At that utterance, everyone was thrown into confusion, Bai Yunyan included. Primary consort? She blurted. Oh no, accurately speaking, she is the primary consort of the entire Jiuwanhai. Tianyun Xingzhu corrected amid their astonishment. What? The statement struck each of them like an explosion. The primary consort of the entire Jiuwanhai. Absurd. For 1,000,000 years the Jiuwanhai had never served any power. It had developed on its own, abiding by a principle of non-aggression. If others do not trespass upon us, we will not trespass upon them. Now Tianyun Xingzhu's words implied that the Jiuwanhai had been given an owner. And moreover, that owner was Bai Yunyan's husband. What do you mean? Bai Yunyan's face went cold. In her heart, there was only Lu Ming. She would never consent to become some titular primary consort of the Jiuwanhai. Mr. Lu, Tianyun Xingzhu replied with a smile. All were dumbfounded. Bai Yunyan was thoroughly stunned. Mr. Lu Ming. She fixed her stare on Tianyun Xingzhu, and unable to trust her ears asked, It is him. Tianyun Xingzhu met her gaze and nodded gently. Impossible. Bai Yunyan snapped back. Lu Ming was only an ordinary man. How could he possibly be the master of the Jiuwanhai? We do not know the precise circumstances, he replied. You are indeed the Jiuwanhai's primary consort. And the master of the Jiuwanhai is indeed him. Over the years we have collected every scrap of information about you on his behalf. We even sought you in secret, hoping to offer assistance, Tianyun Xingzhu answered. Sadly, we never found. Bai Yunyan was left momentarily speechless. Lu Ming as the master of the Jiuwanhai. This news was far too preposterous for her to accept. She could not absorb it. Also, the little master has come looking for you, he continued. A message just arrived from Earth Beastyle. She should be here shortly. Tianyun Xingzhu spoke again. Linger has come to find you. Bai Yunyan, upon hearing this, was struck with shock and bewilderment. How could it be? How could this be possible? Wasn't Lu Ming an ordinary man? And how could little Linger possibly have found this place? Bear in mind, this place had already detached from the true spiritual realm. The other 6 were rendered utterly stunned. Bai Yunyan, his children. The impact of that revelation was no less staggering than that she was the Jiuwanhai's primary consort. Remember, Bai Yunyan had once been an immortal emperor admired by countless beings. And now, astonishingly, she not only has a man, but even offspring. Died. Without further words, Tianyun Xingzhu struck at Jin Yunhe. Jin Yunhe was indeed strong, but before a half-step immortal emperor such as Tianyun Xingzhu, he could not raise any true storm. He was swiftly cut down and utterly slain. What on earth is happening? Bai Yunyan asked Tianyun Xingzhu, she could not make sense of it. How could Lu Ming, a mere ordinary man, have subdued the Jiuwan Hai? Remember, this place had never even been subdued by Yin Tiandi. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the fact is the fact, Tianyun Xingzhu said. The master swept across the entire Jiuwan Hai, crushing all the Star Lords with overwhelming force. In the end, he subdued the whole Jiuwan Hai, Tianyun Xingzhu explained. Bai Yunyan was left utterly dumbstruck. Are you certain? He swept the entire Jiuwan Hai, she asked in disbelief. She could not accept it. When she left Shangyun village, she had thoroughly scrutinized Lu Ming's circumstances. He had no aptitude for cultivation, destined to remain immortal his whole life. From where would the power to sweep the Jiuwan Hai arise? No mistake. What is the problem with that? Tianyun Xingzhu nodded and countered with a question. This is troubling, very troubling, Bai Yunyan murmured. She could hardly believe that Lu Ming could sweep through the entire Jiuwan Sea. Setting other Star Lords aside, take the Tianyun Star Lord for example, a half-step Xian Emperor. In the Xianling realm, such a cultivation is a formidable presence. One could say that unless the Tian Emperor appears, the Tianyun Star Lord alone could look down upon the whole Xianling realm. With such a powerhouse in the Jiuwan, see what could Lu Ming possibly use to bulldoze his way through. Are you sure you have the right person? Bai Yunyan asked again. She simply could not accept this fact, for she clearly remembered Lu Ming had been nothing more than an ordinary man. What do you mean by that? The Tianyun Star Lord asked with some puzzlement. She could not understand why Bai Yunyan reacted with such disbelief to the news. He was only immortal, without any aptitude for cultivation, Bai Yunyan said. Even though I am a reincarnation, I still possess discernment. Now tell me, if a mere mortal had swept the Jiuwan Sea and among those he overcame was a half-step Xian Emperor like you, would you believe it? Bai Yunyan replied with calm composure. Upon hearing her, the Tianyun Star Lord fell into thought. Could there truly have been a mistake? It ought not to be so. After the Jiuwan Sea was subdued, the very first order given was to gather every scrap of information about Bai Yunyan. They even ordered that no cost be spared in the search. She especially thought of Linger. Word from Wu Gui had said that Linger carried that man's bloodline aura. Those threads of information woven together strongly suggested that the man in question was Bai Yunyan's partner. Yet now Bai Yunyan insisted her man was an ordinary mortal. Had this been told to anyone else, the Tianyun Star Lord would not have believed it. But Bai Yunyan was no ordinary woman. As the reincarnation of a Xian Emperor, seeing through a person's background was no great feat for her. Could it be that his cultivation was extraordinarily strong? Even your peak would be inferior. After a moment's thought, the Tianyun Star Lord replied. That was the only plausible explanation. I was once at the pinnacle of Xian Emperor. Only someone of true god caliber could surpass me. Would such a being exist in the Xianling realm? Bai Yunyan retorted at once. True gods have always been the stuff of legend in the Xianling realm. At least in the eras she remembered, no true god had ever appeared. The Tianyun Star Lord fell silent. The cultivation the man had once displayed had been that of a mere Xian Emperor. Moreover, he was once deeply saddened by his lack of talent for cultivation, she added. That sorrow was not feigned, Bai Yunyan said again. After her reincarnation, she had grown up alongside Lu Ming from childhood. She knew full well how fervently Lu Ming longed for the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, he had no gift for it. He could not sense the world's qi and therefore could not cultivate at all. Bai Yunyan remembered clearly that when Lu Ming discovered his lack of aptitude, he was crushed with despair. Why she remembered so vividly was because on that occasion, to comfort him, she arranged to have herself given away. Bai Yunyan had already made up. Once her cultivation returned to its peak, she would scour the myriad worlds to find any method that could allow a person without cultivation talent to embark upon the path. For this reason, Bai Yunyan refused to believe that Lu Ming had single-handedly overrun the Jiuwan Sea. Even if he encountered some wondrous chance and began the path, he could not possibly have advanced so far in a mere few years. The Tianyun Star Lord fell silent and said nothing further. She did not doubt Bai Yunyan's words. After all, Bai had once stood at the very pinnacle of the Xianling realm. There was no reason for her to lie. No, there is indeed that man's bloodline aura on the little master, the Tianyun Star Lord said suddenly. That is not mistaken. Then she asked, Who is the little master you speak of? Are you certain it is my daughter? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow and pressed for an answer. Neither the tale of Lu Ming sweeping the Jiuwan Sea nor the notion that Linger had come looking for her carried any weight in her eyes. She remembered that Linger was only 4 years old. She had previously probed Linger's condition and found no sign of any cultivation talent. It seemed as if Linger had perfectly inherited Lu Ming's genes. Under such circumstances, how could the child possibly have found her way here? Those who accompany her call her Linger, the Tianyun Star Lord replied. She proclaims herself the most invincible in the world. The Star Lord could not help smiling at the ridiculous image of a little girl saying such things. Bai Yunyun's brow tightened. Linger's true name was Su Linger, a name Lu Ming had given her. Could the little master the Tianyun Star Lord referred to truly be her daughter? But how could that be? Putting aside the question of cultivation talent, the very fact of arriving here was bewildering. Having lived in the Jinling realm for so many years, she knew its rules intimately. To leave the Jinling realm, the minimum requirement was true immortal cultivation. Only one with that level could penetrate the realm barrier. In her recollection, Linger was only 4 years old, a 4-year-old true immortal. Even as one who once helped rule the Xianling realm, she had never heard of such an existence. Perhaps it's merely a namesake, Bai Yunyan offered. The world is vast, duplicates of names are not on. Besides, my daughter is in the Jinling realm, a lost world. Without true immortal cultivation, one cannot cross the realm barrier, as you surely know. For my daughter to find her way here, to say nothing else, she would at least need true immortal cultivation, yes. If I recall correctly, my daughter has just passed 4 years of age. A 4-year-old true immortal. Have you seen or heard of such a thing? Before the Tianyun Star Lord could answer, Bai Yunyan continued. For a moment, the Tianyun Star Lord did not know how to reply. A 4-year-old true immortal had never appeared in the annals of the Xianling realm among humans or any other race. Yet Wu Gui, the Star Lord of Disho Star, has sent a confirmed report, she said. The little master has indeed come seeking you. They were searching for a person by your name. At present in the Jilwan Sea, there is only one Bai Yunyan, the Tianyun Star Lord said after a pause. Bai Yunyan's brow knit tightly upon hearing this. Could it really be her daughter? The notion felt impossible. Perhaps you will know the truth when you meet, the Tianyun Star Lord said. The little master is nearly at my estate. I will go out to receive her. Please remain here, Xian Emperor, Bai Yunyan. I will bring the little master to you. Whether it is true or not will become clear at a glance. As for safety, you need not worry. Even if the Immortal Emperor himself should come to Jilwan, Sea can hold him off for a time. The Tianyun Star Lord spoke once more, then her form vanished from the main hall. Your Excellency, what exactly is happening? Indeed. If that is so, does Jilwan Hai effectively lie within our territory? Your Excellency, why did you not tell us this sooner? After Tianyun Xingzhu departed, the 5 remaining Xian Tong spoke in turn. Tianyun Xing's revelations hit them like thunder. A daughter, a husband, the matriarch of Jilwan Hai. 3 shocks in one fell swoop. Each revelation was explosive in its own right. I do not know what has transpired, Bai Yunyan admitted, casting a helpless glance around her. In that moment, she was as bewildered as anyone. Indeed, she more than anyone longed to uncover the truth. Your Excellency, forgive your subordinate for being suspicious. Could there be deception in all this? Suddenly the man wearing the rabbit mask spoke. Tu Xinling, what do you mean by that? Bai Yunyan fixed her gaze upon him. Jilwan Hai is a refuge for desperate outlaws, he said. Now they have learned your Excellency's true identity. I fear they may harbor designs against you. Facing her gaze, Tu Xinling spoke slowly. Another voice retorted, Rabbit, you are far too suspicious. After all, Tianyun Xingzhu is at least a half-step CND powerhouse. If they truly plotted against your Excellency, they could have struck outright. Just now the speaker continued. Besides, she just helped us root out an informer. One of the 5 Xianling, Neo Xianling, grunted in a hoarse voice. The other 3 nodded in agreement. There was merit to what he said. Tianyun Xingzhu is a half-step CND powerhouse. Had she moved against them, none could have stopped her. You foolish ox. Remember, your Excellency was once a peak CND. If Tianyun Xingzhu truly harbored schemes, she would not act rashly, another added. Once she failed, it would be nearly impossible to find your Excellency again. As for helping us eliminate the traitor, might she have done that to prevent Tiandi from learning the truth? Tu Xianling snorted in rebuttal. Bai Yunyan fell into hesitation after hearing that. Tu Xianling's argument was not without reason. Besides, she was no naive novice. Having lived 2 lives, she knew all too well how dark the cultivation world could be. She had witnessed countless instances of people preying upon each other. One more thing. Your Excellency, could you speak in detail of this husband and daughter? Just now you seem to accept Tianyun Xingzhu's words completely. Tu Xianling continued. The other 4 could not help but turn their gazes to Bai Yunyan. They all understood the gravity of the matter. Who had captured Bai Yunyan? Not only was she taken, she had even borne a daughter for them. Now that things have come to this, I will not hide it from you. Bai Yunyan sighed. She had never intended to reveal anything about Lu Ming and Xiao Linger, for doing so would bring them nothing but harm. It would even endanger herself. Lu Ming and his daughter were her weakness. Once a person's vulnerable spot is seized, it is like striking the serpent's vital place. Every action would be constrained. Yet now that Tianyun Xingzhu had exposed this news, she knew she could no longer keep it hidden. His name is Lu Ming. He was my childhood companion when I was reborn. Before my memories awakened, we married. Afterwards, I bore him a daughter. It was only then that my memories returned, but by then matters were settled, and I could only accept them as father and daughter. Besides, I genuinely had feelings for him. Under the 5 scrutiny, Bai Yunyan explained slowly. When they heard her, their eyes widened in astonishment. A once-peak CND had been taken down so easily. At that moment, they felt both envy and anger toward Lu Ming, a sour sense of regret rising in their hearts, as if a prize had been squandered on the unworthy. Your Excellency, are the father and daughter mere mortals? After a long silence, Tu Xianling asked again. Though unwilling, Bai Yunyan could only nod helplessly. It was an indisputable fact. The 5 remaining Xianling were stunned. Their exalted sovereign had been taken by an ordinary mortal. It felt unjust, utterly unreasonable. The 5 were unable to accept it. The news sat like an affront upon their pride. It was like a great noble marrying a beggar, absurd. Of course, it was not that they objected to Bai Yunyan, for a woman having a husband was natural. What they could not bear was that Bai Yunyan's husband was a mere mortal. Your Excellency, if that is indeed the case, then life in Zhouwan Hai will be intolerable. Tu Xianling said, drawing a deep breath as he analyzed the situation. Since the father and daughter are ordinary people, then Tianyun Xing's claims are likely false. Killing Jin Yunhe served as a declaration of allegiance, and using the news of your husband and daughter was meant to secure you. I worry that Tianyun Xingzhu has gone to ally with others, he continued. After all, Your Excellency yourself represents a tremendous opportunity. He pressed on with his analysis. Bai Yunyan had once been a peak CND. Leaving aside her treasures, even her memories were an invaluable trove to those of the immortal realm. Her memories contained the most advanced techniques, immortal arts, and divine powers, especially insights into the CND realm. To a half-step CND such as Tianyun Xingzhu, that was an irresistible temptation. Bai Yunyan fell into thought. Tu Xianling's words were not without merit. Both the tale of Lu Ming sweeping through Zhouwan Hai and of Xiao Linger finding this place were too fantastical. It would be far more plausible that such stories were fabricated simply to placate her. One thing I cannot fathom, how did she learn of my husband and daughter? This is something even you did not know, Bai Yunyan murmured after a moment of contemplation. This was the part she most could not understand. She had not revealed anything about Lu Ming and Xiao Linger to anyone. Zhouwan Hai lay far from the Jinling realms. In principle, Tianyun Xingzhu should not have known. Yet the other party not only knew, but even spoke Lu Ming's name. That was deeply unsettling. The others nodded in agreement. As Bai Yunyan's most loyal subordinates, they had had no knowledge of the husband and daughter. How then could Tianyun Xingzhu have learned of them? Even Tu Xianling could not immediately answer that question. Still, as Bai Yunyan's subordinate, he felt compelled to consider her safety first and foremost. Your Excellency, would this plan suffice? He asked. You leave quietly for now, and find a place to lay low. The 5 of us will disperse within Tianyun City. Old Nyo will remain here to await Tianyun Xing's arrival. If the news proves true, Old Nyo will send a signal, and we will call you back. If the other party truly has designs, Old Nyo can still send a timely signal to warn us. We will then relay any news to you. After a moment, Tu Xianling spoke. The other 4 nodded. This was a very prudent compromise. If they carried out the method Commander Rabbit suggested, whether Tianyun Xing's words were true or false would pose no threat to Bai Yunyan. Moreover, even if Tianyun Xing's claims were true, they could still summon Bai Yunyan back by sending messages to one another. You are clever, Rabbit. Commander Ox chuckled in his good-natured way and praised the scheme. This twofold plan neither endangered Bai Yunyan nor out of suspicion caused her to miss meeting his daughter. It was an excellent stratagem. Foolish Ox, you are the key to this. Because if Tianyun Xingzhu harbors designs against your lordship, you would be drawn into danger. Commander Rabbit smiled, his voice mild and cultured, giving the unmistakable impression of a man of letters. It matters not. Were it not for your lordship, I would long ago have starved in the streets. My life was given by you. My mother always said one must repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. Much more so a life saved. Commander Ox grinned without a care. From his bearing one could tell he was blunt and open-hearted, a man of generous temperament. So be it. Commander Ox, take heed of yourself, Bai Yunyan replied. Fear not, your lordship. He'll storm the Tiandao Palace with you yet, Commander Ox laughed. Your lordship, you should go on ahead. We will scatter throughout Tianyun City. Old Ox, remember, if they make a move, send the signal at once. If it is truly the young honored one who came, Commander Rabbit said, turning to Bai Yunyan. Your lordship, please leave behind a drop of your blood. With that, Old Ox can use the blood to perform a bloodline sensing method and thereby determine whether matters are as Tianyun Xingzhu claimed. It is the young honored one who has come, Bai Yunyan nodded. A single drop of blood was nothing as she pressed at her chest, and a bead of blood welled from her lips and flew toward Commander Ox. Commander Ox caught it readily. Old ox, if it truly is the young honored one who came, notify us at once, Commander Rabbit admonished again. Commander Ox thumped his chest to pledge compliance. With everything arranged, they set their plan in motion. Bai Yunyan, relying on her concealment arts, slipped out of Tianyan City. Commander Rabbit and several other leaders took up positions in different directions around Tianyan City. At that moment, inside the residence of Tianyan Xingzhu, they should have arrived. She stood before the cross-boundary disc, watching it with anxious yet reverent eyes. Just as her words fell, the disc suddenly poured forth white light, and a gate of space sketched itself in the air. Welcome, young mistress, Tianyan Xingzhu said, bowing hastily. As she spoke, Xiao Linger and her party stepped through the spatial gate. Who are you? After glancing about, Xiao Linger's gaze fell upon Tianyan Xingzhu, and she asked, how adorable. The thought involuntarily rose in Tianyan Xing's heart as she looked at Xiao Linger. In her life, she had seen children before, but never one as sprightly and charming as Xiao Linger. A tiger-headed cap perched on her head, her little face round and chubby. Above all, her eyes were large and bright, clear and liquid. In answer to the young mistress, I am your servant Tianyan Xingzhu, Mo Qing. After a moment, Mo Qing composed herself and replied, oh, where's mommy? Where's mommy? Xiao Linger nodded and pressed the question. Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the Mai elder also turned their gazes to Mo Qing. She is within Tianyan City. Young mistress, please come with me, Mo Qing said with a smile. Yay, finally I will see mommy, Xiao Linger chimed. Sister, I am going to see mommy. Overjoyed, Xiao Linger bounced about, nudging Li Xingyue, then patting Mu Ling's canine head. Like a gleeful kitten, her innocent, adorable manner brought involuntary smiles to Li Xingyue. Young mistress, please come with me. After Xiao Linger had vented her excitement, Mo Qing spoke, and then led the way. She walked ahead to guide them. All right. Xiao Linger hopped cheerfully behind her, Li Xingyue and the others trailing at the rear. In a short while, they reached the residence where Bai Yunyan lived. Mommy, where are you? I have come to find you. Xiao Linger dashed into the compound, calling as she ran. Mo Qing, Li Xingyue, and the others followed close behind, and soon they had fully entered the residence. Mo Qing's brow tightened. Where was she? Had she not been told to wait here? Muttering under her breath, Mo Qing's brow tightened. Where was she? Had she not been told to wait here? Muttering under her breath, she released her formidable spiritual sense and searched every inch of the estate. Do not search, your lordship has already left. At that moment, Commander Ox's voice sounded as he strode out from the shadows. Left? Mo Qing's brow creased further. What is going on, she asked. I will not hide it from you. Commander Rabbit feared you harbored designs toward your lordship, so he had her leave first. He left me here to confirm the young honored one's identity. If it truly is the young honored one who came, I will contact them and have her return, Commander Ox said plainly. Mo Qing listened, feeling equal parts speechless and helpless. It would be a lie to deny curiosity at the reincarnation of a Xian emperor, yet thinking that Bai Yunyan might be his former consort, how could she act? If she truly intended harm, she would not go to such elaborate lengths. Of course, she voiced no complaint. After all, in her place, she would not easily trust either. You are a Wuxing Xinyo, she said. Big Nyonyo, tell me quickly, where did mommy go? I want to find her, Xiao Linger said after staring at Commander Ox. Wuxing Xinyo. At those words, Mo Qing's heart leapt. This was a creature of legend. The Wuxing Xinyo bore within it the five-element Xian sources. The so-called Xian source is the very origin of the Xian path. Cultivation in the Xian realm consists of continually absorbing these Xian sources to raise one's cultivation. Xian sources are also indispensable for forging immortal treasures, refining elixirs, and composing talismans and formations. One could say Xian sources concern every facet of Xian cultivation. Some species are born with Xian sources within them. The Wuxing Xinyo is one such. Its body contains innate Xian sources of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Because of this, in ancient times, the Wuxing Xinyo had been hunted to extinction. Mo Qing had not expected that the true form of this Commander Ox would be a Wuxing Xinyo. What astonished Mo Qing most was that despite her half-step, Xian Emperor cultivation, she had not perceived the commander's true nature. Yet Xiao Linger had seen through it at a glance. Still, the most shocking revelation was the commander himself. For the sake of survival, their clan's ancestors had poured endless effort and sacrifice into forging an immortal saint treasure that could conceal their true forms. Now that treasure rested upon him. With it, even the arrival of a Xian emperor might not pierce the disguise of his true form. And now, a little girl had seen through it with a single glance. Niu Tongling thought to himself, staring at Xiao Linger with utter disbelief. How did you see through my true form? He demanded in a gruff, muffled tone. I simply saw it, Xiao Linger replied, giggling. Niu Tongling thought wryly to himself, what a reply. Next time, he muttered inwardly. You are the little master, he said, scrutinizing Xiao Linger, though inwardly he was startled. He realized to his amazement that he could not penetrate Xiao Linger's cultivation. His own strength was not negligible. He had recovered to the golden, immortal realm. Yet now he could not divine her true level. Either Xiao Linger was a mere mortal with no cultivation, or her cultivation surpassed his. Niu Tongling found both possibilities hard to swallow. A simple mortal could hardly have found this place. As for the other possibility, he would not believe it even under threat of death. After all, how old is Xiao Linger? 4 or 5 years at most. 4 or 5, and yet her cultivation above the golden, immortal realm. Such a notion was so absurd that even Niu Tongling would not dare imagine it. Yes, yes, she chimed. Tell me where my mother is, and I'll give you a nice fruit to eat. She nodded at him as she spoke. Niu Tongling was stunned into silence. A nice fruit for him to eat. What did she mean, an attack? Li Xingyue hurried to explain, Senior, don't overthink it. Linger means she will give you an immortal peach to eat. Seeing this, Li Xingyue quickly stepped forward to clarify. Niu Tongling was the key to whether Xiao Linger could meet her mother. They could not afford any misunderstanding. Niu Tongling's mouth twitched. Damn, it truly is a fine fruit. Allow me to confirm your identity. He spoke as he produced the essence blood left by Bai Yunyan. Holding it aloft, Niu Tongling shook his spiritual energy and employed the method of bloodline resonance. As wave upon wave of spiritual energy flowed into the essence blood, the droplet seemed to stir to life. In a moment, it darted to Xiao Linger's side and began to whirl around her. By all that was sacred, Niu Tongling was utterly stunned. Could she truly be the master's daughter? What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Xiao Linger watched the circling essence and kept reaching out to grab it. Your subordinate Niu Zhentian pays respects to the little master. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and bowed. His heart was filled with shock and bewilderment. Bai Yunyan had said Xiao Linger came from the Jinling realm, and now she had truly arrived here. Furthermore, to traverse between realms, one needed at least the true immortal realm. That explained why he could not perceive Xiao Linger's cultivation. Her cultivation towered above his. But this was outrageously impossible. A child of 4 or 5, whose strength surpassed his own. There was one more matter. If Xiao Linger's identity was genuine, then Mo Qing had not deceived them. The Jiuan Si truly belonged to Lu Ming. Do you believe now? Mo Qing snorted in annoyance. Niu Zhentian scratched his head with a shy grin. Forgive us. We only wish to ensure the master's safety. He'll contact Tu to have the master summoned back right away. He turned to Xiao Linger with a warm, avuncular expression. Little master, please wait a moment. I will call the master back now. Saying so, he produced a jade token and crushed it between his fingers. It was the device by which he and the other commanders communicated. Very well. Nyo hey race a tasty fruit for you. Xiao Linger giggled, then produced 2 Tianling Xian Taos. There's one for big sister too. She spoke on her own, not noticing the shock and bewilderment written across Niu Tongling and Mo Qing's faces. Tianling Xian Tao, one of the 10 great relics of the Xianling realm. A single fruit could grant 10,000 years of life, a treasure sought by innumerable cultivators whose lifespan waned. The most terrifying aspect was that the Tianling Xian Tao contained a primal origin force of terrifying potency. That origin was not governed by the 5 elements nor the 4 essences. It even transcended yin and yang. In other words, whether one cultivated the 5 elements Dao, the 4 essences Dao, or the yin-yang Dao, the Tianling Xian Tao, could be used to advance one's cultivation. And yet there is but a single Tianling Xian Tao tree in the Xianling realm, hidden within a dread forbidden ground so perilous that even immortal emperors risk injury there. Thus the Tianling Xian Tao had become legend. What Mo Qing and Niu Tongling had not expected was that the good fruit Xiao Linger offered was indeed the Tianling Xian Tao. Even immortal emperors would look upon such a thing with envy. Thank you, little master, for bestowing this precious fruit. Niu Tongling came to his senses and hurriedly accepted the peach. With such a treasure, he could be certain of returning to the immortal king realm. Thank you, young master, for this gift. Even Mo Qing, a half-step immortal emperor, quickly reached out to take one. She was already short of lifespan. A Tianling Xian Tao could grant 10,000 years, and she could not refuse. It's fine. I have many, Xiao Linger said with a smile. Xiao Linger giggled. After all, she had gathered all the fruits from the Tianling Xian Tao tree in Shanyu. She lacked none of them. Many. Mo Qing and Niu Tongling were utterly dumbfounded. A single Tianling Xian Tao was enough to unleash bloodshed across the Xianling realm. She had many. Sister, little puppy, you may eat as well. Xiao Linger felt no hesitation as she handed a peach to each person. Such brazen generosity left Mo Qing and Niu Tongling dumbstruck. The Tianling Xian Tao was a treasure of paramount importance to those near the end of their life. Before such a treasure, even immortal saints who could not seize it by force might compel others to serve them in it. And yet Xiao Linger was handing such a relic to a handful of insignificant people. Niu Tongling and Mo Qing exchanged a look at a loss for words. Old Niu, is it truly the little master? Yes, old Neo, is the news true? At that moment, 4 other commanders entered the residence. Their voices were a mixture of excitement, joy, and skepticism. But when the 4 newcomers saw that Mo Qing and the others each held a Tianling Xian Tao, they were stunned into silence. Tianling Xian Tao. His such a divine relic. Old Neo, where on earth did you get it? Let me have a bite, just one bite. The 4 commanders reacted at once. Even the usually composed Tu Tongling could not contain his excitement. The little master gave it to me, Neo Tongling said with an honest grin. The words sent their gazes snapping to Xiao Linger, eyes burning with desire. We are honored to meet the little master. The 4 exchanged glances and kneeled in unison to pay their respects. They trusted Neo's straightforward nature. If he had confirmed her identity, he could not be mistaken. He'll give you good fruit too. Xiao Linger, overwhelmed by the scene, produced a few more Tianling Xian Taos and distributed them among the gathered commanders. Thank you, little master. Tu, you were too suspicious. How could you doubt her identity? Indeed, Tu, the little master is so adorable and kind, you should never have doubted her. Tu, you were wrong this time. The commanders chided Tu as they accepted the peaches with fervor. Tu Tongling was left speechless. The rabbit leader looked at the 4 men with speechlessness. So this is how you play, huh? Previously they were all in agreement, and now they pull this stunt. Huh, he thought silently. However, when faced with the heavenly spirit peach presented by Xiao Linger, he still smiled broadly and accepted it. Such divine objects are irresistible to anyone, including him. Thank you for the generous gift, little honorable one, the rabbit leader said respectfully as he accepted the heavenly spirit peach. Where is my mother? When will she come? Xiao Linger giggled and waved her hand, completely disregarding the heavenly spirit peach, eager to see Bai Yunyan. Please wait a moment, little honorable one. I have already notified the honored one. She will be back soon, the rabbit leader immediately replied. He had notified Bai Yunyan as soon as Niu Jintian confirmed Xiao Linger's identity. He estimated that Bai Yunyan would return shortly. After all, she also wanted to see her daughter. All right then. Hearing she would have to wait, Xiao Linger's expression turned a bit gloomy. Rest assured, little honorable one, the honored one will return shortly. Why don't you wait here with me? Seeing her reaction, the rabbit leader quickly suggested. Okay. Xiao Linger nodded her little head. After speaking, she patted her small belly and looked at Li Xingyue with a slightly flushed face, saying, Sister, I'm hungry. Hungry. The 4 leaders and Mo Qing were slightly taken aback. Old Neo, quickly prepare something to eat for the little honorable one. The rabbit leader hurriedly spoke. Young master, please wait. I will have the major inns prepare food for you right away. Mo Qing also quickly replied. What are you doing? Trying to steal my job? The old man in rags was displeased. His ability to stay by Xiao Linger's side relied entirely on his culinary skills. If they took over the cooking, what use would he have left? Just as he spoke, the gazes of the 4 leaders and Mo Qing immediately fell upon him. The terrifying intensity of their stares made the old man in rags break into a cold sweat. After all, these individuals possessed celestial cultivation, especially Mo Qing, who was a half-step celestial emperor. Ahem, gentlemen, I have always been responsible for the master's meals. The old man in rags quickly explained as he regained his composure. There was no way he could offend these big shots. Grandfather, I want it stewed. Stewed. Xiao Linger chimed in. As she spoke, she directly took out the refining immortal cauldron. Celestial King artifact. The 4 leaders couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing the refining immortal cauldron. Why bring out a celestial king artifact for stewing? Little honorable one, you wouldn't want to use this as a... Suddenly the rabbit leader reacted, asking in shock. The other 3 widened their eyes as well. To them, celestial king artifacts were not particularly impressive treasures. After all, as former subordinates of Bai Yunyan, they had seen plenty. Not to mention celestial king artifacts, they had even possessed celestial saint artifacts. Unfortunately, during that great battle, their celestial treasures were destroyed or heavily damaged. Thus for them now, a celestial king artifact was an excellent treasure. Yet such a treasure, Xiao Linger actually wanted to use it as a pot. What a joke. Even at their peak, they wouldn't have the foundation to use a celestial king artifact as a pot. You have the refining immortal cauldron. It was the life treasure of the owner of the celestial plant garden, possessing the ability to enhance the quality of pills. Mo Qing, who had been staring at the refining immortal cauldron, suddenly spoke. Enhance the quality of pills. The 4 celestial leaders widened their eyes again upon hearing this. Such an ability is not simple. The better the quality of the pills, the less pill toxicity contained within, making them more beneficial to cultivators. A celestial king artifact plus the ability to enhance pill quality. The refining immortal cauldron is enough to be on par with some celestial saint artifacts. Moreover, in terms of practical effects, it might even surpass an average celestial saint artifact. Such a treasure. Xiao Linger actually used it as a pot. The 4 celestial leaders exchanged glances, feeling both astonished and puzzled. They really wanted to know where their little honorable one had acquired such a foundation. How could a celestial king artifact with such special abilities be used as a pot? Especially with divine objects like the heavenly spirit peach being given away so freely. Where did she obtain such abundant resources? Because they remembered. Bai Yunyan had said that her daughter was an ordinary person. How could this be called an ordinary person? In response to Mo Qing's words, the refining immortal cauldron completely ignored him. All right, I will stew the meat now. Master, we still need water, the old man in rags chuckled. Xiao Linger nodded, and then took out a small gourd. What is this? However, the moment she took out the small gourd, all 4 celestial leaders, including Mo Qing, stood on end. They instinctively fell into a heightened state of alert. Crisis. They sensed a crisis instinctively, and it was one that could threaten their lives. What's wrong with you? Noticing the odd behavior of the few, Xiao Linger tilted her head and asked. Meeting her gaze, the 4 leaders couldn't help but exchange glances. In the end, they looked at the small gourd in Xiao Linger's hand with astonishment and fear. They were once all at the celestial saint level. Although they had been reduced to remnants of their souls due to that great battle and had to retrain, their abilities remained. Even now, facing a powerful figure at the holy celestial realm, they would not feel that kind of life-threatening crisis, because they were confident they could escape. Just like when Mo Qing had summoned them earlier. Facing Mo Qing, a half-stepped celestial emperor. They had not experienced this feeling when encountering the small gourd. The reason for this was simple. Mo Qing was not yet powerful enough to take their lives, so their bodies instinctively did not fear. Yet this small gourd triggered their instinctive response. This meant this small gourd was capable of bringing about their demise. But how could that be possible? With their discerning eyes, they could tell that the small gourd was a treasure. Logically speaking, with their abilities, even facing a celestial saint artifact would not trigger such an instinctive response. Why now? The 4 pondered, becoming increasingly shocked. Rabbit, the small gourd in the little honorable one's hand, wouldn't it be a celestial emperor artifact? Not just that, Niu Xintian swallowed hard and asked. Not only that, the rabbit leader narrowed his eyes and replied. Without the celestial emperor as the source of power, a celestial emperor artifact is equivalent to a half-step celestial emperor. Equivalent to someone of Mo Qing's level. Such a level would be enough to trigger their instinctive responses. Not just that. Upon hearing this, Niu Xintian's eyes bulged like 2 small balls. Indeed, not just that, as I feel the same way you do, Mo Qing chimed in. Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Niu Xintian was completely dumbfounded. The other 3 commanders felt the same. Remember, Mo Qing is now a half-step immortal emperor. Such a presence ought not to be driven to the brink of death even by an immortal emperor newly ascended, should it? After all, who reaches such a realm without some encounter of fate, without a hidden trump card? Yet what did Mo Qing say just now? That she felt the same as they did. The men exchanged glances, mouths dry with bewilderment. That suddenly appearing little lord. What caliber of treasure was the little gourd he produced? It could imperil even a half-step immortal emperor like Mo Qing. Rabbit, could the little gourd in the little lord's hand be more formidable than an immortal emperor's artifact? Then isn't it the same as the treasure in Yin Tiandi's hand? A half-artifact. Niu Xintian exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The other 2 inhaled sharply. A half-step artifact. In the entire Xianling realm, only Yin Tiandi possessed one. That was precisely why Bai Yunyan had been defeated. Because Yin Tiandi wielded a half-step artifact. And now their very own suddenly appearing little lord casually produced one. For heaven's sake. No mistake, it should be Commander Rabbit said, equally stunned. Not to mention Niu Xintian and the others. Even he was bewildered. What Xiao Linger had produced grew ever more outrageous, a heavenly spirit peach, a uniquely potent Xianwang artifact, and now a half-step artifact. A mere mortal. What mortal could do such things? Are you perhaps being too naive? After all, I myself am of half-step immortal emperor cultivation. A half-artifact is formidable, but it equates to an immortal emperor who has just ascended, does it not? Mo Qing replied, her tone solemn. At those words, the 4 commanders froze. Of course, a half-artifact supersedes an immortal emperor's artifact. And an immortal emperor's artifact without a powerful source to fuel it amounts only to a half-step immortal emperor. In other words, a half-artifact that surpasses an immortal emperor's artifact, if not driven by a potent power source, already equals a freshly ascended immortal emperor in strength. That said, as a half-step immortal emperor, Mo Qing would ordinarily have the confidence to face such an immortal emperor. Yet now, facing the small gourd Xiao Linger produced, it plunged her into a life-threatening crisis. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Xiao Linger's cultivation was strong enough to serve as the power source to activate the gourd, allowing the gourd to unleash power comparable to a mid or late-stage immortal emperor, or else the little gourd was more than a mere half-artifact. Either scenario was utterly implausible to the 4 commanders. After all, how old did Xiao Linger appear to be? Only 4 or 5 years old. To activate a half-artifact, one would need at least early-stage Immortal Emperor cultivation. If the first possibility were true, wouldn't that mean Xiao Linger possessed early Immortal Emperor cultivation? A 4 or 5-year-old in the early Immortal Emperor stage? Impossible. As for the second possibility, it was even more unthinkable, for it would be something that transcends the fetters of the Xianling realm, something the world did not possess. The little master's cultivation is at the Xianwang realm, Mo Qing said again. The 4 commanders stared at her in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to say, do you know what you're saying? 4 or 5 years old, and at the Xianwang level. Are you joking? I know you don't believe me. I barely believe it myself. But facts are facts. The little master truly is of Xianwang cultivation, Mo Qing said with a wry smile under their stunned, bewildered gazes. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Linger, she herself was struck as if by lightning. A child of 4 or 5 already at the Xianwang realm. The shock was akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Really? Niu Xintian glanced at Xiao Linger washing vegetables, swallowing hard. What possible gain would I have from lying to you? Mo Qing cast him a sidelong, exasperated look. A hiss ran through the room as the 4 commanders regarded Xiao Linger with expressions as if they had seen a specter. 4 years old. A 4-year-old Xianwang. At this moment they all longed to confront Bai Yunyan and ask, is this the ordinary person you spoke of? A mere child of 4 with Xianwang cultivation. An ordinary person. If that's ordinary, what were they? Probably not even novices. Wait, if that's so, then the little lord cannot be the power source driving the gourd, can he? Suddenly Commander Rabbit realized and spoke shaken. Exactly. I suspect the gourd the little master produced is not a half-artifact, but a true artifact. Mo Qing nodded, her tone grave. A true artifact, something the entire Xianling realm lacked. For heaven's sake. The 4 commanders stood frozen, utterly stunned. Their own little lord actually possessed a true artifact. They exchanged incredulous looks. The notion of true artifacts in the Xianling realm was the stuff of legend. From all they knew of Xianling realm history, no one had ever heard of true artifacts existing. At most there were half-artifacts. And now Xiao Linger had casually taken out a true artifact. Who would believe it? Yet faced with the facts, they had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, when Xiao Linger produced the little gourd, why else would Mo Qing a half-step Immortal Emperor act, as if facing a great enemy? My goodness. Didn't you say the little lord was an ordinary person? What kind of ordinary person could do this? Niu Xintian said in amazement, numbed by the shock. Ordinary. If the little master is ordinary, Mo Qing murmured, we might as well go find a block of tofu and bang our heads against it. Setting aside casually producing a true artifact, even the casual gifting of a heavenly spirit peach was beyond what an ordinary person could do. Indeed, not even an immortal emperor could easily do such things, save for someone at the very apex like Tiandi. Where on earth did the little lord obtain these items? Niu Xintian asked again, puzzled. No one in the Xianling realm had a true artifact. Where had Xiao Linger acquired this? It was likely given to her by her master, Mo Qing said, narrowing her eyes. Master? The 4 commanders' gazes turned to her. Come to think of it, that would be their master as well. To be honest, I believe the master may be even more powerful than Tiandi. The reserve of cultivation is terrifying, Mo Qing continued under their stares. More powerful than Tiandi. The 4 commanders' eyes widened. If so, then why? Commander Rabbit interjected, the implication clear. If they possessed such strength, why not simply help Bai Yunyan eliminate Tiandi? I don't know either, Mo Qing shook her head. As soon as the words left her, her expression shifted. She turned to Xiao Linger and said, little master, your mother has arrived. At those words, the entire mansion fell into dead silence. Everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing and turned to look toward the gate. Little Linger, who had been washing vegetables, sprang to her feet and stared blankly at the mansion's main door. A soft rustle. Light footsteps came from the entrance. After a moment, Bai Yunyan appeared in a white dress, tall and graceful, every curve plainly visible, stepping into everyone's view. She swept her gaze across those within the mansion, her eyes fixed directly on Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger, equally stunned, stared back. The tall and the small locked gazes in silence. None dared speak, and even Li Xingyue and the others seemed to hold their breath. Time seemed to freeze. Even the breeze would not disturb this strange harmonious tableau. All sounds, whether Xiao Linger or Bai Yunyan, both their eyes seemed to hold nothing else. Their gazes were filled only with each other's silhouette. Linger. After a long pause, Bai Yunyan finally spoke, her voice laden with a knot of emotions. Joy and sorrow braided together with trembling disbelief and the thin thread of a sob. Mother, boo-hoo. Xiao Linger recovered, tears the size of beads splashing down. Her short legs carried her as she lunged straight into Bai Yunyan's embrace. Bai Yunyan opened her arms and crouched down. Mother, Linger has missed you so? Xiao Linger flung herself into Bai Yunyan's arms, clutching her tightly. As if trying to melt wholly into the other, she wriggled deeper into the embrace. Be good. Mother feels the same. It is mother who failed you. Bai Yunyan held her close, soothing her again and again. At this moment, she was no exalted Yunyan immortal emperor, nor any revered sovereign. Only a mother pouring out the longing in her heart. Mother. Xiao Linger nuzzled and squirmed against Bai Yunyan's chest, her little nose constantly twitching as she breathed in Bai Yunyan's scent. There. Mother is here, mother is here. Bai Yunyan rested her cheek lightly against Xiao Linger's head, her face overflowing with doting affection. Mother, I searched for you for such a long time. At last I have found you. Mother, please don't leave me again, okay? Xiao Linger said through tear-blurred eyes. All right. I will not leave, I will never leave again. Bai Yunyan replied hurriedly, her eyes full of pain and tenderness for the child. Elsewhere, Li Xingyue and the others remained silent, quietly watching the tender scene. One grows old and cannot stand such displays anymore, one sighed. The hempcloth elder wiped at his reddened eyes and murmured softly. Bah, what a fuss, Mu Ling retorted. Oh, don't act so sure you've got tears in your eyes too, the hempcloth elder joked. You know nothing. It's just that foam is too grand. Sand got into my eye all right, Mu Ling shot back, rubbing at her eyes with a paw. Watching the two old ones bickering, Li Xingyue's face blossomed into a smile. Thank you three for staying with Linger. Thank you. Bai Yunyan, still cradling Xiao Linger, approached the three and offered her sincere gratitude. Clearly she had learned that Li Xingyue and the others had accompanied Xiao Linger in search of her. Mistress, you must not say that. This is what I ought to have done, the hempcloth elder protested, waving his hand. In his eyes, Bai Yunyan was truly a great figure. After all, she had once been one of the two titans of the immortal spirit realm. Mistress, please, there's no need for formalities. Mu Ling spoke with a complicated expression, inwardly musing on life's fickleness. Once it had even sparred with Bai Yunyan, and now the other had become its mistress. Sister, I found my mother. Thank you, sister. Xiao Linger hugged Bai Yunyan's neck and beamed at Li Xingyue. Bai Yunyan's gaze fell upon Li Xingyue. You are Li Xingyue, the daughter of King Lian's Dao companion, are you not? Linger said you stayed by her side. Thank you. Bai Yunyan smiled at Li Xingyue and even performed a bow. Sovereign, please. If not for you, my parents might already have perished, Li Xingyue protested, embarrassed and grateful. And Linger, if not for her, I would have died under the tribulation of transformation. It is I who should be thanking you, she added. Li Xingyue, overwhelmed by the honor, waved her hand in modesty. Rather than saying she had helped Linger find her mother, it was more accurate to say Linger had never scorned her and had always kept her close. After all, given Linger's background, she could, if she wished, gather a multitude of followers, including those ancient tribulation stage monsters. Lianxianding pays respects to the mistress. At that moment, the Lianxianding spoke. A low humming resonance followed its words. The space around Bai Yunyan suddenly trembled. The puzzled onlookers frowned. What was happening? Only Li Xingyue and her two companions showed no surprise, for they knew the terrifying treasure on Xiao Linger's person was about to reveal itself. Han Yuan Zijin Hulu pays respects to the mistress. First to present itself was the little gourd. Its tone was peculiar, ancient in bearing, yet oddly youthful in timbre. It's you. Bai Yunyan froze at the sight of the little gourd. Was this not the very fearsome artifact that once destroyed the Yiling Jia? Mother, do you know the gourd? Xiao Linger tilted her head and asked. Mistress, have you seen me before? The little gourd asked, puzzled. I have. When Xingyu's parents learned that the seal on the Yiling clan had been opened, they sought my help. I brought the two of them to the Yiling Jia. We had barely arrived when we saw you depart. I never imagined that you would end up on Linger's person, Bai Yunyan said with a bitter smile. Who could have known she had once been so near to Xiao Linger? My parents spoke of this as well, Li Xingyue added. You are a divine artifact, aren't you? Bai Yunyan nodded and looked toward the little gourd. Yes, the gourd answered plainly. A sharp intake of breath. Indeed, it was a genuine divine artifact. Upon that confirmation, Leader 2 Mo Qing and the others involuntarily drew cold breaths. Until now their thoughts had been mere conjecture. Now their guesses were proven. Though she had long suspected it, Bai Yunyan could not help a start. This was truly an authentic divine treasure. And it had been at her daughter's side all along. How did you come to be? She began in bewilderment, but the question died on her lips. The various trinkets Xiao Linger wore, the bowl, spoons, chopsticks she used every day, and the knife that had sliced the void, rose up and manifested one by one. We pay homage to the mistress. The objects hovered before Bai Yunyan and spoke with respectful voices. Each carried a terrifying aura, not one whit inferior to the little gourd. Good heavens! Upon witnessing this scene, the rabbit leader and Mo Qing were left with their mouths agape, as if an egg could fit inside. Divine artifacts. So many divine artifacts. What? The group exchanged glances, their minds blank, nearly stunned into unconsciousness. They even rubbed their eyes repeatedly, trying to see if this was truly a mirage. Divine artifacts are non-existent in the entire immortal spirit realm. And now, a plethora of them are directly emerging from Xiaolinger. Who the hell would believe this scene? Not just them, even Bai Yunyan was completely dumbfounded. Even more so, she even doubted whether she had fallen into some kind of illusion. So many genuine divine artifacts, and all of them were bursting forth from her daughter. You. Bai Yunyan stared in astonishment and shock at the various divine artifacts appearing before her. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Linger, are these all yours? She turned to Xiaolinger in a daze and asked. Yes. They were given to me by my stinky father. Xiaolinger nodded and said. They were given by Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan felt her head buzzing. She remembered Lu Ming was just an ordinary person. Where could he have obtained so many divine artifacts? All right, you all have scared the matriarch. Just then a woman's voice rang out. What the hell? Upon hearing this voice, Mo Qing and the others were once again left baffled and shocked, their gazes involuntarily falling on Xiaolinger. Because the previous voice had come from her. Could it be that aside from all this, Xiaolinger had more to her than met the eye? The group thought to themselves, unable to resist exchanging glances. They all suspected that Xiaolinger must have entered some ruin filled with genuine divine artifacts. How could she possess so many divine artifacts? Not to mention them, Bai Yunyan felt the same. At this moment her gaze was fixated on the bright red robe on Xiaolinger. The voice had just come from this very robe. Buzz. Under her gaze the bright red robe detached from Xiaolinger and landed before the group of small gourds. Hong Yin greets the matriarch. The bright red robe spoke. However, Bai Yunyan and Mo Qing's expressions changed drastically. The aura radiating from the bright red robe was simply terrifying. It actually overshadowed those genuine divine artifacts. Rabbit, what level of treasure is this? Niu Zhentian asked in a deep voice. He could feel that if this bright red robe were to strike, it could easily erase him. Even at his peak, he wouldn't stand a chance. The rabbit leader rolled his eyes at him. If you ask me, who the hell should I ask? Right now, he also didn't know what level of treasure the bright red robe was. After all, even genuine divine artifacts were legendary existences in their eyes. Not to mention something that surpassed genuine divine artifacts. You. Bai Yunyan gazed at the bright red robe, feeling parched. Because she could sense that the strength of the bright red robe was not at all beneath her peak. What level of treasure is this? Moreover, where did her daughter acquire such terrifying treasures? What level of treasure are you? After a long moment, Bai Yunyan finally came back to her senses and curiously asked. Upon hearing this, the ears of the others perked up. They all wanted to know what level of existence this bright red robe truly was, including Li Xingyue and the others. After all, this was someone even the gourds had to respectfully address as Big Sister. Master Artifact. The bright red robe replied indifferently. Master Artifact. Everyone was taken aback. Artifacts are divided into 4 categories: genuine artifacts, which are at the level of the gourds. Above that is the Master Artifact, which is my level. Then there are the Genesis Artifact and the Primordial Artifact. The bright red robe explained. After hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others exchanged glances. They had never seen such a classification of artifacts before. Then you. How come you all are with her? Bai Yunyan asked. This was her most puzzling point. How could such a terrifying existence be around her daughter? We serve under the master's orders to protect the young master. The bright red robe answered truthfully. Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's expression of confusion deepened. Lu Ming was an ordinary person. She couldn't have remembered wrong. What on earth is happening now? How could so many divine artifacts be protecting Xiaolinger, and among them was even a master artifact? Master, is this what you meant by an ordinary person? Yes, master, didn't you say they are both ordinary people? What ordinary person can possess so many divine artifacts? The rabbit leader and the others inquired. Bai Yunyan. She shot them a glare and was momentarily at a loss for words. Because right now her mind was buzzing. Linger, where is your father? Bai Yunyan asked. She wanted to ask Lu Ming what exactly was going on. At this moment, she was certain that something must have happened after she left Shangyun village. Stinky father has gone into seclusion. He said he would bring me to find you when he finished his seclusion. But he has said it several times without fulfilling it. So I came out to find my mother myself. Mentioning Lu Ming, Xiaolinger snorted a bit annoyed. Gone into seclusion. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's brows furrowed slightly. So Lu Ming can cultivate now? But she remembered clearly that Lu Ming had no talent for cultivation. Otherwise, when she left, she would definitely have left him the top-tier cultivation technique. Where is he in seclusion? I must ask him what exactly is going on. Matriarch, you cannot. The alchemy cauldron hurriedly spoke. Before Bai Yunyan could respond, it continued. The master is currently attempting to break through to the true God realm. He cannot be disturbed, otherwise it will be very dangerous. What? Its words were like thunder striking each person's heart, including Bai Yunyan. She never expected that Lu Ming was actually attempting to break through to the true God realm. But wasn't he supposed to have no cultivation aptitude? How could he be attempting to break through to the true God realm now? Of course, the most shocking were the rabbit leader and the others. The true God realm had always been an unbreakable shackle in the immortal spirit realm. Why had Bai Yunyan ended up like this? Wasn't it because of that ethereal true God opportunity? But now, someone was actually attempting to break through to the true God realm. Moreover, it was her master's man. Master, I remember you said he was an ordinary person. Oh, so an ordinary person is attempting to break through to the true God realm. Master, you've kept this from us for too long. The rabbit leader and the others couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's face was filled with wry smiles. In light of this, she truly didn't know what to say. Right now, more than anyone, she wanted to understand what was true. When will he emerge from seclusion? Bai Yunyan paused in quiet contemplation before asking. As a former celestial emperor, she well understood that cultivation seclusion must never be disturbed. Ascension to the divine realm hinges upon the formation of a divine core. A divine core determines a cultivator's ultimate destiny. Ascension to the divine realm hinges upon the formation of a divine core. A divine core determines a cultivator's ultimate destiny. Given Master's temperament, he will undoubtedly forge the most supreme divine core possible. Da Hongpao interjected. Divine core. Upon hearing the term, Bai Yunyan and the others furrowed their brows slightly. They were intimately familiar with the immortal realm. Immortal cultivation followed, but a single principle continuously absorbing and refining the primordial essence of the immortal Tao to strengthen one's own primordial foundation. In essence, immortal cultivation amounted to transforming the scattered primordial essence throughout the world into one's own. It resembled the nascent soul realm, constantly refining the laws of heaven and earth to break through cultivation barriers and shatter the limits of longevity. The sole distinction lay in primordial essence was vastly more potent than law-based power. More precisely, primordial essence represented a complete perfected form of law-based power, capable of feats utterly beyond the reach of ordinary laws. Take the foundational 5 elements laws as an example. Cultivators at the tribulation realm who cultivated these laws could at best only harness ambient resonance, drawing upon surrounding elements matching their chosen law for defense or attack. What did that mean? It meant leveraging the intrinsic attribute of one's cultivated law to borrow strength from naturally occurring phenomena of the same element in the surrounding world for combat, defense, or other purposes. The immortal realm, however, stood in stark contrast. An immortal realm cultivator, upon exerting power, could transmute all surrounding substances, regardless of elemental affinity, into primordial energy aligned with their own essence, then wield them freely in battle or defense. Put plainly, if a tribulation realm cultivator mastered the wood law, only wood-related objects within their vicinity would answer their command. Yet in the immortal realm, even with identical mastery of the wood law, the cultivator could transform everything around them, stone, metal, water, fire, into wood-aligned primordial essence, bending it wholly to their will. If tribulation realm cultivators merely borrowed the momentum of heaven and earth, then immortal realm cultivators forged that momentum themselves, creating heaven and earth anew. As for the divine realm, transcending even the immortal realm, even Bai Yunyan, a veteran celestial emperor, knew nothing of it. Thus the concept of a divine core remained utterly alien to her. What exactly is a divine core? Does forming one alone suffice to ascend to the true divine realm? Bai Yunyan pressed further. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others fixed their intense rapt gazes upon Da Hongpao. Throughout the Xianling realm, the divine realm had always existed only as legend. To all, the divine realm evoked sheer awe, bordering on terror. Now encountering Da Hongpao, a being intimately versed in its mysteries, they naturally yearned for deeper understanding. Immortal cultivation is an unceasing process of refining primordial essence, from authentic grade primordial essence to terrestrial grade and onward, culminating in imperial grade primordial essence. This you already know. Under the group's expectant gaze, Da Hongpao spoke slowly and deliberately. Hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others nodded in silent acknowledgement. Such was the path of immortal cultivation, a relentless ascent through ever higher grades of primordial essence. A divine core, however, is forged from vast quantities of imperial-grade primordial essence fused with chaos violet qi. Thus, to break through to the divine realm, you must first obtain chaos violet qi. Da Hongpao added. Chaos violet qi. Bai Yunyan and the others exchanged glances. What was this substance? They had never even heard its name. Chaos violet qi originates from the primordial essence of the heavenly Tao, the rarest treasure in existence. A single thread may not manifest across an entire eon. To acquire it is nigh impossible, truly profoundly impossible. for even divine realm beings revere it as an incomparably precious treasure. Seeing their stunned expressions, De Hongpao elaborated. A single thread may not manifest across an entire eon. Hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others felt their hearts lurch with shock. What constituted an eon? 100 million years. Even a celestial emperor's lifespan spanned only several tens of millions of years. No wonder no one in the Xianling realm had ever ascended to the true divine realm. Setting aside all else, the mere fact that a single thread of chaos violet qi might not appear for an entire eon was enough to outlive countless celestial emperors, let alone the immense difficulty of even attaining the celestial emperor realm itself. Must we simply wait for chaos violet qi to manifest spontaneously? Is there no alternative path? After a moment's reflection, Bai Yunyan asked again, all eyes locked intently upon De Hongpao. There is. Under their collective gaze, De Hongpao spoke slowly once more. Chaos violet qi can be obtained through two additional means. First, synthesis using world primordial essence. This method amounts to sacrificing an entire world. And to synthesize a single thread, one must sacrifice no fewer than 10 Xianling realms. It continued. 10 Xianling realms. Bai Yunyan and the others stared dumbfounded. Sacrificing 10 Xianling realms, how many sentient lives would that cost? The second path lies in locating the legendary Chaos realm, but that too is beyond your reach. Even Master himself cannot achieve this, at least not yet. De Hongpao spoke again. So it was thus. Bai Yunyan and the others' faces fell with profound resignation. If so, then, was attaining true divinity all but impossible? Do not fret, lady consort. Master will ensure your ascension to the true divine realm. De Hongpao declared once more. Lu Ming was an existence even De Hongpao could not fathom. For long before encountering Lu Ming, it had slumbered deep within the chaotic sea of realms. It was Lu Ming who ultimately found it, and awakened it with an unknown artifact. For others, obtaining chaos violet qi was nearly insurmountable. Yet De Hongpao believed for Lu Ming it would pose no such obstacle. Lu Ming. Bai Yunyan's brow furrowed faintly upon hearing the name. Had this been spoken before, she would have dismissed it outright. But now everything had changed, especially since Lu Ming possessed a terrifying artifact like De Hongpao. Perhaps he truly could procure chaos violet qi. Having spoken, De Hongpao fell silent once more and retreated back into Xiaoling. The other divine artifacts followed suit. In the blink of an eye, all divine artifacts had fully reabsorbed into Xiaolinger, as though they had never manifested at all. Yet the rabbit captain and his companions now regarded Xiaolinger with utterly transformed eyes. Where their prior demeanor had been mere reverence, it was now reverence laced with deep-seated awe. The matter of Linger must remain absolute secret. Bai Yunyan cast a cold, piercing glance at the rabbit captain and his companions. At present, the Shadow Celestial Emperor remained an immense latent threat. Though De Hongpao was formidable, none among them could wield it. Its autonomous activation rendered it no stronger than a peak Celestial Emperor. Yet the Shadow Celestial Emperor was not merely a peak Celestial Emperor. He also wielded a half-divine artifact. Thus the Shadow Celestial Emperor still posed grave danger to mother and daughter alike. Yes, the rabbit captain and his three companions responded with solemn gravity. Alas, my cultivation remains constrained by scarce resources. Were I to regain the Celestial Emperor realm swiftly, I would fear the Shadow Celestial Emperor not at all. Bai Yunyan sighed, speaking with quiet resignation. Cultivation resources. Hearing this, the rabbit captain and his companions exchanged glances and instinctively turned their eyes toward Xiaolinger. Why do you look at Linger? Bai Yunyan frowned, slightly puzzled. Honored sovereign young mistress previously bestowed upon each of us a celestial spirit peach. What? Bai Yunyan was stunned upon hearing this. As a former peak powerhouse of the Immortal Emperor, she naturally knew how precious the heavenly spirit peach was. Even during her peak period, it would have been impossible for her to casually gift such a treasure to others. Linger, where did you get so many heavenly spirit peaches? Bai Yunyan asked curiously. She remembered that before her reincarnation, heavenly spirit peaches were nearly extinct in the immortal spirit world. There was only one terrifying forbidden place that contained a heavenly spirit peach tree. Even an immortal emperor would face the danger of perishing if they entered that forbidden area. It was rumored that several immortal emperors who were unwilling to face their end had been buried there. Is this the peach that mother spoke of? In response to her gaze, little Linger innocently replied. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 more heavenly spirit peaches. This scene left the rabbit leader and the others dumbfounded. Just moments ago, little Linger had already given 1 to each of them, including the one Li Xingyue had and the one she had been eating that made a total of 9. Now she produced 2 more. When did heavenly spirit peaches become so commonplace? And how many heavenly spirit peaches did little Linger actually have? It felt as if they were endless, everyone pondered. These are indeed heavenly spirit peaches. Linger, where did you get so many peaches? Bai Yunyan glanced at them and asked in shock. Hearing this, the others also turned their attention to little. They all wanted to know where she had gotten so many heavenly spirit peaches. I picked them from the old peach tree in the village. Doesn't mother know? Little Linger answered with her big round eyes wide open. From the old peach tree in the village. Bai Yunyan frowned slightly upon hearing this. She remembered that there was no heavenly spirit peach tree in Shangyun village. Otherwise, why would she have gone out looking for cultivation resources? Where did the village even get an old peach tree? Bai Yunyan continued to question. Father planted it. He said this way I can have good fruits to eat every year. Little Linger giggled. Lu Ming planted it. Bai Yunyan was even more perplexed. Where did Lu Ming get a heavenly spirit peach tree? Could he have brought it from that terrifying forbidden place? Mother, do you want peaches? I have plenty. Little Linger continued. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and suddenly the sound of whoosh filled the air. One by one, large plump peaches flew out from the necklace around her neck. They fell to the ground, forming a small hill that reached the height of a person's knee. Hiss! Looking at so many heavenly spirit peaches, the rabbit leader and others couldn't help but gasp. They knew Little Linger had quite a few heavenly spirit peaches. But this was just too much, wasn't it? If placed in the immortal spirit world, just these heavenly spirit peaches would be enough to rival some immortal saints in terms of resources. Not to mention them, even Bai Yunyan was somewhat dazed. She had never seen so many heavenly spirit peaches before. Mother, I still have a lot of vegetables. Little Linger continued. Vegetables? Bai Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. My lord, what Linger refers to as vegetables are actually spiritual herbs. Li Xingyue explained from the side. Spiritual herbs. Bai Yunyan muttered to herself upon hearing this, but she said nothing further. Because now spiritual herbs no longer served much purpose for her cultivation recovery. Only high-quality, immortal medicines would do. Does mother want vegetables? Little Linger tilted her head and asked. No, dear, you keep them for yourself. They'll just take some peaches. Bai Yunyan lovingly patted her and said gently. All right, all these peaches are for. If it's not enough, we can go back to the village to pick more. There are plenty on the old peach tree. Little Linger grinned, showing her sharp little teeth. Shangyun village. Bai Yunyan felt a stir in her heart. Everyone, we have a problem. At that moment, Mo Qing suddenly interjected. Bai Yunyan and the others looked at her in confusion. We just received news that the demon clan is going to attack the Chaos Sea. Mo Qing said slowly, meeting the gazes of everyone. What does the demon clan want to attack here for? Are they bored? Yes, doesn't the demon clan always prefer to stay in their own territory? Several immortal leaders spoke up. Even Bai Yunyan had a puzzled expression. The demon clan lived in the demon void, a place isolated from the world. It could be said that the demon void and the immortal spirit world were two adjacent higher realms. Now, why would the demon clan come to attack the Chaos Sea? It must be the work of that Emperor. At this time, the old man in the linen robe suddenly chimed in. The work of the Emperor. Bai Yunyan and the others were taken aback. What does this have to do with the Emperor? My lady, you may not know, but the Emperor has long known that you were reincarnated in the true spirit world. The old man in linen said under everyone's gaze. What? Bai Yunyan and the others were shocked. The Emperor actually knew she had reincarnated into the true spirit world. Wait, if he knows, why hasn't he made a move? Niu Xintian reacted and asked. Foolish cow, the Emperor wants to play a long game. No wonder the Emperor's minions have been destroying our cultivation resource points incessantly. Moreover, every time they pursue us, they put us in life and death situations. It seems the Emperor wants to force you, my lady, into a corner to see if he can lure out that true divine opportunity. The rabbit leader replied. That's right, this is the information we have received. The Emperor has little time left, so he is very anxious. This demon clan's invasion is definitely arranged by the Emperor. The goal is to push my lady into a desperate situation. The old man in linen nodded and responded. What an Emperor, truly playing a good game. The rabbit leader snorted coldly, both angry. Currently none of them were a match for the Emperor, not even De Hong Pao. In other words, even if they knew of the Emperor's plans, they could only passively follow along. Of course, there was still one way to wait for death. But how could this be possible? Hey, actually, I think that if the Emperor wants to play, we should play along with him. The voice of the alchemy cauldron suddenly rang out. Everyone looked at it in confusion. Play with the Emperor. What did that mean? The master is currently striving for the true god realm, so we need to buy time. As long as we wait for the master to succeed, what is the Emperor? However, the Emperor will not attempt to kill my lady. He will only continue to push her into a corner. So we will just follow the Emperor's plan. We will wait until the master emerges, and then... Of course, if my lattice cultivation can return to its peak, combined with the leader dealing with the Emperor will be an easy task. The alchemy cauldron analyzed. Currently, there were only two ways to break the Tian Emperor's scheme. One was for Lu Ming to emerge, and the other was for Bai Yunyan to recover her cultivation. Whichever way it was, time was needed. Now that the Tian Emperor would not strike with lethal intent, wouldn't that just give them time to prepare? When the time comes, whether it's Lu Ming emerging or Bai Yunyan completely recovering her cultivation, they would be able to deal with the Tian Emperor directly. What you say is very true. The rabbit leader's eyes lit up as he generously praised. Others nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good plan. It can delay time and also avoid the breaking of the Emperor's pot. The only thing to be cautious of is the identity of the young master. For now, only we few can know this. Otherwise, once the Emperor learns of the young master's background, it will be very troublesome. The alchemy cauldron continued to analyze. Everyone nodded. This is indeed true. Otherwise, if the Emperor captures Xiao both Bai Yunyan and Lu Ming would have to be cautious. I will go deal with the demon clan first, Imo Qing interjected. After saying that, he directly left. Master, we won't disturb your reunion with your daughter. The rabbit leader spoke up. After speaking, he also took Niu Jintian and the others away. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Linger, Li Xingyue, and others were left in the courtyard. Since you came with Linger, you should stay here. Cultivating here is at least better than in the true spirit realm. Bai Yunyan glanced at Li Xingyue and the others. Mu Ling and the old man and Hemp naturally had no objections. Only Li Xingyue was somewhat hesitant because she had said before that she would leave after helping Xiao Linger find her mother. Xingyue, you should stay too. Linger is quite dependent on you, and I won't be able to frequently contact her in the future. So I need you to accompany her. Bai Yunyan looked at her and spoke up. Since they decided to play along with the Emperor, she had to continue fleeing for her life. For Xiao Linger's safety, she could not keep her by her side all the time. The only thing she could do was maintain. However, she could not leave Xiao Linger all alone. Therefore, Li Xingyue was the best companion. Bai Yunyan could tell that Xiao Linger was quite dependent on Li Xingyue. Having Li Xingyue as Xiao Linger's current companion was the best choice. Sister, please don't leave, okay? After hearing this, Xiao Linger rushed over and hugged her tightly, thinking that Li Xingyue was about to leave. Returning to the true spirit realm or back to the Linglong Pavilion, what path can you take? The alchemy cauldron also spoke up. All right, Li Xingyue nodded in agreement. Compared to returning to the true spirit realm, staying by Xiao Linger's side is indeed a better choice. Moreover, she couldn't bear to part with the lively and adorable Xiao Linger. Hee sister is so nice, cuddly. Xiao Linger giggled and hugged her tightly, showing her cute and lively demeanor. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Young master, the meat is ready. At this moment, the old man and Hemp interjected. Upon hearing that there was food, Xiao Linger's eyes immediately lit up. Everyone gathered around and began to eat. Linger, eat slowly, don't choke. Bai Yunyan sat beside Xiao Linger, her face full of affection as she spoke, and helped her pick food. Hee, thank you, mother, I love you. Xiao Linger showed her two little tiger teeth, her hands bent, and her head tilted slightly to make a heart shape. You child, Bai Yunyan saw this, and almost felt her heart melt. Wow, mother, look, there's a big white sheep over there. Mother, I want to go get some beast milk. It's been a long time since I had it, Xiao Linger suddenly said, looking into the distance. White sheep? Bai Yunyan was taken aback and followed her gaze. Where is there a white sheep? She muttered in her heart, looking at the empty sky. Linger. Bai Yunyan turned back, but found that Xiao Linger had already disappeared from her sight. Linger, she exclaimed in shock. There's no need to worry, mistress. She went to that. Bai Zhe, the alchemy cauldron, said nonchalantly. Bai Zhe. Bai Yunyan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Bai Zhe is seen as a divine race among the myriad demons in the demon void, also recognized as the leader among the myriad demons. Now that Bai Zhe has appeared in the Chaos Sea, does that mean it is leading the way into the Chaos Sea? As the leader of the demon void, Bai Zhe also possesses terrifying strength. There's no need to worry, mistress. With the big sister around, Bai Zhe won't stir up any trouble. Moreover, this Bai Zhe has a connection with the young master. The alchemy cauldron chuckled. It remembers that the white sheep in the village was the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan that became a wet nurse for Xiao Linger. Connection? What connection? Bai Yunyan looked at it in confusion, wondering how Linger, who grew up in the true spirit realm, could have a connection with Bai Zhe. Because the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan was captured by the master to be a wet nurse for Linger, the alchemy cauldron answered truthfully. What? Bai Yunyan was stunned after hearing this. If she remembered correctly, the hidden ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan was also a powerful being at the Immortal Emperor level. But it was only at the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Now it has been captured by Lu Ming to be a wet nurse for Linger. There's no need to worry, mistress. It's just a Bai Zhe. The alchemy cauldron continued. After hearing this, Bai Yunyan nodded and said no more. Thinking about it, that big red robe's strength is not below hers in her peak period. Even if the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan came, it wouldn't pose a threat to Xiao Linger. However, she was somewhat puzzled. After leaving Shangyun village, what exactly happened to Lu Ming? How could he become strong enough to capture the ancestor of the Bai clan to be a wet nurse for Xiao Linger? On the other side outside the chaos, see the void was already filled with demons. Looking around there were countless, at least 100,000 of them. The leader was neither a dragon nor a phoenix, but a snow-white beast with horns on its head. Baiyu, the chaos sea, and the demon void have always kept their distance. Why have you come here instead of looking for your ancestor? Mo Qing stood in the void opposite Bai Zhe and questioned. There have been rumors in the immortal spirit realm that the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan suddenly disappeared. Moreover, it has been widely circulated. The demon void has not explained this matter either, as if it tacitly accepts the mysterious disappearance of the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan. That is a matter of my Bai Zhe clan, or it has nothing to do with you. Baiyu snorted coldly and spoke somewhat frustrated. Her ancestor indeed went missing, but it was not a complete disappearance. From time to time she would still contact them. However, the messages relayed back were all about currently following a terrifying powerhouse, advising her not to seek trouble. Then why have you come to the Chaos Sea? Mo Qing questioned again. By union, I know she is in the Chaos Sea. Hand her over, and I will leave. Baiyu did not waste words and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's expression darkened. It seems that indeed, as the old man in hemp said, the Emperor is secretly stirring trouble. By union, isn't she dead? Mo Qing feigned ignorance. He either hand her over, or we will see the truth in our hands. Baiyu sneered, clearly not believing Mo Qing's act of ignorance. Wow, what a beautiful white sheep. Just then Xiao Linger's voice suddenly rang out. Then she appeared next to Mo Qing. Young master, you. Seeing her, Mo Qing's expression changed dramatically. If something happened to her, then the Chaos Sea would truly be finished. However, Mo Qing did not see that Bai Zhe. Upon hearing the words white sheep showed a shocked and fearful expression. Upon hearing the words white sheep, Baiyu silently gazed at the little Linger ahead, filled with confusion, curiosity, and shock. For in the message conveyed by the ancestor, Baiyu had heard several times that the ancestor referred to himself as the white sheep ancestor. She also remembered that the ancestor once mentioned being a wet nurse for a terrifying powerhouse. At that time, Baiyu was completely bewildered upon hearing this news. After all, that was her esteemed ancestor from the Bai Zhe clan, the true master of the Yao Su. How could such an existence stoop to being a wet nurse for someone? If this got out, wouldn't her Bai Zhe clan be laughed at? However, what left Baiyu dumbfounded was that her own ancestor was not angry at all. Instead, he seemed quite pleased. It appeared that being a wet nurse was considered a very honorable thing. Baiyu had no choice but to accept her ancestor's actions regarding being a wet nurse. Now this suddenly appearing little girl actually called herself the white sheep. Baiyu had reason to suspect that her ancestor was indeed serving as a wet nurse for this little girl. Mo Qing, standing beside little Linger, did not notice the change in Baiyu's expression. She merely said softly to Linger, little master, what brings you here? You should leave quickly, Mo Qing urged. While she didn't fear Baiyu, she was worried about little Linger getting into trouble, being the daughter of that esteemed one. Mo Qing knew that if little Linger encountered any mishap in the chaotic sea of realms, that esteemed one would definitely bring destruction upon it. She had insider information knowing that the ancestor of the Phoenix clan was annihilated just for stepping. Even the earthworms in the Phoenix domain were cut in half. The affection that esteemed one had for little Linger was evident. If anything happened to little Linger here, Mo Qing felt that the chaotic sea of realms would not fare any better than the Phoenix domain. I'm here to ask for milk, little Linger innocently replied, meeting Mo Qing's gaze. Mo Qing was left dumbfounded. Asking for milk? What kind of milk does little master want? She asked, puzzled. It's the milk from the white sheep. I haven't had white sheep milk in a long time. Little Linger replied, honestly, her gaze falling on Baiyu. White sheep, can you squeeze some milk for me, please? I haven't had white sheep milk in ages. What the heck? At these words, the previously tense atmosphere instantly fell into silence. The 100,000 demon soldiers behind Baiyu exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Asking the boss to squeeze milk for you to drink. The 100,000 demon soldiers felt both confused and shocked. After a moment, anger erupted. How dare you? Outrageous. Where did this little brat come from? Is she tired of living? Angry voices erupted from the mouths of numerous demon beasts. Baiyu was their leader. Now little Linger actually wanted her to squeeze some milk for her. Wasn't this equivalent to humiliating their Yao Su? Who could tolerate this? Yet upon hearing little Linger's words, Baiyu's expression changed dramatically. If she had previously suspected that her ancestor was being a wet nurse for the little girl in front of her, now she was certain. White sheep milk. Asking for milk. Did everything not align perfectly? Little master, you. Even Mo Qing was left speechless. She never expected that little Linger's so-called request for milk was directly aimed at Baiyu. That was Baiyu in existence at the half-step Immortal Emperor level. Moreover, she was a demon beast that harbored resentment against humans. Now little Linger actually dared to ask her for milk in front of hundreds of thousands of demon clans. This This. Mo Ching found it both amusing and helpless. Boss, let me take care of this little brat. A crocodile demon beast with bulging muscles stepped forward brandishing an axe beside Baiyu. Baiyu was not only the master of the Yao Su, but also the dream lover of countless demon beasts. In the face of Baiyu, all the demon beasts of Yao Su were respectful, not daring to even joke. But little Linger. Good heavens. She directly asked Baiyu for milk as soon as she appeared. Who could stand that? Shut up. Baiyu glared at the crocodile demon beast reprimanding. Little Linger was someone whom even her ancestor had to treat with utmost respect. Even if she had 100 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to act against Little Linger. After all, she was still merely at the half-step Immortal Emperor level. She didn't dare provoke Little Linger, little friend. I apologize, but I have not given birth and have no milk. After reprimanding the crocodile demon beast, Baiyu turned to Little Linger and spoke. Upon hearing this, the 100,000 demon beasts behind her were dumbfounded. Each one stared with eyes wide open, displaying shock, confusion, and disbelief. What did this mean? If she truly had it, would she really give it? The 100,000 demon beasts looked at each other. Each one felt like their ears were malfunctioning, unable to comprehend. Baiyu was their leader. In response to Little Linger's frivolous words, shouldn't she be enraged? Shouldn't she directly rush forward to take her head and uphold the reputation of Yao Su? What on earth was happening now? Unable to give because she hadn't given birth. If she had given birth, would she be able to give it? When did their leader become so easy to talk to? The 100,000 demon beasts pondered this, casting doubtful looks at Baiyu. Some even secretly activated their eye-based divine abilities, questioning if they had followed the wrong leader. Not to mention them, even Mo Ching standing beside Little Linger was stunned. She had mentally prepared to fight Baiyu to protect Little Linger. But what was Baiyu's situation now? She was not angry at all. Was this truly the Baiyu she knew? Why not? Little Linger innocently asked, her head slightly tilted, as if pondering why, being a white sheep, Baiyu couldn't give her milk. Baiyu, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. How could she explain this? Little friend, I truly cannot give you any. How about some other beast's milk? She spoke with great reluctance, secretly regretting. If she had known that her ancestor's servant was here, she would never have come to the chaotic sea of realms. Boss, you aren't sick, are you? The crocodile demon beside Baiyu stuttered. Baiyu's nature was extremely fiery. If it were usual, anyone who dared to say such frivolous words would have been wiped out along with their entire clan. Not even a collateral bloodline would be spared. What on earth was happening today? Other demon beasts also looked at Baiyu in confusion. He'll explain this matter to you later. For now, let's get this little one out of here. We cannot afford to offend her. Baiyu spoke softly. What the heck? The crocodile demon was even more bewildered. Cannot afford to offend Yao Su. What kind of joke is this? Just a 4 or 5-year-old child. The crocodile demon beast pondered within. It is important to understand that the demon void is not merely a region but an entire world, one that is not in the least inferior to the immortal spirit realm. It is home to various powerful demon clans, as well as many terrifying existences. If the demon void were to have a peak Immortal Emperor, its overall strength would directly surpass that of the immortal spirit realm. In other words, if the demon void were placed in the immortal spirit realm, it would be sufficient to become the second major power, particularly with the battle strength at the immortal sage level. The demon void surpasses even the first power of the immortal spirit realm, the heavenly Tao Palace. What is Baiyu saying now? That they can't afford to offend a 4 or 5-year-old child. To the crocodile demon beast, this was absolutely a joke. He'll explain more later, but for now, just listen to me, Baiyu said. The most important thing at the moment is how to entertain Little Linger. Having said that, she looked at Little Linger and repeated the question, what do you think, little friend? Meeting Baiyu's gaze, Little Linger glanced at the demon beasts and finally nodded. All right. I haven't tried other beast milk yet. Upon hearing this, Baiyu let out a long sigh of relief. She was most afraid that Little Linger would insist on having her Baizhe clan's beast milk, which she truly could not provide at the moment. Those who can produce beast milk, please offer some to the little friend, Baiyu loudly instructed the 100,000 demon clans behind her. The demon clans were left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Were they mistaken? Weren't they here to attack the chaotic sea? Now they were being asked to donate beast milk. They thought to themselves, yet they dared not disobey Baiyu's words. Thus an outrageous scene unfolded before their eyes. Many demon beasts transformed into their original forms and began to offer beast milk to Little Linger. The variety of demon beasts was astonishing: cows, deer, wolves, tigers, lions, foxes, and so on. In no time, Little Linger was surrounded by numerous bottles and jars. Each contained a different type of beast milk, none of which were the same. Wow, so much beast milk. Gord, quickly help me collect it all. Seeing so much beast milk, Little Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. As her words fell, the little gourd immediately appeared and collected all the beast milk. Thank you, big sister. After collecting the beast milk, Little Linger said to Baiyu, You're welcome, Bai Yu replied with a wry smile, adding, little friend, we will take our leave now. After saying this, she turned and left without a hint of hesitation. Little Linger did not try to stop her, and soon Bai Yu had completely withdrawn. The other demon beasts exchanged glances and took a deep look at Little Linger before following suit. In just a moment, the terrifying army of demon clans retreated like a tide. Little Master, how could this happen? Mo Qing was still in a state of confusion. She had already notified the various Star Lords and was preparing for a bloody battle. Now, the demon clans just retreated like that. And all because her little master wanted beast milk. What's wrong? Little Linger looked at her puzzled. It's nothing. Let's go back, Mo Qing said hurriedly. MHM. Little Linger obediently nodded and hugged the little gourd as they headed toward Tianyun City. Meanwhile, among the retreating demon army, one of them said, Boss, what exactly just happened? You seemed very afraid of that little girl. Yeah, boss, you should give us an explanation. It's just a little girl, why should we fear her? The group of demon beasts could no longer contain their frustration. This was the first time they felt so suppressed. They came to attack the chaotic sea with great momentum, and what happened next? Not only did they not strike, but they were also forced to offer beast milk. It was as if they stormed into the chaotic sea just to deliver beast milk. Such a situation would surely be a laughingstock. You all know about the disappearance of the ancestor, right? Bai Yu sighed deeply and said. The demon clans nodded in unison. This matter had been widely discussed in the demon void. Boss, could it be that the ancestor really went missing? Yes, boss, you have never stated it clearly. The crowd of demons inquired. They were completely in the dark about the ancestor's disappearance. They had previously asked Bai Yu about it, but she had never provided a clear answer. The ancestor has indeed gone missing. To be precise, the ancestor has gone to be a wet nurse for someone. Bai Yu slowly began to explain under the gazes of the crowd. What? The demon clans stood frozen in place upon hearing this. Their ancestor went to be a wet nurse for someone. What a joke. That was their ancestor of the demon void, a terrifying existence at the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor level. Going to be a wet nurse for someone. This is absurd. I know you all do not believe it, but this is the truth. At that time, the ancestor was originally in seclusion, striving for the latest stage of the Immortal Emperor, but suddenly was abducted by someone. In the end, they ended up in a village as a wet nurse for someone. This is what the ancestor personally conveyed to me through a bloodline sound transmission. Bai Yu glanced at the crowd of demons and explained. The ancestor was abducted. They were well aware that the place where the ancestor was in seclusion was the ancestral grounds of the demon void. It was protected by a terrifying array in the attacks left by previous demon ancestors. It is no exaggeration to say that even if In Tian Di did not use half of a divine artifact, it would be impossible to forcefully invade their ancestral grounds. Now Bai Yu claims that the ancestor of the demon clan was abducted from the ancestral grounds. Who exactly possesses such power? Not only did they breach the ancestral grounds of the demon void, but they also quietly abducted the ancestor. The ancestor said that the person is very strong, even more powerful than In Tian Di. Moreover, the number of magical treasures on that person is numerous, and the treasures they casually use are true divine artifacts. Seemingly sensing their doubts, Bai Yu spoke again. The crowd of demons was utterly dumbfounded. More powerful than In Tian Di, casually using magical treasures that are true divine artifacts. What a joke. True divine artifacts do not exist in the immortal spirit realm, nor do they exist in the demon void. What kind of person could casually use magical treasures that are true divine artifacts? Are there really such people in the immortal spirit realm? This is what the ancestor said. I am not clear on the specifics. Boss, what does this have to do with that little girl? Could it be that the one who abducted the ancestor is that little girl? Impossible. The crocodile demon beast reacted and interjected. Upon hearing this, the other demons also looked at Bai Yu. Did I not just say? The ancestor has gone to be a wet nurse for someone. If I am not mistaken, that little girl just now is the one. That little girl should be the daughter of that terrifying powerhouse. Bai Yu glanced at it and explained. The daughter of that terrifying powerhouse. Boss, you're just speculating, right? The crocodile demon beast said. Yes, it is indeed my speculation. However, I can now say with 100% certainty that the little girl is indeed the daughter of that mysterious powerhouse. 100% certainty. Why? A tiger demon asked curiously. Because of that little gourd of hers. Bai Yu's gaze sharpened, and she spoke with lingering fear. The little gourd. After hearing this, the demons fell into deep thought. Moments later, they realized it was the gourd used to collect beast milk. Head, how does this relate to confirming the little girl's identity? That little gourd should just be a storage treasure, right? The tiger demon with a puzzled look in its eyes pressed for clarification. The other demons nodded in agreement. It's just a storage treasure. How could it confirm Bai Yu's identity? After all, there are countless treasures in the world. Especially for those living in the celestial spirit realm, it's said that everyone has one. A gourd-shaped storage treasure isn't very common, but it isn't rare either. What do you all understand? That gourd gives me an extreme sense of danger. I am certain that if that gourd were to attack me, I would surely meet my end. Baiyu said with a cold snort. What? The demons were all shocked. It's important to note that Baiyu currently possesses the cultivation of half a step into the Immortal Emperor realm. With her formidable innate talents and divine abilities, she could even contend against early-stage Immortal Emperors. Moreover, even if facing mid-stage Immortal Emperors, Baiyu might not be able to win, but she could escape. Being certain of death means absolute annihilation. The little gourd could potentially annihilate Baiyu. But how could that be possible? To annihilate Baiyu, one would need at least the cultivation of latest-stage Immortal Emperor or peak Immortal Emperor. Currently in the celestial spirit realm, it is uncertain if any latest-stage Immortal Emperors even exist. Only Tian Emperor stands as a peak Immortal Emperor. Could a little gourd possess such strength? The demons thought to themselves, their eyes revealing skepticism. In their understanding, there simply aren't any treasures that can match the strength of latest-stage or peak Immortal Emperors. Even imperial artifacts couldn't achieve that. That little gourd should be a divine artifact possessing at least the strength of a latest-stage Immortal Emperor. Seeing their disbelief, Baiyu slowly said, a divine artifact. The demons were all shaken. A 4 or 5-year-old girl possesses a divine artifact. Is this a joke? After all, even the current number 1 in the celestial spirit realm, Tian Emperor, only possesses a half-divine artifact. For an ordinary person, possessing a divine artifact is indeed an extraordinary matter. But for the daughter of that mysterious powerhouse, it would be quite normal. The ancestor has said that that person can casually bring forth a treasure that is indeed a divine artifact. Baiyu glanced at everyone, speaking earnestly. This is also the reason she could be 100% certain of Xiao Linger's identity. Only in this way could Xiao Linger be protected by a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, the demons fell silent. If this were true, it would indeed confirm that Xiao Linger is the daughter of that mysterious powerhouse. And there's one more point that I don't know if you've noticed. That little girl's cultivation. Did you pay attention to her Baiyu spoke again. Cultivation. The demons furrowed their brows slightly upon hearing this, eventually shaking their heads. At the time, they were all confused by Xiao Linger's request for milk. Who would pay attention to her cultivation? Head, what is her cultivation? The crocodile demon asked. Immortal King. Baiyu said, gravely meeting the gazes of the other demons. Hiss. Instantly, sounds of gasping filled the air. Immortal King cultivation. A 4 or 5-year-old Immortal King. What a joke. The demons exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. After all, among them there were beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only achieved golden immortal or even celestial immortal cultivation. Such beings were not few. And now a 4 or 5-year-old girl possesses the cultivation of an Immortal King. Who would dare believe it? I know you don't believe it, even I find it hard to accept. But her cultivation is indeed the real deal, an Immortal King. Therefore she must have been nurtured by that mysterious powerhouse. Baiyu took a deep breath to calm herself, saying, with a divine artifact and her cultivation, either point alone is sufficient to prove Xiao Linger's extraordinary background. In Baiyu's impression, only the mysterious powerhouse that her ancestor spoke of could cultivate such an extraordinary existence. Head, who exactly is that mysterious powerhouse? What kind of being is he? Not only does he possess a divine artifact, but he can also nurture a 4 or 5-year-old girl to such an extent. Surely this is something no one from the celestial spirit realm could achieve. Could it be that he comes from the divine realm? After a while, the tiger demon asked, after calming down. Indeed. The other demons also turned their gazes to Baiyu. Such a person cannot exist in the celestial spirit realm. After all, no one in the current celestial spirit realm can produce a true divine artifact, let alone nurturing a 4 or 5-year-old girl to the level of an Immortal King. Perhaps I am not very certain either, Baiyu replied. But remember, if you encounter this little girl in the future, you must treat her with utmost respect, understand? And inform everyone in your clans that they must never provoke this little girl. Otherwise, if your clan is annihilated, don't blame me for not warning you. Baiyu shook her head. She was equally curious about Xiao Linger's background. However, she knew that it was not something she could explore. After all, even her ancestor, who was at the mid-stage of Immortal Emperor, was captured to serve as a wet nurse. Let alone her a mere half-step Immortal Emperor. Yes, the demons replied respectfully. Let's go back to Yao Su. We will no longer interfere in the matters of the celestial spirit realm from now on. Currently, our ancestor is already by that person's side, and he is very close to stepping into the late stage of Immortal Emperor. We will just wait quietly for our ancestor to return. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Only one step away from the late stage of Immortal Emperor. The demons were all agitated upon hearing this. If the ancestor's cultivation advances another level, the overall combat strength of Yao Su will also rise. Even facing the Dao Palace, they would no longer have to fear. Under Baiye's lead, the demons quickly arrived at the entrance of Yao Su. However, at this time a figure in a black robe stood quietly at the entrance of Yao Su. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The figure's raspy voice questioned somewhat angrily. He was sent by Immortal Emperor to command Bai Yu to lead an attack on the realm Chaos Sea to force Bai Yunyan. And now, Bai Yu returned without even making a move. Explanation. Lin don't think I don't know what schemes Immortal Emperor has in mind. He wants to use my Yao Su and the realm Chaos Sea to weaken both sides and then reap the benefits. What a dream. Bai Yu scoffed, showing no fear toward the figure. After hearing this, Lin snorted but remained silent. Good dogs don't block the way, and we of Yao Su will no longer participate in the future matters of the celestial spirit realm. Bai Yu had no intention of coddling him, coldly reprimanding. The tens of thousands of demons also drew their weapons ready to fight if he didn't yield. Lin clenched his fists, but in the end he quietly stepped aside. Lin, you are also from the Qilin clan. Following Immortal Emperor may not be the right choice. Take care. Bai Yu sneered, and after speaking, she led the 10,000 demons into Yao Su. Tiandao Gong. Oh, you mean Bai Yu went, but did not strike. Tiandi sat in a rattan chair brewing tea as he spoke. Lin stood beside him like a wooden statue. Master indeed. Moreover, Bai Yu has already declared that Yao Su will no longer involve itself in any matters of the Xianling realm. He answered respectfully. Hey, interesting. Bai Yu appears bold but reckless. In truth, her thoughts are delicate and careful. She must have seen that I intended to reap the benefits like a fisherman waiting at the net, Tiandi said with a faint smile like a kindly old man. Yes, Lin replied with deference. Yet she still went to Jialuan Hai. Not out of fear of Tiandao Gong, but because she harbors her own ambitions. Likely also for that divine opportunity, Tiandi mused. She went to Jialuan Hai with her forces, and then suddenly returned home. Tell me, why do you think that is? Tiandi spoke with a smile, a glint of sharp light flashing through his cloudy eyes. Lin fell into thought. Since Bai Yu led over 100,000 demonic clans to Jialuan Hai, it was surely not mere posturing for Tiandao Gong. Yet to arrive at Jialuan Hai and then abruptly retreat is certainly highly suspicious. As for the reason, Lin pondered a moment and then shook his head. Please enlighten me, master. She must be wary of something, Tiandi said. Or rather, there is some existence within Jialuan Hai that she dares not strike. Tiandi sipped his tea. Wary of what? Lin's confusion deepened. Yao Su is acknowledged as the strongest force aside from Tiandao Gong itself. Jialuan Hai is powerful too, but not so formidable that Yao Su would be afraid to act. How could this be? He wondered to himself. Caw-caw. At that moment, a raven's cry rang out. A black crow shot from the void and lit upon Tiandi's shoulder. It pressed its head to Tiandi's ear as if whispering. Oh, a 4 or 5-year-old girl. After a moment, Tiandi's brow tightened slightly, and he spoke with surprise. The crow nodded gently. Interesting. Seeing this, the corner of Tiandi's mouth could not help but lift. Master? Lin asked, puzzled. After Bai Yu reached Jialuan Hai, a 4 or 5-year-old girl suddenly appeared. Before 100,000 beasts, the girl demanded beast's milk from Bai Yu. Yet Bai Yu was not angry. She treated the child with extreme courtesy. Even Mo Qing addressed the little girl as the little mistress. Tisk tisk tisk, truly an intriguing existence. Tiandi clicked in wonder. Lin's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Such frivolous behavior. Bai Yu not angered is one thing, but courteous. And Mo Qing of Jialuan Hai. He knew Mo Qing to be a half-step Xian emperor, yet he bowed before a 4 or 5-year-old girl. What is the origin of that girl to command both Bai Yu and Mo Qing thus? She should be kin to the one who annihilated the Phoenix clan. Tiandi toyed with his teacup as he spoke. The one who destroyed the Phoenix clan. Lin realized in an instant. If she were that one's blood relative, it would indeed explain Bai Yu and Mo Qing's behavior. I have heard that Jialuan Hai has been assisting a certain person these past years, Tiandi continued. It should be that mysterious powerful figure. This is also why I forbade you from striking Jialuan Hai directly. Hearing this, Lin understood. He had previously wondered why they went to the trouble of sending Yao Su to after all that could easily let Bai Yunyan fall into Yao Zu's hands. So that was the reason. Since she is that one's kin, can we then? Lin interjected, there is no need. One more enemy is worse than one more friend. Moreover, we know nothing of that one's true depths. They have not struck Tiandao Gong, why provoke them? Tiandi shook his head. His injuries remained unhealed, and his lifespan had dwindled. He was far from the man he once had been. To strike an unknown mysterious powerhouse would be a reckless act. But Bai Yunyan, Lin said in a low voice. If we do not act against Jialuan Hai, what if Bai Yunyan hides there forever? If Yao Su cannot do it, then try someone else, Tiandi replied. Contact the Tianling Jindi. Tell them the news of Bai Yunyan. Tiandi smiled as he spoke. Tianling Jindi. Lin was taken aback. To most, only Tiandao Gong's strength was known. In truth, many terrifying forces lurk in secret beyond Tiandao Gong's shadow. Those forces call themselves Jindi. Their legacies endure in units of eras. Simply put, each Jindi is a dread power inheriting one or several epochs. But these Jindi prefer not to meddle. They guard their small domain and perpetuate their lineage. Thus few in the Xianling realm truly know of the Jindi's existence. Will trouble not arise? Mo Lin asked gravely. Jindi are indeed fearsome. Were it not for Tiandao Gong having Tiandi, the foremost figure of the Xianling realm seated at its core, Tiandao Gong could never have become the realm's preeminent power. Do not worry. The Tianling Jindi has but one latest-stage Xian Emperor ancestor in slumber, Tiandi said. I am confident I can deal with them. Latest-stage Xian Emperor. Mo Lin was startled. In the current Xianling realm, even mid- or early-stage Xian Emperors are absent from the open. Mid- and early-stage Xian Emperors do not appear openly. That the Tianling Jindi would harbor a latest-stage Xian Emperor was astonishing. Furthermore, using the Tianling Jindi as a probe to test the depth of that mysterious strong one is fitting, Tiandi continued with a smile. At those words, Mo Lin's eyes brightened. The plan was good, killing two birds with one stone. Even if Bai Yunyan could not be forced from Jialuan High, testing that mysterious person's strength would be invaluable. In a word, win or lose, Tiandao Gong would suffer no loss. Mo Lin even guessed that sending Yao Su to assault Jialuan High was itself Tiandi's twofold scheme. Go, Tiandi said with a smiling wave. Mo Lin bowed gravely and departed. Soon the courtyard held only Tiandi and the Black Crow. Why do you scheme so? Would it not be better to listen to me? At that moment, an ancient voice sounded its source, the towering tree. Tisk, once a man achieves more, he fears death and grows more timid, the voice said. Had I been young, I would have surely risked everything for what you propose. Now I cannot. Tiandi replied, stretching as if confiding in an old friend. Foolish one, I have said it before, you cannot expect the emergence of Hongmeng Purple Chi here. The great tree snorted a disdainful reply. Xiao Linger and the others, of course, knew nothing of all this. By now she had already returned to the residence where Bai Yunyan dwelled. Seeing her arrive safely, Bai Yunyan exhaled a long, deep sigh of relief. She knew Xiao Linger was protected by the sovereign artifact Da Hong Pao, but as a mother it was impossible not to worry when learning her daughter had approached the leader of the Yaoshu clan. Mother, I got so much beast milk. Xiao Linger skipped merrily up to Bai Yunyan and declared with radiant joy. Good, you may sit and eat meat now. Bai Yunyan smiled tenderly and gently stroked the head crowned with a tiger skin cap. Okay. Xiao Linger bared two sharp little tiger fangs, nuzzled affectionately against Bai Yunyan's side, then settled down to eat. Mo Qing, who followed closely behind, sat herself down beside them as if she'd known them for years. Strange indeed, she murmured. Our young mistress stood before 10,000 monstrous beasts and asked Bai Yu for beast milk. And that fellow didn't even grow angry. Instead, he treated her with remarkable courtesy. Mo Qing continued between bites, her voice tinged with lingering bewilderment, the very point that puzzled her most. What is so astonishing? Surely she knows her own ancestor serves as our young mistress's wet nurse here in the village. How could she dare treat her anything but with utmost respect? The Lianxian cauldron spoke indifferently. Bai Yu's ancestor serving as Xiao Linger's wet nurse in the village. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing froze mid-reach, her chopsticks suspended in air. Bai Yu's ancestor. Could it be the Bai Zhe, a celestial emperor at mid-realm cultivation? Realization dawning, she blurted out. Who else but that ancient one? Humph. Only that old wretch could possibly fit the bill, the Lianxian cauldron scoffed. So that was it. Mo Qing's mind cleared instantly. No wonder Bai Yu had treated Xiao Linger with such deference. Now everything made sense. Without needing to think, she knew this could only be the doing of her master. And no wonder Xiao Linger had already attained sovereign immortal cultivation at such a tender age. She had literally been raised on the milk of a Bai Zhe, a celestial emperor at mid-realm cultivation. Across the entire Xianling realm, perhaps only Xiao Linger enjoyed such an unparalleled privilege. Venerable one, your humble servant reports urgent matters. At that moment, the rabbit commander materialized within the residence. What is it? Bai Yunyan turned toward her, perplexed. It concerns the heavenly Dao Palace. Its palace master has vanished without trace. The Yu family has likewise been eradicated by our young mistress. With its strength severely diminished, the heavenly Dao Palace is now under siege by rival forces. Your master and the Black Ox are both caught in grave peril. Under Bai Yunyan's gaze, the rabbit commander spoke slowly, well aware of her past ties to the heavenly Dao Palace. Both Elder Mo and the Great Black Ox had always treated Bai Yunyan with exceptional kindness. Big Ox and Granny are in danger. Mother, I must go help Big Ox and Granny. They've always been so kind to me. Granny even cooked me so many delicious dishes. Xiao chimed, "This matter shall fall to the Jiao Wanhai sect. You must remain inactive." Mo Qing spoke decisively. Bai Yunyan was currently under surveillance by Yin Tiandi's agents. Any action she took personally, or any deployment of her subordinates, would be swiftly intercepted and eliminated by Yin Tiandi's forces. Thus, intervention by the Jiao Wanhai sect was the sole viable option. "Very well, I entrust this to you." Fully aware of the stakes, Bai Yunyan nodded in agreement. Yet, Ouyang Tianxian, his cultivation realm, was ninth tribulation sovereign. How could he vanish so inexplicably? Could this be Yin Tiandi's scheme? Suddenly, she voiced her suspicion. In the Jinling realm, a ninth tribulation sovereign was virtually unkillable, unless struck down by a cultivator from the Xianling realm. Yet the Jinling realm served as the Xianling realm's primary source of new talent. Thus, direct intervention by Xianling realm cultivators against Jinling natives was by convention strictly forbidden. We were the ones who eradicated him. His true identity was Tianxi Saint Immortal. The Lianxian Cauldron answered her question without hesitation. Moreover, he also served as the sheep commander under our lattice command. What? Bai Yunyan's expression darkened sharply upon hearing this. Tianxi Saint Immortal, the sheep commander. Even the rabbit commander wore an expression of stunned disbelief. He had been wondering ever since the Forbidden Sea's destruction why all contact with the sheep commander had abruptly ceased. So, he had been eradicated by the young mistress. And his true identity was that of a Tianxi Saint Immortal. It seems Yin Tiandi has planted far more spies around me than I imagined. Bai Yunyan's voice turned icy. Indeed, we have compiled a list of confirmed operatives. Every name upon it belongs to Yin Tiandi's inner circle. Mo Qing nodded and handed Bai Yunyan a jade slip. Without hesitation, Bai Yunyan accepted it and swept her divine sense across its surface, revealing hundreds of names. "It appears I must conduct a thorough purge." Her tone remained grim. "Mother, I'm going to help Granny and Big O. You must wait obediently for me to return. No running off again." Xiao interjected. A soft chuckle rippled through the room. Everyone, including Bai Yunyan herself, could not suppress their amusement. "All right, I'll wait for you. Be safe." She smiled warmly and nodded. Here, this is for you, Mother. I prepared it just for you." Xiao nodded sweetly, then produced an ice blue hairpin. The Dao artifact once exchanged with Li Xingyue for Hunyuan celestial water. "Very well." Warmth swelled in Bai Yunyan's heart as she reached out and accepted it. "And this too is for you, Mother." Next, Xiao drew forth an exquisitely crafted bracelet. "Stinky Daddy gave it to me. He said it embodies his protection and love for me. Now I give it to you, Mother. It is my protection and love for you." She beamed brightly. The bracelet naturally was also a sovereign artifact. Hearing this, Bai Yunyan's heart blossomed with pure delight. What mother could resist such a honeyed barrage from her own child? And what's more, this gift was no ordinary treasure but a genuine sovereign artifact. "Thank you, Linger." Bai Yunyan smiled tenderly and accepted it without hesitation. The others watched, eyes shimmering with envy. Where might one find such a daughter? They all secretly yearned for one themselves. "I love you, Mother." Xiao giggled, raising both hands to form a heart. Bai Yunyan chuckled softly, touched deeply. "Sister, let's go help Ox and Granny." "Mother, you must wait obediently for me to return." Xiao repeated earnestly. Bai Yunyan laughed fondly and nodded vigorously. Then Xiao departed the residence alongside Li Xingyue and Mu Ling. No sooner had they stepped beyond the gates than 10 figures stood waiting ahead, each radiating an aura of terrifying power rivaling Mo Qing's own. Clearly, these were star lords from the inner island. "We pay homage to our young mistress." Upon seeing Xiao all 10 dropped to one knee in solemn reverence. Are you coming too to help Big Ox and Granny?" Xiao tilted her head curiously. "Indeed, your young mistress. We stand ready to serve." Mo Qing spoke up. She had summoned them precisely to guard against any unforeseen danger befalling Xiao. Of course, given the sheer number of terrifying sovereign artifacts Xiao carried, actual peril was near impossible, but one could never rule out the infinitesimal chance. She would eliminate every possible risk to ensure Xiao absolute safety. "All right, let's go help Ox and Granny." Xiao nodded firmly and declared. Meanwhile, in the true spirit realm at the Celestial Dao Palace, once a celestial abode radiating immortal grace, only smoke and ruins remain as far as the eye can see. Even the palace's main gate plaque lies shattered in two. Upon its central plaza, the last surviving members of the Celestial Dao Palace are encircled by a host of figures clad in blood-red robes. Among them stand Elder Mo and the Great Black Ox, both grievously wounded, their bodies lacerated, crimson blood welling steadily, exhaustion and frailty etched deeply upon their pallid faces. "Old Hey, it seems our path ends here." Elder Mo leans weakly against the Great Black Ox, her voice faint and breathless, as if clinging to life by a single trembling thread. "Moo." The great black ox lies prostrate upon the ground, lifting its head ever so slightly in reply. Clearly it too has reached the precipice of utter depletion. I wonder, did Linger find Yun Yin? Old hey, I missed that little girl. Elder Mo gazes blankly into the distant sky, speaking dazedly. Then, as if stirred by a cherished memory, a gentle smile unfurls across her wrinkled, ashen face. Moo. The great black ox answers softly, its eyes shimmering with tender longing. It too recalls Linger, that bright, skipping figure full of boundless vitality. Her laughter like silver bells, her cheeks flushed with childish mirth, and that sweet piping voice calling it Dinyo-nyo. How she'd led it on daring raids through Sect's spiriturb gardens, how she dragged it to the seashore to catch fish. One vivid memory after another flickers through the great black ox's mind. Though they shared only a fleeting few days, Linger has become an indelible landscape within its recollection. She is its most radiant, most joyful, most treasured memory. A pure, innocent, vivacious child bestowed upon it like a celestial benediction. As these memories flood its thoughts, the great black ox's great bell-like eyes grow moist. Old hey, some souls, even if met but once, are worth the entire journey. At least those days Linger spent with us were ours alone, were they not? Elder Mo lifts a trembling hand and gently strokes the great black ox's massive head. The great black ox nods solemnly. Yes, some encounters need no continuation. Linger was such a soul. To the great black ox, meeting her was heaven's perfect final punctuation upon its long life. Old hey, have you ever blamed me for choosing not to flee the celestial Dao Palace, but to stand and fight to the end? Elder Mo speaks again, as though words long unspoken now surge forth. In truth, with their cultivation realm, escape would have been effortless. None would dare bar their way. Even publicly severing ties with the celestial Dao Palace would spare them pursuit. Moo. The great black ox shakes its head. It knows Elder Mo better than anyone, having grown alongside her. It understands profoundly how sacred the celestial Dao Palace is to her. After all, it is the home where she has dwelled for tens of thousands of years. Very well. Should there be a next life, let us walk as companions once more. A faint, serene smile graces Elder Mo's lips. The great black ox bows its head deeply in affirmation. Begin the slaughter, leave none alive. A cold, detached voice issues from a middle-aged man draped in scarlet robes. Wait, Shue Fudu. I urge you to spare these two. Grant me this courtesy, if nothing else. Suddenly, Bai Liwen, master of the 100 Knowledges Pavilion, steps forward, placing himself squarely between Elder Mo and the great black ox. He knows well during Linger's time at the Celestial Dao Palace, she remained constantly in Elder Mo's and the great black ox's company. Indeed, she even accompanied the great black ox on raids across numerous sects' spiriturb gardens, an unmistakable sign of profound closeness and trust. Though he does not know where Linger has gone, should word reach her that Elder Mo and the great black ox perished, calamity would surely follow. Bai Liwen, do you truly believe I would release tigers back into the mountains? Shue Futu glances contemptuously at Elder Mo and the great black ox, then sneers. And what if I am resolved to shield them? Bai Liwen replies, his tone low and resolute. Shue Futu hails from the Blood Demon sect, a sworn enemy of the Celestial Dao Palace. His strength is formidable. The Blood Demon sect stands as the largest malevolent force in Zhongzhou, especially after their expedition to the Immortal Cloud secret realm, where they seized vast quantities of celestial herbs and surged in power. Still, should battle erupt, the 100 Knowledges Pavilion fears no confrontation. Then let us fight. Your pavilion may be renowned, yet the Blood Demon sect bows to no one. Shue Futu snorts dismissively, utterly unimpressed by Bai Liwen. Master, by your kindness is deeply appreciated, but perhaps you ought to consider the welfare of your own sect first. Elder Mo interjects. Though she cannot fathom why Bai Liwen, who never involves himself in wars, has intervened on her behalf, she recognizes his goodwill. She refuses to let her plight drag the 100 Knowledges Pavilion into conflict. Rest assured, friend, today I shall protect you. But only the two of you. Bai Liwen offers a subtle, knowing smile. As a merchant of wisdom, he weighs every gesture in terms of value. Saving Elder Mo and the great black ox secures a karmic bond with Linger, a transaction rich in unseen returns. Then let us see whether you possess the skill to do so. Shue Futu scoffs, and without further warning launches his attack. Bai Liwen meets him effortlessly, unflinching, unhesitant. After a single exchange, both recoil backward, evenly matched. Bai Liwen, will you truly defy the Blood Demon sect for these two? Shue Futu's expression dark. Bai Liwen says nothing, only smiles faintly, his meaning unmistakable. Granny, Dinyo-nyo, I'm here. Linger's voice descends from the heavens, clear and commanding. Linger, Moo. At the sound, Elder Mo and the great black ox instantly stir, vitality surging back into their weary forms. They lift their gaze toward the sky. Prepare to die. Bai Liwen glances at Xue Futu with quiet mockery. Huh. Xue Futu blinks, bewildered. What does that mean? His brow furrows faintly. Meanwhile, Linger has already arrived beside Elder Mo and the great black ox flanked by her entourage. Granny. Denyonyo. Who dared harm Granny and Denyonyo? Seeing their blood-soaked forms, Linger's fury ignites instantly, white-hot and absolute. It was I. And who might you be? Unaware of Linger's terrifying nature, Xue Futu steps forward boldly. Bai Liwen nearly chokes, his inner voice roaring in awe, truly extraordinary courage. He silently raises a thumb to Xue Futu in grim admiration. You dared hurt Granny and Denyonyo, so I'll hit you. Linger glares at Xue Futu, her cheeks flushed crimson with righteous wrath. Oh, is that so? Then come, try striking me. A charming little thing. You shall be mine, little one. Ha ha ha. Xue Futu smirks coldly. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness, he thought to himself after hearing the words of the little girl. The stories of the little girl had long spread throughout Zhongzhou, including the destruction of the Yu family and the opening of the Xianyan secret realm. Although these were just two events, each was earth-shattering. After the expedition to the Xianyan secret realm, many forces in Zhongzhou secretly issued orders to treat the little girl well and not to act maliciously. Now facing the little girl, Xue Futua was unexpectedly brave. Bai Liwen speculated that this guy must have been in seclusion and was unaware of the great deeds accomplished by the little girl. After all, the person leading the Xue demon sect back then was just an elder. Or perhaps Xue Futua knew of the little girl but did not know her appearance. Regardless, Bai Liwen knew that Xue Futua was doomed today. The entire Xue demon sect would likely follow him to the heavens. Brazen. How dare you, Emir, and show disrespect to the young master. You are dead today, I assure you. No. As Xue Futuo's words fell, Mo Qing and her companions who had come with the little girl immediately spoke up. With their voices, a terrifying aura began to spread. Under their oppressive aura, everyone from the Xue demon sect was forced to kneel, including Xue Futua. After all, Mo Qing and her group were all half-step immortal emperors. Not to mention mere Jujia realm experts. Even immortal kings, immortal lords, and even immortal saints would have to kneel in the face of 7 or 8 half-step immortal emperors. Damn. Feeling the terrifying aura erupting from Mo Qing and her companions, Xue Futua was dumbfounded. Immortal realm experts. These seemingly ordinary individuals were all immortal realm experts. Not just him, even Bai Liwen was stunned. He never expected that the little girl would bring so many immortal realm. Moreover, they were not ordinary immortal realm experts. However, compared to their shock, the immortal realm practitioners reincarnated in the true spirit world erupted in a frenzy. Among them was Ji Sun from the Ji family. Damn half-step immortal emperors. And several of them. What the hell is going on? He looked towards the direction of the Tiandao Palace, both shocked and confused. Even before his reincarnation into the true spirit world, he had never seen such beings. And now, such powerful experts were actually appearing in the true spirit world. What? Several of them. What is going on? Did someone in the true spirit world break the rules of heaven, attracting so many half-step immortal emperors? Where did these half-step immortal emperors come from? What in the world happened in the Tiandao Palace of the true spirit world to attract half-step immortal emperors to come? Damn half-step immortal emperors. It seems to be the people from the Chaos Sea. How could they come to the true spirit world? Could it be for that by Yunyan? At this moment, people throughout Zhongzhou paused their actions, shocked and dazed as they looked towards the Tiandao Palace. Some were farmers, some were blacksmiths, and others were alchemists. Without exception, these were all individuals reincarnated from the immortal spirit world to the true spirit world. At this moment, these individuals wore expressions of shock, fear, and confusion. They simply could not understand why so many half-step immortal emperors had descended upon the true spirit world. Inside the Tiandao Palace of the true spirit world, you're sweating profusely, little brother. I warned you just now, but you didn't listen. Bai Liwen chuckled as he looked at Xue Futua, teasing him. You broke the rules. Those from the upper realms must not interfere with the affairs of the true spirit world. Upper envoy, these people broke the rules. Xue Futua ignored him and shouted towards the sky. As someone who stood at the pinnacle of the true spirit world, he knew the regulations of the immortal spirit world. It was forbidden to act against individuals from the lower realms. Damn. Outside the true spirit world, the upper envoy, watching everything, felt his body tremble upon hearing Xue Futuo's words. These were all half-step immortal emperor experts. Who the hell would dare to interfere? Moreover, these were the madmen from the Chaos Sea. They did not even fear the true Tiandao Palace. Why would they care about any rules? Is there such a rule? Mo Qing, upon hearing this, looked up at the sky. Her sharp gaze pierced through layers of space and landed on the upper envoy. Instantly, the upper envoy felt a prickling sensation and cold sweat streamed down his back. Esteemed guests, please be gentle, just don't destroy the true spirit world. He swallowed hard, and spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Qing gently nodded and withdrew her gaze. Do you have any backing? She looked at Xue Futuo with disdain. Meeting her eyes, Xue Futuo's expression darkened instantly. Who were these people? How could they be people that even the upper envoy of the immortal spirit world dared not to manage? He pondered, his eyes rolling as if weighing something. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and took out a jade butterfly, crushing it. As the jade butterfly shattered, a streak of light flew away towards the distance, obviously summoning someone. Qing did not stop him and just quietly watched. She wanted to see who was backing this guy daring to be so arrogant. Young master, let me handle this. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Qing looked at the little girl and said, linger first, treat grandma and Big Nyo's injuries. Li Xingyue also stepped forward to comfort them. Yes, Grandma Big Nyo, you all quickly eat this. The little girl nodded, her eyes slightly red as she looked at Elder Mo and Big Black Bull. As she spoke, she took out a lotus flower. What is this? Watching the lotus flower taken out by the little girl, Qing and the others widened their eyes, filled with incredulity. Because that was the 9-turn immortal lotus, the most top-tier healing elixir of the immortal spirit world. Its effects were extremely terrifying. Even if one was left with only a piece of flesh, as long as a trace of the immortal soul remained, refining this item would instantly restore them to their former state. It could be said that the efficacy of the 9-turn immortal lotus was not inferior to that of the Phoenix clan's nirvana divine ability. Similarly, this 9-turn immortal lotus was also one of the 10 divine objects of the immortal spirit world. It was something that could be compared with the heavenly spirit immortal peach. How could she have this? Qing and the others exchanged glances, both shocked and curious. They were very eager to know how many good treasures the little girl had. Young master, no, this item's medicinal power is too overwhelming. They cannot withstand its medicinal power. Qing hurriedly reminded them. The 9-turn immortal lotus was not only a healing divine medicine, but also contained terrifying immortal Dao origins. Not to mention the tribulation realm. Even the immortal Dao experts below the immortal king realm could not bear its medicinal power. Linger, it's fine, we can just rest for a bit. Elder Mo smiled kindly. Moo. Big Black Bull followed with a call, nudging the little girl with his head. Nyo, Grandma, does it hurt? You bled so much. The little girl said with tears in her eyes as she looked at the person and the beast with pain. Don't cry, Grandma isn't hurt. Just being able to see you, Grandma, is fine. Elder Mo smiled gently. Oh, why is that? The little girl curiously asked. Because you are Grandma's medicine. To Grandma, seeing you is more effective than any medicine. Elder Mo explained with a smile. Big Black Bull nodded heavily. You can use this, but it's the only thing you can use for me. At this moment, Qing interjected. While speaking, she took out 2 pills and handed them to the person and the bull. Thank you very much. After some hesitation, Elder Mo chose to accept them. After consuming them, their injuries were instantly healed. Who injured my people? At this moment, a voice came, then a statue flew from a distance and landed beside Xue Futuo. It was none other than Wang Feiyun from the Xianyan secret realm. Is it you? Upon seeing Wang Feiyun, Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the old man in the gray robe were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that this blood-floating tower was actually under Wang Feiyun's command. Hearing this, Wang Feiyun's eyes darted as he looked towards them. When he spotted Xiao Linger, he instantly softened. How is it this little ancestor again? He then turned his gaze towards Qing and the others. If it weren't for the jade statue, he would have definitely been scared enough to kneel on the spot. Half-step Immortal Emperors. All of them are half-step Immortal Emperors. And they are from that group of madmen at the Chaos Sea. This is insane. Wang Feiyun was completely at a loss. You harmed my grandmother and Big Bull. Xiao Linger glared at Wang Feiyun, her anger palpable. No. Wang Feiyun hurriedly replied. Not to mention Qing and those half-step Immortal Emperor powerhouses, even with his current state, he could not defeat Xiao Linger. Moreover, he knew that Xiao Linger not only had a mother who was a reincarnated Immortal Emperor, but also a father more terrifying than the Emperor of Yin. Who the hell could provoke her? Soul-sealing stone. That's quite rare. The remnant soul of an immortal king. Is this your leverage? Qing glanced at Wang Feiyun, her face filled with disdain. Not to mention a remnant soul of an immortal king. Even if a true immortal king came, she could easily annihilate them. It's a misunderstanding. I was just passing by, and I don't know him. Do you believe that? Wang Feiyun quickly distanced himself from the blood-floating tower. If he knew that the blood-floating tower had provoked Xiao Linger, even if he borrowed 1,000 of his courage, he wouldn't dare to approach. Qing and the others scoffed derisively upon hearing this. Passing by. Don't know him. What a lie. Do you believe that? If Linger had arrived later, and if this senior hadn't been here, Elder Mo and Big Black Bull would have long since perished. Linger likes them very much. Li Xingyue chimed in. Wang Feiyun was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. He had just been wondering why this little ancestor would get involved in this matter. So it was like this. Why didn't you listen to me? I only asked you to control the area, not to kill everyone. Wang Feiyun questioned the blood-floating tower. He hadn't intended to wash away the heavenly Dao Palace. He just wanted to control it. And now this was the result. He had actually provoked this little ancestor. They wouldn't obey, so I had no choice but to kill them. The blood-floating tower replied. All right, tell me, how do you want to die? Mo Qing interrupted the two. Facing her gaze, Wang Feiyun's mind raced as he contemplated how to break the deadlock. Alchemy Cauldron, this is truly a misunderstanding. I did not order the slaughter of the heavenly Dao Palace. Suddenly he spoke up. Alchemy Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing, who was preparing to take action, furrowed her brow slightly. She knew that the Alchemy Cauldron had always been by Xiao Linger's side. If Wang Feiyun was acquainted with the Alchemy Cauldron, it would indeed be difficult to directly annihilate it. Sigh. A sigh echoed as the Alchemy Cauldron flew out from Xiao Linger's side. From the moment it saw Wang Feiyun, it knew the other party would definitely come seeking its help. Why do you want to control the heavenly Dao Palace? The Alchemy Cauldron asked in confusion. Given Wang Feiyun's current state, he should be focusing on finding a genius to seize and rebirth. Why would he come to attack the heavenly Dao Palace? It was merely a force of the true spirit realm. For the people of the true spirit realm, it might be quite decent. But for someone like Wang Feiyun, even the top forces of the true spirit realm were merely trash. Attacking the heavenly Dao Palace held no benefits for Wang Feiyun. Because of a secret realm within the heavenly Dao Palace. Wang Feiyun sighed helplessly as he responded. Secret realm. Upon hearing this, the Alchemy Cauldron, Mo Qing, and the others furrowed their brows tightly. How could a mere secret realm of the true spirit realm attract the attention of someone like Wang Feiyun, a former immortal king? You all take a look. As Wang Feiyun spoke, a palm-sized jade tablet flew out from within him. Mo Qing caught it effortlessly. What they saw were some twisted, mysterious characters engraved on it. Is this an ancient immortal script? Looking at the characters, Mo Qing's brow furrowed. The ancient times, which was 2 epochs ago. According to the records in the immortal spirit realm, it seemed that a significant event had occurred during that era, leading to a substantial disruption in the history of the immortal spirit realm. I want to see too. Xiao Linger suddenly interjected. Mo Qing immediately handed the jade tablet to her. Divine. Suppressing Heaven Tower. Great Tree. Heavenly God's Secret Realm. Xiao Linger examined the jade tablet, her brows furrowed as she deciphered. Little Master, you know these characters. Mo Qing looked at her in shock. These were ancient characters from the ancient era. Due to historical disruptions, very few people could decipher ancient characters. Even she could not understand these characters. Yet she did not expect that Xiao Linger actually recognized them. The others were also astonished. I know my teacher has taught me. Xiao Linger nodded. Teacher. Mo Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Who could possibly teach Xiao Linger to recognize ancient characters? Wait, Little Master, what did you just say? Suppressing Heaven Tower. Suddenly a Star Master inquired. Suppressing Heaven Tower. The others furrowed their brows slightly, as that name sounded very familiar. That half-artifact of the Emperor of Yin. Mo Qing suddenly exclaimed. Suppressing Heaven Tower was indeed the name of that half-artifact of the Emperor of Yin. Upon hearing this, the others were also left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. If that were the case, then what was recorded on this jade tablet is related to the half-artifact of the Emperor of Yin. First, deal with the others. Little Master, please spare Wang Feiyun's life. He helped us back then, and he was unaware of this matter. Please, Little Master, show mercy. The alchemy called, since this matter was related to the half-artifact of the Emperor of Yin, it naturally should not be leaked. All right then. Xiao Linger thought for a moment before responding. Upon hearing this, both the alchemy cauldron and Wang Feiyun breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Linger had been determined to eliminate everyone, even the alchemy cauldron would have had to agree. Mo Qing saw this and ceased to waste words, directly raising her hand to eliminate all the members of the Blood Demon sect. She then pointed her finger towards the direction of the Blood Demon sect. A white light shot forth. Boom. In an instant, the entire mountain where the Blood Demon sect was located was reduced to powder. This could be considered a swift end for the Blood Demon sect. Do you want to stay for tea? Mo Qing looked at Bai Liwen. No, I must take my leave. Bai Liwen quickly shook his head and left directly. In the blink of an eye, only those who remained from the Heavenly Dao Palace and Xiao Linger and her group were left in the square. Linger let Elder Mo and Big Black Bull settle down to the Heavenly Dao Palace first. Li Xingyue suggested. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. Xiao Linger obediently nodded. Elder Mo and Big Black Bull did not hesitate and immediately began to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Linger and the others brought Wang Feiyun to Elder Mo's cave dwelling. Speak, what do you know about this? Mo Qing stood behind Xiao Linger, speaking to Wang Feiyun in an interrogative tone. Speak quickly. Little Linger imitated, standing in front of Mo Qing, hands on her hips, questioning Wang Feiyun with a serious face, looking at her playful and adorable appearance. The crowd smiled faintly. This jade plate was obtained from the force you annihilated. After our analysis and deduction, we eventually discovered that the celestial secret realm recorded on this jade plate seems to be related to the burial realm overseen by the heavenly Tao Palace. Wang Feiyun dared not conceal anything and quickly stated. This was the reason he had the Blood Demon sect take down the heavenly Tao Palace. After all, the heavenly tower recorded on the jade plate is an artifact of the Dark Emperor. As long as it is known, who wouldn't be tempted? Are you all talking about the burial realm? At this moment, Elder Mo's voice rang out, followed by her entering the cave with the big black bull. Grandma Big Bull hug. Seeing them, little Linger immediately dashed over. Good girl, Linger. Elder Mo affectionately hugged her. The big black bull also smiled widely, continuously nudging little Linger with its head. Both Elder Mo and the big black bull wore smiles on their faces. They never expected to see little Linger again. Even more unexpectedly, in times of danger, little Linger would come to rescue them. Hee big bull, I want to eat beef. Little Linger patted the big black bull's head, revealing her tiny tiger teeth. Moo. The big black bull bellowed, unhesitatingly offering a hind leg. This bull is truly ruthless. The elder in ragged clothes remarked, his mouth twitching slightly. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling smiled, but said nothing. To little Linger, the big black bull was indeed a fierce bull. Of course, it was also evident how much the big black bull cherished little Linger. Aside from those two large bells on its body, anything else that little Linger wanted to eat, the big black bull would undoubtedly provide without hesitation. Hee, thank you, big bull snuggle. With the beef leg in hand, little Linger smiled even more joyfully. The big black bull showed its 2 rows of signature big teeth, looking at little Linger like a kind elder. Could you elaborate on this burial realm? At this moment, Mo Qing interjected. The burial realm is a secret realm controlled by the heavenly Tao Palace. It seems to be a resting place for the powerful. Inside there are many tombs, and over the years the heavenly Tao Palace has obtained numerous cultivation techniques, secret arts, alchemy methods, and so on from within. Each one is extraordinarily powerful. We once suspected that those buried within the burial realm were likely all Taoist experts. Elder Mo gently nodded and explained. A resting place for the powerful. After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others frowned slightly. Such places also exist in the immortal spirit realm. And such places are essentially the ancestral tombs of forces that have been extinguished in the river of time. But how could the burial realm of this world be related to the semi-artifact in the hands of the Dark Emperor? Regarding that semi-artifact in the hands of the Dark Emperor, there are rumors in the immortal spirit realm. It is said that the semi-artifact was obtained in a place called the Divine Sea in the immortal spirit realm. Where is this place? Can we go see it? Because this matter is of utmost importance. Mo Qing, normally when facing someone of such a cultivation level, she would directly suppress and interrogate them. But now that wouldn't do, because she could see that little Linger was extremely affectionate towards Elder Mo and the big black bull. With this relationship, how could she dare to use force? The entrance is at the back mountain of the first peak. You may proceed. Elder Mo nodded. She knew very well that such Taoist experts treated her so politely solely because of little Linger. But that did not mean she could refuse. It was better to send them off and gain a favor in return. Moreover, the burial realm no longer held any benefits for the heavenly Tao Palace now, because deep inside, regardless of the cultivation level, no one could reach. Thank you. Mo Qing cupped her hands and looked at little Linger. Little master, will you come with us? In an instant, all eyes turned to little Linger. I want to go, I also want to go. Little Linger exclaimed joyfully, seeming to really enjoy going to unknown places. Old Black, you go with Linger, I'll stay behind to manage the heavenly Tao Palace. Elder Mo spoke up upon seeing this. Moo. Meeting her gaze, the big black bull clumsily nodded. Then let's go and see what the situation is. Mo Qing continued. All right, big bull, let's go. Little Linger nodded, climbed onto the big black bull's neck, and grabbed its horns. Soon they reached the entrance that Elder Mo mentioned. Without any hesitation, everyone stepped inside. The crowd felt their vision blur. When they reappeared, they found themselves in another space. Looking around, there were solitary tombs. In the distance, a mist obscured their view. The ground was black and the sky was dim, as if it were about to enter night. There was no sound around, eerily quiet, as if they were in a dead realm, creating a sense of oppression. Lonely fragrance soared, lonely cloud. Suddenly, while looking around, little Linger's gaze fell upon the tombstone of the closest grave to them, murmuring, Lonely fragrance soared, lonely cloud. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned tightly. There was no information about this person in their memories. Buzz. Suddenly a sword chi burst forth from that grave, shooting directly at Li Xingyue. Everyone was startled. Especially Li Xingyue. At that moment she felt as if she were being targeted by an overwhelming power that she could not resist. Don't move, there's no killing intent. At this moment, Mo Qing reminded. As her words fell, the sword light had already penetrated Li Xingyue's brow. In an instant her entire body trembled, and then her form transformed into a flowing light, flying towards the grave of Lonely Cloud. It seemed as if something was trying to absorb her. Sister. Little Linger was instantly alarmed and reached out towards Li Xingyue. The terrifying source of power erupted forcefully, stopping Li Xingyue. Suddenly a cold snort came from the grave of Lonely Cloud. As the voice echoed, a wave of energy erupted from the grave, directly shattering the source power that was restraining Li Xingyue. Bold. Impudent. Seeing this scene, Mo Qing and the others were furious and immediately attacked that solitary grave. A terrifying source power erupted, aiming to destroy that solitary grave. Weak. A disdainful voice came from the solitary grave, and then a flash of white light appeared, and a terrifying sword chi erupted from the grave. Wherever the sword chi passed, it directly destroyed the attacks of Mo Qing and the others. This made Mo Qing and the others' expressions change slightly. Although they had only casually struck, they were at least half-step Immortal Emperors. Even a beginner Immortal Emperor couldn't possibly destroy them so easily, right? If you attack again, you will die. The arrogant voice echoed, just like its name, filled with a sense of desolation. As the voice fell, Li Xingyue had already been pulled into the solitary grave. Sister, give my sister back. Little Linger angrily shouted at the grave of Lonely Cloud. However, the grave ignored her entirely. Mu Ling and the elder in ragged clothes began to mourn for the person within the grave. How dare he provoke this little ancestor? Friend, you are doomed. Sure enough, the next moment the space around Xiao Linger suddenly vibrated. The various divine artifacts of the small gourd emerged. A terrifying aura spread out, pressing towards the lonely grave. What the hell? Feeling the terrifying aura erupting from the small gourd's divine artifacts, the people who had followed Mo Qing were all stunned. Is this the foundation of the little master? It's just a small scene, don't panic. It's just some divine artifacts. Mo Qing glanced at them, then subtly looked at the big red robe on Xiao Linger. She knew very well that the divine artifacts of the small gourd were merely the generals charging into battle. The true general was that big red robe. Just some divine artifacts. After hearing this, the other star masters twitched their mouths slightly. These are divine artifacts. Not a single one exists in the entire immortal spirit realm. You call this a small scene? What kind of joke is this? They thought, both shocked and confused, because they had no idea that Xiao Linger possessed so many divine artifacts. Hunyuan purple gold gourd, Tianxing chain, binding god lockdown boundary coin. You? How can it be you? A panicked voice came from the lonely cloud grave. Then a phantom figure suddenly sprang out from the grave. It was a man in white, looking rather ordinary. However, the aura around him was like an unparalleled sword, exuding a sharpness. Buzz. The small gourd's divine artifacts trembled slightly. Who am I? Don't you remember how well that terrifying battle damaged many divine artifacts? Don't make a move, we are family. Also, I have no intention of harming that girl, merely imparting my legacy to her. The figure continued to speak. Upon hearing this, the small gourd's group fell silent. Who are you? Where is my sister? What have you done with her? Xiao Linger glared at the figure angrily and asked. Upon hearing this, the figure first glanced at Xiao Linger, then looked at the small gourd's group. There was a strange expression in his eyes. It seemed he couldn't believe that the entire small gourd's group had appeared on a 4 or 5-year-old child. My name is Guyan, who are you? Why are they following you? The figure spoke, looking at Xiao Linger with confusion in his eyes. I am super invincible #1 awesome. Quickly return my sister, or I'll have the small gourd deal with you. Xiao Linger huffed and said. Guyan was clearly taken aback after hearing this. Super invincible #1 awesome. What kind of name is that? However, after glancing at the small gourd, he could only accept it and dared not mock it. The sister you mentioned is inside, receiving my legacy. She possesses the Linglong Dao body and a pure heart, making her suitable for my solitary fragrance sword technique. Guyan explained. May I ask which era you are from, senior? You seem to know them. At this moment, Mo Qing interjected. While speaking, he glanced at the small gourd. Since this person recognized the small gourd's divine artifacts, his background must be extraordinary. Era. I remember it was called the Ancient Spirit Era. Guyan looked at Mo Qing and said. What? After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were all shocked. Although there had been a serious historical disruption in the immortal spirit realm. For countless years, with the discovery of some relics, people have gleaned some traces of the past era of the immortal spirit realm. The most widely recognized era is indeed known as the Ancient Spirit Era. This era is also referred to as the previous era of the immortal spirit realm. They never expected that buried in this lost world of the true spirit realm were people from the Ancient Spirit Era. Does this mean those graves are? Mo Qing and the others thought, their gazes heating up as they looked at those graves. A great treasure. This place must absolutely be a super treasure. You don't need to think about it, those are basically all honorary graves. Seemingly seeing through their thoughts, Gu Yun said. However, Mo Qing and the others were still happy in their hearts. Basically does not mean all. They still have a chance to obtain the legacy. Hunyuan purple gold gourd, do you really not remember anything? At that time you were the personal divine artifact of the general. Guyan looked at the small gourd and said, I don't remember. A youthful yet somewhat ancient voice came from inside the small gourd. Is that so? Gu Yun sighed after hearing this, took a deep look at Xiao Linger, and then fell silent. Senior, may I ask what place this is? Also, do you know about the Towning Tower? Mo Qing asked. The Towning Tower. Where is it? Where is it? To his surprise, after hearing this, Gu Yun questioned with a heart full of anger. Seeing this, Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Senior, it's like this. Mo Qing hurriedly spoke and explained the situation regarding the Immortal Emperor and the Towning Tower. Immortal Emperor. Half-step divine artifact. Haha, I never expected the Towning Tower actually recognized a mere Immortal Emperor as its master. And was beaten down to a half-divine artifact, haha. Gu Yun laughed heartily after hearing this, his face full of mockery. Senior, could you elaborate on what happened back then? And what is the situation with this Towning Tower? Mo Qing asked again. Oh, you don't know what happened? Gu Yun said, looking quite surprised. Mo Qing and the others shook their heads. After hearing this, Gu Yun's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with seriousness. This means someone has erased that part of history. Gu Yun frowned. Erased that part of history. Mo Qing and the others looked bewildered. What kind of existence could erase a segment of history? To accomplish such a thing, the first step would have to be to eliminate all witnesses, right? I don't know much because back then I was just a 100-man commander. I only remember that for some unknown reason, the strongest force of the human race, the heavenly Dao Palace, ordered an attack on the true God realm. I was killed by a powerful being and left with a remnant soul which was placed into the tomb of 10,000 gods by the general. Since then I fell into a deep sleep and I could only awaken because a very special being came here a few years ago. He brought us divine essence which allowed me to awaken. Gu Yun slowly said, the heavenly Dao Palace. After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others' eyes widened. Could it be that the heavenly Dao Palace of the true spirit realm originated from the ancient spirit era? So is the entrance to the tomb of 10,000 gods located here? The special being you mentioned should be the master. At this moment, the voice of the big red robe suddenly rang out. Subsequently, it slowly flew out from Xiao Linger's body. Master. After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were left dumbfounded on the spot. The master referred to by the big red robe is none other than Xiao Linger's father. He has been here before. However, Mo Qing and the others did not notice Gu Yun's ghostly expression upon seeing the big red robe. You are. I am Gu Yun, a 100-man commander under King Xuanwu. I greet the Lord Red Yin. Gu Yun spoke with a trembling voice, kneeling before the big red robe. Lonely Cloud knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with respect as he continually stole glances at Xiao Linger. At this moment, turmoil surged within his heart. Who exactly is this little child? Even the mixed element purple gold gourd and a host of other artifacts are attached to her. Could she be the reincarnation of a powerful being from the ancient spirit era? He mumbled to himself, his face filled with disbelief. One must know that the red cloak once belonged to the divine maiden of the heavenly Dao Palace. Its status is so elevated that even his superior would have to kneel in respect upon seeing it. Now such an existence is protecting a 4 or 5-year-old child. This is truly baffling. Of course, the ones even more bewildered and shocked are the others besides Mo Qing from the Chaos Sea. At this moment, they stared dumbfounded at the great red robe, their mouths agape in shock wide enough to fit an egg. As a powerful figure from the ancient spirit era, Lonely Cloud regarded artifacts with a sense of equality. Yet now upon seeing this great red robe, he knelt down. What does this signify? It signifies that the great red robe is an existence that transcends true artifacts. Several people swallowed hard and exchanged glances, all comprehending the unspoken meaning in their eyes. What terrifying things are attached to their little master? Get up and tell me everything you know. The red cloak spoke in a calm tone. What do I know? Lonely Cloud was momentarily stunned upon hearing that. Suddenly he looked at the great red robe in disbelief and exclaimed, Lord Hong, Yin, could it be that you also? Indeed, my memories are severely fragmented. When I regained consciousness, I was in the hands of the master. He instructed me to protect the little master. The red cloak replied calmly. However, upon hearing this, Lonely Cloud trembled violently, nearly dissipating. This cloak once belonged to the divine maiden of the heavenly Dao Palace. That female warrior was one of the strongest forces in the heavenly Dao Palace. Yet now the red cloak, which was once so powerful, is in a situation similar to that of the mixed element purple gold gourd and other artifacts. Does this not imply that the once mighty and terrifying main artifact has also been crippled? Lonely Cloud thought to himself. and then said to report to the Lord, I do not know much. However, I do know quite a bit about the Heaven Suppression Tower. Speak, what is the origin of this tower? My fragmented memories lack any information about it. The Red Cloak spoke in a calm tone. The Heaven Suppression Tower is the life artifact of the White Tiger King. Long ago, I was ordered by the Black Tortoise King to secretly infiltrate the True God realm and destroy the transportation array. In the end, I encountered the White Tiger King, who turned out to be a traitor. Our team suffered a tragic fate. Lonely Cloud nodded and replied truthfully. The life artifact of the White Tiger King. Mo Ching and the others furrowed their brows. Who exactly is the White Tiger King? Tell me about the White Tiger King and the Black Tortoise King. Seemingly seeing through the doubts in their hearts, the Red Cloak inquired. Master, do you have such severe memory loss? You don't even know this. Lonely Cloud looked at the Red Cloak in disbelief. These figures were once all under the command of the female warrior. They were well-known characters from his era. One could say that the Black Tortoise King, the White Tiger King, and others had become basic knowledge of his time. The Red Cloak, once under her command, now seems to have forgotten even this. What happened back then? Lonely Cloud pondered, and after a long while he finally replied, the Heavenly Tao Palace has 9 great war gods, one of whom is a woman named Su Exin. Su Exin has 4 kings under her command, namely the Black Tortoise King, the White Tiger King, the Azure Dragon King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Qilin King. The 4 kings and Su Xin's territory are located in the True Spirit Domain. Su Exin treated the 4 kings very well, dividing the True Spirit Domain into 5 regions. Among them, the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest are granted to the 4 kings, while Su Exin herself governs the central region. Hearing his words, the elder in the hemp clothes, the big black cow, and the wood spirit all widened their eyes in astonishment. What Lonely Cloud described is exactly the current structure of the True Spirit Realm. Could it be that the True Spirit Realm is actually the former True Spirit Domain? The elder in the hemp clothes said in shock. Instantly all eyes turned to him. Suddenly being stared at by so many powerful figures, the elder in the hemp clothes trembled. To report to the esteemed seniors, the True Spirit Realm also has 5 regions. Apart from the central continent where we are currently located, there are also the Black Tortoise Domain, White Tiger Domain, Azure Dragon Domain, and Vermilion Bird Domain. This is consistent with what Elder Lonely Cloud said. He hurriedly explained. After hearing this, Mo Ching and the others furrowed their brows. Based on this, the True Spirit Realm indeed aligns very well with the situation of the True Spirit Domain. It should be the True Spirit Realm, should be the former True Spirit Domain. Otherwise, how could the Jade Tablet be found in such a lost world? Wang Feiyun suddenly interjected. When he initially obtained the Jade Tablet, he was quite puzzled, for the contents recorded are related to the Dark Heavenly Emperor. After all, such things should only appear in the Immortal Spirit Realm. Yet now it has unexpectedly appeared in the True Spirit Realm. If the True Spirit Realm is indeed the former True Spirit Domain, then it all makes sense. Mo Ching and the others nodded in realization. This indeed makes sense. Jade Tablet. May I have a look? Lonely Cloud interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaolinger. Because the Jade Tablet is currently in her hands, no one present dared to command her. Here, take a look. Xiaolinger said, tossing the Jade Tablet to Lonely Cloud. This is actually made of divine. Lonely Cloud received the Jade Tablet, speaking in disbelief. Divine Heartstone. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What is this? I know. Xiaolinger suddenly raised her hand and said. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on her, including Lonely Cloud. From the words of Mo Ching and others, he had learned that the history of the ancient spirit era has been erased. This naturally includes the Divine Heartstone. After all, during the ancient spirit era, the Divine Heartstone was also an extremely rare item. How does this little girl know about it? Daddy said the Divine Heartstone is the essence of the Divine King Crystal. It's really comfortable to sit on as a small stool. Xiaolinger said with a cheerful smile. What? Lonely Cloud was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The Divine Heartstone is used as a small stool. Is there something wrong with you, big brother? That is the Divine Heartstone, and you use it as a small stool. He looked at the innocent Xiaolinger with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Because the Divine Heartstone is one of the 3 main materials for forging artifacts. In other words, the Divine Heartstone is an indispensable item for forging artifacts. Even in his time, the Divine Heartstone was extremely rare and highly sought after. What is this little Linger saying? Using it as a small stool. What kind of existence is that person to use such a scarce item as a small stool? Such reckless extravagance is unheard of. A thought flickered across Gu Yun's mind as he replied, tone laced with quiet disbelief. Indeed, the Divine Heartstone is the quintessence of a Divine King Crystal. Yet it was never meant for crafting footstools. Rather, it serves as the indispensable primary material in forging divine artifacts. Upon hearing this, all present recoiled in shock. Even the materials required to forge Immortal Emperor artifacts lay beyond their reach, let alone the irreplaceable core substance needed for divine artifacts. Not for footstools. But Daddy used that stone to carve dozens of stools. And tables too. Oh, and a chessboard. He plays chess with Master all the time. Xiao Ling'er tilted her head, speaking innocently. Gu Yun froze on the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Divine Heartstone, used for stools, tables, and chessboards. In his era, such a substance had been exceedingly rare. Even a sovereign like Xuanwu Wang would have paid exorbitant sums to acquire it. Yet this little girl's father treated it as mere carpentry timber. Silence fell abruptly. Gu Yun stood speechless, rendered mute by Xiao Ling'er's words. He was not alone. Mo Qing and the others shared the same stunned silence. An indispensable primary material for forging divine artifacts. Their own master had fashioned chairs, tables, and chessboards from it. They exchanged glances, astonished, bewildered. Just who was their master to wield such staggering opulence? Meanwhile, the robed elder in hemp and Mu Ling beamed with delight. What did it mean to have a patron? This was true patronage. Using an irreplaceable core material for divine artifact forging as mundane household furnishings. Was there any patron in this world more formidable than this? Wang Feiyun gazed on envy painting his face. A quiet yearning stirred within him, where might one find such a father? I too long to find one. What does the tree engraved upon the jade tablet signify? Hong Yan's voice cut through the reverie, drawing everyone back to reality. Her reminder jolted them into awareness. Indeed, the jade tablet bore not only the 6 characters True God Realm and Heaven-subduing Pagoda, but also a single character tree. I do not know. Under their collective gaze, Gu Yun glanced briefly at the tablet before shaking his head. It must point to something far deeper, Mo Qing surmised. The others nodded in agreement. Gu Yun's ignorance could only mean one of two things: either this inscription appeared after his slumber, or in his former life his cultivation level had been too low to gain access to such knowledge. You might seek out the Tomb Guardian here. To my knowledge, the Pantheon Necropolis has maintained generations of guardians. Should the guardian still dwell here, he would know all things. Gu Yu spoke again. Tomb Guardian. A ripple of astonishment passed through the group. A Tomb Guardian existed here. At that very moment, Gu Yun's burial mound resonated with a low, resonant hum. Then, a flash of white light, and Li Xingyue materialized before them. Her gaze swept across the assembly before settling upon Gu Yun's lingering soul fragment. She clasped her hands and bowed deeply. I am deeply grateful for your legacy. Think nothing of it. I trust you will carry forth the solitary fragrance sword art with honor. Master Deity, I have no time left. Gu Yun waved a hand, speaking with gentle resignation. As but a fading soul fragment, his endurance had reached its absolute limit. Go forth. I shall uncover the truth behind all things. Hong Yin spoke calmly. Yes. Gu Yun bowed respectfully, then gestured lightly toward his own tomb, and intoned solitary fragrance sword. Emerge. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the air as a broken sword shot forth from the tomb. This blade was my personal weapon in life, a divine artifact lacking a spirit core. Yet it has awakened rudimentary sentience, placing its quality on par with what you call a half-divine artifact. Take it with you. Gu Yun addressed Li Xingyue directly. A half-divine artifact. All present turned to Li Xingyue, eyes wide with envious awe. Such a treasure existed nowhere else in the immortal spirit realm, save for the one held by Lord Yin, the heaven-subduing emperor. Li Xingyue hurriedly began. But before she could finish, the solitary fragrance sword emitted a soft, trembling chime and darted straight toward Xiao Ling'er. Hovering beside her, it vibrated incessantly. Little mistress, this sword wishes to pledge allegiance to you, Hong Yin announced. This. Gu Yun's aged face flushed with embarrassment. He cast a silent, reproachful glance at the sword, but dared not rebuke it outright. After all, he dared not provoke Xiaoling. Of course, should Xiao Ling'er accept the solitary fragrance sword, it would be even better. Xiao Ling'er blinked, startled, then squinted at the blade, shaking her head vigorously, her expression resolute with refusal. I don't want it. It's ugly. Mo Qing and the others. They exchanged baffled, faintly amused glances. A half-divine artifact, irresistible to every soul in the immortal spirit realm, was being dismissed outright. Now it sought her allegiance, only to be spurned for its appearance. In this entire world, only Xiao Ling'er, perhaps alongside that one other being, possessed the profound foundation to utter such a judgment. VVVVRRR. The solitary fragrance sword trembled violently, its chimes growing frantic. Little mistress, it pleads for your acceptance. It vows to become beautiful in time. Da Hongpao offered the explanation quietly beside them. Mo Qing and the others instinctively twitched at the corners of their mouths, internally marveling. What a spectacle. Were they to encounter a half-divine artifact, they would bow with utmost reverence and beg it to choose them. A half-divine artifact was literally begging for adoption. Damn sycophant. I mean, sycophantic sword, muttered the hem-probed elder under his breath. Yeah, you and that old fellow are quite the pair, Mu Ling teased. The elder chuckled awkwardly in reply. No, I'll have none of you. Go serve elder sister instead. I refuse you. Xiao Linger remained steadfast in her disdain. VVVV. The sword chimed softly once more, then drifted obediently to Li Xingyue's side. Yet its slender silhouette radiated unmistakable dejection. Enough. She is the rightful master. She is not one you may presume to approach. Gu Yun cast the blade a wry, weary glance, his tone equal parts exasperated and resigned. After all, even the artifacts hovering near Xiao Linger's person outclassed the solitary fragrance sword in power. Young lady, carry forth my solitary fragrance sword with honor. With those final words, Gu Yun dissolved entirely, scattering like mist beneath the boundless sky. Li Xingyue said nothing, merely grasped the solitary fragrance sword and knelt before Gu Yun's tomb, striking 3 solemn kowtows upon the earth. Let us go. Seek out the tomb guardian. Hong Yen spoke, then seamlessly remerged with Xiao Linger. Xiao Hulu and the others followed suit. None dared question her directive, so they abandoned their plans to seek legacies from other tombs, turning instead toward the search for the tomb guardian. After all, finding the tomb guardian would grant them ample time to explore other graves and claim further legacy. Moreover, they burned with a deeper longing to uncover the truth of what had transpired in that distant age. A group of people continued to advance through the tomb of the gods, delving deeper. The little spirit girl bounced ahead, glancing left and right, seemingly filled with endless curiosity about everything. Mo Qing and the others followed behind, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the tombs, for these tombs might harbor the legacies of powerful beings. Moreover, it was highly likely that these were the legacies of divine realm experts. Even if they could not break through to the divine realm, obtaining a divine artifact would still be quite remarkable. In fact, even acquiring a semi-divine artifact would be excellent. Sister, where is the tomb keeper? The little spirit girl suddenly asked Li Xingyue while bouncing ahead. Linger, I don't know either, Li Xingyue replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. Following beside the little spirit girl, her cultivation had soared greatly. She had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, just a step away from breaking into the sacred realm. She had just acquired the legacy of Goyen, a half-step, true god realm expert. She was confident that she would soon break through to the sacred realm. However, despite her significant cultivation increase, she was still insignificant in front of Mo Qing and the others. Even Mo Qing and the others could not discern where the tombkeeper was. What more could she do? Oh, it's you, what a coincidence, a voice suddenly rang out. At that moment, a refined young man suddenly emerged from the mist. Is that you? Upon seeing the refined young man, Li Xingyue's heart jolted immediately. This person was none other than the fallen spirit Mo Qingshu, whom she and the little spirit girl had met on the ancient battlefield. Filthy thing, it's you. The little spirit girl's gaze also fell upon Mo Qingshu. Mo Qing and the others looked confused. Do they know him? Fate truly is a wondrous thing. What a coincidence to meet you two again. Mo Qingshu responded with a gentle smile. How come you are here? Li Xingyue asked with a puzzled expression. She remembered that the little spirit girl had mentioned before that fallen spirits could seize everything from others provided that person agreed. This guy was previously on the ancient battlefield. How could he be here now? Because this is my home, Mo Qingshu smiled elegantly. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes widened. This is home. Could it be that Mo Qingshu is also from the ancient spirit era? Or rather, is Mo Qingshu the tombkeeper they are looking for? Filthy thing, are you the tombkeeper? The little spirit girl tilted her head and asked. Tombkeeper. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others focused their gazes on Mo Qingshu, their brows slightly furrowing. They realized that with their half-step Immortal Emperor realm cultivation, they could not see through this person at all. It was as if the other party was shrouded in a layer of mist. Tombkeeper. It can be said that I am, but it can also be said that I am not, Mo Qingshu replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not. What does it mean to be both? The little spirit girl looked at him, pressing for an answer. Mo Qing and the others felt their heads spinning. What kind of riddle is this? Well, I was created by an old man. He said I would inherit his identity as the tombkeeper. So I should count as the tombkeeper you mentioned, Mo Qing, created by an old man. Inheriting the identity of the tombkeeper. That means Mo Qingshu is the successor of the tombkeeper. Can you introduce us to the old man you speak of? Mo Qing asked Mo Qingshu. Oh, Mo Qingshu's gaze fell on her, and his brow furrowed slightly. You seem to come from the land of divine fall. The land of divine fall. Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances. The place they were in was the chaotic sea after all. What is this land of divine fall? Is that rumor really true? Suddenly, a star sovereign spoke. According to the rumor, the chaotic sea was transformed from a realm that separated from the divine realm. Now that Mo Qingshu said they came from the land of divine fall, it indirectly confirmed that rumor. The others nodded, their brows furrowed tightly. If that is the case, then the rumors about the chaotic sea are indeed true. What is the land of divine fall? Mo Qing pressed further. A place that once suppressed sinners. You can understand it as a prison, Mo Qingshu explained immediately. Prison. Mo Qing and the others were dumbfounded. They thought it would be some high-level domain. They never expected it to be a prison. Do you want to meet the old man? Then follow me. He still has a breath left, Mo Qingshu continued. Upon hearing this, everyone followed closely behind him without suspicion. Following Mo Qingshu, they quickly entered a very peculiar place. The surroundings were pitch black and light shone down from above, illuminating the center. At the very center there was a throne. At this moment a person was sitting on the throne. The person had long and messy hair and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a very disheveled beggar. Hey old man, you're still alive, Mo Qingshu teased as he looked at the person. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others furrowed their brows slightly. According to Mo Qingshu, this disheveled old man should be the real tomb keeper. However, logically speaking, Mo Qingshu was essentially the apprentice of the tomb keeper. How could he have such an attitude? The few of them exchanged glances, gradually drawing closer and slowly shielding the little spirit girl in the center. Something was off. Mo Qingshu felt very off. Tree spirit, if you want to kill, then kill. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the old man's mouth. The lowered head slowly lifted, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His eyes were murky, filled with the feeling of years gone by. Hey, how could I kill you? You're just the bait, see? Mo Qingshu said with a strange smile, his gaze falling on the little spirit girl. In an instant, Mo Qing and the others felt a sense of crisis. Who exactly are you? Li Xingyue asked Mo Qingshu. Faced with their questioning, Mo Qingshu only smiled mysteriously without answering, his gaze fixed intently on the little spirit girl. Old man, do you think this little girl can save you? Or rather, will her backing come? He began slowly. The tomb keeper's gaze also fell upon the little spirit girl. You are that person's daughter. He looked at the little spirit girl, his murky gaze suddenly brightening. Grandpa, are you talking about me? The little spirit girl looked up with her round, watery eyes meeting the tomb keeper's gaze. It's him. You have his bloodline aura on you. Go hurry, this is a trap aimed at you and your father. The tomb keeper urged urgently. A trap aimed at the little spirit girl and her father. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically. Hey old man, do you think you can still escape? Little girl, hurry and call your dad out. Otherwise you will die, Mo Qingshu said with a gentle smile, elegantly speaking to the little spirit girl. I won't say my name. Otherwise my stinky father won't let me out to play. What an innocent and naive little creature. Can I ask what happened here? And what exactly occurred back then? Fine, let me clarify things for you. The master sensed that there exists a presence beyond his control. But that person is too well hidden, even the master with all his might couldn't find their exact location. So the master sent me to the true spirit realm to search. Mo Qing and the others furrowed their brows. That so-called existence beyond control must be the father of Shaolinger. Who is your master? Is it the Emperor? The Emperor. He doesn't deserve that title. He's merely a puppet of the master. Mo Qing and the others were shocked. The Emperor is just a pawn in someone else's hands. Is he the one who erased the history of the ancient spirit era? Correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. The keeper of the tomb spoke, seemingly seeing through their confusion. The divine tree. Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances, recalling the character tree recorded on the jade tablet. The divine tree was originally a divine wood cultivated by the master of the heavenly Dao Palace to nurture remnants of souls. As long as a trace of the remnant soul exists, it can be planted in this tree for nurturing, and when the divine soul is complete, it can be reincarnated. It maintained the status of the heavenly Dao Palace, suppressing all external foes. Unfortunately, the divine tree was unwilling to be a puppet of the heavenly Dao Palace. Thus it fled the heavenly Dao Palace, took root in the true God realm, and absorbed divine souls to strengthen itself. Many small worlds were drained by this tree, turning into wastelands, and countless lives perished as a result. Therefore, the heavenly Dao Palace ordered an attack on the true God realm to destroy this tree. But in the end, they were defeated. The heavenly Dao Palace was defeated. Because while nurturing the remnant souls, the divine tree left behind restrictive means within those souls. As a result, many reincarnated and recultivated experts of the heavenly Dao Palace suddenly perished or were even controlled. The keeper of the tomb spoke slowly. Is that so? Mo Qing and the others realized. Although the heavenly Dao Palace was defeated, the divine tree was also destroyed by the master at great cost. Unexpectedly, it not only survived, but also erased all records of the ancient spirit era. This person is a tree spirit created by the divine tree, which can also be considered a puppet. The keeper of the tomb spoke again, glancing at Qingshu. According to the keeper, the divine tree is an extremely powerful existence. Previously, the alchemy cauldron mentioned that Xiao Linger's father is currently in seclusion, striving for the true god realm. The divine tree, which could destroy even the heavenly Dao palace of the ancient spirit era, must possess power beyond the true god realm. If they want to eliminate Xiao Linger's father, it shouldn't require such elaborate schemes, right? Although the divine tree won that battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Its cultivation was completely destroyed. Moreover, that battle devastated the entire divine realm, causing a sudden decrease in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless cultivation resources were obliterated and countless powerful beings perished. With no resources and no powerful souls, I estimate that the current strength of the divine tree is at most at the half-step true god realm. The keeper of the tomb explained, seemingly seeing through their doubts. Well, it's my turn to speak now. Qingshu suddenly interjected. My gaze fell upon Xiao Linger. I was ordered by the master to find that transcendent being. I had no leads until I met this little girl. A 4-year-old fairy king. At that moment I suspected she was related to that transcendent being. So I revealed myself to converse with her to confirm. But she only mentioned finding by union, not a word about anyone else. So I didn't alarm her and returned to report to the master. Upon hearing this, Qingshu's brows furrowed instantly. Who? He glanced at Xiao Linger, for the voice had emanated from her. Under his gaze, Hong Yin slowly emerged from Xiao Linger's body. Clearly it was she who had been speaking just now. You? It's you. How could it be you? Seeing Hong Yin, the guardian who was barely clinging to life, was filled with disbelief in his murky eyes. Initially, when Lu Ming arrived here and inquired about the ancient spirit era, he left behind a significant amount of divine essence as a token of gratitude. He then gifted the almost completely broken Hong Yin to Lu Ming. But now, this main artifact had been entirely restored. How is that possible? It is known that even in the ancient spirit era, restoring a main artifact that was nearly reduced to scrap was an extremely challenging task. Who on earth is this person? The guardian thought, overwhelmed with shock and confusion. As the guardian, he could not leave this place. Managed to restore this main artifact. Who on earth is this person? The guardian thought, overwhelmed with shock and confusion. As the guardian, he could not leave this place. However, he still learned from the words of those who entered through the true spirit realm's heavenly Dao palace about the current state of this era. Cultivation resources are scarce. The divine realm has become mere legend. One could say that this era is less than 1/10th of the ancient spirit era. Restoring a main artifact was already a daunting task in the ancient spirit era, let alone in the current age. Yet, that individual managed to restore a main artifact in just 1 or 2 years. It's simply unfathomable. Main artifact. Qingshu was completely stunned upon seeing Hong Yin. Having worked alongside the divine tree, he certainly had knowledge of artifacts. Artifacts are categorized into 4 levels: true artifacts, main artifacts, creation artifacts, and primordial artifacts. Main artifacts are rare, even in the ancient spirit era. He never expected to see one in this era. Moreover, it was a flawless one. Hong Yin was too lazy to waste words with Qingshu. It merely quivered slightly, and a beam of red light shot forth, aiming for Qingshu. The terrifying pressure made Qing and the others feel a mortal threat. They had a strong intuition. If they were in Qingshu's position, they would undoubtedly perish. You might have a main artifact on you. Qingshu lost his refined demeanor, his features contorting as he roared with a twisted face. While speaking, he formed hand seals, unleashing a terrifying aura of an early-stage Immortal Emperor. However, facing Hong Yin, a main artifact, even an early-stage Immortal Emperor would be unable to withstand it. With just one strike, Qingshu flickered between visibility and invisibility, nearly dissipating. You still wish to scheme against the master? Ridiculous. Hong Yin's disdainful voice echoed. Qingshu uttered no further words, merely glared fiercely at Xiao Linger. In the end, his entire form transformed into a branch. The branch appeared ordinary, yet it emanated an extremely terrifying aura rivaling that of Hong Yin. In the end, his entire form transformed into a branch. The branch appeared ordinary, yet it emanated an extremely terrifying aura. It aimed to annihilate her with a single strike. Is this the power of a demigod? Is this your trump card? Hong Yin spoke lightly in response to the strike. Then it directly transformed into a set of armor tightly enveloping Xiao Linger. Ding! The sound of steel colliding rang out as the sword formed from the branch struck the armor. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy surged outward. Qing and the others changed their expressions, drastically reacting swiftly. Their primordial power erupted, forming a barrier to protect everyone. After a moment, the wave dissipated. Mo Qing and the other Star Lords had blood at the corners of their mouths, while Li Xingyue, the old man in ragged clothes, and De Hainyo spat out blood repeatedly. Looking at Xiao Linger again, she remained unharmed under Hong Yan's protection. After all, besides Hong Yan, she also had a host of artifacts from the little gourd. As the demigod's strike was blocked, the branch transformed by Mo Qingshu instantly shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the void. However, everyone's expressions turned grim. They hadn't expected that besides the Yin Emperor, there would also be the Yin Divine Tree. That individual truly is inscrutable. They actually restored you. The guardian, who was barely hanging on, spoke. Hong Yan did not respond, merely transforming back into a red robe to protect Xiao Linger. After all, it already knew what it wanted to know. There was no need to converse further with the guardian. The guardian, seeing this, dared not say much. He simply looked at Xiao Linger with a grin. Lovely girl. You must be that individual's daughter. Xiao Linger gazed at him with her round bright eyes and said, Grandpa, you're going to die soon. The guardian nodded. Yes, I am, but to see that individual's daughter before I die is a kind of blessing from heaven. He sighed as if he did not resent the fact that he was dying, but rather felt a sense of relief, as if he was finally. Senior, have you lived from the ancient spirit era to now, eh? Mo Qing asked, his gaze fixed on the guardian. From the ancient spirit era to now, at least 2 eras had passed. In other words, this guardian has lived for 200 million years. Roughly, yes. The guardian nodded lightly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. What does it mean to be an ancient monster? This is the true ancient monster. At the same time, confusion arose in everyone's eyes. Since the guardian could live from the ancient spirit era to now, he should be an extremely powerful entity. How could he not be a match for Mo Qingshu? I am merely a realm spirit unable to cultivate. The only benefit is that as long as this small world does not perish, I can continue to exist. It seemed the guardian saw through their thoughts and explained. Is that so? Mo Qing and the others realized. Then how come you are? Li Xingyue asked in confusion. Wasn't the divine tomb still in existence? According to what the guardian said, why would he be near death? That tree spirit drained the realm power within me. The guardian explained. Realm power? The others frowned upon hearing this. Oh, what could that be? You will know what realm power is once you reach the divine realm. The guardian waved his hand, not explaining further. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Linger with a cheerful expression. Girl, I have some treasures here. I'll gift them to you. After hearing this, Xiao Linger asked curiously, what treasures? Is it the big meatball? Big meatball? The guardian was momentarily taken aback. What was that? Li Xingyue couldn't help but laugh, for she knew what Xiao Linger meant by the big meatball. The large black bull beside Li Xingyue couldn't help but squeeze its legs together. What is that? The gravekeeper asked, somewhat bewildered. It's that thing on Nyonyo. Little Linger innocently replied, her gaze fixed on the large black bull. The others' eyes also turned to the large black bull, filled with curiosity. What could it be that captured their little master's attention? Before long, they were dumbfounded. For Little Linger was gazing at something that was faintly visible beneath the large black bull's tail. Little Linger was actually still thinking about it. Li Xingyue exchanged amused glances with Mu Ling. Mu. The large black bull protested loudly, feeling the stares of so many people. Even its entire face turned red, and its legs squeezed together even tighter. It felt that its treasure might not be safe today. Ahem, I can't give you that. The gravekeeper spoke both awkwardly and humorously. After speaking, he gently moved his fingers. Various items flew out from his body, floating around him. There were swords, knives, and even tripods and towels. These are what I have collected over the years. Although the innate divine traits within them have disappeared, they can still be considered semi-artifacts. Little girl, these are for you, the gravekeeper said with a smile. Hiss. Seeing the over 10 treasures floating around, the gravekeeper, Mo Qing, and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Those were all semi-artifacts. In the entire immortal spirit realm, only the Yin Emperor possessed one. Now this gravekeeper was offering so many, and all to Little Linger. Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with envy. Little Linger did not notice their expressions. She merely glanced at the semi-artifacts and shook her head, saying, Grandpa, these aren't pretty. I don't want them. What? The gravekeeper was stunned upon hearing this. Not pretty, so you don't want them? This. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, as far as he understood, semi-artifacts were extremely scarce, and of course these were the only noteworthy items he could present. He never expected that Little Linger would refuse them, and the reason was that they weren't pretty. However, thinking of Little Linger's identity, he felt relieved. To the people of this era, semi-artifacts were extremely rare. But for that person, they were merely average. As the daughter of that person, it was only natural that Little Linger would not value semi-artifacts. However, this left him in an awkward position. Currently, he truly had nothing else to offer. Meanwhile, Mo Qing and the others, after hearing Little Linger's words, looked at the gravekeeper with eager eyes. Little Linger didn't need semi-artifacts. But they did. If they could obtain just one, their strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Then I will give these to you, the gravekeeper said as he glanced at Mo Qing and the others. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others instantly became excited. Thank you, senior, thank you, little master. They all hurriedly spoke, because they understood very well that without Little Linger none of them would have found this place. Similarly, if Little Linger hadn't chosen to refuse those semi-artifacts, the gravekeeper wouldn't have given them to them. It could be said that everything was thanks to Little Linger. Hee, it's nothing, it's nothing. Little Linger giggled, revealing her two sharp tiger teeth. Subsequently, the gravekeeper kept his word and distributed all the semi-artifacts among the group. Even the large black bull Mu Ling and the old man in coarse clothes each received one. Holding their semi-artifacts, everyone wore expressions of exhilaration. After all, these were items only possessed by the Emperor. Now they had obtained them. I am about to dissipate. Little girl, remember to say hello to your father for me. The gravekeeper sighed deeply and spoke. Little Linger obediently nodded. As her voice fell, the gravekeeper's figure began to dissipate. Sister, should we go back now? Little Linger looked at Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue nodded in response to her gaze. Mo Qing and the others, seeing this, wanted to say something, but they swallowed their words. They were still thinking about searching for opportunities. However, Little Linger's safety was paramount, so they could only give up. After all, the Tomb of the Gods wouldn't disappear, they could always come back later. If you want to seek opportunities here, go ahead. Little Master has me here. Hong Yan's voice suddenly echoed in Mo Qing and the others' minds. Mo Qing and the others did not have much influence from Little Linger, but they were loyal. Giving them a little benefit was not a problem. Moreover, letting Mo Qing and the others take such opportunities was better than leaving them for others. After all, those who might gain opportunities later could fall into the camp of the Emperor. Yes, thank you, senior. Mo Qing and the others nodded excitedly. Soon Little Linger, Li Xingyue, and Mu Ling left the Tomb of the Gods and arrived at Elder Mo's cave. We're back. Upon seeing Little Linger, Elder Mo's aged face immediately broke into a kind smile. Grandma, I want to eat something delicious. Little Linger obediently nodded and replied. All right, Grandma will make it for you right away. Elder Mo did not ask too many questions, smiling as she nodded and went into the kitchen to get busy. In no time, a large table filled with delicacies was set before Little Linger, all of which were her favorites. Grandma, Big Nyo, I'm here to pick you up. Grandpa. Bai Yunyan frowned slightly, following Xiao Linger's gaze. Little Master, there is no one here. The old man in tattered clothes looked left and right, puzzled. Indeed, the place was completely empty, devoid of anything. However, they knew that Xiao Linger would not lie. Since she said there was an old grandpa, there must be one. Who? Bai Yunyan exclaimed, sharply pointing in that direction with her hand. From the explosive momentum, it was clear that Bai Yunyan's cultivation had already returned to the Immortal King realm. After all, Xiao Linger had given her plenty of heavenly spirit peaches before. With the resources for cultivation, her strength naturally recovered quickly. However, when the white ribbon struck, it suddenly vanished as if it had sunk into the sea or been devoured by something. Oomph. Seeing this, Bai Yunyan snorted coldly, and the red rope entwined around her hand suddenly flew out, ultimately transforming into a red diamond. This red diamond was her innate Immortal Emperor artifact, capable of becoming a sword for killing or a rope for binding, and it possessed a vast storage space. Bai Yunyan gently raised her hand, her slender fair fingers dancing lightly in the air. Instantly, the red diamond darted towards the direction Xiao Linger was looking, like a serpent obeying its master's command. The speed was so fast that it was almost instantaneous. A weary sigh suddenly emerged, followed by an extremely bony hand reaching out to grasp the red diamond, looking as if the hand had stretched out from another dimension. Once caught, the red diamond became immobilized. Instantly, Bai Yunyan's expression turned grave. Could someone really grab her innate Immortal Emperor artifact with bare hands? Although the red diamond was not as powerful as before due to her reincarnation and cultivation, it had now reached the level of an Immortal King artifact. Furthermore, because it had once been an Immortal Emperor artifact, even as an Immortal King artifact, it was still stronger than an ordinary Immortal Venerable artifact, especially when she commanded it herself. It could be said that even a peak Immortal Venerable would not be able to immobilize the red diamond. As for an Immortal Saint, they could certainly do it, but it would not be so effortless. Therefore, this person must be an Immortal Emperor powerhouse. Buzz. As Bai Yunyan's serious gaze fixed upon it, the space in front of the red diamond suddenly twisted. Then an old man entered the sight of the group. Withered. This was the first impression several people had of the old. He appeared as if all the blood in his body had been drained, emaciated and devoid of flesh. Upon closer inspection, one might think of him as an old tree on the verge of dying. In summary, the old man was tall and so thin that he was hardly recognizable as a human. The ancestor of the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land, the tree Taoist. Bai Yunyan looked at the withered old man, her expression extremely grave. As one of the former masters of the immortal spirit realm, she was naturally familiar with the major forbidden lands. It could be said that the immortal spirit realm had been secretly controlled by these figures. Had it not been for her, and the Emperor breaking through to the peak Immortal Emperor realm, the immortal spirit realm would undoubtedly be tightly held by the major forbidden lands. This tree Taoist was the ancestor of the heavenly spirit forbidden land with cultivation at the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. The most crucial point was that the tree Taoist had lived for an exceptionally long time, even longer than the Emperor or her. It was no exaggeration to say that even at her peak, she would have to use her strongest means to subdue the tree Taoist, let alone now. However, what puzzled Bai Yunyan was that the major forbidden lands had always been reclusive and would not interfere in the affairs of the immortal spirit realm. Even when she fought the Emperor and stirred the entire immortal spirit realm, no forbidden land. Now why would the ancestor of the heavenly spirit forbidden land come here? The tree Taoist did not answer Bai Yunyan's question, merely gazing at Xiao Linger with a complex expression. To be precise, he was staring intently into Xiao Linger's round, sparkling eyes. Tree Taoist, what do you want? Bai Yunyan quickly shielded Xiao Linger behind her upon seeing this. Sigh. Seeing Xiao Linger blocked by Bai Yunyan, the tree Taoist finally spoke, but only let out a as if speaking to himself, or perhaps addressing everyone. The tree Taoist continued, broken spirit eye. With that, his gaze seemed to penetrate Bai Yunyan as it fell upon Xiao Linger. Is the tree ancestor doing well? His tone was filled with a sense of helplessness. Tree ancestor? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brows slightly. Who was that? Grandpa, who is this tree ancestor? Xiao Linger, peeking out from behind her, curiously asked. The heavenly spirit peach tree. The tree Taoist replied helplessly. The world only knew of his heavenly spirit forbidden land, but did not know that it was actually dependent on the heavenly spirit peach tree. In other words, the heavenly spirit forbidden land is essentially a descendant of the heavenly spirit peach tree. Likewise, they are also its supporters. It could be said that the heavenly spirit peach tree was the faith of his heavenly spirit forbidden land. However, several years ago, Lu Ming forcefully took the heavenly spirit peach tree away. The reason? His daughter wanted to eat some delicious fruit. At that time, the entire heavenly spirit forbidden land was in shock, because that heavenly spirit peach tree was the only one left in the world. The whole heavenly spirit forbidden land revered it as their ancestor. Yet it was taken away by Lu Ming for such a reason. Naturally, the entire heavenly spirit forbidden land refused fighting back. And the result? The heavenly spirit peach tree was still taken away by Lu Ming. The tree Taoist never expected that the person who had previously given the excuse to take the heavenly spirit peach tree would be encountered here. And also that he had such a close connection with Bai Yunyan. The heavenly spirit peach tree. Bai Yunyan frowned tightly after hearing this. Grandpa, are you talking about the old peach tree? Xiao Linger asked, confused. The tree Taoist nodded gently at her gaze, feeling a mix of helplessness and speechlessness. The heavenly spiritual forbidden land is in fact both the protector and supporter of the heavenly spiritual. About 3 years ago, that individual suddenly descended upon the forbidden Ling abyss. He used the excuse of the little girl wanting to eat fruit to take the heavenly spiritual peach tree away. His power is too great, surpassing even your peak strength, as well as the current Shadow Emperor. White Yunyan was stunned upon hearing this. 3 years ago, Lu Ming's strength had already exceeded his peak at that time. She was both shocked and bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth had happened to Lu Ming? How could he have become so outrageous after her departure? Are you sure it was him? White Yunyan pressed further, still unable to accept that Lu Ming had become the strongest in the immortal spirit realm. This was simply too perplexing. A person without any cultivation aptitude suddenly becoming the strongest was a complete overturning of her understanding. Anyone would find it unbelievable. It is simply too far-fetched. Indeed, because she possesses the spirit-breaking eye. The tree Taoist nodded gently, looking at the little spirit girl with a complex expression. The spirit-breaking eye. White Yunyan fell into contemplation after hearing this. She had heard of this eye technique. It is rumored that the spirit-breaking eye is the most mysterious and powerful inheritance of the heavenly spiritual forbidden land. With this eye technique, one can perceive all formations and methods of concealment. In other words, under the spirit-breaking eye, no hidden secret technique or creature can remain concealed. Conversely, with this eye technique, no one can conduct an assassination, nor can anyone use a trapping formation to ambush someone. She had not expected her daughter to master such an eye technique. No wonder the tree Taoist, who she couldn't even perceive, was seen through by the little spirit girl at a glance. To cultivate this eye technique, one must possess the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree. And the heavenly spiritual peach tree has always been supported by my heavenly spiritual forbidden land, making it impossible for outsiders to cultivate this eye technique. Now the fact that she possesses it is enough to confirm her identity. White Yunyan pondered upon hearing this. So it seems Lu Ming truly surpassed her peak strength 3 years ago, as the tree Taoist said. But how did he manage to do that? In just a few short years, he transformed from a person without any cultivation into the #1 powerhouse of the immortal spirit realm. The essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree. Grandpa, is this what you are referring to? The little spirit girl tilted her head at the tree Taoist and took out a transparent glass bottle. Inside, the bottle was filled with a green liquid looking as if it were a bottle of divine nectar. This. Seeing the little spirit girl produce so much essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree, the tree Taoist was immediately stunned. Because the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree is akin to the blood essence of the human race. Each time one cannot extract too much, as taking more would harm the root. Even after 1,000,000 years of supporting the heavenly spiritual peach tree, he could only save a bottle the size of a fingertip. But what about the quantity in the little spirit girl's hands? It could easily equal the amount they had saved for 10,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly spiritual peach tree had only been taken away for a little over 3 years. In other words, the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree in the little spirit girl's hands was extracted in 3 years. The tree ancestor. Has he been drained dry? The tree Taoist thought bitterly. Linger, is this the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree? White Yunyan curiously asked, looking at the glass bottle in the little spirit girl's hands. It was extracted from the old peach tree by the stinky daddy. He told me to drink a bottle every day. Mother, this is not tasty, not very sweet, and not as good as beast milk. The little spirit girl nodded in response. What? The tree Taoist was dumbfounded upon hearing this. A bottle every day? What kind of joke is this? You must understand that even after 1,000,000 years of supporting the heavenly spiritual peach tree, he could only obtain a drop of the essence every 1,000 years. And for the little spirit girl, a large bottle every day. Good heavens, what kind of treatment has the tree ancestor received? The tree Taoist mumbled to himself. What left him speechless the most was that the little spirit girl even said that the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree was not as good as beast milk. That is the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree. Besides being able to assist in cultivating the spirit-breaking eye, its most important effect is extending one's lifespan. The effect of prolonging life is 10 times that of the heavenly spiritual peach. This means that a portion of the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree can increase one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Such a heaven-defying item. How can it not taste as good as beast milk? At this moment, the tree Taoist was both shocked and bewildered, yet somewhat angry. Most of all, he felt helpless. Because the heavenly spiritual peach tree is in the hands of that individual, he has no way to reclaim it. White Yunyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She too knew about the essence of the heavenly spiritual peach tree. It is ranked #1 among the longevity-enhancing materials in the immortal spirit realm. A portion can extend one's life by 100,000 years. One could say that such a heaven-defying divine object would be contested even by emperor-level powerhouses. After all, 100,000 years of life represents countless possibilities. The little spirit girl is actually dissatisfied that it is not as good as beast milk. Mother, you can drink this. The little spirit girl innocently offered. Thank you, Linger. After hesitating for a moment, White Yunyan accepted it. Because this item's effect is better than the heavenly spiritual peach. At this moment, she truly could not refuse such a heaven-defying divine object. Young friend, do you have any more of this? I am willing to exchange something for it. The tree Taoist cautiously inquired. The tree Taoist pondered within his heart. He genuinely feared that individual, for among all the people he had encountered in his several tens of millions of years of life, that person was the most peculiar and unique. It seemed that in that person's eyes there was no one who could not be killed and no force that could not be destroyed. Moreover, he was aware. The disappearance of the Phoenix clan was the doing of that individual. In the entire Phoenix domain, even the earthworms had been pulled out and cut in half. Against such a formidable and ruthless character who would not be afraid, it was likely that only the reckless emperor of the underworld would dare to oppose that individual. The tree Taoist muttered to himself, then spoke. To be honest, the message I received from the emperor of the underworld is that you are here and that the Tianling Forbidden Land has lost the Tianling Immortal Peach, which will surely lead to its decline in the future. Therefore, in the face of the true divine opportunity, I cannot remain indifferent. He spoke slowly, being quite sincere without any concealment. So you are here for me, by Yunyans. You want to harm my mother. Little Linger glared intensely at the tree Taoist. Upon hearing this, a bitter look spread across the tree Taoist's face. It was true before, but it is not the case now. Please remain calm and do not fall into the schemes of the emperor of the underworld, he said helplessly. What do you mean? Bai Yunyan looked at him in confusion. At first I was also perplexed as to why the emperor of the underworld knew you were here, but did not act himself. After all, the situation you find yourself in now is entirely his doing. One could say that he is determined to obtain the true divine opportunity. It wasn't until I saw this girl that I understood. The Emperor of the Underworld wanted to test the waters. The tree Taoist spoke slowly, his gaze inevitably falling on little Linger. Test the waters? Bai Yunyan looked at him in confusion. This stone she could understand referring to the tree Taoist. But who was the road referring to? Was there any major incident prior to the Chaos Sea? And was it related to her? The tree Taoist did not answer directly, but instead looked at little Linger and asked in return. A major event related to his daughter. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's brow furrowed slightly. Does the invasion of the Yao Su count? After a moment she said, Yao Su. The tree Taoist frowned upon hearing this. Yao Su had invaded the Chaos Sea. You don't know? Seeing his puzzled expression, Bai Yunyan was somewhat surprised. The tree Taoist was after all the ancestor of the Tianling Forbidden Land. And just how many spies did the Tianling Forbidden Land have in the immortal spirit realm? No one could tell. Bai Yu had previously brought along nearly 100,000 demon clans to the Chaos Sea. Such a large commotion could not possibly be hidden from the major forces, especially for a terrifying force like the Tianling Forbidden Land, which was lurking in the immortal spirit realm. However, upon hearing this, the tree Taoist shook his head and said, Could you elaborate? Bai Yunyan gave him a glance, and then recounted how Yao Su had advanced into the Chaos Sea and how he had retreated upon seeing Linger. The ancestor of Yao Su who went missing was also captured by that individual. The tree Taoist was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The white-haired divine beast within Yao Su was indeed a genuine mid-stage Immortal Emperor. With its terrifying divine abilities, even against a later-stage Immortal Emperor, it would have the strength to fight. But now, it had actually been captured alive to be a wet nurse. You should elaborate on this test of the waters too, Bai Yunyan interjected. Upon hearing this, the tree Taoist took a deep breath and nodded calmly. In that case, it aligns. If I'm not mistaken, Yao Su should have also been sent here on the Emperor of the Underworld's orders. Its purposes are twofold. The first, of course, is you. As for the second, he wants to force that individual to act and see the extent of that individual's true strength. He explained slowly. To force Lu Ming to act. Bai Yunyan pondered in her heart. Before she could respond, the tree Taoist continued. However, the appearance of this little girl has disrupted the Emperor of the Underworld's plans. Similarly, it has led the Emperor of the Underworld to suspect that she is a blood relative of that individual. Thus, the Emperor of the Underworld has relayed your information back to me. He intends to use me as a tool to continue the task that Yao Su failed to complete. What a brilliant calculation. As he spoke to this point, he looked at little Linger and then at Bai Yunyan with a complex expression continuing, The only thing I did not expect was that you are actually this little girl's mother and that individual's wife. Since you are unaware, what about the Emperor of the Underworld? Does he know? Why does he want to act against my husband? Bai Yunyan pressed for answers. The Emperor of the Underworld should not yet know that you are the Dao partner of that individual. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have certainly acted directly. As for why he wants to act against that individual, it is naturally because two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. That individual is immensely powerful, having not only subdued the Chaos Sea, but also obliterated the Phoenix clan. The Emperor of the Underworld has gone to great lengths to place you in a quagmire. He is determined to obtain the true divine opportunity. How could he allow a powerful and mysterious person to go unchecked? The tree Taoist analyzed slowly. Bai Yunyan was left speechless upon hearing this. Not to mention Lu Ming subduing the Chaos Sea, he had even destroyed the Phoenix clan. She naturally knew about the obliteration of the Phoenix clan. According to rumors, the Phoenix clan had been annihilated overnight. When she received this news, she was still quite puzzled. In the current world, without the Emperor of the Underworld's intervention, who else could have the ability to wipe out the Phoenix clan in a single night? Good heavens, she never expected. It was done by the person at her side. Could I exchange for some Tianling Immortal Peach Tree Essence? The tree Taoist remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, somewhat embarrassed. I can consider exchanging it with you. However, I need you from the Tianling Forbidden Land to assist me in some matters. Bai Yunyan said, her eyes turning around as she spoke. You can speak. The tree Taoist thought for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, my husband is currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the true God realm. He cannot be disturbed. According to what you said, the Emperor of the Underworld is still unaware of our relationship as Dao partners. He is completely oblivious to the fact that Linger is my daughter. Therefore, I need to buy enough time for my husband to prevent us from becoming his Achilles heel. What you need to do is cooperate with me in staging a chase scene, and then find me a safe place to recover my cultivation. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level, I will expose myself to continue attracting the Emperor of the Underworld's attention. This cycle will continue until my husband emerges from seclusion. Bai Yunyan spoke slowly. The tree Taoist was left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. That individual was actually in seclusion attempting to break through to the true God realm. However, thinking about that individual's strength, it was indeed normal to challenge the true God realm. So that individual cannot act right now? Are you not afraid that I will turn against you too upon hearing such news, eh? The tree Taoist said solemnly. The reason he did not dare to take action against Bai Yunyan or Xiao Linger was simply because he feared Lu Ming. Now Bai Yunyan unexpectedly stated that Lu Ming could not intervene. This was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity for him. As long as he could capture Bai Yunyan and her daughter, he could compel Lu Ming to hesitate. Bai Yunyan smiled gently. With Hong Yan by her side, she was not afraid of the tree Taoist. Don't forget there is also the Emperor. After a moment of silence, the tree Taoist spoke solemnly. The meaning was simple. He could directly reveal the relationship between Lu Ming, Bai Yunyan, and Xiao Linger to the Emperor, even if he could not capture Bai Yunyan and her daughter. What about the Emperor? And then, what benefit would you gain? You know very well who the Emperor is. If he succeeds, he would only dispose of the donkey after the grind. Bai Yunyan scoffed. Sigh. After hearing this, the tree Taoist let out a long sigh. It was true. If he informed the Emperor about the relationship among the three, he would end up with nothing. After all, the Emperor was the most ambitious one. Without any constraints, he would undoubtedly eliminate all obstacles and take complete control of the immortal spirit realm. The so-called obstacles aside from places like the chaos, see were the ancient forbidden zones they guarded. You are forcing me to choose sides. The tree Taoist said helplessly. Helping Bai Yunyan would mean opposing the Emperor. If he did not help, how could he leave safely today? After all, Bai Yunyan had mentioned Lu Ming's seclusion to break through to the true God realm. That was no idle talk, but a bargaining chip and a dagger. In other words, when Bai Yunyan shared this information, it was also indicating the benefits of cooperation. Because once Lu Ming succeeded in breaking through to the true God realm, he would undoubtedly slay the Emperor. As Bai Yunyan's supporter during this transitional period, his heavenly spirit forbidden ground would naturally reap benefits. On the contrary, if he chose not to help, this information would become a dagger hanging over the tree Taoist's neck. After all, Bai Yunyan would not allow him to leave alive with the news of Lu Ming's breakthrough. For her family, there was no benefit to that, only endless trouble. Bai Yunyan could not deny a smile and said, I have only one request. If this succeeds, I hope that he can return the heavenly spirit peach to the heavenly spirit forbidden ground. Even a branch that can survive would suffice. After pondering for a moment, the tree Taoist spoke helplessly. In the end, he still did not dare to gamble. He could not risk whether Bai Yunyan had trump cards to kill him. If there were none, that would be fine. But if there were, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for his heavenly spirit forbidden ground. Because once he died, the heavenly spirit forbidden ground would definitely fall under the control of the Emperor. Even if the Emperor did not take action, there were other forbidden grounds. Linger mother might have to leave for a while. Bai Yunyan gently picked up Xiao Linger and said helplessly. The Emperor feared Lu Ming and did not dare to act directly against the chaos, see, which was a good thing. If she remained in the chaos, see, it would not be a good thing. After all, the Emperor's lifespan was running out. If she stayed in the chaos, see, the end result would be that the desperate Emperor would act recklessly against the chaos, see. By that time, it would be fine if Lu Ming emerged from seclusion. If not only would she face danger, but Xiao Linger would as well. Thus, the best course of action now was for her to act and draw the Emperor's attention, to buy more time for Lu Ming to break through. Moreover, this way she could better protect Xiao Linger. After all, the Emperor's primary target was still her. Mother, where are you going? Xiao Linger said unhappily after hearing this. Be good, mother is going to a safe place. Bai Yunyan gently stroked her head and said softly, feeling a bit heartbroken. If it were possible, she did not want to part with Xiao Linger. But now she had to do so. All right, mother won't get lost again, will she? Xiao Linger nodded understandingly and replied. No, as soon as mother arrives, I will send you a message at the first opportunity. Then you will come to see mother, okay? Bai Yunyan smiled bitterly, filled with pity. Okay, pinky promise. Xiao Linger obediently nodded, extending her chubby little hand. But wait, that person's strength is above the Emperor. Why did he enter seclusion only after dealing with the Emperor? After all, during your battle with the Emperor, he suffered serious injuries. Suddenly, the tree Taoist realized and asked solemnly. He had witnessed Lu Ming's strength firsthand. Even at the peak of his powers, the Emperor was not necessarily his opponent, let alone the injured Emperor. Wouldn't it have been better to completely resolve the Emperor before entering seclusion? I don't know either. Bai Yunyan shook her head, which was also something she could not understand. It should be known that Xiao Linger possessed a main artifact. Now, various facts indeed prove that Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He was hardly inferior to her or the Emperor at their peak. With the main artifact, eliminating the Emperor should not be a difficult task. Just as the tree Taoist said, eliminating the Emperor and then entering seclusion to break through would undoubtedly be the better choice. Yet Lu Ming did not do so, Instead, he chose to break through to the true God realm first. Mother, I know. Xiao Linger suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's gaze unintentionally fell upon her. The tree Taoist was likewise surprised. Yes, I learned it when I went to help Grandma and Big Nyonyo. Under their scrutiny, Xiao Linger nodded and spoke in her baby voice. Helping Grandma and Big Nyonyo. After hearing this, Bai Yunyan slightly furrowed her brow. Can you tell Mother more about it? She asked. It's a tree. Xiao Linger nodded obediently. A tree. After hearing this, Bai Yunyan's brows furrowed even deeper. What kind of tree could make Lu Ming act like this? The tree Taoist also looked puzzled. Master, it is like this. At this time, Li Xingyue stepped forward, then she slowly recounted the matter of the divine tomb. After hearing it, both the tree Taoist and Bai Yunyan, especially Bai Yunyan, she did not expect that there was such a place in the true spirit realm. So everyone who followed this little girl gained a half artifact. What? The tree Taoist was shocked, astonished, and incredulous, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Xingyue, are you implying that what truly makes my husband wary is not the Emperor, but that God tree? Bai Yunyan spoke nonchalantly. A half artifact might be invaluable to others, but to her daughter, who was already adorned with artifacts, it was no different from a pile of scrap metal. It should be that God tree possesses the strength of a demigod. It is a terrifying existence from the ancient spirit era with an extremely profound heritage. Li Xingyue nodded emphatically. The ancient tree is a terrifying existence capable of toppling the heavenly Tao Palace during the ancient spirit era. Even now, with only half a step into the divine realm, its foundation must still be incredibly formidable. After all, it is an ancient monster that has lived through 2 eras. It is not an exaggeration to say that the ancient tree controls all the relics of the ancient spirit era. In such circumstances, even among those at the half-step divine realm, no one would be a match for the ancient tree, Li Xingyue pondered. Bai Yunyan nodded in agreement after listening. However, the tree Taoist looked completely baffled and speechless. So this family's enemies now include not only the Emperor, but also the terrifying existence that caused the downfall of the ancient spirit era. He thought bitterly, so the ancient tree knows about Linger. Suddenly, Bai Yunyan reacted, her expression turning grave as she spoke. Meeting her gaze, Li Xingyue nodded. This was something that Mo Qingshu had said personally, so it should be true. There is no need for the matriarch to worry. The old man in the coarse robe suddenly interjected, continuing, the ancient tree indeed knows the identity of the young master. However, its schemes in the true spirit realm did not involve direct action, but rather manipulation. Moreover, it seems the ancient tree is also aware that the young master is currently in the realm of chaos. It has not taken any action, has it? Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Are you suggesting that the ancient tree may not be able to act? Bai Yunyan speculated that should be the case, or otherwise why would it go through such elaborate schemes to lure the young master to the tomb of the gods? With its strength and foundation, if it were to come here directly, no one would be able to stop it, right? The old man in the coarse robe nodded, analyzing. Currently, their greatest trump card was the Hong Yin main artifact. Against the people of the immortal spirit realm, Hong Yin might be adequate, but facing the ancient tree would yield no advantage. Bai Yunyan and the others nodded. From the performance of the tree spirit at the tomb of the gods, it is clear that the ancient tree does not know that the young master possesses a main artifact. Now that the ancient tree cannot act on its own, it can only seek out some puppets to deal with the young master. With a main artifact in hand, the puppets the ancient tree finds should not pose a threat to the young master. Matriarch, feel free to attend to your own matters. The old man in the coarse robe spoke again. He had now positioned Hong Yan's strength, equivalent to a half-step divine realm powerhouse. With it protecting little Linger, what is there to fear from the puppets sent by the ancient tree? Unless, of course, the ancient tree could find a being as strong as little Linger. However, looking across the current immortal spirit realm, there is only the Emperor with such strength. But if the Emperor truly allowed the ancient tree to command him, would they have the opportunity to discuss things here? Please take good care of Linger. Bai Yunyan said nothing more, only solemnly addressed the large red robe on little Linger. Hong Yin, though silent, trembled slightly. Linger, mother is leaving first. Bai Yunyan's gaze fell again on little Linger, speaking with reluctance. Mother, you must tell me where you are. Little Linger seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation and did not throw a tantrum, simply nodding obediently. All right. Bai Yunyan nodded firmly, taking 3 steps back, while looking back before leaving the mansion. Accompanying her were the tree Taoist and several others. Linger, it's all right, we are here with you. Li Xingyue stepped forward, embracing little Linger to comfort her. Mu Ling and the old man in the coarse robe also nodded earnestly. Thank you, sister. Little Linger nodded obediently, gently leaning against Li Xingyue. However, her watery eyes were slightly red. At this moment, within the heavenly Tao Palace of the immortal spirit realm, are you sure you don't want to cooperate with me? The large tree stood quietly in the small courtyard speaking to the There was a hint of anger in its tone. I cannot cooperate. The immortal spirit realm is my root. What will happen to me if you devour the source of the immortal spirit realm? The Emperor glanced at it, speaking indifferently. Keep your pitiful kindness to yourself. One success will lead to countless deaths. If you want to rise, you must drink blood and consume marrow. Let me devour the source of the immortal spirit realm and restore my strength to the divine realm, and then I will bring you Hong Meng purple chi. Your lifespan is running low. The ancient tree snorted coldly, speaking with evident displeasure. How do you think I would believe you? With your nature, once you restore your strength to the divine realm, the first person you would kill would be me, right? The Emperor sneered in disdain, replying. Hearing this, the ancient tree fell silent. Who would show mercy to a dog that betrays its master? If you continue to drag this out, you will only die. After a long pause, it spoke again. Not necessarily, perhaps by union will lead out that true divine opportunity. At that time, I not only won't die, but I can also break through to the upper divine realm. The Emperor spoke lightly with an air of someone who was in control. Don't forget about that mysterious powerhouse. Let me tell you the truth, I arranged for someone to calculate a bit. That puppet carries one of my attacks. A full force strike from a demigod. But in the end, it was that puppet that dissipated. Do you understand what this means? The ancient tree snorted coldly, continuing the conversation. Oh. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of keen interest. So that mysterious fellow's current strength is no less than that of a half-step divine realm. An interesting individual, he continued. Once the true divine opportunity manifests, do you think that fellow will stand by and watch? Now your injuries have yet to heal. Do you really think you would be a match for him? Only by cooperating can you turn. The ancient tree unwillingly tried to lure him again. Is that so? Then let's wait for the true divine opportunity to appear and see. I am quite eager to compare with that fellow to see who is superior. The Emperor toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze deep and inscrutable, like a vortex that could swallow one's spirit, making it impossible to discern what he truly thought. Arrogant and conceited. That fellow is even beyond my perception. What do you have to fight against him? Be careful not to play yourself to death. The ancient tree advised with a sense of helplessness. If it weren't for being sealed here, it would have long since pierced that mere peak Immortal Emperor with a branch. Why bother wasting breath here? Let's discuss it again when the time comes. Anyway, I don't have much lifespan left. Dying would not be a loss. At least I can play a game before I die. The Emperor smiled slightly, his demeanor one of strategizing, as if he were indifferent to life and death. Master, there is news. At this moment, Mo Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Tian Di flicked his finger lightly, and Mo Lin instantly appeared beside him. Speak, what news? He asked, all the while calmly arranging his tea set. The Taoist of the tree is hunting down by Yunyan. Mo Lin replied without hesitation. Oh. A flicker of genuine surprise shimmered deep within Tian Di's eyes. He ventured into the boundary chaos sea, yet its denizens did not impede him. Mo Lin shook his head at once, a gesture born of profound bewilderment. This was precisely what baffled him most. The Taoist of the tree, as patriarch of the celestial spirit forbidden lands, was among the most unwelcome figures in the boundary chaos sea. Logically, his mere entry should have triggered immediate interception by the sea's guardians. Yet no such obstruction. It seems that old fellow possesses more cunning than we assumed. No need to concern ourselves further. Merely keep him under surveillance. Tian Di spoke with utter nonchalance. Master, if Bai Yunyan falls into his hands. Mo Lin voiced his apprehension. The Taoist of the tree was no minor figure. A late-stage immortal emperor, he had survived for tens of millions of years. An ancient, terrifying entity whose guile and methods were beyond measure. Should he capture Bai Yunyan alive and conceal her, locating her would become nearly impossible. Mo Lin, great undertakings demand boldness. Moreover, that old man bears the sovereign seal of the Xianling realm upon his person. And now that I hold dominion over the realm's sovereign source, where could he possibly flee? Also, do not forget Bai Yunyan is no mere novice. She was once my peer, standing shoulder to shoulder with me in power. Tian Di added dismissively. Before Mo Lin could respond, he continued, besides, driving Bai Yunyan to the brink of despair is precisely our objective, is it not? And now with that venerable elder lending unwitting aid, why resist such fortune? Mo Lin nodded faintly, murmuring yes. What of that young girl from the boundary chaos sea? He hesitated. Leave her be. No need to intervene. So long as she does not seek confrontation with us, why provoke her ire? Tian Di offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Mo Lin's eyes flickered. Words seemed poised on his tongue, but after a brief pause he chose silence and withdrew. Arrogant. Overconfident. Once Mo Lin had departed, Shin Shu spoke again. Have you considered why the boundary chaos sea allowed your agents unimpeded passage? Di merely smiled, faintly replying with detached calm, because someone granted them passage. That individual knows of Bai Yunyan, but has chosen not to act. Instead, he permits our maneuvers to drive Bai Yunyan to the edge of annihilation and thereby draw forth the true God's opportunity. He intends only to reap the spoils. As he spoke, he poured tea with deliberate grace. Since you perceive all this, why permit it to unfold unchecked? Dispatch forces to seize that young girl, as surely her capture would force him into restraint. Shin Shu let out a cold snort brimming with disdain. To seize the bloodkin of one's adversary and wield their life as leverage would be the most rational course, especially when the true God's opportunity loomed. Only then could one compel the foe's withdrawal through sheer existential threat, the optimal strategy beyond question. I have my own design. Your counsel is neither needed nor welcome. Then focus instead on breaking your own seal. Di took a slow sip of tea, utterly unperturbed. One day your recklessness will exact its price. As if infuriated by Di's apparent heedlessness, Shin Shu gave another icy snort and lapsed into silence. Di said nothing more. He simply cradled his teacup, savoring its subtle aroma. Yet his clouded gaze burned with an uncanny light, fixed intently upon the distant boundary chaos sea. Within Tianyuan Island, deep in the boundary chaos sea, Mo Qing and his companions bowed deeply before Xiaolinger. We express our deepest gratitude for the young mistress's benevolence. Each face shone with unrestrained joy. Evidently their foray into the divine mausoleum following Xiaolinger's departure had yielded abundant rewards. He's fine. Xiaolinger giggled, already having emerged from the melancholy of Bai Yunyan's departure. With that, she turned to Li Xingyue. Elder sister, let's go out and play. We've never explored here yet. Very well, Li Xingyue replied warmly, smiling gently as she nodded. We shall accompany the young mistress as well. Mo Qing and the others chimed in. Please refrain. Your status in the boundary chaos sea is far too elevated. The young mistress seeks amusement, not conflict. Your presence would only inspire fear in others, casting a shadow over her joy. The robed elder in hemp scanned the group, advising firmly. Indeed, the lady mother has just departed. The young mistress wishes only to play and find delight. What purpose would your attendance serve, other than ensuring no soul dares approach her? Mu Ling added her voice. Hearing this, Mo Qing and the others paused, reflected, and nodded slowly. It was true, the very essence of play lay in encountering new people, new wonders. Were they to follow, Xiaolinger would move through every street, trailed by awestruck dread. Linger, let us go and truly revel. Without further word, Li Xingyue took her hand and led her outside. Xiaoling, and nodded, eagerly, skipping merrily beside her. Mu Ling and the hem-probed elder followed closely behind. Beyond the estate gates, prosperity unfolded before them, merchants hawking wares, performers, dazzling crowds. The air hummed with vibrant energy. Xiaolinger transformed into a wide-eyed explorer, peering here, inspecting there, quickly lost in the simple ecstasy of wandering the bustling lanes. Her cherubic face, framed by a tiger skin cap, never ceased to glow with unbroken delight. What an adorable child. Tsk, remarkable. She bears the doubt-devouring physique. When Xiaolinger paused before a fortune-teller's stall, the vendor suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Li Xingyue and the others instinctively halted. Doubt-devouring physique. Was this the formal name for Xiaolinger's unique constitution, whose strength surged endlessly with every bite she consumed? Li Xingyue turned her gaze upon the fortune-teller's snow-white hair, clad in azure Taoist robes, initially appearing the very portrait of an aloof, transcendent sage. Yet too extravagantly long, drooping mustaches undermined the illusion, bestowing upon him less the aura of a reclusive master and more the countenance of a shrewd charlatan. You speak of Linger's constitution. Li Xingyue studied him carefully before asking. Xiaolinger tilted her head, gazing curiously at the fortune-teller. Precisely so, her alone. How many millennia has it been since such a physique last graced this world? Tsk, fascinating. The fortune-teller nodded, his eyes sweeping over Xiaolinger with keen, appraising interest, then lingered upon the crimson robe draped across her shoulders. This vermilion robe is no ordinary garment either. At those words, Li Xingyue and her companions instantly tensed. Who are you? And why do I sense a strangely familiar aura emanating from you? Hong Yan's voice resonated suddenly. Tch, so it's the heaven-obfuscating cloak. My, you are no ordinary child. Hearing Hong Yan's voice, the fortune-teller's expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. However, the words of the fortune-teller left Li Xingyue and the others astounded. It was clear from his demeanor that the so-called cloak of the heavens referred specifically to Hong Yan. In other words, this fortune-teller actually knew the name of the artifact Hong Yan. But considering that Hong Yan existed during the ancient spirit era, It should not be known in today's immortal spirit realm. If he knows, then at the very least, he must be from the ancient spirit era. Who are you? Li Xingyu's expression darkened, instinctively shielding Xiao Linger behind her. The old man in the robe and Mu Ling also stared intently at the fortune teller. How could he know about Hong Yan? Could this fellow be a puppet sent by the Yinshin tree? The three of them pondered, growing increasingly vigilant. Grandpa, who are you? Xiao Linger stared with wide eyes at the fortune teller. The time is not yet right, you will know in due course. And don't wear such a hostile expression. If I truly had any ill intentions towards her, do you three think you could stop me? The fortune teller smiled kindly, glancing at Li Xingyue and the others, a strong look of disdain flashing across his face. Though they were eager to retort, the three ultimately remained silent. After all, this was the immortal spirit realm. If it were in the true spirit realm, perhaps with their cultivation, they could deal with many. But in the immortal spirit realm, they couldn't even handle a single person. After all, the minimum standard here was immortal Tao cultivation. Even the children in the immortal spirit realm with their parents' resources reached the tribulation realm at an early age. Compared to the people of the immortal spirit realm, they were utterly incomparable. Do you know me? Hong Yan's voice sounded once more. Naturally, the cloak of the heavens, Su Zhen's cloak, a supreme-grade artifact. Later it was shattered during that great battle. I never expected it to have been repaired now. The fortune teller expressed surprise, clearly knowing a great deal. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were filled with doubts. Who exactly was this person? Not only did he know of Hong Yan, but he also knew its original owner. What was even more frightening was that when the fortune teller mentioned Hong Yan and its original owner, there was no hint of reverence in his tone. How much longer until he can emerge? The fortune teller spoke again, inquiring. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances. Who was this he referred to? Could it be? The three thought, their pupils suddenly widening. Do you know the master? Hong Yan's voice echoed, her tone somewhat serious. At this moment, even she could not fathom the origins of the fortune teller. Not only could he discern Xiao Linger's physique, but he also knew her specific background. Now he even knew that Lu Ming was in seclusion. I suppose I know him. Has he not succeeded yet? The fortune teller nodded calmly, continuing to inquire. He has not emerged. After a brief silence, Hong Yan responded. Sigh. The fortune teller sighed heavily, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. He then said, forget it, if you can contact him, tell him this. I can't hold on much longer if possible. Tell him to hurry. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows. What did this mean? What do you mean? Hong Yan also asked in great confusion. This is not something you can know. If fate allows, we will meet again. The little ones outside are growing anxious. The fortune teller smiled mysteriously, and with a wave of his hand, Li Xingyue and the others felt their vision blur, and when they regained clarity, they found themselves still standing on the street. However, there was no longer any fortune-telling stall in front of them. Around them stood a crowd of curious and awed onlookers. Little master, where did you just go? Suddenly, Mo Qing's voice sounded behind them. Big sister, what happened? Xiao Linger turned around, looking at her in confusion. Li Xingyue and the others felt the same. Hadn't they been right here the whole time? How could Mo Qing ask such a question? Where did you go just now? My informant told me you suddenly vanished into thin air. Mo Qing glanced at the few of them, asking in confusion. Vanished into thin air. Hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but display looks of shock. Hadn't they been here all along? When did they disappear? Big sister, we have been here the whole time. We didn't go anywhere. Xiao Linger tilted her head and said. Impossible, when I rushed over, this place was empty. You only suddenly appeared just now. Mo Qing stated with certainty. This. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their surprise. Senior, it was like this. She began to recount their encounter with the fortune teller. Fortune teller? Did you happen to see any fortune teller? Mo Qing frowned upon hearing this, looking at an average-looking person beside her. Replying to the Star Master, I have not seen him. I was sent by you to follow the little master secretly. Until they suddenly stopped here and then vanished. So I sent you a message. The person replied respectfully, clearly the informant Mo Qing spoke of. Indeed. Yes, we were puzzled as to why the little master would stop in this empty place. A few ordinary-looking people in the crowd chimed in. No fortune teller. Empty. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others appeared bewildered. If that were truly the case, did it mean that only the three of them and Xiao Linger had seen that fortune teller? The three thought, their brows tightly knitted. If Mo Qing's informant was to be believed, that fortune teller could not only be seen by them, but it seemed he had silently pulled them to another place. What was most terrifying was that it seemed even Hong Yan, this supreme artifact, had not sensed anything. Otherwise, it would have surely warned them. In that case, you must have encountered a certain powerful being, and were pulled into their small world. Mo Qing spoke with a somewhat grave expression. Senior, did you not sense anything just now? Li Xingyue remained silent, staring uncertainly at the bright red robe on Xiao Linger. If even Hong Yin had not sensed anything, then the other party was truly terrifying. No, Hong Yin replied flatly. This. Upon hearing this, expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of Li Xingyue, the others, and Mo Qing. They all knew that Hong Yin was a supreme artifact in existence that surpassed true artifacts. Its power was equivalent to that of a demigod. In such a case, how could it fail to notice? Who on earth was that fortune teller? From him I sensed a very familiar aura. It seems I have encountered it before. Hong Yan's voice resonated once more. Elder, do you mean the fortune teller you encountered hails from the same era as yourself? Mo Qing asked, disbelief coloring her voice. Beings from the Guling epoch have indeed been encountered within the divine mausoleum. Yet they exist only as fragmented souls eternally bound within its sacred confines, unable to step beyond. Even the tomb guardians are thus confined. Now a being from the Guling epoch has appeared in the realm Chaos Sea. Could it be the ancient tree? Mo Qing exclaimed, stunned. Outside the divine mausoleum, the sole known remnant of the Guling epoch is the ancient tree. It is unlikely to be him. He evokes a strange sense of familiarity in me, as if he were an old acquaintance. Hong Yin replied at once. An old acquaintance. Hearing this, Mo Qing and the others fell silent, bewildered. Could it be that beyond the ancient tree and the fragmented souls trapped in the divine mausoleum, there truly remains someone who has survived from the Guling epoch to this very day? What manner of existence could endure so long? Moreover, the Guling epoch was utterly annihilated by the ancient tree, and that entity erased all historical records of that age. Logically, every soul of the Guling epoch should have perished beneath the ancient tree's hand. You need not worry. The man bears no ill intent toward the young master. He sought us merely to learn when the master will emerge from seclusion. Perhaps only the master himself knows his true identity. Hong Yin continued. From the stranger's words, it was evident he knew Lu Ming, and even knew the master was currently secluded, cultivating toward true godhood. Moreover, the elderly fortune teller seemed to be co-conspiring with Lu Ming on some grand undertaking. He knows the master too. Mo Qing blurted out, deeply astonished. In her memory, Lu Ming was shrouded in profound mystery, so obscure that perhaps only a handful of individuals across the Xianling realm knew of his existence, and certainly only the realm's most ancient powers recognized his name. Indeed, it does seem he knows him, the hem-probed elder interjected. Mo Qing's brow furrowed tightly. She fell silent, and the atmosphere grew abruptly still. Gu-gu-gu-gu. At that moment, a bizarre series of sounds broke the quiet. At the noise, every gaze instinctively turned toward Xiaoling. More precisely, to her stomach. Hee, elder sister, I'm hungry, Xiaolinger said, cheeks flushing as she rubbed her belly under their collective gaze. At the sight, her adorable expression instantly charmed Li Xingyue into laughter. Come, elder sister will take you to eat, she said, gently stroking Xiaolinger's tiger head cap with a smile. I want meat. Lots and lots of meat. Xiaolinger nodded eagerly, as though the mere mention of food could banish all sorrow and unease far beyond the heavens. All right, let's go. Li Xingyue smiled warmly and led her straight toward the tavern. With Mo Qing present, no fool dared disturb them. Before long, a lavish spread of meats filled the table before them. Wow, so much meat. Xiaolinger gazed upon the aromatic, beautifully presented dishes, nearly drooling. Eat up, you must be famished. Li Xingyue smiled tenderly. Xiaolinger nodded vigorously and immediately launched into full feasting mode. Biting left, biting right, her face radiating pure delight. Paired with her tiger skin cap, she looked irresistibly charming. Elder, have you heard of the Nether Sea? Mo Qing turned her gaze to Hong Yin and asked. No, I have not, Hong Yin replied coolly. Recently, a rumor has swept across the Xianling realm. It is said a ruin has emerged in the northern abyss, a place teeming with immortal herbs and legacies of ancient cultivators. Many believe it to be a relic of the Guling epoch. She spoke as much for Hong Yan's benefit as for her own reflection, when suddenly Xiaolinger's eyes lit up. Are there many vegetables? She had two great passions, devouring meat and gathering spirit herbs. My young master, the report states as follows: the ruin is said to harbor numerous immortal herbs long thought extinct. I intend to dispatch a team to gather them. This would aid the lady's cultivation recovery. Mo Qing nodded. Does mother need vegetables? Why didn't she tell me? I have plenty. Xiaolinger pouted. Young master, the lady wishes you to keep them for your own use, Mo Qing explained gently. But I have so many, Xiaolinger insisted, gesturing widely with her tiny hands. The northern abyss. I recall it vaguely. At that moment, Xiao Hulu materialized atop Xiaolinger's shoulder. The northern sea. Mo Qing's gaze shifted to him. Precisely, it was once my homeland. In those days, the Beihai region was ruled by the Kuanping clan, a sovereign race of the northern seas. Kuanping clan. Wow, Xiao Hulu, you have a hometown. Let's go visit it. Xiaolinger turned to him, eyes sparkling with delight. We may indeed go. The Kuanping clan reigned supreme over the entire northern sea and commanded all its cultivation resources. I suspect the ruin you speak of is theirs. Since the lady now lacks cultivation resources, retrieving some would serve us well. Yay? Yay. Then we'll go to the northern sea and pick vegetables for mother. Xiao Ling'er bounced. Very well. I shall accompany the young master. Mo Qing added promptly. Traveling alongside Xiao Ling'er promised immense benefits. What she dismissed as trash often proved priceless treasure. To journey to the northern sea, we must first gather my brothers. Brothers? Li Xingyue and the others exchanged stunned glances. Xiao Hulu had siblings. Once I was a sovereign artifact, but I require 7 to unite as one. Besides me, 6 other gourds remain. If all 7 are reunited, I shall fully awaken as a sovereign artifact. A sovereign artifact, untethered from a master's will, possesses power rivaling a half-god cultivator. And now Xiao Hulu was revealed to be one too. Aside from Hong Yan, Xiao Hulu was also a sovereign artifact. If the remaining 6 gourds were found, wouldn't Xiao Ling'er effectively wield 2 sovereign artifacts? Senior, would that be exceedingly difficult? Were the other 6 destroyed? Li Xingyue asked, recovering her. Uncertain. I shall search once we reach the northern sea, Xiao Hulu replied, uncertain himself. Even finding just one would be extraordinary, for each of our 7 possesses unique abilities. Mine lies in refining all things into primordial heaven water, the others are scarcely inferior. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the other 2 were all struck with profound astonishment. That the tiny calabash could produce Hunyuan celestial water was already astonishingly extraordinary, truly, so at least from their perspective. Though Hunyuan celestial water offered only a single opportunity for physical transcendence, even that alone was profoundly miraculous. Indeed, were this calabash placed in the true spirit realm, who could say how many prodigies it might nurture? Yet now the calabash claimed something even more astonishing. The other 6 calabashes each possessed unique abilities. Could this be what was meant by united they reign supreme over all under heaven? Divided each stands unrivaled in its own right. Ling'er, shall we depart for the northern sea once we finish eating? Li Xingyue regained her composure and asked. Her current cultivation realm was the Saint Realm. Such a realm would undoubtedly inspire awe throughout the Xuanwu domain. Yet in the immortal spirit realm, she would be no more than an insignificant ant. Likewise, the cultivation resources of the immortal spirit realm far surpassed those of the true spirit realm. Indeed, even a discarded trinket tossed aside by an immortal spirit realm cultivator would constitute an overwhelmingly potent resource for her. Accompanying Ling'er to the northern sea, even merely plucking a few wild herbs, would be tantamount to acquiring several emperor-grade medicinal herbs. And it was not only she who stood to benefit. Mu Ling and the robed elder in hemp shared the same fortune. Especially Mu Ling, once a first tribulation realm cultivator, he had now ascended to the 6th tribulation realm. So long as he remained by Ling'er's side within the immortal spirit realm, attaining the immortal realm would be swift and inevitable. Even the robed elder in hemp had now reached the 1st tribulation realm. After all the food they consumed daily since joining Ling'er was anything but ordinary. Put another way, even a pig, if allowed to follow Ling'er closely, would soar beyond expectation. Let's go find the other little calabashes. And help Mama gather vegetables too. Ling'er nodded emphatically, her round cheeks alight with eager anticipation for this unfamiliar realm. Soon the entire table was cleared. Once finished, Mo Qing assumed the role of guide, and the group set off directly for the northern sea. 3 days later. Young master, the northern sea lies ahead. Mo Qing gazed across the boundless expanse of ocean before them and spoke. They stood atop a mountain ridge. Before the ridge stretched an endless sea, so vast its horizon vanished from sight. So many fish. Ling'er stared fixedly at the water's surface, her mouth watering visibly. Young master, these are but trifles. The true delicacies dwell deep within the northern sea. There exists a fish there called the poo fish. That fish is exceptionally delicious. Mo Qing smiled warmly as she observed Ling'er's rapt attention. Poo fish, sister, shall we catch some poo fish to eat? Hearing the word delicious, Ling'er's wide round eyes instantly brightened. Yes, Li Xingyue replied with a gentle smile. After spending so much time together, she knew Ling'er possessed an unshakable passion for food, indeed an all-consuming love for it. To Ling'er, everything in the world fell neatly into just 2 categories: delicious or not delicious. Moreover, she held one immutable axiom: beautiful things were delicious, ugly things were not. Young master, please follow me. Mo Qing responded, then leapt gracefully into the air, gliding toward the sea surface. Ling'er obediently nodded and stepped lightly upon empty air, trailing closely behind. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling followed suit. Half a day later, the group arrived at a small island, surrounded entirely by sea, dotted with rustic wooden huts. Young master, this island hosts a village known as the Fishing Village. Its people have dwelled here for generations, sustaining themselves solely by harvesting poo fish. They must certainly possess poo fish. As Mo-Ching led the way, she explained. Good, I want to eat lots. Linger nodded brightly, waving her tiny hands animatedly as she spoke, a gesture so endearing it brought smiles to everyone's faces. Very well, I shall ensure the young master eats her fill, Mo-Ching declared magnanimously. By then they had already reached the fishing village's harbor. The harbor stood utterly deserted. Only an elderly man wearing a straw hat sat there, his gaze lost in the infinite expanse of sea. Grandfather, do you have poo fish? Linger looked toward him with hopeful eyes. At the sound of her voice, the old man seemed only then to notice their arrival, his gaze shifting slowly from the distant sea to rest upon Linger and her companions. Ho, whose little child is this? So radiant and luminous. The elder remarked, eyeing Linger, dressed in a crimson robe and crowned with a tiger-skin cap. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What did radiant and luminous mean? He means the young master is exceptionally beautiful, Mo-Ching clarified quietly beside them. Is that so? The three mused silently. Grandfather, do you have poo fish? I want to eat some. Linger giggled, revealing two tiny tiger fangs, adding yet another layer of charm and innocence to her expression. Of course I do. Follow me then. The elder laughed heartily, rising immediately to lead the way. Okay. Linger bounded after him. Soon they followed the elder to his home, a modest courtyard built of timber shaded by towering ancient trees. The ancient trees and humble courtyard together evoked a serene, timeless beauty. Look here, this is the poo fish. How many would you like? The elder gestured toward a raised fish pond in the courtyard, so high that Linger had to stand on tiptoe, gripping the edge and straining upward just to peer inside. The poo fish bore little resemblance to common fish. Its body shimmered with the deep hues of starlight, and four limbs extended from its frame. Along its back ran bony spines stretching from neck to tail. It resembled a starlit lizard. Wow, it's so beautiful. It must be delicious. Linger pressed her face against the pond's rim, marveling aloud. In the next breath she asked, Grandfather, may I eat them all? The elder burst into hearty laughter and boomed, Of course. Though I fear this little one might not manage to finish them all. Grandfather, I can finish them, Linger declared without hesitation. Very well. All of them shall be yours. First we pay homage to the deity, then I'll prepare them for you. The elder, clearly fond of Linger, spoke with generous warmth. Pay homage to the deity. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged puzzled glances. To which deity? Yet the elder offered no further explanation, simply ushering them into the house. The courtyard housed 3 rooms, 2 flanking either side, 1 centered. He led them directly into the central room, a formal hall. Come, let us first pay homage to the deity. Afterward, I shall prepare the poo fish for you. The elder approached the shrine altar, producing incense and spirit paper. All eyes turned toward the altar, upon which rested a human-shaped statue. It appeared to depict a man, though centuries of weathering had blurred his features into indistinct sight. Grandfather, who is this? Linger gazed curiously at the statue. That is none other than Tiandi, our ancestral sovereign of the human race. Ancient legends tell us our village was once ravaged repeatedly by sea beasts. It was Tiandi who, alongside the 10 great war gods, subdued those beasts, and thus preserved our village. The elder spoke with reverent awe, gazing upon the statue. What? Upon hearing his words, Li Xingyue, Mo-Ching, and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. The leader of the human race, the Emperor, the 10 great war gods. If we are to speak of the current leader of the human race, it indeed belongs to the Emperor. However, there are no 10 great war gods under the current Emperor. Therefore, the Emperor spoken of by the old man must refer to only one person, the leader of the Tiandao Palace during the ancient spirit era. Only that individual fits the description of the Emperor mentioned by the old man. Only that person had 10 war gods under his command. After all, the big red robe worn by Xiao Linger is the battle attire of Su Xian, one of the 10 great war gods. However, the leader of the Tiandao Palace in the ancient spirit era was the Emperor, and the leader of the Tiandao Palace in this era is also called the Emperor. Could there be some connection between the two? But that doesn't seem right. Because within the Tomb of the Gods, Mo-Ching had once personally stated that the current Emperor is merely a puppet of the Shin tree. If the Emperor of this era has some relation to the Emperor of the ancient spirit era, how could he become a puppet of the Shin tree? My lord was the leader of the ancient spirit era named Emperor. Mo-Ching silently transmitted the question to Hong Yan. I'm not sure, my memory is severely fragmented. Hong Yan's words immediately resonated in her mind. Back then she had been reduced to mere fragments. Had she not encountered Lu Ming, she would have long since dissipated into the world. Now merely surviving is an exceedingly fortunate matter. Alright then. Mo Qing sighed in resignation and continued, Old man, do you have a complete image of that statue? I don't have it here, but tomorrow is the March 3rd God Worship Day. The village chief will bring out the intact deity statue. If you want to see it, you can go tomorrow. The old man shook his head and replied, March 3rd, God Worship Day. Mo Qing frowned in thought for a moment, then nodded, Little master, how about we stay here for a night? She really wanted to see. Who exactly is the Immortal Emperor worshipped here? If you want to eat the pui fish, tomorrow is the best time. The village chief has already taken people to hunt the pui fish king. It will be used for tomorrow's god worship. When the time comes, you can participate and eat the meat of the pui fish king. That sounds delicious, the old man added. All right. Xiao Linger immediately agreed upon hearing this. Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who wishes to win over Xiao Linger using delicious food is guaranteed to succeed 100%. Come, let's first pay our respects to the gods. After that, I'll prepare pui fish for you to eat. The old man said with a hearty laugh as he handed a stick of incense to Xiao Linger. He himself took the incense and bowed to the human-shaped statue. Xiao Linger followed suit and began to bow with the incense. However, her posture was somewhat comical, causing Li Xingyue and the others to snicker. However, following local customs, they did not resist and also waved the incense. After all, from the old man's words, it can be inferred. This Immortal Emperor is not the same as that Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor of the ancient spirit era is still worthy of their worship. Let's go, little baby, I'll get you some pui fish to eat. The old man said with a loving smile. Okay. Xiao Linger immediately jumped up joyfully in the hall. Her adorable and playful demeanor made the old man burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, he truly pulled out all the pui fish and prepared them. Before long, a feast of pui fish was laid on the table, braised, steamed, roasted, and pan-fried. There were all sorts of dishes, not to mention Xiao Linger. Even Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva at the sight. Haha, little baby, hurry and eat. The old man laughed heartily at the sight of Xiao Linger drooling. Hee okay. Xiao Linger smiled cutely and immediately began to eat. After a bite, her round eyes sparkled even brighter. Wow, it's so delicious. After saying that, she buried herself in the food. You all eat too, don't be shy. The old man spoke again, and Li Xingyue and the others began to pick up their chopsticks. After taking a bite, they were also amazed by the taste of the pui fish. It was indeed very delicious, with a rich aroma of oil and meat. Old man, do you know where I can find a small gourd? After quickly finishing a whole pui fish, Xiao Linger suddenly asked the old man. Upon hearing this, the others also looked at the old man. It was evident that the old man had lived in this place since childhood. His understanding of Beihai must surpass that of these outsiders. A small gourd. The old man frowned slightly upon hearing this, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he shook his head. I don't know about the small gourd, but I do know some legends about gourds. Legends? Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances subtly. What legend is that? Xiao Linger asked with her cheeks puffed, somewhat unclear. According to legend, the king of sea beasts cultivated 7 incredibly powerful gourds. Each of those 7 gourds possesses special abilities. Some can spray endless water, some can unleash great fire, and some can spit out weapons, the old man explained. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others' eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this exactly about the small gourd? The one that sprays water should be the Hun Yuan purple gold gourd on Xiao Linger, because it indeed can continuously pour out the Hun Yuan heavenly water. Old man, do you know where these gourds? Xiao Linger continued to ask. I don't know, but many outsiders have come to find the gourd after hearing the legend. However, I do know of a mysterious place where it seems there is a small gourd. The old man said with a sly smile, sounding quite mysterious. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others' eyes immediately brightened. Could they really find a clue? Old man, could you tell us? Rest assured you won't miss your share of the spirit crystals. Mo Qing quickly responded, pulling out hundreds of spirit crystals and placing them on the table. Hey, I can't cultivate, so this is of no use to me. As long as you help me with the task, I will tell you about that place. The old man glanced at the spirit crystals and spoke without any interest. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others began to scrutinize the elder, their brows slightly furrowing. The old man indeed had no cultivation power. But how could that be possible? This place can be considered part of the immortal spirit realm. How could an ordinary person directly kill a pui fish, which can be considered a demon beast? After all, demon beasts have exceptionally thick skin, and ordinary blades cannot penetrate their defenses. Moreover, the flesh of the pui fish is rich in spiritual power. An ordinary person would surely burst after eating it, yet this old man seemed unaffected. It's quite strange. He possesses boundary power. Suddenly Hong Yan's voice rang in everyone's minds. Boundary power. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were all stunned. In the Tomb of the Gods, the tomb keeper had also mentioned boundary power. However, based on the keeper's words, Boundary power is a force that only God Realm experts can control. Could it be that this old man is a God Realm expert? He is not a Divine Realm powerhouse. There is only a faint, almost negligible trace of jelly boundary force within him. I cannot discern what is wrong with this man either. Hongyan's voice rang out again. A very faint jelly. Mo Qing and the others frowned upon hearing that. Could it be because he has lived in this place all along? They pondered this for a moment. Senior, what is this old man's true strength? Li Xingyue asked Hongyan by spiritual transmission. At her words, everyone's attention sharpened. If he can wield even that feeble jelly within him, came the reply, his power would be at least comparable to a Xianzun. Hongyan answered immediately. Xianzun. The group was startled. The ranks of the immortal path begin with Jinxian, then Dixian followed by Tianxian, Jinxian, Xianwang, Xian, Zun Xianxing, and finally Xiandi. In other words, this plain-looking old man actually possesses strength on par with the upper echelons of the Xianling realm's forces. Could this be the terrifying nature of jelly? No wonder the old man could slay the Puyu so effortlessly. He is in fact a being comparable to a Xianzun. Old man, what must we do to make you tell us where the little gourd is, eh? Xiaolinger did not notice the other's astonishment. She simply stared at the old man with her round, glittering eyes. Alas, I have a son, the old man sighed. But years ago when he left with the hunting party, he never returned. The hunters say he entered Mawudeo. I want you to go and seek him for me. He continued, slowly sighing. Even if you do not find him, I will tell you where that mysterious place is. Impossible. Mo Qing cut him off at once, meeting the other's gazes as she explained, Mawudeo is a forbidden zone in Beihai. The island is shrouded year-round in a mist that severs divine sense and can continuously dissipate a cultivator's Xianling power, slowly reducing them to mere mortals. Within the Xianling realm, Mawudeo is called Forbidden Spirit Ground. Its mortality rate reaches 90%. It is a place one must never set foot in. Li Xingyue and the others listened in stunned silence. To be stripped back to mortality, if there are beasts within entering, would be nothing short of suicide. But I must find the other little gourds. Xiaolinger propped her head on her hands and insisted. For a moment, Mo Qing did not know how to respond. If they could recover the other gourds, Xiaolinger would gain another principal artifact, effectively raising her to a half-step Divine Realm powerhouse. Even if they could not retrieve them all, finding one or two would still be worthwhile. After all, there are 7 gourds, and each gourd possesses a unique power. Little mistress, perhaps we should wait until your master emerges from seclusion before we search. Mawudeo is far too dangerous. After a pause, Mo Qing spoke at last. Even she would not be certain of coming back alive if she entered Mawudeo. Although Xiaolinger has the Hunyuan Zijin Hu and Hongyan, the latter being a principal artifact, still one cannot take needless risks. One must not dismiss the possibility of disaster. Mo Qing dared not let Xiaolinger go on such a perilous mission. If anything happened to the child, Mo Qing suspected she herself would not survive either. But father hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. How long must we wait? Xiaolinger protested, propping her head with a hint of reluctance. At that moment, Hongyan's voice sounded in Mo Qing's mind, let her go. The mist of that place should have no effect on me. Hongyan is a principal artifact. Its power is naturally jelly. This force transcends ordinary Xianling energy, and it would be hard to imagine that peculiar mist could devour it. Moreover, Hongyan is a defensive principal artifact. Beyond its ability to channel jelly, the very materials that compose it are formidable. Only something of overwhelming power, far surpassing Hongyan, or a divine weapon of equal rank could possibly breach it. Either possibility is nearly inconceivable in the current Xianling realm. Very well, Mo Qing acquiesced when even Hongyan insisted. Li Xingyue and the others dared not argue further. By standing, even if one counted the Hunyuan Zijin, who among them none present could compare to Hongyan. Old man, do you know any detailed information about Mawudeo? Li Xingyue asked, hoping any knowledge would allow. The old man brightened with surprise. You would agree to go? It was clear he had made such a request before earlier petitioners had likely been frightened off by the danger. We agree, but on one condition: whether we find him or not, you must tell us the location of that mysterious place beforehand. Mo Qing replied. Agreed, no problem. The old man nodded vigorously, then ran back into his house, calling over his shoulder. I have some information on Mawudeo. I'll fetch it for you to see. A moment later, he emerged clutching a yellowed beast-skin scroll. This has been passed down in our village for generations, he said, coming to stand beside Xiaolinger. It records much about Mawudeo. He unrolled the scroll upon the table. There were no words, only crooked, inscrutable drawings that left Li Xingyue and the others utterly baffled. Not even Mo Qing could make sense of the patterns. She frowned as she studied them. Only Xiaolinger stared at the beast skin with eager interest. Sister, it says this island can bestow wondrous powers, Xiaolinger blurted after a moment of looking. The others were stunned. How could she read such a thing? Li Xingyue and the others were dumbfounded. How could Xiao Linger understand this strange script? Little mistress, can you actually read it? Mo Qing asked in astonishment. Even the patterns on the beast's skin were unfamiliar to her. Xiao Linger nodded cheerfully. Yes, father said this is Gushu 1, ancient beast script. It is the script used by very, very old beasts. She spoke and gestured as she explained. The others exchanged bewildered looks, and none of them had ever heard of such a race. An ancient beast clan. Li Xingyue ventured. It seems so. Xiao Linger giggled, her round cheeks. Mo Qing and the others frowned. They had never heard of such a people. Linger, what else is recorded there? Li Xingyue pressed, curious. It says they entered a wondrous island, Xiao Linger explained, biting her finger as she spoke. On the island grow many flowers that exhale mist. The largest among them can grant a person miraculous power. A mysterious island. Can it expel mist? Can it bestow extraordinary powers upon people? Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances after hearing this. So the reason Mist Island is shrouded in fog is because of those flowers. Exactly this little... That's how it's said in the village. The old man sitting next to Xiao Linger nodded in agreement. He looked at Xiao Linger with curiosity and asked, which one is your father? You actually recognize this kind of writing? Such characters, even he did not understand. In fact, no one in the entire fishing village recognized them. Unexpectedly, a 4 or 5-year-old child like Xiao Linger could actually understand. Father is just father. Xiao Linger propped her head with her hands and gently tilted it while speaking to the old man. Facing her innocent gaze, the old man's mind was momentarily confused. I know your father, but who exactly is your father? He pondered. Old man, what does this extraordinary power refer to? Suddenly Li Xingyue seemed to think of something and asked. The other three also fixed their gazes on the old man. Hong Yin had mentioned that this old man possessed a very faint boundary power. Yet he was merely an ordinary person. Could it be that the extraordinary power Xiao Linger spoke of refers to boundary power? Well, this isn't a secret in our village. Many years ago, our village's ancestors climbed that island and successfully returned. Then they had a strange... It is precisely this power that allows us to hunt sea beasts and catch lotus fish. The old man replied without hesitation. Is it the one within you? Mo Qing inquired. The old man nodded at her gaze. Hiss. Seeing this, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but gasp. What kind of flower could bestow boundary power upon someone? That is a power only controlled by those of divine realm cultivation. Could it be that the miraculous flower Xiao Linger mentioned is from the divine realm? If that is the case, we truly cannot go to Mist Island. Sir, look. Mo Qing conveyed to Hong Yin beside Xiao Linger. Divine realm experts exceed the scope they can handle. Rushing over could lead to trouble. No worries, let's go. Hong Yin immediately responded. Well, fine. Mo Qing sighed helplessly in her heart. Since Hong Yin had decided to go, she could only obey the order. You all should wait until after the worship before going. The deity will bless you. The old man added. Naturally, everyone had no objections to this. They were also eager to see the true visage of the deity worshipped by the fishing village. A meal ended just like that. Xiao Linger and the others stayed at the old man's house. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The old man rose early to tidy up and prepare. The entire courtyard was adorned with red decorations. One might think he was preparing for a wedding. Let's go to the training ground in the center of the village. The old man, dressed in a dark robe, appeared much more... All right. Xiao Linger nodded, bouncing along behind the old man. Exiting the small courtyard, they noticed people continuously walking out from the courtyards on both sides of the path. Everyone was dressed very formally, taking out their finest clothes. Oh, Wang Guada, which family's little one is so well dressed? Hey, this little one is quite lovely. Little one, come visit auntie. Upon seeing Xiao Linger, the villagers all exclaimed in delight. Facing their compliments, Xiao Linger smiled politely. Her little tiger teeth paired with that tiger skin hat made her utterly adorable. Go away, what are you all doing? This is an outsider. Don't scare her. The old man, known as Wang Guatu by the villagers, waved his hand to disperse them. In this way, amidst the villagers' laughter and chatter, they quickly arrived at the fishing village's training ground. Sir, does everyone have boundary power within them? Glancing at the densely packed crowd at the training ground, Mo Qing conveyed to Hong Yin. Not everyone, only the men possess it. Hong Yin immediately replied. To be precise, it was to clarify for the 4 of them. Only the men possess it. The 4 exchanged puzzled. From Wang Guadu's words, they learned that boundary power can be passed down through generations. Take Wang Guadu for instance. His boundary power is inherited. This power can only be passed down to males, not females. The 4 pondered this. Silence. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. The voice came from the village chief, standing on the platform of the training ground. A tall, thin old man who looked no heavier than 90 pounds. Please welcome the deity. Once the scene quieted down, the village chief spoke with a serious and respectful tone. Ho, ho, ho. As his words fell, a synchronized chant from the men arose. 8 strong men were seen slowly carrying a tall stone statue from afar. We ask the deity to bless our children for healthy growth. Please bless our daughters to find a good family. We ask the deity to ensure that our family returns safely every time we hunt. Upon seeing the tall statue, the villagers of the fishing village knelt down in unison. However, Li Xingyue and the others were stunned, because the statue resembled the Tian Emperor exactly. How is this possible? According to Wang Guoda's words, the deity worshipped by the villagers is the leader of the Tiandao Palace during the ancient spirit era. How could it look exactly like the current Tian Emperor? Could it be that the current Tian Emperor is the one from the ancient spirit era? The four exchanged looks, both shocked and confused. Have you seen the true visage of the Tian Emperor? Mo Qing asked in surprise. In the entire Xianling realm, those who have seen the Tian Emperor are few and far between. Let alone Li Xingyue, who comes from the true spirit realm. Meeting her gaze, the three nodded. They had indeed seen him. Back then in the demon domain, the Holy One of Heaven key designed to capture Xiao Linger as leverage. Hong Yan's soul search revealed the Tian Emperor's restrictions. How is this possible? It looks exactly like the Tian Emperor of this era. Could it be the same person? Mu Ling spoke in disbelief. The names are the same, and now even the appearance. This point is indeed strange. Li Xingyue and the others were also perplexed. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. Either the Tian Emperor mentioned by Wang Guoda refers to the present Tian Emperor, or the current Tian Emperor is indeed the one from the ancient spirit era. Elder, do you still remember what the Tian Emperor looked like from the ancient spirit era? Li Xingyue asked Hong Yan. No. Hong Yan immediately replied. Elder, do you not recall either? Li Xingyue then looked at the jewelry on Xiao Linger's body. Those accessories vibrated slightly, all responding with a no. This. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged looks, and they all had no recollection. Is it a coincidence, or? Li Xingyue and the three others brooded silently. If it were only one or two gaps in memory concerning Tian D of the Guling era, that would be excusable. But now, astonishingly, every recollection of the divine artifacts had vanished. This was unsettling. Even if those blank slates were the result of that cataclysmic battle and consequent memory loss, it ought not to be that every lost memory concerned only Tian D of the Guling era. It seems matters are far more complex than we understood, Mo Qing said softly. Li Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. It made sense. The Tombkeeper had said the Shin Shu was cultivated in the Guling era by Tian D to nourish fragmented souls. In other words, Tian D of the Guling era was essentially the master of the Shin Shu. As its cultivator, and as the human leader of that age, how could he have perished so easily? Perhaps Master knew a great deal more, and was not merely secluded to break into the true God realm, Mu Ling added. You are right. Hong Yan's voice echoed in the four of their minds. It continued, ever since Master restored me, I have stood watch over the young Master. In fact, when the young Master was but a year old, Hong Yan, when on Master's cultivation, had already reached the half-step God realm. Yet throughout the child's early years, Master frequently went out. In fact, when the young Master was but a year old, Hong Yan, when on Master's cultivation, had already reached the half-step God realm. Yet throughout, I see. The four exchanged murmurs. And that fortune teller from before, he seemed to be scheming with me. The old man in the hemp robe chimed in. It appears Master was arranging a larger design. Mo Qing spoke up. Her words silenced Hong Yan and Xiao Hulu. How inscrutable was Lu Ming. Even the spirits did not fully fathom him. For them, Lu Ming left only one impression. There was nothing he could not accomplish. It was as if in Lu Ming's eyes anything could be achieved with effortless precision. To compel Lu Ming to lay plans against an existence, what manner of being would that be? Could it truly be the Shin Shu? These are not things for you to pry into. Hong Yan's voice sounded again. Your duty is simply to keep the young Master safe. The four fell silent, then each offered a wry smile and a nod. Indeed, whatever Lu Ming plotted, it was not a task meant for them. For now, the foremost concern was to accompany Xiao Linger, make offerings to the statue. At that moment, the village chief cried out, and as his words fell, all the villagers stepped forward with items to place before the statue: food, drink, clothing, essential household goods of every variety. There were a few offerings of rare immortal trinkets, though they were scarce. If you fail to present something, you will not receive the god's protection, Wang Guoda said to Xiao Linger after placing his own offering. We won't. Mo Qing smiled, shaking her head. She did not believe in such things. More importantly, the figure that the stone statue represented might very well stand before them. Offering things to solicit his protection was absurd. Offerings to court his favor. What a joke. Xiao Linger eyes round as Moons piped up, old uncle, when can I eat the Puyu King? She already held spoon and chopsticks in her small hands. Haha, very soon. Wang Guoda laughed, amused by her perpetual readiness to eat. Li Xingyue and the others could not help but smile. Bring forth the offering. The chief cried again. A colossal Puyu king was then born forward. It resembled the Pu fish they had seen before, the same shape and features, only magnified tenfold. After the offering was placed, the villagers began to burn incense. Little one, come on, go up and eat. Eat as much as you like. Wang Daughte said to Xiao Linger with a old uncle, really? Xiao Linger's eyes brightened instantly. Li Xingyue and the others regarded Wang Daughte with looks that plainly said, are you sure? They all knew the true extent of Xiao Linger's appetite. Without exaggeration, she could easily consume a beast the size of a small hill and still not feel full. Given free rein, Xiao Linger could devour more than half of this Puyu king. Of course, go ahead, the old man chuckled, utterly unaware of how serious the matter truly was. In his eyes, she remained a 4 or 5-year-old child. How much could such a youngster possibly eat? Old uncle, if I eat too much, will you blame me? She asked, tilting her head. Haha, little one, eat your fill. No one will scold you. Indeed, even if you finish the Puyu king, we won't say a word, a villager added, laughing. That is so long as you can finish it. Little one, if you want to eat, then eat, they all echoed, smiling indulgently before Xiao Linger could even reply. They clearly adored Xiao Linger. Yay, meat. She giggled, hopping eagerly toward the Puyu king. Old uncle, truly no one will mind how much she eats. Li Xingyue asked, warily glancing at Wang Daughte. Mo Qing and the others felt the same unease. Though Xiao Linger's frame was small, her appetite was astonishing. She might grow ravenous if she missed even an hour without food. Her little belly seemed a bottomless pit, able to contain boundless fare. Haha, of course. Today is a day of reverence. Even if there are deaths in a household, the village must celebrate, Wang Daughte replied carelessly. Hearing that, Li Xingyue and the others fell silent and said no more. As for Xiao Linger, she had already plunged into a manic exhibition of eating. In the span of their conversation, more than half of a Puyu leg had been consumed. Little one, is it delicious? Villagers cooed. Haha, if it's good, then eat more. Such an adorable child. Seeing her devour most of a Puyu leg, no one scolded her, all urged her to help herself. With her mouth full, Xiao Linger nodded indistinctly, then bent her head and continued to eat in a short while an entire Puyu leg had been cleaned to bare bone. The sight of that naked, meatless bone left the fishing village speechless. A 4 or 5-year-old child had managed to consume an entire leg of the Puyu king. What an appetite, a villager murmured. Puyu king meat is far more succulent than common Pu fish. You outsiders always eat a lot. Yes, during previous days of reverence, those outsiders did eat a great deal of Puyu king meat, another voice agreed. Little one, don't worry, there's plenty. The villagers paid it no mind. Very good. I'm still not full, Xiao Linger giggled, and with a delighted laugh she continued to devour the feast. Her words left the villagers of the fishing village momentarily stunned. How could such a large leg still not be enough to satisfy? If you haven't had enough, then eat more. Come, little one, come eat from your aunt. This is the fish belly, it's delicious. The crowd chuckled warmly. I will eat it all. Little Linger replied, using a small knife to cut a piece of meat from the king of catfish and putting it into her mouth. Sister, why is there only one mouth? If there were several mouths, I could eat a lot of meat at once. While she was eating, she said this to Li Xingyue. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. Little Linger had always been like this. It seemed that her little mind was filled with strange questions. Others were also amused by Little Linger's peculiar inquiry. Linger, I don't know either, just eat up. If it's delicious, eat more. Li Xingyue replied with a smile. I will finish all of this. Little Linger nodded earnestly, saying innocently. As soon as she spoke, the villagers of the fishing village couldn't help but laugh. Finish off this king of catfish. What a joke. Why were they allowing outsiders to participate in honoring the gods? Aside from being hospitable, the most important reason was that the king of catfish meat was too much to consume. Even if the entire village participated, they couldn't finish off a whole king of catfish. Moreover, catfish meat spoils easily and is hard to preserve. To avoid wasting such a good thing, they allowed outsiders to join in. Little one, if you can finish it, I will give you a few. Right, and I too. Come, uncle won't eat any more, you eat instead. Ha ha ha. The villagers of the fishing village teased with amusement. Many even directly made way for Little Linger, seemingly wanting to see just how much this little one could eat. Really? You will give me meat if I can finish. Little Linger looked at the person who promised to give her catfish with wide, innocent eyes. Of course. As long as you can finish, all the catfish at my home are yours. Me too. Several villagers chimed in cheerfully. All right, let's make a pinky promise. Little Linger said with great joy. As she spoke, she sincerely extended her pinky finger. Seeing this, the villagers couldn't help but laugh. Then they all came forward to make a pinky promise with Little Linger. Hey, these guys really dare to say such things, Mu Ling chuckled as she looked at them, teasing. With Little Linger's terrifying, not to mention just one king of catfish, even if there were another, she could surely eat it all. Hey, those guys will be. The old man in the burlap robe added. Do you really think this little girl can finish it? The meat of the king of catfish is rich in overwhelming primal power. Previously, some outsiders couldn't even handle eating a small part of a leg. Daughte said from the side. Clearly, even if he didn't know how to cultivate, he was aware of the matter of cultivation. Hey, just wait and see. The old man in the burlap robe smiled mysteriously. What might be impossible for others was truly not a big deal for Little Linger. Because the most incredible aspect of Little Linger's devouring body is that she can continuously refine the things that contain spiritual energy on her own. The more spiritual energy contained, the better it is for Little Linger. If it were someone else, they would need to operate their techniques slowly to refine the king of catfish meat. Little Linger, however, doesn't need to as long as she keeps eating her devouring body will autonomously. This would increase Little Linger's primal power and enhance her cultivation level. Daughte chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further. After all, he didn't believe that Little Linger could eat an entire king of catfish. However, as time passed, the training ground that was once filled with laughter fell silent. Everyone in the fishing village stared at the little figure on the high platform, who was still wildly eating. Expressions of disbelief adorned every face. Little Linger had already consumed half of a whole king of catfish by herself. That was a quantity that could only be consumed if the entire village worked together. Little Linger alone ate. She didn't even seem to show any signs of being full. The villagers looked at each other equally. Even Daughte was left dumbfounded. He never expected this little one could eat so much. Oh my, is this little one really going to finish it all? Daughte spoke incredulously. Li Xingyue and the others just smiled and remained silent. Soon half an hour passed. I'm done. Little Linger cheerfully declared as she popped the last piece of catfish meat into her mouth. Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the air. Looking at the completely bare bones on the high platform, the villagers of the fishing village were utterly dumbfounded. She actually finished it all. What's wrong with you all? Uncle, didn't you say I could eat as much as I wanted? Little Linger asked, innocently gazing at the stunned crowd. Daughte found himself at a loss for words. How could he have known that Little Linger could truly eat an entire king of catfish alone? It's okay, just finishing is good, The village chief of the fishing village stepped forward to say, though he spoke while clutching his chest. Grandpa Village Chief, what's wrong with you? Little Linger asked, puzzled. It's nothing, just an old ailment, the village chief replied with a wry smile, patting his chest. Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but laugh. What else could it be? Naturally, they were feeling heartbroken. Because the villagers wanted to see just how much Little Linger could eat, many hadn't gone up to eat. They were all planning to wait until Little Linger was full before they ate. This included the village chief. And now, Little Linger had finished an entire fish by herself. How could they not feel heartbroken? After all, he had worked hard to catch it himself, and he hadn't even had a single bite. Grandpa Village Chief, did I eat too much? Little Linger's cheeks flushed as she shyly spoke. Haha, it's fine, being able to eat is a good thing. The village chief seemed to like her appearance, comforting her. Grandpa Village Chief, let me give you some sweet water. It's really delicious. I'll trade it for meat. Little Linger seemed to remember something as she said. Sweet water. Upon hearing this, the village chief chuckled. What water could compare to the meat of the king of catfish? However, looking at Little Linger's innocent expression, he smiled and nodded, saying, all right, no problem. Great. Little Linger instantly beamed with joy. Grandpa Village Chief. Seeing that the elder did not respond, Xiao Linger called again sweetly and softly. Hearing her voice, the village chief finally snapped out of his daze. You are. He pointed first at the small gourd, then at Xiao Linger, his words stumbling, utterly incoherent. Moreover, his voice trembled faintly, as though he had just witnessed something utterly beyond comprehension. The village chief's sudden strangeness instantly drew every gaze, including that of Li Xingyue and her companions. What is happening? They exchanged glances, silently wondering. Grandpa Village Chief, what's wrong? Xiao Linger gazed up at him with wide round eyes brimming with innocent confusion. Yang Wu pays homage to his excellency. Under Xiao Linger's steady gaze, the village chief dropped to one knee and spoke with profound reverence. Oh. The sudden gesture left everyone stunned, villagers included. The village chief himself had just addressed an outsider as His Excellency. And was it truly a little girl of only 4 or 5 years? The villagers stared blankly at one another, faces frozen in shock and bewilderment. Nor were Li Xingyue and her companions any less astonished. Why, without warning, would the fisherman's village chief address Xiao Linger as His Excellency? Grandpa Village Chief, I'm not an adult. I'm a little person. Xiao Linger replied, pure and guileless. At those words, Li Xingyue and Mo Qing burst into laughter. Yet what she said was undeniably true. After all, she was barely 4 or 5. Even the villagers couldn't help but smile faintly at her innocence. Village Chief Yang Wu was utterly flustered by her reply, so much so that he could hardly find words. After a long pause, he ventured hesitantly, voice trembling with disbelief. Are you the daughter of His Excellency? The daughter of His Excellency. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged startled glances. The villagers might not grasp Yang Wu's meaning, but they certainly did. His Excellency, Yang Wu referred to as almost certainly Xiao Linger's enigmatic father. In other words, her father had once visited this very place, and had even been honored as His Excellency by Yang Wu himself. Grandpa Village Chief, what are you talking about? Xiao Linger scratched her head, her expression utterly bewildered, as if her thoughts hadn't yet caught up. Linger, your father may have visited here before. Li Xingyue stepped forward to explain. Grandpa Village Chief, did my stinky daddy come here? Xiao Linger's eyes lit up with sudden realization as she pressed eagerly. At her words, the villagers grew visibly unsettled, staring at her with awestruck expressions as if some long-buried memory had just surged forth. Village Chief, surely you're not mistaken. This toddler is his daughter. Yes, Village Chief. Are you certain? Who would have imagined? She is truly his daughter. We pay our respects to the young master. One by one the villagers voiced their salutation, then in unison knelt before Xiao Linger, bowing deeply in solemn reverence. Their collective gesture left Xiao Linger utterly speechless. She stared blankly at the kneeling crowd, her clear, limpid eyes shimmering with boundless childlike bewilderment. Village Chief, what is this? Li Xingyue turned to Yang Wu perplexed. Mo Qing and the others mirrored her confusion. Everyone disperse. The young master, please follow me. Meeting their questioning gazes, Yang Wu waved gently and spoke. Then without further word, he led the way toward his own home. Li Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation followed closely behind, guiding Xiao Linger along. Amid the villagers' reverent stares, the group soon entered Yang Wu's modest courtyard, its architectural style nearly identical to that of Wang Guada's residence. This matter traces back 2 years ago. Once seated, the elder village chief began speaking as he brewed tea. 2 years ago, Li Xingyue and her companions furrowed their brows slightly. Xiao Linger, meanwhile, lay sprawled across the table, her bright, dewy eyes darting curiously, here, there, and everywhere. She seemed enchanted by everything around her. 2 years ago, our fishing village was assaulted by a monstrous sea beast. It was a terrifying, grotesque fish. Even with our entire village mobilized, we could not so much as scratch its hide. Just as our village stood on the brink of annihilation, His Excellency appeared and merely tapped it ever so lightly. Yang Wu continued gesturing with his finger as he spoke. That fearsome leviathan froze instantly, immobile, helpless. In the end, it shrank into a tiny fish and was taken by His Excellency. Later, His Excellency told us that beast was the last surviving Kunping, the ancient sovereign of the Northern Sea. The final monarch of the Northern Sea, he added solemnly. The last Kunping. A wave of astonishment rippled through Li Xingyue and her companions. After all, the little gourd had once revealed that the Kunping reigned supreme over the Northern Sea in the ancient spirit era, and this very creature had been bred by the Kunping clan itself. Grandfather, do you mean this fish? As soon as Yang Wu fell silent, Xiao Linger interjected. As she spoke, she gently traced a motion in the air, whereupon a shimmering golden fish appeared suspended as a luminous phantom before them all. It resembled nothing more than an ordinary golden carp. Yes, that's exactly it. Yang Wu breathed, still shaken by the memory. This is Daddy's fish. He keeps it in his pond. I feed it all the time. So it's really a Kunping. Xiao Linger declared, utterly guileless. Li Xingyue and her companions were struck dumb. They knew Lu Ming was formidable, yet the Kunping had once ruled the Northern Sea as its undisputed overlord. And now, it had been captured and kept as a mere ornamental fish. Even Yang Wu stood stunned. He himself had witnessed firsthand the sheer terror that beast inspired. To speak without exaggeration, the creature's most casual movement could warp heaven and earth. And yet, this celestial sovereign had been subdued and caged as a pet. Young master, may I ask why you've come to our humble village? Is it for the divine spirit, 7 gourds, eh? After a long pause, Yang Wu asked again. Divine spirit, 7 gourds. Li Xingyue and her companions frowned faintly. Was that the collective name for the 7 little gourds? Grandpa Village Chief, do you mean little gourd? Xiao Linger replied, and promptly withdrew the Hunyuan Zijin gourd. Yes, indeed. In fact, this very gourd was taken from our village by His Excellency. Only later did I learn. His Excellency came here precisely for this gourd. He merely happened upon the Kunping and seized the opportunity to subdue it, and in doing so saved our entire village. His Excellency once said he sought a vessel to hold water for his daughter. I never dreamed the daughter he spoke of would be none other than the young master herself. Yang Wu spoke with a wry, self-deprecating smile. Li Xingyue and her companions stood utterly flabbergasted. So the gourd had come into Xiao Linger's possession simply because it was an ideal water-holding vessel, not because Lu Ming had deliberately sought it out to protect her. It wasn't chosen with intent, to shield or safeguard her. The four of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. This clearly shows how much Lu Ming dotes on Xiaolinger. It's merely a container for water. He even directly sought the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, one of the divine 7 gourds. If Xiaolinger wanted the stars from the sky, he would probably go and pluck them for her, right? The four of them pondered. Village chief grandpa, did the stinky father take the small gourd from here? Xiaolinger continued speaking. Li Xingyue and the others also turned their gaze towards Yangwu. Under everyone's gaze, the old village chief nodded and sighed. Yes, this gourd was brought out by our ancestors from Misty Island. This was a gift from the gods to our ancestors, and it has been enshrined in the ancestral hall ever since. It was only when I met you that I realized. It turns out this small gourd is actually one of the divine 7 gourds from the myth of Beihai. Misty Island again. Li Xingyue and the others murmured to themselves. Wang Guota's condition was for them to go to Misty Island and find his son. Xiaolinger also deciphered from the animal skin scroll that Wang Guotu had brought out. There is a miraculous flower on Misty Island that can grant power to the human realm. Unexpectedly, the small gourd was also brought out from Misty Island. Village chief grandpa, do you know where there are small gourds? Xiaolinger innocently asked. I don't know either, little master, Yangwu replied with a bitter smile. The divine 7 gourds are treasures of Beihai. Their village is just a small one. To be fortunate enough to obtain one is already a miraculous opportunity. As for the others, I truly haven't heard of them. An old man said he knows a place that has small gourds. Xiaolinger chimed. Old man. The village chief frowned slightly, showing some confusion. Everyone in the village calls him Wang Guotu, Li Xingyue explained immediately. He might actually know something. Wang Guotu is quite famous in the village because he has been to many places. In his youth, he drifted in Beihai for several years. Everyone in the village thought he was dead, but unexpectedly he returned alive in the end. Yang Wu said in realization. Before Li Xingyue and the others could respond, he continued. Little master, you can just ask him directly. He owes a life-saving grace to the village. I believe he will tell you the truth. After hearing this, Xiaolinger scratched her head, but the old man said we should go to Misty Island to help him find his son before he tells me. Li Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. Misty Island, huh? Little master can indeed go there to take a look since you have been there before. However, he never told us what Misty Island had. Yang Wu took over the conversation. Lu Ming had been to Misty Island. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances. If that's the case, Lu Ming must have seen the miraculous flower that can grant power to the human realm as well. Stinky Father has also been to Misty Island. Then I want to go see it too, Xiaolinger said fearlessly. Li Xingyue and the others said nothing especially. Even if Xiaolinger didn't go, she still wanted to see what kind of flower could grant power to the human realm. Alright, I will arrange a ship for the little master right away. Yang Wu said seriously. Okay, Xiaolinger nodded eagerly. Soon under Yang Wu's arrangements, a large ship was prepared at the dock. Xiaolinger and the others slowly boarded the ship under the watchful eyes of the villagers. We bid farewell to the little master. Looking at the ship in the distance, Yang Wu and the villagers shouted in unison. Xiaolinger stood at the bow of the ship, grinning and waving at them. The brilliant sunlight poured over them. Amidst the shimmering waves, small fish and shrimp swimming beneath the surface could be seen clearly. Wow, sister, look, there's such a big turtle over there. Wow, sister, come quickly, and look, there's such a big crab. Wow. Xiaolinger stood on the deck, running left and right, like a happy little sprite, constantly exclaiming in surprise. Li Xingyue and the others smiled as they silently watched the lively little figure. According to the village chief, we need at least 3 days to reach Misty Island. Mo Qin glanced at the shimmering sea and said, originally with her cultivation, she could have directly taken Xiaolinger across. However, the boundless sea makes it hard to find a place to land. In other words, if they chose to fly across, they might need to fly for 3 days without rest. This was something Xiaolinger could definitely not accept. After all, her 3 meals a day cannot be missed. Likewise, flying would consume a large amount of her original strength, and if they encountered any obstacles, it would be quite dangerous. This was also the reason they chose to take the ship. Just right, the little master seems to really like the sea. Letting her see the scenery of the sea is also wonderful. Mu Ling remarked while watching Xiaolinger's lively figure. Li Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. It is indeed the case. Since boarding the ship and sailing on the sea, Xiaolinger's exclamations had hardly ceased. It seemed that all the creatures in Beihai were fresh experiences for her. Who the hell said, I am a turtle? Just then a deep voice suddenly rang out. Along with the voice came visible sound waves. The sound waves stirred the sea into towering waves, crashing violently against the ship. It was truly a sound like thunder. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. With a loud crash, the distant sea suddenly erupted, and an island broke through the surface of the water, revealing a strange creature. It appeared to be a giant turtle, but had a dragon's head. On its back it carried not an island, but a massive stone. The towering figure made Xiaolinger and the other ship appear like a tiny canoe before it, hardly larger than one of its nostrils. Little girl, are you the one who said, I am a turtle? Its captivating eyes opened, fixed on Xiao Linger. Under those terrifying big eyes, Xiao Linger appeared as small as an ant. Aren't you a turtle? Xiao Linger stared with her round eyes at the strange turtle and replied, her small face showing no fear. Little master, this is a bishi. Mo Qing stepped forward and addressed the strange turtle directly. Oh bishi, my teacher has told me about it. My teacher said bishi is the child of the old loach and the old turtle. Nyogyre, so you were the Nyogyre that my teacher mentioned. Xiao Linger exclaimed, laughing happily. The bishi was left dumbfounded. The child of the old loach and the old turtle, Nyogyre. You turtle. Little girl, are you seeking death? Bishi said coldly. HM. At those words, the hem-probed elder and Mu Ling froze. Both stared at Bishi with incredulous eyes as if to say, you have some nerve, lad. How dare he speak to Xiao Linger like that? Does he not know that those who once spoke thus to her are long gone? Seems today's meal is decided. Can you cook? Mu Ling said coldly to the hem-probed elder. The elder replied with a chuckle, rest assured it will be delicious. Meeting his gaze, the hem-probed elder smiled faintly, casting a mock-pitying glance at Bishi. As for Bishi, he had heard rumors. In the tales of the Jinling realm, this beast was said to have been born of a union between a Jinlong and a Jun Tiangui. It carried both Jinlong blood and Jun Tiangui blood. Calling it a turtle was apt. After all, a Jun Tiangui is still a turtle, only far more formidable. When Xiao Linger called it a big Wangba, she was not wrong. Yet Bishi reacted with murderous intent, directed at Xiao Linger no less. Truly, he spurns the path of heaven and insists on bursting through the gates of hell. Ahead, after hearing Bishi, Xiao Linger's little mind seemed to stall. She gazed blankly at the vast shadow that blotted out sky and sun. She kept swallowing. Sister, this big turtle must be delicious, Xiao Linger suddenly said to Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue smiled wryly. Indeed, in Xiao Linger's eyes, everything amounted to either tasty or not. Delicious. Bishi was dumbfounded. It bore Jinlong and Jun Tiangui bloodlines. Both were among the fiercest of beasts. Even here in the Northern Sea, it was supremely powerful, the undisputed overlord of these waters. A 4 or 5-year-old brat actually wants to eat me. Bishi burst into mocking laughter. She wants to eat me? With her alone, it sneered, fixing its gaze on. Among the party, the only one it took seriously was Mo Qing, a half-step CND. A half-step CND's cultivation is after all top tier among humans. She could pose a threat to it, though nothing more. What is wrong with the little master calling you a turtle? You bear Jun Tiangui blood and look no different from a Jun Tiangui. Could you not pretend you didn't hear? Facing Bishi, Mo Qing said in a pitiable tone. She was not Xiao Linger's true reliance. Xiao Linger's real pillar was Hong, yet a terrifying presence comparable to the half-step divine realm. Arrogant. A half-step CND is indeed formidable. Do you take me for a vegetarian? Bishi snapped, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Jun. With a low exhale from Bishi, the colossal steel on its shell shot skyward. Under its control, the monolith hurtled down toward Xiao Linger and the others, intent on crushing them. Humph. Watching the descending steely, Mo Qing snorted. Terrifying origin power erupted within her, wrapping the entire vessel in a tight protective sheath. From afar, the boat seemed encased in a transparent bubble. With a hum, the great steel slammed into the barrier, sending a monstrous shockwave outward. The sea beneath the vessel was violently evacuated as the water was driven aside. One could imagine that without Mo Qing's origin power protecting them, this single blow could have shattered the ship to splinters. But before Mo Qing could fully counter, strange runes suddenly leapt from the colossal steel. The black runes seemed like a sinister curse, like a terrifying hex, and they began to spread across Mo Qing's origin power. In an instant, the origin aura enveloping the ship was covered in those strange runes. Mo Qing's expression changed. She discovered she could only mobilize 50% of her origin power. As for Li Xingyue and the other 3, none of whom were even in the Xian Dao realm, they were reduced to ordinary people with no cultivation. Only Xiao Linger seemed unaffected, staring at the runes with curious interest. Half-step CND, once I devour you, I shall surely break into the CND realm, Bishi sneered at Mo Qing, full of self-satisfaction. The divine art of the Jun Tiangui clan, Mo Qing said, glancing at the runes with a grave face. The Jun Tiangui's power lay in the steel upon their backs. Legend said the Jun Tiangui's steels possessed dreadfully suppressive power. A powerful Jun Tiangui could by means of its steely subdue an entire world. Thus the steel was both a divine technique and a terrifying innate treasure of the Jun Tiangui. Now tell me, what fraction of your strength can you still wield? Bishi jeered at Mo Qing. Is that so? Just as the words left its mouth, Xiao Linger's tinkling laughter sounded. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Xiao Linger had somehow floated into midair above the boat. Under their watchful eyes, Xiao Linger reached out toward one of the strange runes. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged puzzled glances. No one could understand why Xiao Linger would reach for the rune, not even Bishi. Under their baffled stare, Xiao Linger had already seized the rune and with a deft but firm pinch crushed it. With a sharp crack, the once ethereal rune shattered. What is this? They were even more bewildered. Then one after another crisp cracks resounded. After Xiao Linger crushed that first rune, the other strange runes began to fracture and collapse like a cluster of snowflakes whose supports had suddenly. In the blink of an eye, all the strange runes vanished. Mo Qing could clearly feel the inscrutable force that had been suppressing her origin power dissipate. What? Mo Qing, Li Xingyue, and the others were astonished. Broken. Xiao Linger had so effortlessly shattered Bix's suppression technique. Yet the most shocked of all was Bishi. This was the first time it had encountered someone capable of undoing its suppression art. And the opponent was only a 4 or 5-year-old child. You. Bishi stared at Xiao Linger dumbfounded and at a loss for words. How could this be? How is this possible? She shattered my suppression art so effortlessly. The Bishi stood there in disbelief, frozen in place. The divine ability it used was called Jintian. When facing an enemy, as long as it used the stone tablet to suppress them, it could compress the opponent's strength by 50%. It was precisely because of this incredible divine ability that it gradually grew to become a dominant existence. Similarly, most of its current cultivation at the late stage of the immortal saint realm was also achieved through the divine ability Jintian. With this divine ability, it faced basically no rivals among its peers. Relying on Jintian, it plundered countless cultivation resources step by step, reaching today. Yet the Bishi never expected that the divine ability it prided itself on, which allowed it to establish itself in the world, would be broken by a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. At this moment, the Bishi even began to doubt whether it had unwittingly fallen into some kind of illusion. Little Master Yu. Not to mention the Bishi, even Mo Qing was utterly shocked. The divine abilities of the Zhentian turtle clan were extremely terrifying. In the immortal spirit realm, mentioning this clan would make people change color in fear. This is because the suppression divine abilities of this clan are exceedingly fearsome. Unless one possesses strength far beyond the Zhentian turtle they encounter, they would need absolute power to break it. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to escape. But now, Little Linger was merely at the Immortal King cultivation level. In the immortal spirit realm, with her level of cultivation combined with her young age, it was indeed terrifying. However, now facing a Zhentian turtle at the immortal saint level, it should have been impossible for her to break the Bix's suppression divine ability, no matter how terrifying she was. Yet Little Linger actually managed to do it. Not only did she accomplish it, but she did so with great ease. If the people of the immortal spirit realm were to learn of this, it would definitely cause an uproar. To be precise, it would send the immortal spirit realm into a frenzy. The Zhentian turtle clan is a treasure trove, especially the stone tablets on their backs, which many covet endlessly. Because those stone tablets are naturally possessed by the Zhentian turtle clan, and each can be refined into a terrifying magic weapon. However, facing the suppression divine ability of the Zhentian turtle clan, many can only sigh in admiration, having the desire, but lacking the ability. Now Little Linger actually broke the suppression divine ability of a Bishi at the immortal saint level with her immortal king cultivation. This was tantamount to mastering the weaknesses of the Zhentian turtle clan. If the people of the immortal spirit realm were to know, they would surely go crazy. Because mastering the weaknesses of the Zhentian turtle clan would mean possessing an enormous amount of cultivation resources. Big sister, what's wrong? Little Linger looked at Mo Qing in confusion, seemingly unaware of the tremendous impact her actions had on Mo Qing's heart. Little Master, how did you break the Bix's divine ability? Meeting Little Linger's eyes clear as an autumn pond, Mo Qing couldn't help but curiously ask. It's simple. Those are the Zhen character divine symbols. My stinky father said that as long as you find the nodes within, you can break it. Little Linger innocently replied. The Zhen character divine symbol. Mo Qing's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. It was the first time she had heard these 3 words. Little Master, may I ask what the Zhen character divine symbol is? She continued to inquire. Li Xingyue and the other 2 also perked up their ears. My stinky father said there are 9 great divine symbols in the world. Zhen Sha Shi Huan, and Little Linger continued, but as she spoke, an awkward expression appeared. Big sister, I forgot what else there is. She scratched her head, her little face turning slightly red as she spoke. However, her appearance was extremely cute. The big turtle uses the Zhen character divine symbol, and my stinky father showed it to me before. So I broke it. No way. How is that possible? How could you know the Zhen character divine symbol? Before Mo Qing could respond, the Bishi let out an incredulous roar. The Zhen character divine symbol is the most core secret of the Zhentian turtle clan. The reason this clan possesses the terrifying divine ability Zhentian is that their ancestors used an incredible method to integrate the Jun character into their own bloodline. Thus, it gradually evolved into the current Jun Tian divine ability. However, the Jun character divine symbol is something from the ancient spirit era. Even the Jun Tian turtle clan needs to reach the immortal king realm to learn about the Jun character divine symbol from their inherited memories. How could a 4 or 5-year-old child from the human race possibly know about the Jun character divine symbol? This is a secret even those terrifying powerhouses from the human race are unaware of. My stinky father told me. He can use it too. Little Linger replied with a face full of innocence. What? After hearing this, the Bishi was utterly dumbfounded. The Jun character divine symbol, there is only one in the world. In other words, after the Jun Tian turtle clan integrated the Jun character divine symbol into their bloodline, there would be no more Jun character divine symbols or their powers in the world. This terrifying suppression power became unique to this clan after they incorporated the Jun character divine symbol into their bloodline. Aside from the Jun Tian turtle clan and beings with an extremely pure Jun Tian turtle bloodline, how could there be any existence capable of using the power of the Jun character divine symbol in the world? And yet she is a human. It's impossible. The power of the Jun character divine symbol can only be controlled by those with an extremely pure Jun Tian turtle bloodline. How could a human possibly control it? The Bishi roared in disbelief. As for Little Linger's father having an extremely pure Jun Tian turtle bloodline, the Bishi did not consider this possibility, because it could tell that Little Linger was a genuine human bloodline. Her parents must be human. If one of them were from the demon race, their offspring would have some demon bloodline to some extent. Therefore, the Bishi was certain that Little Linger's father must be human. But how could a human possibly use the power of the Jun character divine symbol? My stinky father can. Little Linger interjected. Then you must be eliminated and your father must die too. Otherwise, the entire Jun Tian turtle clan will never know peace. The Bishi spoke with a chilling, murderous intent. Jun Tian divine ability is the capital that all beings with Jun Tian turtle clan bloodline rely on to dominate the world. It is also the reason they can survive. If the method to crack the Jun Tian divine ability spreads, it would be a catastrophe for all demon beasts with Jun Tian turtle bloodline, including it. So Little Linger must die. Her father must die too. Only in this way can it ensure its own safety. What the hell? When the Bix's words came out, Li Xingyue and the others were all dumbfounded. They looked at the Bishi as if it were a fool. Good gracious, what a character. Wanting to kill Little Linger is one thing, now you want to kill Lu Ming. Where did you get the courage to say such? How outrageous. So reckless. A mere mixed-breed turtle dares to speak such wild words, seeking death. After the Bix's words fell, all the true artifacts on Little Linger's body moved. As the space trembled continuously, artifact after artifact appeared around Xiao Linger. In the blink of an eye, all the artifacts except for the red one manifested. A momentum stronger than that of Mo Qing erupted from each artifact. It was as if ancient deities had descended upon this place, their terrifying aura locking onto the Bishi. Damn! In an instant, Bix's mind went blank. Gazing at the artifacts surrounding Xiao Linger, its expression was dazed, as if its soul had been instantly pulled away. At this moment, Bishi could only think one thing. What the hell is going on? Artifacts. So many true artifacts. It stared blankly at the artifacts around Xiao Linger, completely frozen. The lifespan of demon beasts is already longer than that of humans. Not to mention, it also possesses the bloodline of the heavenly turtle clan. It is well known that turtle demon beasts, regardless of their species, have longer lifespans than other demon beasts. In fact, it could be said to be double that of other demon beasts. In other words, Bishi, which possesses the bloodline of the heavenly turtle and has reached a celestial level of cultivation, has lived for at least tens of millions of years. Therefore, it understands what true artifacts are. It is very clear that an artifact appearing autonomously and exuding the aura comparable to that of a nascent celestial emperor can only be done by a true artifact. But haven't true artifacts already gone extinct in the immortal spirit realm? How could this 4 or 5-year-old girl possess them? And so many of them. Thinking of this, Bishi couldn't help but blink its enormous eyes repeatedly. Clearly, it was struggling to believe the scene before it. Meanwhile, Mo Qing and the others behind Xiao Linger looked at Bishi with mocking expressions. They all wore expressions as if to say, "Are you sweating bullets? Hey, this guy has some nerve claiming he will kill the little master, and even take the master along. It's like lighting a lantern in a toilet asking for death." The elder in a hemp robe muttered softly. At the moment Bishi declared it would kill Xiao Linger. He knew that this guy was doomed today. What he didn't expect was that Bishi also declared it would kill Lu Ming as well. It was simply asking to be thrown into the underworld. It's normal. The heavenly turtle clan's divine ability is their foundation for existence. Moreover, it is also their guarantee for survival. If the little master can easily break it, word of this spreading would be a disaster for all demon beasts with the pure bloodline of the heavenly turtle. After all, the little master essentially holds the lifeline of demon beasts possessing the heavenly turtle bloodline. If it were you, you would definitely strike ruthlessly too. However, this guy picked the wrong person. Mo Qing chuckled softly, continuing the conversation. The heavenly turtle clan is full of treasures. Their flesh and blood contain primordial power, and consuming them can enhance the cultivation of celestial beings. Their shells can serve as the main material for crafting defensive artifacts, especially the stone tablet on their back, which is a unique item in the world. They survive in the immortal spirit realm thanks entirely to such a terrifying divine ability. Since Xiao Linger knows how to crack this divine ability, it is equivalent to knowing the weaknesses of all demon beasts with the heavenly turtle bloodline. In the face of such an existence, it would be strange if Bishi did not shout out for a killing. Li Xingyue and the others nodded. Indeed, if they were in Bix's position, they would surely act similarly. Unfortunately, Bishi picked the wrong person. It was not facing an ordinary person, but the most terrifying second generation in the immortal spirit realm. Just a turtle possessing the heavenly turtle bloodline. Isn't that just a turtle? The little master also didn't say anything wrong. It could just ignore it. Why did it have to bump into the blade? Mu Ling mocked, taking over the conversation. Bishi's hostility towards Xiao Linger stemmed from her calling it a big turtle. Although Bishi has the bloodline of a true dragon within it, its appearance indeed resembles that of a turtle, and on top of that it has the bloodline of the heavenly turtle. Calling it a turtle is quite normal. It's akin to addressing an elder as old man instead of respectfully calling them grandpa. How normal is that? Yet Bishi insists that being called a turtle insults its true dragon bloodline and comes to find trouble. Mo Qing and the others smiled at each other, but said nothing. They silently looked towards Bishi. At this moment, Bishi no longer had the previous arrogant demeanor. All that remained was sheer terror on its face. Now only it knows how deeply it regrets its actions. Regrets coming to find trouble over a mere turtle. If only time could rewind. For Xiao Linger's remark of turtle, it would undoubtedly have pretended not to hear. It might even have nodded in cooperation. Unfortunately, time cannot rewind, and today it is bound to die. Kill. A voice filled with youthful weariness echoed from the small gourd. As the words fell, the small gourd charged ahead, attacking Bishi. The lid of the gourd opened and beams of rosy light shot out, enveloping Bix's massive mountain-like body. The other artifacts also moved into action. The Tianqing chain, which is the necklace around Xiao Linger's neck, transformed into a serpent, quickly binding Bishi like a zongzi. Moreover, Xiao Linger's bracelet, an artifact known as the God-binding lock, also restrained Bishi, rendering it unable to move. Of course, there was also the ancient mottled copper coin worn around Xiao Linger's ankle, the realm-settling coin. It collaborated with the small gourd to firmly suppress Bishi, preventing it from even begging for mercy. Whoosh! Immediately after, a cold gleam flickered. The black dagger that Xiao Linger used to tear through the void plunged directly into Bishi. It could not even let out a cry of anguish. Bix's terrified and massive head drooped down. It was clear that in its unclosing eyes there was no hatred or animosity. Only regret and fear remained. Perhaps Bishi never imagined that its death would come because of a single word turtle. After dealing with Bishi, all the artifacts returned to Xiao Linger. Remarkably, these items moved with a fluidity that suggested they were well trained. Li Xingyue and the others could not help but swallow their saliva. Such a terrifying giant turtle could be dealt with in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of the artifacts on Xiao Linger? Especially Mo Qing. She looked at Xiao Linger's small frame, her eyes filled with fear. That Bishi was at least a latest-stage celestial saint with the bloodlines of both a true dragon and a heavenly turtle within it. Its strength was not inferior to that of her half-step celestial emperor. If she were to face Bishi in an unknown battle, the outcome would still be uncertain. Yet before Xiao Linger and her artifacts, it only took the blink of an eye for it to be killed, not even leaving a wisp of remnant soul. Such horror, too terrifying. Mo Qing estimated that even if a latest-stage celestial emperor came, the artifacts on Xiao Linger could easily annihilate them, even against mid-stage or latest-stage celestial emperors. Even if Hong Yin did not take action, just with the small gourd and those artifacts they could contend against them. I want to eat the big turtle. Suddenly Xiao Linger cheerfully spoke. Looking at her innocent appearance, Mo Qing, Mu Ling, and the old man in rags couldn't help but shiver. Especially Mu Ling. It should be noted that it had once taken action against Xiao Linger. If it weren't for Xiao Hulu believing that keeping her around would be useful, it would have long been sent to see the great-grandmother. Only Li Xingyue felt nothing. After following Xiao Linger for so long, she had already grown accustomed to such scenes. Aren't you going yet? Seeing the old man in rags not moving, Mu Ling kicked him angrily. All right, young master, wait a moment, I will make it for you right away. The old man in rags realized and hurriedly ran out to deal with the Bishi. If it were any other time facing such a celestial-level demon beast, even if it were dead, he would be helpless. However, during the time at the Tomb of the Gods, he had obtained a semi-divine artifact, so handling the Bishi was surely more than enough. Linger, are you alright? Li Xingyue stepped forward, asking with concern. Hee, sister, I'm fine. Sister, hug me. Xiao Linger giggled, burrowing into Li Xingyue's arms. Looking at her cute and innocent appearance, Li Xingyue instantly revealed a maternal smile. Meanwhile, Mo Qing and Mu Ling went to assist the old man in rags. This Bishi was a celestial-level demon beast. Both its flesh and bones were excellent cultivation resources. Xiao Linger only wanted to eat the meat. Its essence blood naturally would be taken by them. Under the efforts of the three, the Bishi was quickly dismembered. Young master, this is that stone tablet. Mo Qing brought the reduced stone tablet before Xiao Linger, respectfully speaking. Taking a bit of essence blood was trivial, but this stone tablet was the most precious thing on the Bishi, as she dared not keep it for herself. I don't want it, it's not pretty. Looking at the stone tablet, Xiao Linger shook her head in disdain, showing a rejection. Mo Qing wore a bitter smile. If it were someone else facing this item, they would find it more important than their own life. But for Xiao Linger, she was directly treated with disdain. Sister, do you want it? They'll give it to you. Xiao Linger turned to Li Xingyue and said, let's give it to this senior instead. In response to her gaze, Li Xingyue said helplessly. Currently, she was only at the Saint Realm. This kind of treasure taken from a celestial-level demon beast, she had no idea how to use it. Even if she knew how with her current cultivation, she couldn't exert any effect. Just using it a bit would probably drain her completely. And one more thing, refining it was also a matter. After all, this was a celestial-level item, and with her low cultivation, it would be very difficult to refine. So this stone tablet was most suitable for Mo Qing. Hearing this, Mo Qing looked at her gratefully. She indeed wanted this stone tablet. As long as she refined it, she would obtain a suppressive treasure equivalent to the Zhen Tian divine ability of the Zhen Tian Gue clan. With this stone tablet, her strength would reach a new level. Okay, big sister, then I'll give it to you. Xiao Linger, she didn't take the stone tablet seriously at all. But thinking about it, with her status, as long as she wanted not to mention a celestial level item, even a divine emperor level item could be obtained. Thank you, young master. Mo Qing quickly replied. Hurry and stew the meat, I'm hungry. Xiao Linger looked eagerly at the alchemy cauldron, rubbing her little belly. Eating was above all. Okay. Mo Qing nodded heavily, put away the stone tablet, and went to use her primordial power to activate the alchemy cauldron to stew meat for Xiao Linger. As for Mu Ling, she silently refined the essence blood of the Bishi, improving her cultivation. Meanwhile, in a palace underwater in the North Sea. Have we not found the ancestor yet? A middle-aged man spoke with a very tired expression. Although he looked human, his exposed skin was covered in scales. Replying to the king, there has been no trace of the ancestor found. We only know the ancestor went towards Misty Island. Below, a crab spoke. Sai, is the ancestor still coveting the divine flower on Misty Island? After hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly. What did the Chiwen clan say about the sudden appearance of that ruin? After a moment, he asked again. Sai King, the ancestor of the Chiwen clan, wants to have a face-to-face meeting with our ancestor. What that means is, if we don't see our ancestor, they won't agree to cooperate. The big crab replied helplessly. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened. According to our clan's records, that ruin is related to the Kuanping divine clan. Perhaps there is one of the 7 divine gourd spirits inside. Now a large number of humans are facing such a situation. The Chiwen clan still demands to see the ancestor before cooperating. Are they crazy? He said angrily and somewhat helplessly. The Chiwen clan and the Bishi clan both belong to the 9 sons of the dragon. Facing the current situation, they still demand to meet the ancestor before cooperating. Isn't that giving the humans time and opportunity to plunder that ruin? King, if it really doesn't work, let's take action ourselves. The big crab said somewhat discontentedly. Compared to the Chiwen clan, the Bishi clan was somewhat stronger. After all, the Bishi clan generally possesses a powerful Zhen Tian Gue bloodline and can wield the Zhen Tian divine ability. With this divine ability in place, many from the Bishi clan are capable of fighting across realms. As for the Chiwen clan, they are merely a combination of true dragons and lucky carps. The only remarkable quality of this clan is their fortune, because the lucky carp clan is favored by heaven and earth. Their bloodline carries some ethereal luck. In other words, those with lucky carp bloodlines tend to have better fortune. With this ability, they often gain considerable rewards when seeking treasures in ruins. Wanting to cooperate with them is to value their fortune. Only in this way can the gains be maximized. Go find the ancestor, let's bring the ancestor back first. The Bishi king rubbed his temples, speaking with a bit of a headache. Clearly, he was also quite helpless regarding his own ancestor. Thank you, General, it's bad, a big matter has happened. At that moment, a shrimp rushed in a hurry, even falling over due to urgency. What is so urgent? Your mother has died. The crab glared at him dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, the shrimp demon beast had a visibly speechless expression. Speak, what's the matter? The Bishi king waved his hand and continued. King, a scout has reported. The ancestor. The shrimp demon beast stuttered and took a long time to say the following words. The ancestor. The Bishi king's heart jolted staring at the shrimp demon beast. Speak, what happened to the ancestor? Meeting its gaze, the shrimp demon beast trembled even more violently, but it still gritted its teeth and said the ancestor has been stewed by someone. What? The Bishi king was clearly stunned after hearing this, as if his mind had momentarily short-circuited. The ancestor has been stewed. What nonsense! That is an existence at the level of a celestial saint, and the heaven-suppressing divine ability is mastered to perfection. It is no exaggeration to say so. Even facing a mid-stage celestial emperor, there would be an 80% chance of escape. And now, has he been stewed? Not just him. That giant crab was also stunned by this news. The ancestor was their Bishi clan's anchor of stability, a terrifying existence that had lived for tens of millions of years. Now he has been stewed. Nonsense, the ancestor is an existence at the celestial saint level. How could he possibly be stewed? After a while, the giant crab came to its senses and angrily cursed. Given the strength of the Bishi ancestor, to want to eliminate him, one would need at least mid-stage celestial emperor cultivation. In the current celestial spirit realm, how many mid-stage celestial emperors are there? Furthermore, 2 of the top-tier powerhouses in the celestial spirit realm had previously engaged in a great battle. It can be said that there are only a handful of mid-stage celestial emperors in the current celestial spirit realm, and they can be counted on 2 hands. Whether human or demon, they are basically all ancient beings who have long been in seclusion. Unless something major occurs, they would not venture outside. Not to mention mid-stage celestial emperors. It has been a long time since even mid-stage celestial emperors have been active in the North Sea, or even the celestial spirit realm. Moreover, the location of Misty Island is a desolate place in the North Sea domain. Under such circumstances, how could the Bishi ancestor be stewed? General Xie, the information from our spies is just like this. The ancestor was stewed by a 4 or 5-year-old child. The shrimp demon beast spoke with a bitter expression. It also knew this news was hard to believe, but it was the truth. A 4 or 5-year-old child. General Xie and Bishi King were once again stunned after hearing this. What kind of joke is this? The fact that the ancestor has been stewed is already unbelievable. And it's done by a 4 or 5-year-old child. You dare to speak such nonsense here? General Xie instantly became furious. A 4 or 5-year-old child stewing their ancestor who has lived for tens of millions of years. Absolutely ridiculous. General Xie, the information from the spies is just like this. The shrimp demon beast replied with a grimace. Its reaction upon receiving this news was the same as General Xie's. After all, the Bishi ancestor is an existence at the celestial saint level. How could a 4 or 5-year-old child possibly stew him? However, it had asked several spies, and the information was all the same. If it were just one, it could be dismissed, but if 2 or 3 said the same, it must be the truth. Go check the ancestor's soul orb. The Bishi king said with a darkened face. The ancestor was the anchor of their clan and the foundation of their existence in the North Sea. Now that the ancestor is dead, it is a very dangerous situation for the Bishi clan. Because once this news spreads, opposing races will definitely come knocking. General Xie nodded and immediately sent a crab to check the soul orb. The soul orb is akin to a mark. Inside there is a trace of the life soul mark. If the soul orb dims, it means the one who left the mark has died. Soon the crab hurried back. After swallowing several gulps, it finally spoke. General, the ancestor's soul orb has completely dimmed. Upon hearing this, the entire palace fell into a deadly silence. The shrimp demon beast might lie, but the soul orb will not. In other words, the ancestor is really gone. Damn it, gather the troops. I want to see who dares to kill the ancestor. After a moment, General Xie reacted, roaring with fury. Shut up. Before he could finish, the Bishi king harshly reprimanded. The ancestor is an existence at the celestial saint level, and the heaven-suppressing divine ability is used to perfection. Under such circumstances, the ancestor was still stewed. What will you use for revenge? It continued. After hearing this, General Xie fell silent. Indeed, the ancestor is an existence at the celestial saint level, relying on the heaven-suppressing divine ability. He had the strength to fight even against a half-step celestial emperor. Yet he has still been stewed. This is enough to demonstrate the terror of that person. King, what do we do? Should we just pretend we know nothing? General Xie spoke helplessly. After all, that was their ancestor. He had protected them for tens of millions of years. It is impossible to remain silent after he has been stewed. We certainly cannot pretend we know nothing. The Bishi king rubbed his temples and looked at the shrimp demon beast. Are you sure it was a 4 or 5-year-old child who stewed him? Meeting its gaze, the shrimp demon beast nodded earnestly. Huh. Seeing this, the Bishi king took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Come bring me my blade. Suddenly it shouted loudly. King Yu. After hearing this, General Xie looked at the Bishi king in shock. Is he going to seek revenge? Indeed, a king is still a king. Even knowing the opponent is powerful, he remains unafraid. Thinking this, respect filled General Xie's eyes. The Bishi king glanced at him without speaking. Soon a 9-ringed great blade was brought up by several crabs. This was the Bishi king's treasure, nurtured in the original spiritual spring. Ancestor, forgive me. Holding the 9-ringed great blade, the Bishi king murmured in a voice only it could hear. Come, gather the troops and follow the king to battle. Seeing the Bishi king take out his treasure cultivated for tens of thousands of years, General Xie immediately said. Having followed the Bishi king for so many years, he understood very well. Once this treasure is drawn, blood is bound to be shed. Shut up, who said we are going to battle? Just as General Xie's words fell, the Bishi king shot him a fierce glare. The ancestor has been stewed. What will we do? Go add more ingredients for them. Huh, King Yu. General Xie was instantly baffled, looking at the Bishi king with a puzzled expression. What is the point of taking out the treasure if we are not going to battle? In the past, every time they took out the treasure, did it not always lead to a major battle? Ancestors above Bishi clan's 5th generation clan leader Bishi Lu reports to all the ancestors. The 4th ancestor has provoked an existence that cannot be contended with, and I cannot take revenge for him. To protect our clan's inheritance, I hereby decide to expel the 4th ancestor from the Bishi clan. From now on, the 4th ancestor shall have no connection to our clan. I will cut my flesh. The Bishi king, holding the great blade, spoke with a solemn expression. As it reached this point, it seemed to find cutting flesh inappropriate, so it changed its tone and continued. I will cut my robe as proof, severing all ties of the 4th ancestor with our clan. Please all ancestors witness. After saying this, it hardened its gaze, raised the 9-ringed great blade, and swiftly cut a piece from its long robe. After this series of actions, General Xie and the shrimp demon beast were left utterly dumbfounded. The two demon beasts stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed at King Bishi. Their minds short-circuited in that moment. They had thought that King Bishi had brought back a treasure nurtured for millennia to avenge the murderer. And now, what on earth? Severing ties with the 4th ancestor and expelling him from the Bishi clan. What kind of operation is this? General Xie and the shrimp demon beast pondered. At this moment, they both seriously doubted whether they had. After all, they had been serving under King Bishi for over 1,000,000 years. They were quite familiar with his character, decisive in killing a general of iron blood. He would never allow the Bishi clan to suffer any oppression. Precisely for this reason, King Bishi held an exceptionally high reputation among the Bishi clan. Almost every member of the Bishi clan regarded King Bishi as a hero, not only expressing admiration verbally, but also holding it deep in their hearts. But now, what is going on? The 4th ancestor, who had protected the Bishi clan for tens of millions of years, has been cooked. Not only is there no revenge, but he also severs ties and expels him from the Bishi clan. What is happening? King, did you say something wrong? After a long while, General Xie finally regained his senses and said, bewildered. The shrimp demon beast also nodded in agreement. However, facing their gaze, King Bishi shook his head, his expression deep, and said, I did not say anything wrong, nor did you. From now on. He began to speak slowly, but suddenly paused, as if having a moment of realization, and continued, no, since 10,000 years ago. The 4th ancestor had already severed ties with our clan and was completely excluded from our clan. What? The shrimp demon beast and General Xie were utterly bewildered after hearing this. Since 10,000 years ago, our clan had already severed ties with the 4th ancestor. Wasn't this just established by you moments ago? The two demon beasts exchanged glances, shocked and dazed. King, the 4th ancestor protected our clan for tens of millions of years. General Xie spoke angrily. Is there any difference between this and selling the 4th ancestor outright? I know, but now he is no longer our 4th ancestor. He has a name, Bihui. Bishi Lao Lu nodded calmly and said seriously, King. General Xie was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for fear, he would really want to rush up and check King Bix's forehead to see if he was sick. To make such a rebellious decision. I know what you want to say, but have you tried using your brain? King Bishi snorted coldly. General Xie looked at him in confusion. A 4 or 5-year-old child managed to cook Bihui. Either she is an ancient monster, a terrifying power at the mid-stage, or even latest stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Or she is a princess of a major power, accompanied by protectors at the mid-stage or latest stage of the Immortal Emperor. In either case, the other party is not someone our Bishi clan can provoke. Under his gaze, King Bishi slowly spoke. If we do not sever ties with Bihui, do we go seek revenge for him? In the face of such existence, no matter how many of us go, we are merely adding ingredients for them. What we need to consider now is not how to attack the one who cooked our ancestor, but to think carefully about how we can appease their anger if they come knocking at our door. Do you understand? After silently listening, General Xie was left speechless. Indeed, a 4 or 5-year-old child who could cook the ancestor is either a terrifying powerhouse or a descendant of a certain terrifying powerhouse. Bihue was originally the strongest combat power of the Bishi clan. Now this strongest combat power has been cooked. What do they have to seek revenge with? Remember, if the other party comes knocking, just say that Bihue was expelled from our clan 10,000 years ago. Do you understand? King Bishi said sternly. General Xie and the shrimp demon beast silently nodded, their emotions extremely low. The ancestor has been cooked, and there is no revenge to be sought. They even have to sell out their ancestors to survive. I know you feel bad, and I feel the same. But we are not gods, and there are many things we are powerless to change. If you feel frustrated, then focus on cultivation and become stronger. Only by doing so can our Bishi clan have a say. Understand? King Bishi sighed helplessly. This is the world of cultivation. Being weak is the greatest sin. General Xie and the shrimp demon beast nodded earnestly. As for that relic, our clan should give up on it directly. King Bishi added. Without the ancestor, even if they obtained good things from the relic, they wouldn't be able to keep them. It's better to conserve strength and slowly develop. Understood. General Xie and the shrimp demon beast nodded earnestly. Of course, if they knew that their ancestor died simply because of being called Big Turtle, they would surely feel a different emotion. On the large ship, Little Linger stared longingly at the alchemy cauldron, swallowing saliva continuously. She had no idea that what was being cooked inside was the ancestor of the Bishi clan. It smells so good, so delicious. Little Linger stared at the alchemy cauldron, nearly drooling as she spoke. Linger, don't rush, it's almost done. Li Xingyue gently patted her small head, smiling tenderly. However, it must be said that the smell was indeed very appetizing. Even she felt her appetite rising. But Li Xingyue knew that this kind of thing was not something she could eat at all. After all, it was a being at the immortal saint level. With her current holy realm cultivation, not to mention the meat, she wouldn't even dare to take a sip of the soup. All right, little master. Mo Qing retracted the source power, speaking a bit tiredly. Clearly she had worked hard to make sure Little Linger could eat quickly. It's time to eat meat. Hearing that it was ready to eat, Little Linger jumped up. She quickly took out a short knife and fork to start dividing the meat pieces inside the cauldron. This is for elder sister, this is for the dog, this is for grandpa, and this one is for big sister. She did not hog it all, but first cut off a few pieces and placed them in front of Li Xingyue and the others. Looking at the delicious food before them, Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the old man in rags exchanged glances, their faces filled with wry smiles. This thing is desirable, yet unattainable. After all, it contains source power. Taking a bite would probably cause an explosion. Sister, why aren't you eating? And the dog and grandpa, don't you like eating meat? Little Linger looked at the three puzzled and asked. Upon hearing this, the three smiled wryly. It's not that we don't like it, but we dare not. Don't worry about eating. I will suppress the source power inside for you, and after eating, you can gradually refine it. It's time for you to improve your cultivation after being with Little Master for so. At this moment, the voice of Hong Yin suddenly echoed in the minds of the three. Yes, thank you, Little Master, thank you, my lord. The old man in rags nearly shed tears after hearing this. He disregarded his old face just to follow Little Linger for what? Wasn't it to improve cultivation? At this moment, it has finally arrived. After speaking, the old man in the hemp robe grabbed the meat in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth, looking as if he had been starving for generations. Similarly, Mu Ling was no different. Only Li Xingyue ate in a more refined and elegant manner. As for Mo Qing, she was already at the half-step Immortal Emperor level and could withstand the terrifying primal power within the flesh of the ancient tortoise without needing help from Hong Yan. In a moment, Li Xingyue's expression suddenly changed as she looked up at the sky, saying, Linger, I am about to break through. Having been by Xiao Linger's side for so long, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the holy realm. Now, with the flesh of the ancient tortoise entering her belly, it was just right to assist her in breaking through to the Emperor Venerable realm. After speaking, without waiting for Xiao Linger to respond, she had already vanished into the sky. Boom. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a layer of thunderclouds gathered above Li Xingyue's head, facing the tribulation of the Emperor Venerable. Li Xingyue's expression showed no signs of tension. She merely took out the Gu Feng sword silently. Come on, she murmured softly. Boom. Just as her voice fell, a thunder dragon surged toward her with a devastating force. Momentary glamour. Li Xingyue spoke lightly in response to the thunder dragon. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be filled with sword light. The silver radiance flickered as if it would tear apart space itself. When the silver light dissipated, the thunder dragon had vanished and the dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. That girl has become quite powerful. With her current strength, she should be able to contend even against the latest-stage Emperor Venerable. Mu Ling remarked, looking at Li Xingyue, who stood in the void receiving the baptism of heaven and earth. What a move! Momentary glamour. The old man in the hemp robe did not hide his admiration. Momentary glamour was the sword technique Li Xingyue had obtained, consisting of only one move capable of dazzling the era. Sister, that was amazing, Xiao Linger exclaimed. Not at all, sister, still has to thank you. Li Xingyue returned to the ship and gently wiped the grease from the corner of Xiao Linger's mouth. If it weren't for meeting Xiao Linger, not to mention obtaining the inheritance of the solitary cloud, it would have been a significant issue for her to survive until now. Hee sister cuddle. Xiao Linger grinned widely, her small body diving into Li Xingyue's embrace, constantly rubbing her head against Li Xingyue's chest. So soft, so comfortable, she said innocently while rubbing. Hearing this, Li Xingyue's cheeks involuntarily. She was still a young maiden after all. Little master, I also want to break through. Me too. Mu Ling and the old man in the hemp robe chimed in. After speaking, the two of them also vanished into the void and began to transcend their tribulations. The Ascension tribulation was naturally several times more terrifying than Li Xingyue's Emperor Venerable tribulation. However, both of them now possessed half artifacts. Facing this terrifying Ascension tribulation, it was naturally not a problem. In the blink of an eye, the two succeeded in their tribulations. The old man in the hemp robe successfully reached the 4 tribulation realm, while Mu Ling attained the 8 tribulation realm. Thank you for your grace, little master, the two said respectfully to Xiao Linger. Without Xiao Linger, how difficult would it have been for them to achieve their current accomplishments? It's nothing. Xiao Linger waved her hand, seeming a bit flustered by their reverence. Seeing this, Mu Ling and the old man in the hemp robe both smiled warmly. Time passed quietly, and 3 days slipped by. Little master, we should be entering the Misty Island area now. Mo Qing, who was in charge of steering the ship, glanced ahead and spoke. Following her gaze, they saw that the sea was no longer visible in front of them. What they could see was a thick mist with nothing else in sight. The environment was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, as if this were a soundless zone, quiet to the point of being strange. Indeed, spiritual sense is useless here, the old man in the hemp robe said in slight surprise. Although he had long known about the mist's ability to obscure spiritual sense, seeing it for himself still surprised him. Mu Ling beside him felt the same way. Is that the island up ahead? Xiao Linger leaned against the ship's railing, her toes lightly lifting, her neck stretching as she gazed ahead. The island ahead. Surprise flickered in the eyes of Mo Qing and the others. Can Xiao Linger see through the mist? But they quickly reacted. Breaking spirit eyes. Previously, the tree Taoist had mentioned that this secret technique of the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land possessed the strange ability to see through everything. Xiao Linger could see the island ahead. It must be because of the breaking spirit eyes. Little master, you might need to guide us next, Mo Qing said somewhat helplessly. She did not possess breaking spirit eyes, and her spiritual sense was ineffective. Entering the mist was equivalent to being a blind bee. Whether they could reach the island was still uncertain. Thus, to land on the island smoothly, they still needed Xiao Linger to guide them. Sure. Xiao Linger nodded happily, and then called out in a baby voice, let's go. That way, she said, pointing in a direction. Mo Qing naturally complied, and after advancing for a stick of incense's time, they successfully saw land. However, at this moment, the expressions of the group were somewhat grim, because their cultivations had regressed. Li Xingyue, who had the weakest cultivation, could at most exert the power of the nascent soul realm. As for the old man in the hemp robe and Mu Ling, they had reached the Emperor Venerable realm. Even Mo Qing, with her half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation, had regressed to the Immortal Sovereign realm. The terror of this place was evident. If this continued, they would truly become ordinary people. Little master, why aren't you affected? Suddenly, Mo Qing looked at Xiao Linger in disbelief and asked. Xiao Linger's cultivation was at the Immortal King realm, yet she still maintained that level. It shouldn't be the case. Logically, Xiao Linger should have regressed at least 3 or 4 realms. Affected by what? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at Mo Qing, asking in confusion. Her words left Mo Qing bewildered. Why hasn't the power within you disappeared? After a moment, Mo Qing slowly spoke. I don't know, Xiao Linger replied innocently. Well, Mo Qing sighed and did not say anything further. Let's delve deeper and see. Suddenly, Hong Yan's voice rang out. Mo Qing and the others nodded, no longer focusing on why Xiao Linger was not affected. After all, this was a good thing for them. Subsequently, they hurried toward the center of the island and soon encountered a flower that spewed out the eerie mist. It was pink and enormous, easily able to accommodate 5 adults. In the center of the flower was a massive hole from which the mist was spewing. Godslayer flower. Suddenly, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd flew out from Xiao Linger and spoke. Godslayer flower. The others were taken aback, looking at it in confusion. Meeting their gazes, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd fell silent, seemingly lost in memories. Knowing that the memory of the Hunyuan purple gold gourd was somewhat lacking, everyone quietly waited without urgency. I remember now the god-slaying flower was cultivated by the Kuanping clan using the Yin-Yang divine gourd. This gourd is one of the 7 gourds we possess. It holds the extraordinary powers of both deprivation and bestowal. After a long while, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd finally spoke. Yin-Yang divine gourd, deprivation and bestowal. Mo Qing and the others were taken aback. My lord, are you saying that there is one of the divine gourds here? Li Xingyue reacted, filled with immense joy. The ability of the Yin-Yang divine gourd is deprivation and bestowal. Doesn't that correspond perfectly to the 2 flowers on the island? Deprivation corresponds to the god-slaying flower before them, which releases mist and disperses the primal power and abilities. It was clearly recorded on the animal skin scroll obtained from Wang Guada's place. Aside from the god-slaying flower on this island, there is also a wondrous flower that can bestow power to the mortal. That wondrous flower corresponds to the other ability of the Yin-Yang divine gourd. Mo Qing and the others also reacted. Yes, the 2 wondrous flowers on the island correspond perfectly to the abilities of the divine gourd you mentioned. Mo Qing's eyes lit up as she spoke. Could this be the so-called finding the iron shoes without searching, obtaining it without effort? It is possible the god-slaying flower can only be birthed from the deprivation of the Yin-Yang divine gourd. The flower of bestowal is similarly so. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd interjected. Upon receiving its answer, everyone was filled with joy. If they could truly find the Yin-Yang divine gourd coupled with the mysterious information from Wang Guadu and the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, it would be as if they had already found 3 gourds. Finding all 7 gourds now seemed highly probable. While there are other small gourds here, where are they? Little Linger exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Li Xingyue and the others silently turned to look at the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. If anyone could find the Yin-Yang divine gourd, it would undoubtedly be the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. After all, it was of the same root and origin as the Yin-Yang divine gourd. The Yin-Yang divine gourd can give birth to 2 divine flowers. One is the god-slaying flower that is the other is the bestowal flower. Let's go and see the bestowal flower. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd stated. Everyone nodded. Under the guidance of Little Linger, they quickly arrived at the bestowal flower. It was a gigantic blue flower. Its size was 10 times that of the god-slaying flower. Standing before the bestowal flower, Mo Qing and the others felt like tiny ants. As for Little Linger, she was so small before the bestowal flower that she could almost be ignored. My lord, what should we do now? Mo Qing shifted her gaze from the bestowal flower to the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. The others did the same. Yin-Yang, are you present in this world? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd vibrated and called out to the bestowal. This. Mo Qing and the others were all taken aback. Could this be the method of searching? It truly is. Reality. However, after the Hunyuan purple gold gourd's words fell, there was no response for quite a while. Yin-Yang, I am Hu and Yuan, are you there? The Hunyuan purple gold gourd called out again. Mo Qing and the others silently watched from the side. Who? Who is calling me? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. But Li Xingyue and the others were bewildered. The speaker was none other than the elder in the Ma-yi robe. What the hell, you? You. The wooden spirit beside the elder in the Ma-yi robe was so scared that all its fur stood on end and it jumped away instantly. You are Yin-Yang. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd flew to the elder in the Ma-yi robe and spoke, its tone filled with what? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the wooden spirit were stunned. Could it be that the elder in the Ma-yi robe is the spirit of the Yin-Yang divine gourd? However, in response to the Hunyuan purple gold gourd's question, the elder in the Ma-yi robe remained silent for a long time. The scene instantly became dead silent. Why are you all looking at me like that? After a while, under the gazes of everyone, the elder in the Ma-yi robe opened his mouth in confusion. What? Looking at his puzzled expression, everyone was taken aback. What is going on here? You don't remember what just happened? Mo Qing, Li Xingyue, and Mu Ling were all momentarily stunned. Half-step, divine realm cultivation. Is there another demigod in the world besides the Yin-Shin tree? Suddenly, Hong Yan's gaze fell on the 3 of them as she said, I need to investigate you carefully. Faced with Hong Yan's gaze, the 3 were taken aback. The one who acted just now did so when I attempted to extract that fellow's Yin soul. Do you think this could be a coincidence? Hong Yan said solemnly, meeting their eyes. Hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. A chill ran down their spines. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? If it was neither too early nor too late, why act precisely when the Yin soul was to be extracted? This does not seem like a coincidence at all. If it's not a coincidence, it means that all their movements have been under the watchful eyes of that mysterious powerhouse. Only in this way could the mysterious powerhouse intervene at such a critical moment to stop Hong Yan. In other words, from the moment the old man in the robe followed Xiao Linger, they had fallen under the surveillance of a certain demigod. However, the other party had never revealed any clues until just now, when they were forced to act and expose themselves. The old man in the robe became a pawn placed beside Xiao Linger which even Hong Yin could not detect. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If they hadn't come here, the identity of the old man in the robe wouldn't have been exposed. Then the old man would have become the closest knife to Xiao Linger. At a certain moment, this knife could pose a deadly threat to Xiao Linger. Predecessor, please. Li Xingyue, unafraid of shadows, immediately stepped forward and said. Hong Yin nodded indifferently, her gaze scanning her constantly. In an instant, Li Xingyue felt as if everything about her had been seen through. No problem. After a moment, Hong Yin withdrew her gaze and turned to Mu Ling. My lord, please. Mu Ling also said nothing more. Hong Yin didn't waste words and thoroughly examined Mu Ling's condition. What should have only taken a few glances, Hong Yin did not retract her gaze for a long time, just staring at Mu Ling. Seeing this, Li Xingyue and Mo Qing couldn't help but exchange glances. Could it be that Mu Ling was also like the old man in the robe, a pawn arranged beside Xiao Linger by someone? Under Hong Yan's stare, Mu Ling broke out in cold sweat, even reverting to her original form as the Hong Ani. What's wrong? Perhaps seeing that Hong Yan remained silent, Xiao Linger couldn't help but ask. Little master, it has an innate divine root within it. Hong Yan came back to her senses and continued, innate divine root. Mo Qing and Li Xingyue murmured in confusion. What is this thing? Big sister, you're not mistaken, it has an innate divine root within it. Before Hong Yan could speak, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd interjected. Its tone was filled with shock, as if something incredible had happened. You can see for yourself. Hong Yin gently nodded, extending her hand to touch Mu Ling. With a soft buzzing sound, Mu Ling's entire body surprisingly became transparent, as if suddenly made. At the center of its transparent forehead, there appeared something resembling a colorful tree root. The object was neither long nor thick, about an inch thin as an earthworm. It really is an innate divine root. How is this possible? The Hunyuan purple gold gourd was completely stunned, even transforming into a humanoid form. It looked somewhat like a spirit-like radish. My lord's eye. This, under the scrutiny of Hong Yan and the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, Mu Ling was utterly panicked, her speech trembling. While little puppy, you actually have an innate divine root. Suddenly Xiao Linger exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Mo Qing and Li Xingyue couldn't help but look at her. Clearly the two wanted to know what this innate divine root was, that it could shock even the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. Little master, what is an innate divine root? Also I am wholeheartedly loyal to you. Mu Ling said with a bitter face, rushing to speak first. Stinky Daddy said that the innate divine root is the basis for the spirits of heaven and earth to grow into innate deities. Only those with innate divine roots within them can become innate deities among the spirits of heaven and earth. Xiao Linger said with a grin. Innate deities. Mu Ling, Mo Qing, and Li Xingyue were left completely bewildered. The spirits of heaven and earth derive their power from heaven and earth. They do not need Hongmeng purple energy to break through the true God realm. As long as they have an innate divine root within them, that's enough. In the future, as long as you are not destroyed, you will definitely become an existence like Hunyuan. Hong Yan added to this. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were both shocked and confused. If that's the case, does it mean that Mu Ling has the potential to become a true god? I will definitely become a true god in the future. Mu Ling exclaimed in shock and disbelief. A true god, a terrifying existence that surpasses all beings in the immortal spirit realm. Could it be that I have such a defying talent? As long as you do not die, you will surely become an innate deity in the future. Hong Yin gently nodded in response. Issa. Ha, good, that's wonderful. Mu Ling instantly became ecstatic, starting to ramble in. Big sister, something is off. The true spirit realm is just a lost world, and the original power is so scarce. How could it give birth to a spirit of heaven and earth with an innate divine root? Even in our era with abundant source power, the spirits of heaven and earth with innate divine roots were few and far between. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd said quietly, looking at the frenzied Mu Ling with confusion. While the spirits of heaven and earth do derive their power from heaven and earth, however, spirits of heaven and earth possessing innate divine roots are extremely rare. In the ancient spirit era, one would emerge only once every 100 million years. After all, possessing this means one is born with Hongmeng purple energy. If it were very easy to give birth to, the world would have long been filled with spirits of heaven and earth. Spirits of heaven and earth with innate divine roots were very rare, even in the source-rich ancient spirit era, let alone in this age, where the divine realm has become legendary. Moreover, Mu Ling was born in the true spirit realm. A world with so little original power, no matter how you calculate or view it, it shouldn't give birth to spirits of heaven and earth with innate divine roots. This is exactly why I am puzzled. Not to mention the true spirit realm, even the immortal spirit realm could not possibly give birth to it. After all, you can also feel that in this era the source power has weakened to the brink of disappearance. Under such circumstances, it would be considered an end-of-law period even in our time. How could a lost world like the true spirit realm give birth to such a spirit of heaven and earth? Hong Yin also responded with a puzzled expression. Senior, do you mean? Li Xingyue interjected quietly, having listened in silence. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the wood spirit, now plunged into frenzied ecstasy. Could even this being have been deliberately planted beside Xiaolinger? I cannot confirm it for certain, but better safe than sorry. The safety of our young mistress is at stake. I dare not afford the slightest negligence. Now it has only two paths before it. First, let our young mistress imprint her mark upon its life soul, surrendering its very fate into her hands. Second, death. Hong Yin shook her head and declared the verdict with unflinching resolve. The wood spirit had long served Xiaolinger. It knew far too many of their secrets. The truth that Bai Yunyan was Xiaolinger's mother, that Lu Ming was currently in seclusion, and even the identities of those close to Xiaolinger. Any one of these revelations, if leaked, would gravely endanger Xiaolinger. And now an unforeseen complication had already arisen. The cloaked elder. Hong Yin could not allow such an unstable element to remain alive. Thus refusal to swear fealty meant certain death. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and Mo Qing both shuddered involuntarily. After all, the wood spirit had accompanied Xiaolinger for quite some time. Though it had earned no distinction, it had certainly borne its share of hardship. Yet now it faced annihilation. Frankly, it felt cruel. Yet from Xiaolinger's perspective, the decision was wholly justified. Once severed from her side, no one could predict what the wood spirit might do. Were they in Hong Yan's position safeguarding Xiaolinger's life, they would have chosen no differently. Wood spirit. Hong Yan made no attempt to divine Li Xingyue's or Mo Qing's thoughts. Her gaze settled solely upon the wood spirit. At the sound of her voice, the wood spirit instantly stilled and bowed deeply. My lady. Hong Yin gave a slight solemn nod in reply. Without waiting for it to speak, she continued, Wood spirit, you face two choices. First, submit utterly to our young mistress. Second, die. Her words, delivered without mercy, left the wood spirit stunned into silence. Refuse fealty and perish. This. It glanced first at Xiaolinger, then at Hong Yin, and finally exhaled a long, resigned sigh. To claim it felt nothing would be a lie. After all, it had served Xiaolinger for so long. Truly as beast of burden, without reserve. On journeys, Xiaolinger rode upon its back, without hesitation. Hearing Hong Yan's unyielding, seemingly heartless decree, how could its spirit remain untroubled? Yet the wood spirit was no hot-headed youth. It had lived for tens of thousands of years. As the saying goes, age breeds wisdom. It fully understood why Hong Yan had spoken so ruthlessly. Indeed, compared to others who might have forced submission upon first meeting, Hong Yan's approach was comparatively gentle. Had another taken charge, it likely would have been compelled to swear fealty the moment they laid eyes upon it. So mused the wood spirit, and then bowed its head. I place myself entirely at the young mistress's command. Swearing fealty to Xiaolinger was no great burden. By now it knew her true identity. Well, her mother had been one of the paramount sovereigns of the immortal spirit realm. Her father, shrouded in mystery, was unfathomably powerful. In truth, all celestial spirits and earthly essences ultimately bound themselves to masters, serving at their will. Xiaolinger's nature was pure and guileless, her spirit ever bright and joyous, a living sprite of delight. Given her terrifying lineage, pledging loyalty to such a master was infinitely preferable to serving cruel, ruthless overlords. Young mistress, imprint your seal upon its lifestyle. Hong Yin murmured gently to Xiaolinger. Such an act weighed heavily on conscience. Morally speaking, it resembled discarding the millstone after grinding grain, or dismantling the bridge once crossed. But it was no child. It would never sacrifice Xiaolinger's safety for hollow sentiment. I'll do as Aunt Hong says, Xiaolinger replied, obediently, nodding earnestly. Then turning to the wood spirit, she added with a soft smile, Little puppy, don't worry. I'll treat you kindly. Very, very kindly indeed. Hearing this, the wood spirit's earlier dejection vanished, replaced by a warm, genuine smile. What a delightfully endearing master. Without further delay, it summoned forth its life soul, the most vital of the three souls within a sentient being, the very anchor of life itself. Even if the heaven soul and earth soul, along with the 7 vital essences, were utterly dispersed, survival remained possible, as long as the life soul endured. Like Gu Yun, whose existence persisted as but a single thread of life soul. Xiaolinger nodded, raised her tiny hand, and lightly touched the wood spirit's life soul. Instantly, a delicate imprint appeared, a miniature likeness of herself. The visage was unmistakably Xiaolinger's. From that moment, the wood spirit's life and death rested entirely in her will. This servant greets his master, it declared, bowing deeply. Only now did its fealty become absolute. Good little puppy. Xiao Linger giggled, patting the wood spirit affectionately on the head. Her innocent, tender demeanor drew a wry smile from the wood spirit. After all, it was nearly 100,000 years old, yet comforted by a child of barely 4 or 5. It said nothing, merely transformed once more into the form of a small dog. Though you were accepted by the master, I must still conduct my inspection. At that moment, Hong Yin turned her gaze upon Mo Qing. This matter was grave, no margin for error. My lady, please proceed. Yes, my lady, Mo Qing affirmed firmly, offering no resistance. Hong Yin wasted no words. Her eyes shimmered, scanning Mo Qing thoroughly. Moments later, she withdrew her gaze. Clearly, like Li Xingyue, Mo Qing bore no hidden taint. Hunyuan. Hong Yin shifted her attention to the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. Since we have encountered the Yinyang divine gourd, we cannot simply abandon it. I have discerned that this island is the divine gourd's physical manifestation. Its spirit has been subjugated by another, so I shall sever that bond. You must integrate the Yinyang divine gourd into yourself, making it an inseparable part of your being. She continued, her voice steady. The Yinyang divine gourd commands the rarest of powers, bestowal and deprivation. Having found it, how could we possibly let it slip away? I obey, elder sister. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd nodded resolutely. Hong Yin uttered no further word. Her form dissolved into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the Fuxian flower. She emerged only after a long while, her countenance visibly weary. Hunyuan, proceed. With that final instruction, she reformed into her crimson robe, settling once more upon Xiao Linger's shoulders. The gourd wasted no time, flying straight into the Fuxian flower to begin its fusion with the Yinyang divine gourd. This process demanded patience and time. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger and her companions began searching the island for clues concerning Wang Guada's missing son. Before long, they uncovered a set of human remains. This must be him. His bones bear the bloodline resonance of that elderly man, Mo Qing observed after a careful examination. He clutches something in his hand, Li Xingyue, and noted her eyes fixed upon the skeletal fingers. Peering closer, they saw a tightly gripped scroll of beast-hide parchment. Mo Qing did not hesitate and immediately removed the object. Upon opening it, she found that the inscriptions were not in the ancient beast language, but rather in the common script of the current immortal spirit realm. Wang Tong's journal, Mo Qing murmured. A journal? Li Xingyue responded in surprise. In the true spirit realm, many who cannot cultivate have the habit of keeping records. These individuals enjoy writing down amusing and strange encounters on paper or bamboo slips. However, cultivators seldom do so. This is because cultivators have long lifespans and encounter far too many events in their lives. She had not expected that Wang Guada's son would have the habit of keeping a journal. I want to see. Upon hearing it was a journal, Little Linger exclaimed, appearing greatly interested in. Please, young master, Mo Qing said quickly, handing it over to her. Little Linger accepted it, eagerly enjoying the contents on the spot. As she read, she muttered, in the year 13842 of the immortal spirit calendar, I finally arrived at Misty Island. I am very happy. As long as I find the divine flower, I will be granted more divine power. Then I can leave the northern sea and see the outside world. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Thus Wang Guada's son Wang Tong sought out Misty Island in order to obtain more realm power through the divine flower to see the world beyond the northern sea. This was understandable. After all, the people of the fishing village cannot utilize realm power to fly freely. The only way to venture beyond the northern sea is by boat. However, sailing out of the northern sea poses certain dangers, even for someone like Mo Qing, who is a half-step Immortal Emperor. Let alone the villagers who possess realm power only equivalent to that of an immortal sovereign at most. I once thought that finding the divine flower would allow me to leave the northern sea and see the outside world. But I was wrong, terribly wrong. He told me that the northern sea is a cage, and the immortal spirit realm is also a cage. We are all offerings to the Dark Heaven Emperor. Little Linger continued to read. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were immediately stunned. We are all offerings to the Dark Heaven Emperor. What does that mean? Young master, is there more to it? Mo Qing hurriedly asked. He told me that the Dark Heaven Emperor is plotting, laying out an astonishing grand scheme. When the time is ripe, the immortal spirit realm will be obliterated, and the 3,000 worlds will also face annihilation. The Dark Heaven Emperor aims to usher in a new era, a new epoch. Little Linger continued reading the beast skin scroll. A new era, a new epoch. Mo Qing and Li Xingyue frowned in concern. Especially, who is that he? The Dark Divine Tree, or the mysterious powerhouse who acted previously? But I'm so tired, really very tired. It turns out the deity worshipped by our village for generations intends to use the entire 3,000 worlds as offerings to usher in a new era. Little Linger, following the records on the beast skin scroll, spoke again. Young master, who is this he? Mo Qing asked, solemnly wondering who could know the Dark Heaven Emperor's. Big sister, let me take a look. Little Linger giggled, not looking up as she responded. As she spoke, her little eyes scanned the beast skin scroll. Wow, it's the stinky father. Moments later, Little Linger exclaimed. HM. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and Li Xingyue were both taken aback. Lu Ming. They quickly leaned forward to look at the beast skin scroll. They saw that the part Little Linger was looking at recorded, he was the elder who once saved our village. His name is Lu Ming. This? Mo Qing and Li Xingyue exchanged glances. So Lu Ming knows the Dark Heaven Emperor's plan. It seems the master often goes out to investigate these matters. Suddenly the voice of Hong Yin spoke up. You need not concern yourselves with this matter, since the master is aware he will make the necessary arrangements. It spoke again. Li Xingyue and Mo Qing nodded. Indeed. Buzz. Just then the entire misty island suddenly began to tremble. The enormous divine flower gradually withered. In the blink of an eye, it turned completely into a dead flower. Not only that, but the god-slaying flowers on the island did the same. Soon, all the flowers on Misty Island were withered. Big sister, I did it. The little gourd flew onto Little Linger's shoulders, speaking with some delight. Did you acquire both the ability to deprive and to bestow away? Of course, the little gourd replied, and as it spoke, a stream of light shot out and landed on the wood spirit. In an instant, the wood spirit's cultivation level drastically fell. In the blink of an eye, the wood spirit was completely transformed into a mortal wood spirit. Its face twitched, feeling quite distressed. What are you doing to me? Then another stream of light shot out from the little gourd and landed on Li Xingyue. In an instant, Li Xingyue's cultivation skyrocketed, breaking straight through to the fourth tribulation realm. Elder, this. Feeling this terrifying power, Li Xingyue was completely stunned. This is the ability to deprive and to bestow. To deprive another's cultivation and bestow it upon someone else. Of course, this only serves as a temporary means to boost cultivation. At most, it can only last half an hour. The little gourd explained. Upon hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but gasp. Even if it is merely a secret method for a sudden surge in cultivation, it is still exceedingly terrifying, especially when facing someone with a higher cultivation level. Using such abilities could instantly reverse the situation. It's not as simple as you think. The stronger the opponent, the weaker the deprivation power will be. It seemed to see through the thoughts of the three as the little gourd added. Li Xingyue and the others nodded. This is true. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't that be against the heavens? If encountering a god realm powerhouse, directly depriving their cultivation and granting it to oneself. Let's go back, Hong Yin said. Everyone nodded. This trip was not without gains. They obtained the yin-yang divine gourd and exposed the piece on the old man in the cloth. Soon the group returned to the boat. Misty Island also merged into the primordial purple gold gourd. After another 3 days, they returned to the fishing village. Since learning of Little Linger's identity, the village warmly welcomed the three of them. They immediately arranged a grand feast. It was not until the banquet ended that they arrived at Wang Guoda's home. Sigh, this child. Upon seeing his son's remains, Wang Guoda seemed to have anticipated this, not crying or making a fuss, just sighing deeply with reddened eyes. Old man, my condolences, Li Xingyue offered comfort. Old sir, do not be too sad, Little Linger added. It's all right, I have had my conclusion in my heart for a long time. Thank you, young master, for helping me retrieve my child's remains. Here is what you wanted. Wang Guoda forced out a smile that was more painful than crying, and as he spoke, he pulled out a piece of beast's. Upon acquiring the item, the group did not disturb the grieving Wang Guoda, but instead went to the village chief's home. They unrolled the animal skin on the table, revealing 3 large characters. Exile Island. Wang Guoda has actually been to this place. The village chief looked at the characters for Exile Island, his brows furrowed tightly, his murky eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Grandpa village chief, what kind of place is this? Xiao Linger asked, resting her head on her hands, appearing in response to the young master. Exile Island, according to village rumors, was where the divine clan imprisoned criminals in the past. Based on the distance, it would take at least 10 days to reach it. Facing her gaze, the village chief smiled gently. A 10-day journey would mean being in another sea area. Of course, this was not a concern for Xiao Linger and the others. Just a mere 10 days journey. Buzz. Just as the village chief finished speaking, the Qinquan bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated. She frowned slightly and probed her divine sense into the storage bracelet. She saw a copper plate shaking continuously. It was a contact plate unique to the Chaos Sea with a total of 108 pieces. These were controlled by the 72 island masters of the outer islands and the 36 star masters of the inner islands. Now that the copper plate was vibrating, it was surely a contact from an island master or star master of the Chaos Sea. Filled with curiosity, Imo-Ching focused her mind and took out the copper plate. She gently tapped it with her hand, infusing a wisp of primordial power into it. Immediately a flash of white light appeared, and an old man's phantom emerged from the copper plate. This old man was one of those who had accompanied Xiao Linger to the true spirit realm. He was also the Tian Man Star Master among the 36 Star Masters. Lu Yu, what do you want from me? Has something significant happened? Imo-Ching frowned slightly and asked. The Tian Man Star was specifically responsible for collecting intelligence among the 36 inner islands. One could say, the Tian Man Star is the eye of the chaos sea with its eyes and ears spread throughout the immortal spirit realm. Even the heavenly Dao Palace has its spies. Since he took the initiative to contact me, it must mean he has gathered some news. Is the young master safe? The phantom of the Tian Man Star Master did not answer, but instead asked back. Imo-Ching glanced at Xiao Linger, who was curiously staring at the Tian Man Star Master's phantom with her bright eyes, and nodded as she replied, Safe, what happened? Something significant has happened, and it should be good news for us. The phantom of the Tian Man Star Master spoke. Good news. Everyone was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Has the master emerged from seclusion? Imo-Ching reacted quickly, her voice filled with joy. If it was Lu Ming emerging from seclusion, it would definitely be great news for them. Because if that were the case, they would no longer have to fear the Tian D. Not at all, the Tian Man Star Master shook his head, appearing to play coy. It is the Tian D. The Tian D is dead. He continued. What? At this statement, Imo-Ching and the others' expressions abruptly changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The Tian D. Dead? How could this be possible? From the various encounters in the North Sea, they had already concluded that the Tian D was not simple. Very far from simple. What the world understood was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Tian D's capabilities. This fellow was undoubtedly a more insidious existence than the Shin Tree. How could he possibly die? The information returned by the spies of the Heavenly Dao Palace is precisely like this. Currently, the Heavenly Dao Palace has a new master, and its controller is the capable subordinate of the Tian D, He Lin. He Lin claims that the Tian D died of old age. Oh, by the way, the information we have investigated indicates that He Lin is merely a puppet being used. The true master of the Heavenly Dao Palace seems to be a great tree. The Tian Man Star Master continued. Died of old age. A tree. When Imo-Ching and the others heard this, their brows furrowed tightly. The Tian D's lifespan was nearing its end. This was common knowledge in the open, known to everyone in the immortal spirit realm. In fact, many people were silently praying for the Tian D to die sooner. As for the so-called great tree, Imo-Ching and the others knew it must be the Shin Tree. Could it be that a conflict arose between these two parties? Mu Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. Does the elder mean that the old age is a cover while the Shin Tree is the true cause of death? The side of Li Xingyue added. Meeting her gaze, Mu Ling nodded. Such occurrences were quite common in the immortal spirit realm. To be precise, such things were very common in any place. Even bandits in the secular world might turn against each other over unequal shares. Is the news accurate? Imo-Ching asked, her brows furrowed in pursuit of the answer. This news was too unexpected for them. It was unexpected enough to make one doubt it. After confirmation, it is true. Without the Tian D, the current immortal spirit realm is in chaos. The Heavenly Dao Palace has already shrunk back, not caring about worldly affairs. The Tian Man Star Master spoke with great certainty. Imo-Ching fell silent after hearing this. As the information controller of the chaos, the Tian Man Star Master naturally could not take things at face value. Since he said it had been confirmed, the matter must have gone through layers of investigation before reaching this conclusion. So does this mean the Tian D is really dead? From the surface view, it seems reasonable that the Tian D fell out with the Shin Tree and thus perished. After all, the Shin Tree is a half-step divine realm entity that has survived from the ancient spirit era to the present. Killing a Tian D would naturally not be a problem. If she had not come to the North Sea, Imo-Ching would have believed this news completely. But now, something feels off. This news is very off. Because the current Tian D is very likely the same one from the ancient spirit era. His schemes are profound, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be easily killed. Could it be a case of the golden cicada shedding its shell? Imo-Ching asked solemnly. The Tian D could not possibly die just like that. It could be, or it could not be. However, the trouble now lies with the matriarch. The Tian Man Star Master replied. Imo-Ching and the others furrowed their brows slightly. What do you mean? Mu Ling pressed on. Before the Tian D's death, the immortal spirit realm knew that the matriarch was his possession. Many old fellows would be cautious. Now that the enormous stone pressing down has disappeared, you should know what the matriarch will face. The Tianman Star Master spoke in a solemn tone. Hiss. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others could not help but gasp. With the death of the Yin Tiandi, the immortal spirit realm would surely fall into chaos, and the entire immortal spirit realm would be reshuffled. As by union being the one with divine opportunities, she would undoubtedly become the coveted prize of the entire immortal spirit realm. In other words, with the death of the Yin Tiandi, by union would completely become the target of everyone's hostility. Her enemies would shift from a single heavenly Dao palace to the entirety of the immortal spirit realm. This old fellow truly is cunning. Mo Qing remarked, both astonished and impressed. Could those beings truly believe Yin Tiandi is dead? Mu Ling interjected. In the immortal spirit realm, countless ancient cultivators had lived for millions, even tens of millions, of years. Surely anyone with a modicum of sense would surmise this was but a grand stratagem laid by Yin Tiandi himself. They will believe it. Tian Mengxing affirmed with unwavering certainty, because numerous sects and powers have consulted masters who cultivate the heavenly mechanism Dao to divine the truth. All their divinations yielded identical results. The Emperor Star has fallen, the immortal spirit realm shall fall into chaos. Moreover, He Lin presented Yin Tiandi's corporeal remains as irrefutable proof. Yin Tiandi is truly dead. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling fell utterly speechless. Who were these masters of the heavenly mechanism Dao? They were cultivators who had refined divination calculation and fate manipulation to their absolute zenith. Such beings, some had already attained the terrifying capability to glimpse fragments of the future itself. If every major power in the immortal spirit realm had consulted such masters, and all received identical verdicts, then only one conclusion remained. Yin Tiandi was truly dead. As for bribery, utterly implausible. Though Yin Tiandi's prestige might sway many, it could never compel all to conspire in silence. After all, even an emperor invariably harbors at least one dissident among his ranks. Has the Lord of the Heavenly Mechanism Star also performed a divination? Mo Qing asked gravely. The Lord of the Heavenly Mechanism Star, the sovereign ruler of Tianji Island, one of the 36 inner islands, was a master wholly devoted to the heavenly mechanism Dao. He had achieved consummate mastery over this profound path, capable of perceiving both slivers of the past and glimmers of the future. He held an exalted position within the chaotic sea realm. Indeed, he personally conducted the divination, and his result aligned perfectly. The Emperor Star falls, and the immortal spirit realm descends into turmoil. He declared unequivocally Yin Tiandi is truly deceased. Tian Mengxing's ethereal projection nodded solemnly. Hearing this, Mo Qing's brows furrowed even deeper. She might dismiss other claims, but the Lord of the Heavenly Mechanism Star's word carried absolute authority. For every soul in the chaotic sea realm remained fiercely loyal to Lu Ming. As for those disloyal, they had long since been reduced to scattered ashes. Especially the Star Lords, though outwardly unchanged, several had already been replaced in secret. Yet still, Yin Tiandi's death struck Mo Qing as profoundly unbelievable. Are you currently in the Northern Sea? Tian Mengxing's voice resonated once more. Mo Qing nodded. Excellent. Tianling Forbidden Land has just relayed urgent news. The Lady Consort is in the Northern Sea. She has been placed in seclusion on Luang Island by Master Shu Daoren. The Northern Sea has recently witnessed the emergence of an ancient ruin, drawing numerous cultivators from the immortal spirit realm. Should they learn the Lady Consort resides there, they would descend upon it like ravenous hounds. I have already dispatched fleets from all islands toward the Northern Sea. Until then, Star Lord Mo, you must safeguard both the young master and the Lady Consort with your life. Tian Mengxing spoke with grave solemnity. Luang Island. Mo Qing and her companions exchanged stunned glances. Was this not precisely their intended destination? Wow, Mama's there too. I'm going to find her right away. Xiao Linger instantly brimmed with exhilaration. Without delay, we depart immediately, Mo Qing declared decisively. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling voiced no objection. At that moment, Mo Qing's gaze shifted toward the My lady, I heard nothing. I know nothing. Under her faintly murderous gaze, the elder hastily added. Seeing this, Mo Qing could only sigh helplessly. When Xiao Linger herself intervened, who dared defy her? Even Hong Yen would, the elder hastily added. Seeing this, Mo Qing could only sigh helplessly. When Xiao Linger herself intervened, who dared defy her? Even Hong Yen would never dare strike down the elder against Xiao Linger's will. Let us go. I shall erase his memory. Hong Yan's voice suddenly echoed. Thank you, my lady. Young master, we depart now. Mo Qing nodded. This was the safest course. The immortal spirit realm had already plunged into chaos and by union had become the target of universal hostility. At such a critical juncture, by union's whereabouts equated to mortal peril. Should word leak out, the entire immortal spirit realm would converge upon them. All right, Aunt Hong, don't harm Grandpa. Grandpa is a good man. Xiao Linga nodded emphatically, as if still uncertain. She repeated it once more. Though her identity was terrifying and her cultivation formidable, she remained at heart a child, pure-minded, discerning only between good and evil. Very well, young master. Rest assured he shall come to no harm, Hong Yin replied gently. Even Hong Yin dared not disregard Xiao Linger's words. For should Xiao Linger ever grieve or grow angry, the consequences would be catastrophic. Let's go find Mama. Xiao Linger bobbed her head vigorously, then skipped merrily out of the room. Simultaneously, a streak of crimson light shot forth from her form, vanishing into the elder's forehead. The elder's body stiffened momentarily. Only after a long pause did he slowly regain composure. Strange, how did I get here? He scratched his head, bewildered. Elsewhere, Xiao Linger's party departed without alerting a soul, slipping silently aboard a great vessel and setting sail in hushed resolve. As the ship receded, the fishing village dwindled to a mere speck, then vanished entirely from their sight, swallowed by the boundless expanse of the sea. Before long, a full day had passed. This giant fish smells absolutely delicious. Xiao Linger crouched beside the immortal refining cauldron, drooling as she gazed at the tender snow-white flesh simmering within. Li Xingyue and the others wore wry, helpless smiles. They had caught this very fish moments earlier. It had been a peaceful truce, until the beast spat a mouthful of water directly at Xiao Ling. Now the entire family was stewing in the pot. Not a single scale escaped. Indeed fragrant. Buddha, might this humble monk beg alms from you all? Just then a voice descended from the heavens like thunder. They looked up. A monk strode across empty air, serene and unhurried, descending toward them. Where did this monk come from? So ostentatious. Mu Ling stared, utterly dumbfounded. For the monk wore neither saffron robes nor simple hemp cloth, but a garish multicolored beach outfit. Paired with his gleaming bald pate and ornate staff, two words came to mind: flamboyant. Buddha, I greet you, honored patrons. This humble monk too is famished. Might I beg alms from you? Smiling warmly, the monk alighted upon the deck and addressed them with gentle courtesy. Xiao Linger said nothing, merely gazed at him transfixed. Mo Qing and Li Xingyue mirrored her silence. Only Mu Ling, perplexed, ventured, Monk, are you certain you're begging from us? This cauldron holds meat after all. Wearing such flamboyant attire was one thing, but now he sought meat. To be frank, venerable patron, I hold a particular fondness for meat. The monk pressed his palms together, beaming like spring breeze. Mu Ling, good heavens, a meat-loving monk. Venerable patron, you retain remarkable grace. Might we sit and discuss life, ideals, perhaps even explore the origins of humanity? At that moment, the monk's gaze drifted toward Li Xingyue, and he winked playfully. The monk's words left Li Xingyue and the others momentarily blank. What a bizarre monk. Who sends out a monk like that? From Hua Ming Temple. Mo Qing fixed an uncertain gaze on the monk. I did not expect this female benefactor to know of my Hua Ming Temple. A pleasure to meet you. I am the humble monk, Hua Montian. Greetings to the female benefactor. You still possess much allure. Shall we discuss the philosophies of life together? Or perhaps study the origins of the human race? The monk laughed, teasing Mo Qing. Mu Ling inwardly muttered, my goodness. Where did this monk find such audacity to tease this lady? Is he not afraid of death? Of course not. Now is not the time for an in-depth discourse with the two female benefactors. This one is more important. Before Mo Qing could flare up, the monk's gaze fixed on Xiao Linger, the daughter of Bai Yunyan. Tisk, I never imagined I would encounter her. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Mo Qing and the others shifted. Very few people knew Xiao Linger's true identity. Even the late Immortal Emperor did not know. How could this man possibly know? How do you know her true identity? Mo Qing demanded gravely. Could someone have leaked Xiao Linger's true identity? Hehe, you don't know yet. Now the entire Xianling realm is saying Bai Yunyan has a 4 or 5-year-old daughter. Many are searching for this little girl. Unexpectedly, I Hua Montian have met her. Ha ha ha, a blessing from the Buddha. The monk laughed loudly, exhilarated. His words drained the color from everyone's faces. The entire Xianling realm knows Xiao Linger's true identity. How could that be? Li Xingyue and the others exchanged a glance, their faces grave. This is a scheme. Someone is plotting behind this. Little sister, come give uncle a hug, won't you? The monk ignored the three and smiled at Xiao Linger. His air of absolute certainty about capturing her made Li Xingyue and the others frown. Especially Mo Qing. Hua Mantian was only at Xianwang cultivation. That level was roughly on par with Xiao Linger's. Where did he get the audacity to act so assured? Could there be other hidden strong ones? Mo Qing pondered, sending her spiritual sense in all directions. She found nothing. Sir, are there any other hidden strong ones? She transmitted to Hong Yan. After a moment, Hong Yin replied, no. No. Mo Qing froze. If there were no hidden strong ones, where on earth did Hua Mansion's courage? You're a bad man, Xiao Linger said, staring at Hua Mantian. Hehehe, yes. Uncle is a villain who snatches children. Hua Mantian chuckled and reached for Xiao Linger. In response, Xiao Linger's primordial power surged, a palm materialized, and snapped toward him. Humph. Xiao Linger let out a childish huff and suddenly struck the conjured palm with a punch. Like an ant trying to shake a tree. Hua Mantian sneered contemptuously. Before he could finish, he went dumbstruck. Xiao Linger's punch shattered the great primordial hand he had formed into fragments. Xianwang realm? You are Xianwang. Hua Mantian stared at Xiao Linger, terror-stricken, as if seeing a ghost. His exclamation made the three furrow their brows. Xiao Linger was indeed at Xianwang cultivation. That was common knowledge to those who knew her. Hua Mantian did not know. Damn it, which bastard spread that rumor? Wasn't she supposed to be an ordinary? Hua Mantian cursed in astonishment and fury. A 4 or 5-year-old at Xianwang. This utterly overturned his understanding. I never expected a Xianwang. What prodigious talent. But having met me, you cannot escape today. Even if Tianwang himself came, it would do no good, mark my words. He stared at Xiao Linger with overflowing confidence. Idiot. Mu Ling rolled his eyes and spat, unable to comprehend the audacity. Where did this fellow find such courage? Even without Xiao Linger's divine artifacts, Mo Qing alone was enough to crush him. Even the Tianwang wouldn't matter. Where did this fool spring from? What did you say? Hua Mansion's gaze snapped to Mu Ling. That terrifying aura unnerved Mu Ling for a moment. Thinking of the half-step Xian Emperor beside him, he steadied himself and sneered. An idiot used as a pawn. You're asking for death. Hua Mantian flew into a rage and struck at Mu Ling. He could tell Mu Ling was only a mere Jiram, worldly spirit. To him, such a being was an ant. He did not lie. You are a pawn, an idiot. Mo Qing snorted from beside. As she spoke, a dreadful aura unfurled. Under the pressure of her half-step, Xian Emperor presence, the very air seemed to grow heavier. Hua Mantian stood stupefied. By heavens, a half-step Xian Emperor. There is actually a half-step. You. Hua Mantian stared at Mo Qing aghast, his face contorting in disbelief. How could there be a half-step Xian Emperor? Mo Qing snorted, raised her hand, and pressed down gently. Bang! In an instant, Hua Mansion's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the planks. You. He stared at Mo Qing, unable to form coherent words. With your Xianwang cultivation, you dare to seize the little master. Ridiculous. Mo Qing cast a disdainful glance and mocked him. Never mind a mere Xianwang. Even a latest-stage Xian Emperor would kneel before Hong Yan. A Xianwang boasting he would seize Xiao Linger, an outrageous joke. I ask you, answer. I might even grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead, Mo Qing said coldly. Then she added, by the way, an introduction. I am the Star Lord of Tianyun Island of the 36 Inner Isles of Jielwan Hai. Have you heard of me? After speaking, Mo Qing's gaze lazily fell upon Hua Mantian. Gulp. Faced with her penetrating eyes, Hua Mantian swallowed hard. Xingma. Mo Qing. He stammered, his face pale with fear. Xingma was Mo Qing's sobriquet in the Xianling realm. Tianyun Island's position in Jielwan Hai was akin to a department of punishment specializing in extracting information from loose tongues. Their methods of torment were endless. Rumor held that falling into Tianyun Island's hands was worse than hell. Since you know me, this becomes simple. I ask you, answer, or I take my time with you. Mo Qing sneered at Hua Mantian. No. Ask what you wish, you'll tell. Hua Mantian shook his head frantically, all the earlier confidence gone, replaced by sheer terror. The name Xingma was not an empty boast. A saying circulated through the Xianling realm: to fall into Xingmo's hands, even ghosts would beg to reveal information. Mo Qing was renowned as the most ruthlessly cruel woman in the realm. How did you learn the little master's identity? Mo Qing cut straight to the point. Little master. Hua Mantian blinked, then stared at Xiao Linger in disbelief. You mean her? He stammered, stunned. He clearly did not expect Mo Qing to accept a master. Mo Qing said nothing and made a slicing gesture. A scream tore from Hua Mantian as 2 of his 10 fingers were severed in an instant. I said I am. Mo Qing spoke icily. Yais. Hua Mantian trembled in pain, stuttering. He glanced long at Xiao Linger before admitting, I do not know the exact source of the information. All I know is that the whole Xianling realm is saying Bai Yunyan has a 4 or 5-year-old daughter, he whimpered. And that she is ordinary. Capture her, and you can control Bai Yunyan. Mo Qing's eyes narrowed as she listened. She asked again, how did you recognize the little master at a glance? Is there a portrait of her? Hua Mantian nodded. At that, Li Xingyue and the others tightened their brows. Who had exposed Xiao Linger? Not only had her identity been exposed, but a portrait as well. Could there be a mole? Could it be the Mai Elder? Mu Ling pondered and asked in a low voice. The Mai Elder. On hearing this, Mo Qing and Li Xingyue both realized, of course, that man had accompanied Xiao Linger for so long his knowledge of these matters would be unsurprising. It seems the leak came from the mysterious powerhouse who struck earlier, Mo Qing said gravely. Who is he and why would he do this? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling nodded in agreement. By this analysis, there was a 90% chance the act was the work of the mysterious figure who had taken the Mai Elder from Mist Island. But what was the other's purpose? To set Bai Yunyan and Xiao Linger aflame. Could it be to force the master to reveal herself? Suddenly Hong Yan's voice spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Qing and the others suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, the one who laid the trap had placed Xiao Linger and Bai Yunyan at the opposite end of the entire immortal spirit realm, clearly intending to put the mother and daughter in peril. And Lu Ming, as Xiao Linger's father and Bai Yunyan's husband, would surely not stand idly by while they were. Thus the purpose of the schemer became quite apparent. It was to force Lu Ming to reveal himself. They intend to interrupt the master's breakthrough to the true God realm. Suddenly, Mo Qing spoke in horror. At present, not many knew Lu Ming was attempting to break through to the true God realm, and the old man in a cloth robe was one of them. Now the old man had just been taken away by that mysterious powerhouse, and the relationship between Xiao Linger and Bai Yunyan had been exposed in the immortal spirit realm. It was not hard to guess. The mysterious person who took the old man knew Lu Ming was breaking through to the true God realm, so they placed Xiao Linger and Bai Yunyan in a perilous situation to force Lu Ming out. Mu Ling and Li Xingyue nodded in agreement after hearing this. However, Hua Montian, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned. True God realm. This group actually had a big shot who was breaking through to the true God realm behind them. He looked at Li Xingyue and the others, his face instantly turning ashen. As if having a half-step Immortal Emperor was not enough, there was also a terrifying, powerful figure breaking through to the true God realm behind them. He looked at Li Xingyue and the others, his face instantly turning ashen. As if having a half-step Immortal Emperor was not enough, there was all. The voice of Hong Yan echoed again, tinged with a grave tone. As soon as the words fell, a beam of red light shot out, directly piercing through Hua Mansion's brow. Mo Qing nodded and waved her hand, turning Hua Mansion's body into dust that scattered in the sea breeze. She knew the situation was urgent. She spared no effort and fully urged the ship towards the exile island. Even Xiao Linger seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, no longer asking for meat, but curled up quietly in Li Xingyue's arms, not uttering a word. Just like that, 3 days passed. It seems the news is indeed true. After dealing with one who came to capture Xiao Linger, Mo Qing said solemnly. During these 3 days of travel, they had encountered several groups of people. Their cultivation levels were not impressive, with the lowest being true immortal realm and the highest at immortal king realm. However, regardless of their cultivation realm, upon seeing Xiao Linger, they resembled starving wolves eyeing a piece of meat. It could be confirmed that what Hua Mantian said was true. Elder, I have some confusion, Li Xingyue said with a slight frown. Moi. Mo Qing looked at her in puzzlement, waiting for her to continue. The one who leaked news about Linger should know she is at Immortal King realm. Yet it seems the opponent has not disclosed this point. Instead, they merely referred to Linger as an ordinary person. This is quite strange. It seems the one who leaked Xiao Linger's identity wants to use our hands to eliminate people from the immortal spirit realm. Facing her gaze, Li Xingyue began to speak slowly. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and Mu Ling's eyes both narrowed in contemplation. Upon careful consideration, it indeed seemed so. No matter the cultivation level, those who dared to come after Xiao Linger were undoubtedly courting death. After all, aside from Xiao Linger's many divine artifacts, even just her own cultivation was enough to instill fear in many from the immortal spirit realm. Moreover, the old man in a cloth robe knows that the young master possesses many divine artifacts. If this news were to spread, it would surely attract all the old monsters from the immortal spirit realm to take action, right? If the opponent's aim is to put the young master in danger, thereby forcing out the master and interrupting his ascension, wouldn't it be even better to spread this news? Mu Ling chimed in. Divine artifacts are certainly more enticing to the people of the immortal spirit realm than the chance for a true god, because the chance for a true god is ethereal and no one knows when it will manifest. But the divine artifacts on Xiao Linger, that is a tangible existence. Stealing divine artifacts is far better than chasing after that illusory chance for a true god, right? As long as one obtains even a single divine artifact, their strength would increase significantly, and the people of the immortal spirit realm would surely be very envious. If the news that Xiao Linger possesses many divine artifacts were released, those old monsters who rarely leave their seclusion would undoubtedly take action. Thus, wouldn't that better achieve the goal of putting Xiao Linger in danger? But now it seems the schemer did not do this. Instead, as Li Xingyue said, they allowed some low-level cultivators to come and seek death. using them to eliminate people from the immortal spirit realm. Could it be the Een spirit tree is behind this scheme? It was cultivated by the Een Emperor during the ancient spirit era to nurture remnants of souls. In other words, could this tree absorb the spiritual power of cultivators to strengthen itself? Suddenly, Mo Qing interjected. There is indeed that possibility. Mu Ling exclaimed. Previously in the Tomb of the Gods, the Guardian had mentioned that the Een spirit tree was able to bring about the demise of the ancient spirit era. It was because after escaping it crazily absorbed spiritual power to grow stronger. In its quest for strength, it had previously slaughtered billions, turning several worlds into dead realms. Now if the schemer is using them to kill for the sake of providing sufficient spiritual power to the Een spirit tree, then it makes sense. So the one who leaked news about Xiaolinger is not that mysterious powerhouse, but the Een spirit tree. Li Xingyue continued. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and Mu Ling fell into deep thought. In this way it indeed seemed that way. Meanwhile Xiaolinger appeared quite bored looking this way and that. She looked very cute. At the same time in Shangyun village. Where's my daughter? Where did my Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in the village's face looking quite grim as he shouted. After closing himself off for a while his daughter had gone missing. Damn it. Upon hearing his voice all kinds of beings in the village erupted in chaos. This one had finished his seclusion. Tell me where did my big daughter go? Lu Ming's figure flashed arriving in front of Ancestor, Baizhe questioning him. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Ming Ancestor, Baizhe trembled uncontrollably. Master, you succeeded. It swallowed hard, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. The other villagers in the village also stared intently at Lu Ming. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming calmly nodded though he was bitterly smiling inside. He had already reached the true God realm. He had achieved it on the third day of his seclusion. However, the system he awakened was a sign-in system. While he was breaking through to the true God realm, the system was also signing in. The rewards from signing in were all cultivation levels. After successfully breaking through to the true God realm, the system poured the Signatin cultivation levels back into him. As a result, he could only continue to push towards the next realm. Repeating this cycle led to him only just emerging from seclusion now. As for his current cultivation level, he had reached a realm of which he had never even heard before, the Divine Sovereign Realm. Hiss. Upon seeing Lu Ming nod, all beings in the village collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be that he truly succeeded? He actually broke the shackles of the immortal spirit realm that had lasted for over 100 million years. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Once they regained their senses, various beings in the village spoke in unison. Lu Ming calmly nodded just as he was about to speak. A familiar voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. The automatic sign-in system has successfully signed in. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 billion years of cultivation. The system has automatically claimed it for the host. Please check. Current cultivation level Divine Lord Realm. There is still a deficit of 990 billion years until the next realm breakthrough. You're amazing. After hearing this, Lu Ming murmured to himself. This is his system, which automatically opens for sign-in and automatically collects cultivation every day. The most terrifying aspect is, the higher his cultivation, the more cultivation he would receive each day upon signing in. In other words, the higher his cultivation, the faster he would break through. This is also the reason why he has only been able to leave seclusion now. It is not that he does not want to leave seclusion, but rather that his cultivation has been continuously increasing, making it impossible to suppress. He can only keep transcending tribulations and breaking through. It can be said that in the past 2 months he has needed to transcend a tribulation every few days. Given such a situation, how could he dare to leave seclusion? Otherwise he might just walk into a place and the heavenly tribulation would descend. Furthermore, he would be undergoing the divine realm thunder tribulation. The arrival of the thunder tribulation would be a dimensional strike against this fragile immortal spirit realm. He is not afraid of destroying the immortal spirit realm. He is just afraid that he cannot ensure the safety of his wife and children, leading to their deaths under his own thunder tribulation. Tell me, where is Linger? Why haven't I seen Linger? Lu Ming regained his senses and questioned the various beings in the village. During the tribulation, the only 2 people he couldn't let go of were, one is his wife Bai Yunyan, the other is his little cotton-padded jacket Su Linger. After successfully transcending the tribulation, he already imagined the scene of his little cotton-padded jacket rushing towards him when he returned to the village. But now, his little cotton-padded jacket has disappeared. My lord, the young lady. She went out to look for the mistress. Baizhe, the old ancestor, came back to his senses and spoke weakly. Looking for Yunyan. That girl. After hearing this, Lu Ming was not angry. He could only smile helplessly. Please punish her, my lord. Seeing this, Baizhe immediately knelt down to plead for forgiveness. The other beings did the same. Even the heavenly spirit peach tree bent its trunk down. Well, if that girl wants to leave, you cannot stop her. You all have served Linger for so long. It's time to give you some benefit. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. He knows best what Linger has on her. If she wants to go out, the beings in the village truly have the heart, but lack the strength. After saying this, Lu Ming waved his hands, and streams of purple energy flowed into the bodies of the various beings in the village. Cultivate well. This is the chaos purple chi, the reason no one in the immortal spirit realm can break through to the true God realm. It is precisely because of the lack of this substance. Facing the puzzled gazes of the beings, Lu Ming explained. All these chaos purple chi were obtained by him during the tribulation when he signed in. What? Upon hearing this, the various beings were immediately taken aback. Is this the opportunity to break through to the true God realm? Thank you, my lord. The beings hurriedly spoke, their expressions excited and their bodies lowered even further. This is truly the opportunity of the true God. They did not expect to receive it so soon. You all cultivate well here. I have discovered where the chaos divine realm is. After I resolve the matters of the immortal spirit realm, I will take you to the chaos divine realm. By the way, during my seclusion, did the Emperor have any major movements? Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, the various beings exchanged glances. In the end, it was Bai Zhe, the old ancestor, who spoke. My descendants have reported that the Emperor is dead. Dead. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked, what else? The young master and mistress are in danger. I don't know who spread the young lattice identity in the immortal spirit realm. It has made the entire immortal spirit realm aware that the young lady is the daughter of the Immortal Emperor Yunyan. Now, the entire immortal spirit realm is searching for the young lady. Bai Zhe did not dare to conceal anything and spoke honestly. That old thing, the Emperor, is still so greedy. He actually wants to play the same old tricks again. Lu Ming coldly sneered after hearing this. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe and the others felt a sense of doubt arise in their hearts. Greedy and wanting to play the same old tricks. My lord, the immortal spirit realm has already proven that the Emperor. Bai Zhe began to speak. The immortal spirit realm has already proven that the Emperor is dead. How can a dead person still play any tricks? Dead. That guy has lived from the ancient spirit era to now. How could he easily die? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, mocking. Lived from the ancient spirit era to now. Bai Zhe and the others were shocked upon hearing this. You still don't know, right? The current Emperor is the leader of the human race from the ancient spirit era. Lu Ming glanced at them and explained. This. Bai Zhe and the others were completely stunned upon hearing this. The current Emperor is actually the Emperor from the ancient spirit era. My lord, what exactly is going on? Bai Zhe asked with a face full of confusion. The other beings also nodded in agreement. I will first look for Linger and Yunyan. They are probably in danger. You all stay here and cultivate the chaos purple chi well. Lu Ming did not explain further, only giving them a faint glance. After speaking, his voice still echoed in Shangyun village, but he had already disappeared from the sight of Bai Zhe and the others. Senior, what should we do now? Continuing to kill is equivalent to helping the divine tree increase its cultivation. If we don't kill, Li Xingyue looked towards Mo Qing, who was controlling the ship. Killing would help the divine tree increase its cultivation. Not killing would mean that the people of the immortal spirit realm would continue to pour in. My lord, what do you mean? Mo Qing did not speak, but looked at the red flame on Linger. Upon hearing this, Hong Yin fell silent as well. It seemed. Even it did not know how to choose. After a long while, Hong Yin finally spoke up. Kill as many as you can. Kill until they are terrified. Her tone was filled with cold, killing intent. Mo Qing nodded. It has to be this way. If they don't kill, the people from the immortal spirit realm would keep coming and they would find it difficult to cope. After all, when the number of ants reaches a certain level, they can bite an elephant to death. Hong Yin, you haven't changed a bit. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. As the voice echoed, a wave appeared in the space ahead of Linger. Approaching, Lu Ming slowly walked out from. What is this? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, who had never seen Lu Ming, frowned slightly. Daddy. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Linger jumped up excitedly. She opened her arms and flew towards Lu Ming. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were left in stunned silence. Hey! Seeing the small figure running toward him, Lu Ming called out loudly, crouching and opening his arms. Daddy, snuggle. Xiao Linger leapt into Lu Ming's embrace, nuzzling his broad chest with her little head. Good girl, have you missed Daddy? Watching the little body rub against him, Lu Ming's smile nearly overflowed. Who in the world could resist the coquettish affection of their own little cloak of warmth? Mom, I miss you. I think of Daddy every day. Every moment, T. Xiao Linger nodded emphatically, blinking her big eyes up at Lu Ming. Such a good girl. Facing her clear, bright eyes, Lu Ming felt his whole heart melt. He reached out and pinched Xiao Linger's chubby cheek. Daddy, stop pinching. Linger will be deformed. She protested with a pained little face. At that, Lu Ming could not help but laugh heartily. Who could not love a daughter like this? Zhouan Si Tianyan Star Lord Mo Qing pays respects to the master. At that moment, Mo Qing stepped forward and spoke respectfully. As her voice rang out, all the divine artifacts that accompanied Xiao Linger manifested, including Hong Yan. We pay homage to the master. The artifacts shifted into humanoid forms, Hong Yan leading them as they respectfully half-knelt before Lu Ming. Mu Ling pays respects to the master. Seeing this, Mu Ling hurried forward and spoke. Only Li Xingyue seemed momentarily at a loss. Because she did not belong to Lu Ming's retinue, calling him master felt improper. Li Xingyue pays respect, senior, she said after a moment's thought, stepping back a pace from the others. No need for such ceremony. Lu Ming waved his hand, his gaze falling on the Hunyuan Zijin Hu. Hunyuan. Not bad, it's nearly become a celestial artifact. In the divine realm, the initial stage is the true God realm. Beyond that come Heavenly God, Lord God, God King, and then Lu Ming's present rank Shinzuan. As for what lies above, Lu Ming did not know either, for knowledge of the divine realm in this world was far too scant. Even Yin Tiandi of the Guling era had only reached the God King level. All thanks to the master and the little master, Hunyuan said with a hearty smile. Lu Ming nodded calmly. This Hunyuan Zijin, who was the very artifact he had taken from the fishing village long ago. At that time, the Hunyuan Zijin, who had nearly degraded into a mundane vessel. Had he not promptly nurtured it with divine source, Hunyuan would long since have dissipated into the void. And a heaven and earth spirit with a congenital divine root. Lu Ming's gaze swept to Mu Ling. Why do you call me master? He asked. Daddy, this is my little doggy. You can't chase it away, Xiao Linger protested before Mu. She seemed afraid Lu Ming would drive Mu Ling off. Fine, I won't drive it away, but your cultivation is far too weak, he said. Since Linger wants you to stay, then you shall stay. Take this and refine it. Lu Ming smiled, patting Xiao Linger's head. It was only a heaven and earth spirit. If his daughter wished to keep it, so be it. As he spoke, Lu Ming reached out and touched a droplet of liquid merged into Mu Ling's brow. This is divine source, a cultivation resource reserved for divine realm practitioners. If you refine this, your cultivation should rise to the immortal king realm, Lu Ming explained, watching Mu Ling's bewildered expression. What? Hearing that, Mu Ling's heart leapt. A cultivation resource reserved for divine realm cultivators? Thank you, master. Realizing the gift, it hurriedly spoke and silently vowed to cling to Xiao Linger for the rest of its days. It would not leave even if beaten with a stick. After all, to be given a divine realm cultivation resource upon first meeting. Who could resist such temptation? And you are? Lu Ming asked calmly, his gaze shifting to Li Xingyue. A Sheng realm. Such cultivation hardly belonged in the Xianling realm. Daddy, she's my elder sister. She's very, very kind to me, Xiao Linger said. I really like her as she's been helping me look for mother. Daddy should give sister something too. Xiao Linger blurted out, almost commanding. Linger, no need, truly no need. Li Xingyue cried, flustered by the favor. Since Lu Ming had emerged from seclusion, he had surely broken through to the true God realm. Such a being was not someone she could presume to demand gifts from. If Linger says she must give, then she must give. A Linglong Dao body strengthened by Hunyuan heavenly water. Her innate aptitude is still poor. Lu Ming spoke without concern, or a single glance made Li Xingyue's condition perfectly clear. Since Linger likes you so much, I shall grant you a Linglong divine body. With such a constitution, provided sufficient resources, advancing to the divine realm will present no bottlenecks. As he spoke, Lu Ming reached out and touched her brow. A kaleidoscopic crystal merged into Li Xingyue's brow. Hiss! Mu Ling and Mo Qing could not help but draw a sharp breath. Jealousy rose in their eyes. Would this not effectively grant Li Xingyue the qualification to become a deity? As for you, Mo Qing, I grant you Xiandi cultivation. Lu Ming spoke again, touching Mo Qing's brow. In an instant, Mo Qing's body convulsed as a terrifying aura radiated from her. Early Xiandi, mid Xiandi, late Xiandi. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation surged from half-step Xiandi to the late Xiandi stage. Rumble. At that moment, the sky darkened as thunderclouds gathered. It was Mo Qing's Xiandi thunder tribulation. Disperse. The calm voice left Lu Ming's lips with a wave of his hand. The not yet formed thunderclouds vanished instantly. As the clouds cleared, the multicolored gifts of heaven and earth flowed into Mo Qing, consolidating her cultivation firmly at the late Xiandi stage. The display left Li Xingyue and Mu Ling stupefied. A single word sent Mo Qing into late Xiandi, a single word dispelled the Xiandi tribulation. Is this Xiao Linger's backing? Thank you, master. Mo Qing spoke with emotion, as she had not expected becoming a late Xiandi powerhouse to be so effortless. Lu Ming merely waved his hand as if it were nothing. Only late Xiandi, he thought. If he wished, pushing Mo Qing into the true God realm would be no problem. He refrained only because he did not want to destroy her cultivation foundation. Master, what is your current cultivation? Why can even I not read you? Hong Yin asked, voice taut. As the chief artifact were its power measured as cultivation, it would at least rival a heavenly god. However, the Xianling realm lacked sufficient realm force for it to exert its full strength. In the present Xianling realm, it could at most manifest half-step divine realm power. Exceeding half-step divine realm would overload it, at best causing damage, at worst consigning it to eternal dormancy. Even so, as the primary artifact, it still possessed wide perception. Logically, since Lu Ming had secluded himself to assault the true god realm, he should emerge with true god cultivation. How could he be unreadable? As for me, I'm barely at Shinzuan level, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming added casually. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the magical artifacts, including Hong Yin, erupted in shock. Although their memories were somewhat flawed, the most fundamental knowledge remained intact. This naturally included the several major realms of the divine realm. The divine lord realm. Even in the ancient spirit era, it was considered a legend. The master closed himself off for a time and directly ascended from the half-step divine realm to the divine lord realm. In that moment, even the well-informed magical artifacts were completely bewildered. What exactly was the origin of their master? In this age of insufficient origin, breaking through to the true divine realm was exceedingly difficult, yet he suddenly shot up to the divine lord realm. If it weren't for these words coming from Lu Ming's mouth, they would never believe it. Master, you can't be a reincarnated powerhouse from the Hongming realm, can you? Hong Yin said, wide-eyed. Not at all. Lu Ming waved his hand and smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he was extraordinary, but rather that the system was incredibly powerful. It seemed like there were no other rewards aside from cultivation madly increasing his power. Linger, have you found Mother? Lu Ming asked, shifting the topic as he held little Linger. Yes, I found her. Mother is so beautiful, I was just about to go to her. Little Linger nodded happily. Found her. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face. After activating the system and experiencing a surge in power, he had secretly looked for Bai Yunyan. Unfortunately, Bai Yunyan had purposely hidden herself, making it difficult for even him to find her. He had not expected that his little cotton-padded jacket would actually find her. Where is she? Lu Ming continued. She's on the exile island, and there's a little gourd there that I want to find. Little Linger replied cheerfully. Master, here is the map. Mo Qing stepped forward, saying, Daddy will take you there. Lu Ming smiled, and while speaking glanced at them. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand in front of him. A rift suddenly appeared in the air. Then Mo Qing and the others felt their vision blur, and when they could see clearly again, they were already on an island. After surveying the surroundings, the three of them exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at Exile Island. Is this Lu Ming's ability? Why is there no one here? Lu Ming scanned the area and frowned slightly, asking. No one. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling immediately turned their gazes to Mo Qing. She had previously said that Bai Yunyan was on Exile Island. No one? How is that possible? Mo Qing was also a bit stunned, but she quickly reacted, her expression changing drastically. Could it be that the mistress has been found by them? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling's expressions also changed dramatically. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked, holding little Linger puzzled. Mo Qing naturally did not dare to hide the current situation of the immortal spirit realm and explained it in detail. Master, the mistress has likely been found by those from the immortal spirit realm. I failed to carry out my duties, please punish me, Master, she said, lowering her head. Is that so? What a cunning heavenly emperor. Does he want to repeat the events of the ancient spirit era? Lu Ming chuckled coldly, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. His words made Li Xingyue and the others slightly frown. Repeating the events of the ancient spirit era. Since you know about the God tree, you should know that the destruction of the ancient spirit era was caused by the God tree, right? Lu Ming looked at them and said. Meeting his gaze, Mo Qing and the others nodded. This was information they had obtained from the gravekeepers of the Tomb of the Gods. In fact, everything was orchestrated by the Heavenly Emperor. The God tree was specifically cultivated to bring about the destruction of the world. Lu Ming continued. After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were completely stunned. Even Hong Yin and the other magical artifacts were shocked. The God tree was actually cultivated by the Heavenly Emperor to bring about destruction. Master, why is that? The Heavenly Emperor was originally the leader of the human race, possessing supreme status. What significance does it have for him to do such things? Also, is the current Heavenly Emperor the same as that from the ancient spirit era? Mo Qing continued to speak. As for why he did this, I have not been able to find out. The current Heavenly Emperor is actually just a clone. The real Heavenly Emperor you should have encountered already. Lu Ming explained. Encountered already? Is that mysterious powerhouse? Suddenly, Li Xingyue reacted and exclaimed. Mysterious powerhouse. Lu Ming frowned slightly upon hearing this. Senior, it's like this. Li Xingyue quickly explained the events of Misty Island. Oh, interesting. It seems there are still big fish I don't know about. Do you know who he is? Lu Ming smiled gently, and his gaze suddenly shifted to the front. At his words, Li Xingyue and the others involuntarily turned to see where he was looking. But there was nothing there. I didn't expect you actually succeeded. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed. Then a figure slowly walked out from the void. It's you. Seeing the person emerge, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were instantly startled. The newcomer was none other than the fortune-telling old man whom Little Linger had encountered while wandering in Tianyan City. "Oh, it's you, Grandpa," Little Linger exclaimed. Clearly she remembered this fortune-teller. Who was that mysterious powerhouse? The Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming asked the fortune-teller, his tone indifferent. Not at all. Meeting Lu Ming's gaze, the fortune-teller shook his head with a bitter smile. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Kunyu, and I am popularly known as the King of Kunping. He changed the subject and continued. What? Li Xingyue and the others were completely stunned. King of Kunping. The Lord of the North Sea during the ancient spirit era, King of Kunping. You? As soon as Kunyu finished speaking, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd flew out. After all, it was equivalent to being cultivated by the King of Kunping. Hunyuan. Seeing the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, the King of Kunping smiled, kindly, his gaze like that of a parent looking at their child. Why don't I feel even a hint of life energy from you? The voice of the Hunyuan purple gold gourd rang out. Because I have long been dead, and now I am merely a spiritual entity. You can understand it as I have completely merged with the North Sea. The North Sea is me, and I am the North Sea. The King of Kunping said with a bitter smile. A spiritual entity, completely merged with the North Sea. Mo Qing and the others looked at each other, all of them in disbelief. All right, just tell me, where has my wife gone? Lu Ming waved his hand, not wanting to waste more time, and asked straightforwardly. I don't know. The King of Kunping shook his head. What do you mean? You are now the spirit of the North Sea. Everything in the North Sea is under your surveillance. You don't know? Lu Ming frowned slightly. I really don't know. This area has been shrouded in a mysterious force. Even I cannot see what happened here. I suspect they have made their move. The King of Kunping continued with an air of helplessness. Who are they? Also, what does the cleanup plan of the Dark Emperor really mean? Now you can at least tell me. Lu Ming looked at King Kunping as he continued the conversation. When he first came to the North Sea, he had encountered King Kunping. At that time, he was already at the half-divine level. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The North Sea was destroyed by the Dark Emperor back in the day. Naturally, King Kunping was not on good terms with the Dark Emperor. And Lu Ming wanted his family to reunite, so the obstacle of the Dark Emperor had to be removed. Therefore, King Kunping took the initiative to find him to discuss dealing with the Dark Emperor. However, knowing that there was not only the Dark Emperor, but also a Dark Divine tree, Lu Ming did not act rashly. He only planned to make a move after breaking through to the true Divine realm. The only thing he did not anticipate was the system was way too powerful. Entering seclusion was like breaking some kind of limitation, and Kukuku granted him power, allowing him to exit seclusion now. As for why the Dark Emperor wanted to initiate the cleanup plan, King Kunping did not elaborate at that time. He was also curious why the Dark Emperor, as the leader of the human race in the last era, would initiate the so-called cleanup plan. The cleanup plan, as the name implies, is to eliminate everyone. Let the world enter a state of nothingness, and then gradually develop back into a state of existence. As for why he did this, it might be related to the people of the Hongmeng realm. Facing Lu Ming's gaze, King Kunping slowly spoke. Hongmeng realm. Lu Ming frowned slightly upon hearing this. He naturally knew about the Hongmeng realm. It was the core of the entire universe, equivalent to the ancestor of all worlds. Those living in the Hongmeng realm are the true big shots. Each one is at the divine realm. Moreover, the cultivation resources in the Hongmeng realm are extremely abundant. Take the Hongmeng purple chi, for example. It is difficult to find in the immortal spirit realm, even over an epoch, yet it is quite common in the Hongmeng realm. If the entire universe is viewed as a dynasty, then the true spirit realm is equivalent to a remote village. The immortal spirit realm would just be a somewhat larger city. As for the Hongmeng realm, it is undoubtedly the royal city. How could the people living there covet the immortal spirit realm? Logically speaking, there is nothing in the immortal spirit realm that would attract the people of the Hongmeng realm. As for the reason, I am also unclear. Those guys are the true implementers of the plan. Even the cultivation method for the Dark Divine Tree was given to the Dark Emperor by them. Union Immortal Emperor was most likely taken away by them. Of course, it could also be the Dark Emperor's doing. After all, with his means, he could evade me. King Kunping shrugged and replied. It was only the spirit of the North Sea now. It looked quite powerful, but actually had no combat ability. The only remarkable aspect is that as long as the North Sea is not destroyed, it can exist. It is equivalent to a form of alternative immortality. Where do you think they might be hiding? With my current cultivation, my spiritual sense can cover the entire immortal spirit realm. But I have not seen the Dark Emperor, or even anyone from the Hongmeng divine realm. I haven't even seen the Dark Divine Tree. Lu Ming frowned and said, this was also the reason he came to ask King Kunpeng, what is your current cultivation level? King Kunpeng did not answer, but instead frowned and countered. The ability to cover the entire immortal spirit realm with spiritual sense. This is not something achievable at the true divine realm. Divine sovereign. Facing his gaze, Lu Ming did not hide and spoke honestly. Instantly, King Kunpeng's expression turned into a meme. It looked at Lu Ming with an expression that seemed to ask if he heard the nonsense he was saying. The divine sovereign realm. Even during the ancient spirit era, it was a legendary realm. You came out of seclusion and jumped from half-divine realm to divine sovereign. This joke. You can't be serious, right? King Kunpeng spoke somewhat speechless. 2 months of seclusion, breaking through from half-divine realm to divine sovereign. If you told a dog this, even it would look at you in disbelief. Lu Ming rolled his eyes at him, providing no further explanation, just slightly releasing his aura. Damn. Instantly, King Kunpeng was once again startled into a meme. You. He looked at Lu Ming, trying to find words, but ultimately could not say anything further. It really is the cultivation of the divine sovereign realm. Alright, no need to make a scene over this. Oh, what's the big deal? Let's discuss where they are hiding. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, King Kunpeng was speechless, breaking through from half-divine realm to divine sovereign realm in one go. Such a world-shattering event, and it's no big deal. After a long moment, it calmed its emotions and pondered, if it's a hiding place, it must be the Heavenly Dao Palace. Heavenly Dao Palace. Lu Ming frowned slightly, because in his spiritual sense the situation of the Heavenly Dao Palace was clear at a glance. Apart from some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, there was nothing else. The Heavenly Dao Palace has an underground space. The Dark Divine Tree was sealed there by the Dark Emperor back in the day. Can your spiritual sense see it? King Kunpeng continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes moved, and his spiritual sense concentrated on looking underground at the Heavenly Dao Palace. However, at a certain depth, his spiritual sense was indeed obstructed. To be precise, the spiritual sense seemed to fall into an endless darkness, unable to see anything. Interesting. Lu Ming smiled gently. Clearly that should be where the Dark Emperor and others are hiding. Several small fry have arrived. At this moment, King Kunpeng looked into the distance and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people flew over from afar. Leading them was an old man. With just one glance, the old man's gaze fixed directly on Xiaolinger. Ha, daughter of Bai Yunyun. Didn't expect to encounter the daughter of Bai Yunyun. Seeing Xiaolinger, the old man laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Not just him, but the people behind the old man felt the same way. Congratulations, ancestor, congratulations. As long as we capture this little girl, Bai Yunyun will have to obey us. Bai Yunyun was once praised as the most beautiful woman in the immortal spirit realm. Ancestor, you are truly fortunate. A group of people laughed and joked. They completely ignored Lu Ming and the others. Seeking death. Before Lu Ming could speak, Mo Qing had already charged forward. Late stage Immortal Emperor. Who are you? Seeing Mo Qing charging in, the old man was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion. Those who disrespect the mother must die. Mo Qing did not waste words and directly made her move. A terrifying source of power erupted, coalescing into sharp swords under her control, indiscriminately striking towards the old man and his group. Humph just broke through to the late stage Immortal Emperor. Arrogant. Facing Mo Qing, the old man remained unafraid. As he spoke, he simply raised his hand slightly. Instantly, vines emerged from the surface of the sea beneath him. The vines intertwined, forming a barrier that completely protected himself and the people behind him. This old man was also at the late stage Immortal Emperor. He could also tell that the old man's cultivation was of the wood source immortal path. As far as I know, there are 2 powers that cultivate the wood source immortal path. One is the Heavenly Spirit Forbidden Land, and the other is the Jianmu Forbidden Land. Which forbidden land do you come from? Just as Mo Qing was about to take action again, Lu Ming spoke up. While speaking, he stepped forward, holding Xiaolinger's hand. By the time he stabilized his position again, he was already in front of Mo Qing. Master, leave this to me. And seeing Lu Ming step forward, Mo Qing spoke calmly. And she still had a semi-divine artifact yet to deploy, and if unleashed it would surely suffice to subdue this elder. Master. And hearing Mo Qing address Lu Ming thus, the elder's brows faintly furrowed. And he was a latest-stage Immortal Emperor, peerless in cultivation, equal in rank to himself. To call this man master. And who are you? And the elder fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming and demanded. And he's daddy. Xiaolinger clutched Lu Ming's hand and replied with a cheerful grin. And daddy, and you're Bai Yunyun's consort? And the elder's eyes widened in sudden shock. All cultivators across the immortal spirit realm knew Bai Yunyan bore a daughter, and yet none knew the identity of the father. Indeed, countless sects and clans had probed the matter, and yet not a single clue surfaced. And the elder never imagined he'd encounter them here, by sheer fateful coincidence. Lu Ming cast a tranquil glance at the elder, then turned gently to Xiao Ling. Ling, oh, be good. Close your eyes. And, okay. Is Daddy playing hide and seek? I haven't played hide and seek with Daddy in ages, In Xiao Linger declared, pure and guileless. And yes, and Lu Ming affectionately stroked her hair. Obediently Xiao Linger shut her eyes. And then Lu Ming turned once more toward the elder and his entourage. Nand raised his hand, brushing the air with effortless grace. In an instant, and the elder's followers behind him did not even cry out before disintegrating into crimson shards that rained silently into the sea. And you? The elder froze, utterly stunned. And what was this technique? And to ensure Bai Yunyan's capture, he had brought only elite warriors from his faction, and creme de la creme of his power base. The lowest among them cultivated at the immortal saint realm, and strongest reached early stage Immortal Emperor. And yet, they were erased as though swatting dust. Just who was this man? And what realm of cultivation did he command? The elder's mind reeled. And Lu Ming said nothing, only met his gaze with quiet indifference. In that instant, the elder's body locked rigid in place. For he realized, his primordial energy had vanished. And it was as if in the blink of an eye he had been stripped of all cultivation, reduced to an ordinary mortal. A latest-stage Immortal Emperor dares seize my daughter. Dares take Bai Yunyan in, where pray tell did such audacity spring from? And Lu Ming regarded the elder with serene detachment, his voice low and measured. I. And under that glacial, unblinking gaze, the elder's scalp prickled, and cold sweat broke across his brow. In what level of existence was this being? Bai Yunyan's backing, was this terrifying? And Lu Ming spared no further words, and he simply lifted his hand and closed his fingers. Boom. Muffled hollow detonation echoed. Nan the elder dissolved into fine ash, scattering into the sea. And, come, we go to the heavenly Dao Palace. And having dispatched the elder, Lu Ming spoke unruffled and calm. As he spoke, a rift tore open before him, a jagged wound in reality. And Mo Qing and the others nodded, stepping through without hesitation. Yet when they emerged from the void, they found themselves upon another expanse of open sea, and clearly still within the northern sea. Master, this, and Mo Qing scanned the horizon, her brows drawing together. Lu Ming remained silent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with placid composure. Before uttering three words, sky-binding formation. Sky-binding formation. Mo Qing frowned, perplexed. Mu Ling and Li Xingyuan mirrored her confusion. A grand formation that seals the void itself, locking an entire realm, forbidding spatial traversal. And as someone wishes to trap me within the northern sea. Lu Ming surveyed the endless waters, his tone tranquil, almost amused. A formation sealing the void. Mo Qing grasped it instantly, hence their failure to exit the northern sea. Look, Bai Yunyan's daughter. That's her daughter. Truly, she is Bai Yunyan's daughter, and excellent. Excellent. She's mine. No one else touches her. Nonsense, she belongs to me. Suddenly ecstatic cries erupted from every direction. A swarm of cultivators surged forward, racing headlong toward Lu Ming's group, their faces alight with feverish triumph as though beholding long-lost treasure. Die. Mo Qing exhaled sharply, flicking a finger outward. Primordial energy exploded, and every assailant fell lifeless before taking another step. Latest-stage Immortal Emperor. How can there be a latest-stage Immortal Emperor here? Sensing Mo Qing's overwhelming aura, the frenzied crowd halted mid-lunge, paralyzed by dread. Bai Yunyan's daughter is mine. Fate has delivered her to me. Back off. This little girl is mine. Yet at that very moment, another wave of figures descended from the distance. Shall I serve as the executioner? Lu Ming murmured, watching them approach. Now he understood Tian Di's design: abduct Bai Yunyan, trap him in the northern sea, all to compel him to kill, to slaughter every soul who came for Xiaolinger. In essence, Tian Di sought to make him the blade of a grand purge. The horror runs deeper still. Perhaps Bai Yunyan's rebirth as an immortal emperor was merely the first move in the scheme. Kunpeng Wang materialized beside Lu Ming, voice low and resonant. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Ming's gaze sharpened instantly. Bai Yunyan's reincarnation was triggered by a true god's karmic boon. So does that not in effect proclaim to the entire immortal spirit realm Bai Yunyan possesses a true god's karmic boon? Yet as a peak immortal emperor, she remains beyond reach. Her enemies lack both means and courage to act. Thus Tian Di orchestrated her rebirth. Not to force her to yield the boon, but to accelerate her growth. Once she ascends far enough, Di will feign death, vanish beneath heaven's gaze. Then the immortal spirit realm shall rise in unison against by union. At that hour, she shall become the next Shin tree, the ultimate executor. Kuanping Wang spoke slowly, deliberately. And upon hearing this, Qing and the others recoiled inwardly, hearts thundering. And upon reflection, it truly was so. But my presence altered the equation. So Di deemed me the more suitable blade. Thus he lured by Yunyan into the northern sea. Nan Xiaolinger by chance arrived there as well. Di knew my first act upon breaking seclusion would be to seek mother and daughter alike. Lu Ming finished the thought, and laughed, even applauding softly. And even he had to concede Di's machinations were masterful. So, what will you do, and kill? Or suppress? Kuanping Wang glanced at the ever-growing throng, his voice grave. To kill would fulfill Di's wish entirely. And to suppress, to seal them, would still bar passage to the heavenly Dao Palace. In truth, Di had seized Lu Ming's very lifeline. His calculation is flawless. I cannot abandon Yunyan. And Lu Ming gazed upon the relentless tide of arriving cultivators, voice steady. And that plays perfectly into Di's hands, Kuanping Wang's side. And no, there remains one variable Di failed to foresee. My cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then stepped forward, completing the sentence. What about cultivation? The king of Kuanping was momentarily taken aback. After all, the emperor of Yin was also a god king, and there were individuals from the primordial divine realm involved behind him. Yet he did not account for the fact that I am now at the divine sovereign realm. With a slight smile, Lu Ming glanced at him and raised his hand, gently pointing at the sky as he whispered, break. With that word, those rushing towards them were all frozen in place. It seemed as if time itself was halted by a single word from Lu Ming. Let's go, Lu Ming continued, and as he spoke, a rift in space appeared before them. He took little Linger by the hand and stepped into it first. Li Xingyue and Qing reacted quickly and hurriedly followed. They had already arrived in another realm. Upon looking up, they saw a magnificent palace adorned in gold and jade. In front of the palace stood an archway. On the archway there was a plaque with 3 large characters, Heavenly Dao Palace. Although they knew Lu Ming was powerful, the ability to instantly travel from the North Sea to the Heavenly Dao Palace still left Qing in awe. It should be noted that the North Sea and the Heavenly Dao Palace represent 2 extreme directions in the immortal spirit realm. One is in the north, the other in the south. In other words, traveling from the North Sea to the Heavenly Dao Palace was equivalent to crossing the entire immortal spirit realm. The distance involved was certainly not just tens of thousands of kilometers. Yet Lu Ming could arrive in an instant. Is this the horror of the divine sovereign realm? Qing thought in shock. However, Lu Ming was not concerned with her thoughts. His gaze remained calm as he looked at the plaque of the Heavenly Dao Palace. He then took little Linger's hand and strolled into the Heavenly Dao Palace. Buzz. As he approached the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Palace, a sudden humming sound erupted. A barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire Heavenly Dao Palace. Who dares to trespass into the Heavenly Dao Palace? Immediately, a powerful and commanding voice echoed from within the Heavenly Dao Palace. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air pierced through as a group of people flew out from the Heavenly Dao Palace. The leader among them was Lin. He hovered in midair, silently glancing at Li Xingyue and the others before finally fixing his gaze. The Lord of the Chaotic Sea. Lin spoke with a serious expression, uncertainly asking. The black qilin. Quite rare indeed. Linger, do you want to eat qilin meat? Lu Ming casually glanced at Lin and turned to little Linger. I want to eat it. I've never had it before. Daddy, I want to eat qilin meat. Upon hearing about food, little Linger instantly came to life. Qing and the others behind them could only smile wryly. Especially Qing. After all, Lin was now publicly recognized as the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Only this father and daughter dared to speak of eating him in front of him. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, sending dust billowing into the air. The entire Tian Dao Palace seemed to tremble. When the dust settled, Lin, now reverted to his qilin true form, was embedded deep into the palace's central plaza, barely clinging to life. That he still breathed at all was solely due to Lu Ming's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, Lin would long since have been reduced to a shapeless pulp. He gasped weakly, gazing up at Lu Ming, only to erupt in a violent spurt of old blood before uttering another word. What realm have you attained? It took him a long moment to force the question out. True divine realm. No, he sensed Lu Ming's cultivation ran far deeper than that. Lu Ming said nothing. Instead, he withdrew a pouch and flicked his hand lightly toward Lin. The qilin vanished instantly into its confines. Linger, hold this tightly. We'll make it our dinner once we rescue your mother. He handed the pouch to Xiao Linger with a gentle smile. Okay, okay, she chirped, nodding eagerly as she accepted it, and shook it curiously twice. As for the rest of you, Lu Ming turned his gaze upon the other cultivators of the Tian Dao Palace. With a single effortless fingertip gesture he struck. Bang! Before they could even react, they dissolved into the wind, utterly, irrevocably dead. Well then, will you continue watching from afar? Having dispatched the underlings, Lu Ming's eyes rose to the grand hall. I never imagined in this age of barren spiritual resources such a figure could arise. Young one, you are truly exceptional. An ancient voice resonated. Then a white-robed elder stepped forth from the palace, walking on empty air as if treading solid ground. His face was deeply fissured with wrinkles like cracked earth, his frame tall, yet gaunt, his presence heavy with the weight of terminal decline, as though death might claim him at any breath. So, you are the ancient tree. Lu Ming swept his gaze over the elder, speaking with calm detachment. Indeed, the elder replied, meeting his gaze without flinching. You should not stand in my way, for you are but a pawn in his game. And in truth, you cannot stop me. The ancient tree was merely a blade forged by Yin Tian Di, a sharp instrument wielded in his purge campaign. An enemy's enemy is a friend. In that sense, Lu Ming and the ancient tree shared a common foe. Ha ha ha. The ancient tree chuckled, utterly unconcerned. Oh, so you willingly serve as a pawn? Lu Ming asked, faintly surprised. Because devouring souls strengthens me. Only thus may I seize my chance to overturn fate. The ancient tree spoke with quiet intensity. Indeed, that is true, Lu Ming conceded with a slight nod, though inwardly he knew Yin Tiandi's cunning was so profound that the tree's odds of ever turning the tide were virtually nil. That man was a sly, calculating fox, his schemes clicking into place with flawless precision. He would never allow the ancient tree to rise and sing its own triumph. Will you bar my path? Lu Ming cut straight to the point. They are not here, the ancient tree sighed, resigned. This place holds only my physical vessel. With a soft laugh, Lu Ming offered no further words, merely took Xiao Linger's hand and strode forward. His meaning was unmistakable whether they were there or not. Only seeing would tell. Young master, do not be so obstinate. Seeing his advance, the ancient tree's expression darkened. Clearly it had no intention of letting Lu Ming enter the subterranean realm. Step aside or die. Lu Ming's voice turned glacial. Young master, you overreach. Do you truly believe attaining the divine realm makes you invincible? Humph. The ancient tree snorted coldly, and with a single palm strike toward Lu Ming unleashed a storm of shrieking void tears. Gigantic vines erupted from the void, lashing toward Lu Ming with terrifying momentum, each radiating an aura of overwhelming dread. Under that oppressive pressure, Li Xingyue and the others struggled to draw breath. These vines, they're nearly divine realm cultivators. Mo Qing stared dumbfounded. Their aura rivaled Mo Lin's own. So this is the ancient tree's art. Truly fearsome. Mu Ling added quietly. No wonder Lu Ming had secluded himself to break through to the true divine realm before seeking by Yunyan. If he'd emerged merely at the threshold of divinity, he would have stood no chance against the ancient tree. Elsewhere, in the blink of an eye, the vines closed in on Lu Ming, and there they halted. As they neared him, every vine froze mid-lunge, unable to advance a single inch. Annihilate. Lu Ming raised a finger toward those terrifying vines. Vines Mo Qing had deemed unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. Each vine detonated into oblivion within the void. What realm do you occupy? The ancient tree fixed Lu Ming with a stare, its expression graver than ever before. That assault had been mere reconnaissance, to gauge Lu Ming's true strength. Yet even so, it could effortlessly erase half-divine masters. Even true divine realm cultivators would struggle to deflect it, but Lu Ming dispelled it with casual ease. This was no mere true divine realm, a realm beyond your reach. Lu Ming spoke with serene indifference, and in the same breath he appeared before the ancient tree. Bang! A muffled impact echoed. The elder's manifested form exploded violently on the spot. Must you truly oppose me to the end? I told you, they are not here. The ancient tree's voice thundered thick with fury. Then let me verify for myself. Lu Ming gave no quarter. Humph. Since you press so relentlessly, let us test our mettle. Let me see what arrogance sustains your pride. The ancient tree's voice echoed from all directions. Then, thick serpentine vines surged forth from the void, coiling endlessly until the entire Tian Dao Palace was sealed within their suffocating embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his companions found themselves within a crimson realm. Beneath them churned a sea of blood. Above them hung a sky stained the same deep, ominous red. Master, what is this? Mo Qing frowned, scanning the horizon. A divine technique, Lu Ming replied, his tone unruffled as he surveyed the scarlet expanse. This is my blood-colored realm. Ah, Red Yan's former master met her and here slowly refined to ash by my own hands. The ancient tree's voice reverberated across the void. At those words Xiao Linger's crimson robe trembled faintly. Now, all of you shall descend into the sea of infinite suffering. The voice fell silent, and then came a series of wet splashing sounds. Plop, plop. Crimson hands erupted from the blood sea, grasping hungrily toward them. I can't access my primordial energy. Mo Qing recoiled in shock. Not she alone. Mu Ling and Li Xingyue too found their powers severed. Ha ha ha. Young master, still so arrogant. The ancient tree's mocking laughter rang out. Ha. Lu Ming merely smiled faintly, his only reply. Without a word of preamble, Lu Ming lifted his foot and struck the ground with sudden force. A resonant hum filled the air as visible shockwaves rippled outward from where his foot had landed. Every hand that had emerged from the sea of blood shattered instantly beneath the waves. Ripple after ripple coursed across the crimson expanse. Li Xingyue and Mo Qing were both hurled backwards several paces, instinctively raising their arms to shield themselves. Yet, when they lowered their hands, they found the blood-drenched realm had vanished entirely. They still stood upon the vast plaza of the heavenly Dao Palace. Yu, how is this possible? A voice thick with terror and disbelief echoed from the Yin spirit tree. Its terrifying technique, the Crimson Realm, had been dispelled so effortlessly. Recall during its war against the heavenly Dao Palace, 5 war gods had perished within that very domain. All were sovereign gods in cultivation. Though its own power had plummeted after that ancient battle, and it had only recently clawed its way back to true god realm, it could still stand unshaken even against celestial gods using this art alone. Your era has ended. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He feared no true god, not even at the peak of its former might. Arrogant fool. Zhentian Pagoda, strike. The Yin spirit tree sneered, refusing to yield. At its low command, an ancient unadorned pagoda soared forth from the depths of the heavenly Dao Palace, hovering in the void, then swelling rapidly until it enshrouded the entire palace beneath its towering silhouette. Then radiant beams of auspicious light streamed down from the Zhentian Pagoda. All who fell beneath their glow were instantly immobilized. Li Xingyue, Mo Qing, and Mu Ling froze mid-breath, as if encased in sudden absolute ice. Not only could they not move, they could not even speak. Not even their eyes could flicker. Zhentian Pagoda. A furious cry erupted from Hong Yan's lips, her voice emanating from Xiao Linger's body. Why had they lost that ancient war? Setting aside speculation that Yin Tiandi may have orchestrated the defeat, the decisive factor was the Zhentian Pagoda, one of only 2 divine king artifacts forged in the ancient Ling era. It possessed the horrifying ability to bind all things. With this artifact and its Crimson Realm technique, the Yin spirit tree had buried countless masters. Indeed, the Zhentian Pagoda had been the linchpin of that cataclysmic war. A fractured divine king artifact. This is your final gambit. Lu Ming cast a dispassionate glance upward at the hovering pagoda and spoke. As his voice resonated, Mo Qing and the others felt the paralyzing force dissolve from their bodies. A mere broken divine king artifact. How dare it claim to subdue heaven? Lu Ming spoke again, and with those words he raised his hand and gently clenched it. Instantly, a colossal, terrifying hand manifested in the sky, gripping the Zhentian Pagoda with crushing force. As Lu Ming's fist tightened, a sharp crystalline crack rang out. Before Mo Qing and the others' stunned gaze, the Zhentian Pagoda shattered into glittering fragments, scattering across the heavens like dying stars. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. In that moment, it was as though every sound in the world had been violently excised. Even the Yin spirit tree remained mute. Its mind had gone utterly blank. That was a divine king artifact, a pinnacle relic of the ancient Ling. Though damaged in that primordial war, its forging material remained unchanged. Yet now Lu Ming had crushed it barehanded. Even Hong Yan and the other divine artifacts stood frozen in disbelief. As fellow divine artifacts, they understood better than anyone how indestructible a divine king artifact truly was. The rarity of its crafting materials dwarfed theirs tenfold. Indeed, those materials ranked among the most supreme known, even beyond the boundaries of the Hongmeng realm. To shatter such an artifact would have been unthinkable even in the ancient Ling era. And yet, Lu Ming had done so with his bare hands. They knew his cultivation was terrifying, his strength unparalleled. But never had they imagined such overwhelming supremacy, that he could crush a divine king artifact with his palm alone. What level of cultivation are you? Long moments passed before the Yin spirit tree regained its voice, trembling, shaken to its core. To crush a divine king artifact barehanded was unheard of even in the ancient Ling era. How could such a being exist in the Xian Ling era, a realm immeasurably inferior to the ancient Ling, a realm far beyond your reach? Lu Ming spoke serenely. And with those words took Xiao Ling'er's hand and stepped forward once. When he reappeared, he stood in another realm entirely. A desolate spectral space stretched before them, every horizon lined with bleached skeletal remains. At its heart stood a strange tree rooted deep in the bone-strewn earth. It appeared no older than a century, but its branches and trunk seemed insubstantial, untethered from reality itself, ethereal, intangible, yet unmistakably visible, as if woven purely from raw soul energy. Wow, Daddy, what a strange tree. Xiao Ling'er gazed at the spirit tree, wide-eyed with wonder. Good girl. Lu Ming stroked her hair, then swept his gaze across the barren expanse, his brow furrowed. For apart from the spirit tree's true form, there was truly no one else here. I told you, they are not here, the spirit tree said. A face coalesced upon the strange tree's trunk. Lu Ming glanced at it once, then said nothing. If Tiandi and the others were not here, where were they? Then why wouldn't you let Daddy come in and look? Xiao Ling'er piped up, her voice sweet and plaintive. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged bewildered glances. After all, Lu Ming had earlier declared he would enter only to verify their absence, then depart. You are refining the Xianling realm's primordial essence. Lu Ming interjected suddenly. Primordial essence of the Xianling realm. Mo Qing and the others frowned. What was this? Master, do not. Should the Xianling realm lose its primordial essence, it will gradually degrade into a realm like the Zhenling realm, eventually collapsing into a mundane mortal world. Hong Yan's voice cut in urgently. What? Mo Qing recoiled in shock. Losing its primordial essence would doom the Xianling realm to become a common, ordinary world. Did they order you to do this, say? Lu Ming did not answer Hong Yan, only fixed his gaze on the spirit tree. He knew full well the consequences of a realm losing its primordial essence. Yet none of it concerned him. Though no nest remains intact when overturned, he was not sheltered beneath that same roof. The fate of the Xianling realm meant nothing to him. He sought only his wife. Yes, they tasked me with holding you off for as long as I could. My reward, the Xianling realm's primordial essence. The spirit tree replied, resignation lacing its tone. Not only that, the Zhentian Tower was also given to me. Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, the shadow tree continued, its tone filled with helplessness. It initially thought that with its own cultivation in the Zhentian Tower, it could easily subdue Lu Ming. However, it never expected that Lu Ming would be so powerful. It seems this is also their idea. They want to turn the immortal spirit realm into a mundane world. Are you aware of the cleansing plan? Lu Ming thought for a moment, and then scoffed. To hand over the source of the immortal spirit realm to the shadow tree was equivalent to completely giving up on it. And what about the shadow tree? Due to the decline in cultivation after the great battle years ago, it would naturally not let go of the source power of the immortal spirit realm. One could say that the Shadow Emperor was akin to killing two birds with one stone. Allowing the shadow tree to continue being one of the executors of the cleansing plan could also block him. Even Lu Ming had to admit that this old fellow was quite calculating. The only thing he found puzzling was what exactly this so-called cleansing plan entailed. Was it to turn all worlds into uninhabitable mundane realms? I also do not know what the cleansing plan is. The only thing I know is that the cleansing plan will eliminate many worlds and also remove many people. The shadow tree replied honestly. Where are they? Don't tell me you don't know, I don't want to hear that. Seeing this, Lu Ming stopped asking and changed the topic. From the shadow tree's words, it was clear that it had had contact with the Shadow Emperor and his group. It definitely knew the whereabouts of that group. I am not clear on the specifics, but I have a rough guess. The shadow tree sighed and responded. Lu Ming remained silent, just quietly watching it, waiting for more. Don't you feel puzzled? How could a mere lost thing possess an innate divine root? Under his gaze, the shadow tree spoke again, its eyes falling deeply on Mu Ling. Hearing this, Lu Ming also looked towards Mu Ling. This point is indeed true. The innate divine roots, earthly spirits, are extremely rare. After all, an innate divine root is equivalent to a strand of primordial purple energy. However, while primordial purple energy can be used by anyone, innate divine roots are restricted to earthly spirits. In the ancient spirit era, earthly spirits with innate divine roots were exceedingly rare. Given that the true spirit realm is a lost world, it indeed should not have an innate divine root. Yet now Mu Ling possesses one. This is quite strange. The Shadow Emperor's original intention was to have Bai Yunyan become the executor of the cleansing plan, therefore to force her to grow faster. The Shadow Emperor arranged many pieces in the true spirit realm. But after Bai Yunyan left the true spirit realm, the Shadow Emperor did not recall those pieces, but instead let them continue to stay in the true spirit realm. The shadow tree spoke again. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened instantly. Is he diverting attention? Using Yunyan and Linger to lure me to the immortal spirit realm, making me believe that he wanted to make me the executor. But the real purpose was to cover up his actions in the true spirit realm. He raised his head and spoke slowly. Clever. The shadow tree generously praised. I came from the true spirit realm. If they truly wanted to escape, they could not escape my divine sense. Lu Ming continued. Compared to the immortal spirit realm, the true spirit realm is merely a speck. His divine sense had no problem covering the immortal spirit realm, let alone the mere true spirit realm. You are strong, but being in the immortal spirit realm, your divine sense still failed to see that this place is not it right. Don't forget the Shadow Emperor is not acting alone. He has people from the primordial realm behind him. Besides, did you not notice them in the true spirit realm, or have you searched thoroughly there? The shadow tree spoke with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming fell silent. Indeed, after Baizé Elder mentioned that Linger had gone out, he did not sense Linger's presence in the true spirit realm and hurriedly came to the immortal spirit realm. For the true spirit realm, it was merely a hasty glance. The Shadow Emperor was once at the level of a divine king, and behind him there were people from the primordial realm. If he wanted to conceal himself, he could indeed do so. However, what was the Shadow Emperor plotting in the true spirit realm? It was just a lost world. What could possibly be worth his scheming? The most dangerous place is the safest place. He sure knows how to pick a location. Lu Ming sneered. As he spoke, he focused his gaze on the shadow tree. Are you sure you want to kill me? Meeting his gaze and sensing the hint of killing intent, the shadow tree calmly replied, I have already refined half of the source of the immortal spirit realm. If you kill me, it means the immortal spirit realm will lose half of its source power. At that time, everyone in the immortal spirit realm's cultivation will be insufficient due to the lack of source power limited to the immortal king realm. This world will also transform from a high-level world to a middle-level world. This is exactly what the Shadow Emperor desires, isn't it? Lu Ming smiled lightly after hearing this. Once you refine the source of the immortal spirit realm, the immortal spirit realm will inevitably become a mundane world. That is also what the Shadow Emperor wants to see. He spoke lightly, feeling a sense of admiration within. The Shadow Emperor, this old fox, truly calculates everything meticulously. Regardless of whether he kills the shadow tree or not, the final outcome is what the Shadow Emperor hopes for. You are mistaken. Killing me or not, the outcome is the same, but the endings are different. The shadow tree smiled and replied. Oh. Lu Ming looked at it in confusion. With the Shadow Emperor's strength, he could completely execute the cleansing plan himself. But he did not do so. In the ancient spirit era, the executor was me. In the immortal spirit era, the choice of executor is either you or Bai Yunyan. Why? Facing his gaze, the shadow tree spoke slowly. The three people who had been quietly listening, Imo Qing and the others, couldn't help but nod. Indeed, with the Shadow Emperor's strength, he could have easily become the executor of the cleansing plan himself. Why go through so much trouble with all these calculations? Cause and effect, everything has cause and effect. The act of annihilating worlds, harming heaven and reason would inevitably entangle him in cause and effect. The Shadow Emperor does not want to become entangled in this terrifying cause and effect, so he silently plans for others to be the executors of the cleansing plan. Just like me. His calculations made me the executor, while he himself became the hero who acts on behalf of heaven. Similarly, if you kill me, it would be equivalent to severing the future path of the immortal spirit realm, which is an act against heaven and reason. Can you bear that kind of cause and effect? The shadow tree continued speaking, expounding confidently. Cause and effect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. This concept seemed ethereal, but it cannot be dismissed. Especially in this cultivation world. The idea of cause and effect is quite accurate. Every action yields a result. Many who soar to great heights are often the result of the power of cause and effect. Moreover, the people of the immortal spirit realm all wish to deal with your daughter and Bai Yunyan. Do you intend to bear the cause and effect and save them from peril? The shadow tree said with a somewhat mocking smile. You are quite right. The life and death of the Xianling realm truly concern me not. But you once plotted against my daughter, did you not? Lu Ming chuckled softly as he took up the words. Imo Qing had already informed him about the matter of Zhongshanling. He did not care whether the Xianling realm lived or died, yet since Yin Shinshu had schemed against his daughter, how could he let it pass? Upon hearing this, Yin Shinshu fell silent. After a long moment, it replied, hoarsely asking what Lu Ming intended, even managing a snort of disdain. Kill you. I am not so adamant on killing you. Since you covet the Xianling realm so fervently, I will simply make you a part of it. Lu Ming smiled lightly. Yin Shinshu looked at him in bafflement, utterly puzzled. Lu Ming made no explanation. He merely gestured into the void and called Kunping come. A hum filled the air as a rift in space opened, and Kunping Wang suddenly appeared before Lu Ming. Yin Shinshu recognized the Kunping king at once. What surprised them most was that he was not dead. Kunping ignored Yin Shinshu and instead looked at Lu Ming with bafflement, asking why he had been summoned. How would you like to be the lord of the Xianling realm? Lu Ming asked with a pleasant smile. Kunpeng froze at the notion, stunned by the offer to become the realm's lord. You have already become the spirit of Beihai and are bound there for life. It would be better to consume this being and absorb the Xianling realm's origin into your body. Become the realm spirit of the Xianling realm, and the whole realm will be yours to roam, Lu Ming explained with a glance at ancient Shu. In this way, Kunpeng would serve as his eyes within the Xianling realm. Once fused as the realm spirit, any disturbance within the realm would be known to him immediately. If Kunpeng knows, then Lu Ming knows. Kunpeng Wang's eyes lit up at once, and he accepted without hesitation. Deluded ancient Shu snorted, glaring viciously at Lu Ming as it vowed to destroy the Xianling realm's origin, preferring mutual annihilation. Kunpeng Wang stared at ancient Shu as if it had lost its mind. Lu Ming now stood as a fearsome cultivator of the Shinzuan realm. To think of destroying the realm's origin before him was absurd. Even allowing that ancient Shu had only recovered to the Xunhuang realm now, let alone at its peak. You do not have the standing for such a sacrifice, Lu Ming murmured. As he spoke, he reached out and sent a slight tremor toward ancient Shu. Instantly, a terrifying surge of realm force erupted. Under its shroud, ancient Shu found to its alarm that it could not move. Impossible, it cried aghast, for his cultivation had surpassed the Xunhuang realm. Alongside its shock, a deeper, colder fear took hold. In the Guling era, it had once clashed with Yin Tiandi of the Xunhuang realm and even emerged the victor. But the realm force Lu Ming now displayed was fiercer and more dreadful than Yin Tiandi's had been. This was no small measure. It left no doubt that Lu Ming had surpassed the Xunhuang realm. Yet how could no one in the Guling era had broken through to the Shinzuan realm, let alone in this age? He is of Shinzuan cultivation, murmured one voice in disbelief. You still imagine mutual annihilation, Kunpeng Wang scoffed, laughing. Even your peak self would not have the qualification for that, he taunted before Lu Ming could speak. Shinzuan realm, the name stunned ancient Shu to silence. It knew that realm to be a terrifying height far above the Xunhuang realm. In an age where even the birth of the Jinshin realm was rare, how had Lu Ming reached the Shinzuan realm? The resources required were scarce, even in the Guling era. Are you from the Hongming realm as well? It blurted suddenly. Such Shinzunir masters only ever come from Hong. Lu Ming did not answer ancient Shu. He turned to Kunpeng and commanded, devour it, and merge the Xianling realm's origin into your body. Very well, Kunpeng Wang nodded and moved toward ancient Shu. The tree shrieked in protest, asking why, if they were from Hongming realm, they would strike at it, and insisting the cleanse plan was Hongming's intent. Ancient Shu thrashed and howled, unwilling to be swallowed. Lu Ming only smiled and said nothing. Under his suppression, Kunpeng Wang had no difficulty devouring the tree. The Xianling realm's origin fused with the beast. This was not refinement. Refinement would turn the origin into mere cultivation fuel. This was fusion, a symbiosis. Thank you, Kunpeng Wang said sincerely as he approached Lu Ming. Having merged with the Xianling realm's origin, he would no longer be confined to Beihai alone. Do not be formal, Lu Ming waved him off. Help me search the Xianling realm for any other hiding places. Kunpeng Wang nodded, closing his eyes to attune himself and sense the realm. Lu Ming harbored doubts about everything ancient Shu had said, yet he could not entirely dismiss it, for the wood spirit's innate divine root had manifested in an unnatural way. Soon Kunpeng opened his eyes and reported, I find no trace of them. No sign at all. Could they truly have fled to the Jinling realm? Lu Ming wondered silently. Daddy, what shall we do? We still cannot find Mother. Xiao Linger mumbled, pouting and looking crestfallen. Be obedient, trust Father, I will find Mother, Lu Ming said tenderly as he stroked her head. Xiao Linger nodded dutifully, her small face softened by the tiger skin hat that made her all the more endearing. This is a transmission talisman, take it. Lu Ming gave Kunpeng a jade pendant and instructed, if anything stirs in the Xianling realm, send word to me at once. I will go to the Jinling realm to investigate. He handed the jade to Kunpeng. Ancient Shu's words were not wholly trustworthy, but they could not be wholly dismissed either, for the wood spirit's innate divine root had manifested in a most irregular fashion. All of this was sufficient to suggest that the Jinling realm held secrets unknown to outsiders. Kunpeng accepted the pendant with a nod. Lu Ming said no more. Taking Xiao Linger by the hand, he stepped forward, and their bodies vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already within the Jinling realm. Such powerful suppression, Master. Mo Qing's brow knitted as they arrived in the Jinling realm. Compared to their previous visit, this pressure was far greater. This time she felt an invisible force suppressing her cultivation, as if the world itself sought to push them down, an oppressive presence that made their progress difficult. Even Lu Ming's brow tightened lightly, for he too felt the same sensation, as though the world itself had singled them out. Daddy, my tummy hurts. Xiao Linger suddenly clutched her belly and said, surprising them both. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately turned his gaze toward her. Little Linger's face was deathly pale, her body hunched forward as if racked by unbearable agony. What's wrong? Lu Ming hastily gathered her into his arms. Li Xingyue and the other two tensed instantly, their eyes fixed anxiously on little Linger. Father, it hurts here. Leaning against Lu Ming's chest, little Linger pointed to her abdomen. The Dantian. Lu Ming's brow furrowed. Her finger indeed rested precisely over the Dantian's location. His gaze sharpened, his divine sense plunged deep into little Linger's body. What is this? Instantly his brows knotted even tighter, for nestled within her Dantian was a tiny sprout-like entity steadily growing. It was no larger than a thumb, its form shrouded in misty gray, radiating an ineffable, profound aura. What truly stunned Lu Ming, however, was that with the emergence of this tiny entity, ambient spiritual energy surged uncontrollably into little Linger's body, only to be absorbed by the sprout and transmuted into primordial energy, accelerating her cultivation. Senior, I'm. At that moment, Li Xingyue clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in pain as she spoke. Hearing her, Lu Ming turned his gaze toward her. Her condition mirrored little Linger's. Yet within Li Xingyue's Dantian bloomed a vibrant, multicolored sapling. Could this be a spirit root? Glancing between his daughter and Li Xingyue, Lu Ming murmured under his breath, his brow deeply furrowed. The spirit root was a concept he'd known from his prior life, a prerequisite for sensing celestial spiritual energy and embarking upon the path of cultivation. Yet in this world, no such thing as a spirit root had ever existed. Only what was termed cultivation. What then constituted cultivation aptitude? He himself did not know. He only recalled that upon turning 18, every citizen received a manual titled Qi Absorption Manual from the ruling authority. Those who, following its instructions, experienced strange sensations within 3 days were deemed gifted with cultivation aptitude. Those who felt nothing were judged devoid of it. Before his system awakened, he had belonged to the latter group. Now, however, the entities blossoming within little Linger's and Li Xingyue's Dantians bore an uncanny resemblance to the spirit roots he remembered. Could Yin Tiandi and his faction be behind this? Lu Ming's brow tightened further. Neither Li Xingyue nor little Linger had manifested spirit roots before arriving in the Jinling realm. Now, having entered the Jinling realm, spirit roots had spontaneously emerged within them. He was certain this could only be Yin Tiandi's doing. Linger, is that you? A hoarse, ancient voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, they saw an elderly woman with snow-white hair, and behind her a massive black ox, its presence heavy with age and weariness. Granny, Big Ox. At the sight of them, little Linger instantly forgot her pain and dashed joyfully toward them. Senior Mo, Senior Ox, you? How is this possible? Li Xingyue stepped forward, disbelief etched across her face, for both the elder and the ox had utterly lost all traces of cultivation. Lu Ming observed them silently. Mo Qing had previously spoken of this pair. Granny Big Ox, I've missed you so much. Little Linger threw herself into Elder Mo's arms, beaming. Granny has missed you too, the elder replied, her wrinkled hand gently stroking the girl's back. The great black ox let out a feeble, weary low. Senior Mo, Senior Ox, how did you come to this state? And your cultivation? Li Xingyue asked, her brow deeply furrowed. Lu Ming continued watching them in silence. He could discern clearly that their cultivation had not been forcibly stripped away, but rather dissipated of its own accord. We do not know. It seems the Jinling realm underwent some cataclysmic transformation. Overnight, countless cultivators lost their cultivation entirely, while those who retained theirs found strange entities sprouting within their Dantians. Only after an immensely powerful enigmatic sect appeared did they learn these entities were called spirit roots. Now only those possessing spirit roots can cultivate normally. Nearly all traditional cultivation manuals of the Jinling realm have been rendered obsolete. Elder Mo spoke with a wry, sorrowful smile. What? Li Xingyue froze, stunned. If true, had the entire cultivation system just been rewritten? Can you still sense celestial spiritual energy? Lu Ming asked. This junior pays respects to the senior. Elder Mo quickly bowed deeply. Having lived so long, she instantly recognized Lu Ming as little Linger's father. Elder, please rise. No need for such formalities. Lu Ming gently helped her upright, then pressed further. Elder, using the original cultivation manuals, can you still sense celestial qi? Elder Mo shook her head firmly. No, we cannot sense it at all. Only those born with spirit roots retain that capacity. Moreover, one must practice the cultivation manuals issued by that mysterious sect. Only when manual and spirit root harmonize can celestial spiritual energy be refined and assimilated. That sect classifies spirit roots into the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as 3 rare attributes: lightning, ice, and poison. Rumors speak of even rarer, more potent attributes: space-time and chaos. She continued speaking, adding that cultivation resources too had undergone radical transformation. Not all resources remained usable. To advance in cultivation, one must employ resources matching one's spirit root attribute precisely. Otherwise, clashing attributes would trigger catastrophic backlash, leading either to total loss of cultivation or worse destruction of the spirit root itself. Is this their ultimate design? Lu Ming's brow creased faintly. The mysterious sect Elder Mo described could only be Yin Tiandi's faction, yet why go to such extraordinary lengths for this? Indeed, the ancient tree still failed to stop you. At that moment, a calm, detached voice echoed soft. Then, like mist coalescing, another figure materialized before them all. Yin Tiandi. Mo Qing exclaimed at once. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling likewise fixed their gazes upon the apparition. Mo Qing was correct. The figure who had just manifested was indeed Yin Tiandi. So this is your grand scheme? Redefining the entire cultivation system and its manuals? Lu Ming asked, meeting his gaze directly. No, not a scheme. We are forging an age of prosperity. Yin Tiandi's projection shook his head, gently returning Lu Ming's steady gaze. In the Xianling realm, cultivation was open to all, yet countless souls perished in desperate competition for scarce resources. As cultivators multiplied, demand for resources soared, yet supply dwindled. With wolves outnumbering meat, the balance collapsed, and the myriad realms edged ever closer to extinction. To avert this fate, the sages of the Hongmeng realm resolved to personally forge a sustainable, enduring age of prosperity, one that thrives without collapse. Yin Tiandi's projection spoke calmly, its voice resonating with quiet, unshakable certainty. Not giving Lu Ming a chance to speak, Yin Tiandi pressed on. To inaugurate a prosperous age, all cultivators shall be measured by their spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are bestowed by the heavenly Tao like the innate divine root within the spirits of heaven and earth. They will bar 90% of the world at the very threshold of the path of cultivation. With far fewer cultivators, cultivation resources will no longer be so desperately scarce. When a cultivator who possesses a spiritual root dies, his corpse will transmute into the world's spiritual energy of that root's attribute, returning to heaven and earth and nurturing the resources the next generation requires for cultivation. In the same manner, the world will be divided anew. Take this realm, for example. It would be partitioned into several major regions according to spiritual root attributes. Those who possess an attribute spiritual root will find their cultivation accelerated within their designated region. Beyond that, dedicated cultivation resources will appear. Each attribute region will not only grow resources matching its own attribute, but will also produce resources of other attributes. In this way, the attribute regions can exchange resources with one another, alleviating pressure on resource growth. Seen on a grander scale, the Zhutian Wanjie operate in the same fashion. That will usher the cultivation world into an unprecedented golden age. Yin Tiandi continued, his voice growing increasingly fervent with every sentence. Lu Ming listened, inwardly moved. He could not deny that the scope and audacity of the plan were undeniable. He was particularly struck by the division of attribute regions. By doing so, cultivators of differing attributes would be prevented from gathering in one place and sweeping clean all the Spiritherb's mineral veins and other cultivation resources. Put plainly, imagine 9 people confined in a room, each able to eat only a different kind of food. Each of them would fixate only on the portion they could consume. To satisfy themselves, those 9 would scour their own share, leaving nothing. How then does the division into attribute regions help? It is equivalent to granting each of those 9 a territory where their own food predominates. Within their own domains, the 9 would attend only to their own provisions, leaving other food alone and allowing it time and space to regrow. Beyond that, there is an even greater benefit: it prevents war. Wars in the cultivation world most often erupt from a lack of cultivation resources. When one faction's resources can no longer sustain it, it casts covetous eyes upon another, and conflict follows, leaving countless families ruined and lives extinguished. With regional divisions, such conflict can be avoided. Consider the fire attribute and water attribute regions. If they go to war and the fire region wins, the spoils the fire region would receive would mostly be water attribute resources, which fire cultivators cannot use in the least. As for trading them away, if the water region is annihilated, who remains to make use of water attribute resources? Thus, the partition of attribute regions guides the cultivation world toward peaceful development. This holds true for the Jinling realm, and it is equally valid across the Zhutian Wanjie. Thus, Lu Ming had to concede that Yin Tiandi and his followers' mad, yet magnificent scheme could indeed forge a prosperous age for the cultivation world. I believe I understand what you mean by the cleansing plan, Lu Ming murmured. Yin Tiandi's avatar regarded him with keen interest. Oh, the cleansing plan. Cleanse all worlds across the Zhutian Wanjie. Turn every world into a mundane world. Once the Zhutian Wanjie are reduced to mortal realms, they can be reshaped into attribute worlds. Then the cultivators would be collectively redistributed, placed into attribute worlds that correspond to them, allowing the Zhu Tian Wan Jie to proceed in steady, orderly development. Correct. Meeting his gaze, Lu Ming spoke slowly. When the Xianling realm confronted the Yin Shun tree, a question had arisen in his mind: why would Yin Tiandi hand the Xianling realm's source power to the Yin Shun tree to be refined? Because that would turn the Xianling realm into a mortal realm. Now he understood Yin Tiandi had desired the Xianling realm to become a mortal realm. In that way, the Xianling realm could naturally be converted into a brand new attribute world. Before Yin Tiandi could answer, Lu Ming continued. Of course, the people of the Xianling realm would never consent to being turned into a mortal realm. To craft your so-called golden age, the Yin Shun tree was born. Its birth, aided by your deliberate indulgence, not only toppled the Guling era, but dragged the Xianling realm down in a single ruthless pull. It also happened to force several worlds into the mortal states you desired. And you underestimated the horror of the Yin Shun tree, suffering grievous wounds yourself. Or perhaps there was some fault within your own ranks. The Xianling realm still did not become a mortal realm as you wished. So you launched a second great war in the Xianling realm, the war against Yunyan. That war again left the Xianling realm grievously damaged. To ensure the objective's completion, you left the Yin Shun tree as a remnant and made Yunyan the executor of the deed. No matter who ultimately prevailed, the fact of the Xianling realm's descent into mortality would not be altered. Applause sounded from Yin Tiani's avatar. Clever, he praised without restraint. With your strength, why undertake such elaborate measures? Causality. Humph. If you truly feared causal retribution, the war with Yunyan would never have erupted, Lu Ming said with a light laugh. He had indeed considered the Yin Shun tree's taint of causality. But the clash between Yin Tiandi and Bai Yunyan left the Xianling realm maimed and many souls extinguished. If he truly feared causation, given Yin Tiandi's temperament, he would not have acted as he did. Because during the Guling era, the cleansing plan did not receive unanimous approval from the elders of the Hongmeng realm, many voices opposed it. Supporters argued the cleansing plan was feasible. Yet opposition outnumbered approval, and if executed openly, the elders of the Hongmeng realm would inevitably intervene. Therefore, it had to be carried out covertly, step by step, making every development appear as a natural phenomenon, Yin Tiandi admitted plainly. I see, Lu Ming thought to himself. So the opposition within the Hongmeng realm has now vanished, yes. Yin Tiandi nodded. Indeed, the Hongmeng realm now fully supports the cleansing plan. We can implement it boldly, and will you join us and together create that magnificent golden age? He asked, extending an olive branch directly to Lu Ming. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled softly after listening. First of all, I must admit that your crazy idea is indeed grand. It could indeed create a prosperous era. But, at this point, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, staring intently at the avatar of the Yin Tian Emperor, and asked, has the Hongmeng realm ever adopted this method? Facing his gaze, the Yin Tian Emperor, who had originally smiled, gradually withdrew his smile. Let me clarify it for you. Lu Ming looked at the Yin Tian Emperor with a mocking expression and continued, why do powers emerge between regions? Because powers control certain areas, thus tightly grasping some precious cultivation resources in their hands. And as for the regional lord, he is the actual helmsman of the power. He can tightly squeeze these precious resources, making many within his jurisdiction work for him, in order to obtain the invaluable cultivation resources. Over time, the subordinates will realize that the helmsman only provides a tiny fraction of the precious cultivation resources, while the majority remains firmly in the helmsman's grasp. In other words, those who toil desperately are essentially working in vain. Meanwhile, the helmsman uses the results garnered from those who paid the price to elevate their own cultivation level. Thus, it plants the seeds of hatred in the hearts of those who grovel for precious resources. Can you guess what the— At this point, Lu Ming looked at the Yin Tian Emperor. They will rise in rebellion, and it will be a case of fish dying and nets breaking. The Yin Tian Emperor responded to his gaze. Indeed, rising in rebellion, fish dying, and nets breaking. If one generation fails, then the next, and if that generation fails, then the one after that. Continuous rebellion will only lead to greater chaos and weakness in powers. One day the power will be overthrown. How can we prevent such a situation? Lu Ming nodded and spoke, by shackling them while also meeting their needs. A glint of brilliance flashed in the depths of the Yin Tian Emperor's eyes as he responded. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. The spiritual root becomes the shackle they wear, while the attribute cultivation resources and techniques become the satisfaction of their demands. After the spiritual roots are born, everyone must cultivate according to the techniques set by those so-called adults. Otherwise, they will be trapped at a certain realm due to the lack of follow-up techniques. At that time, when those adults present the techniques, people will be filled with gratitude. However, for those adults, techniques are merely scraps of paper. Using a scrap of paper to win a person's heart is truly worth it. Therefore, the Hongmeng realm initiates a cleansing plan, destroying all other techniques that could lead to the supreme realm. Only the spiritual roots they established will remain. Through the evolution of time, this path will be deeply etched into the bones of the human race. They will believe that this is the only path available, and the myriad realms will follow the path arranged by the Hongmeng realm indefinitely. Thus, the myriad realms will be thoroughly and firmly controlled by those adults of the Hongmeng realm. No matter how the times change and the years pass, as long as the path of spiritual roots remains unbroken, the adults of the Hongmeng realm will forever control the vital point of this path. Upon hearing this, the Emperor fell into complete silence. After a while, he finally rebutted, "But at least this can make the cultivation world more stable than before." Lu Ming nodded. "You are not wrong, but likewise with the path to the supreme realm being cut off by the Hongmeng realm, the myriad realms will completely lose the ability to resist the Hongmeng realm." The Emperor snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a clash of ideologies. Each expressed their views, and there was no way to reconcile. "What I want to tell you is this: you are indeed strong, but the cleansing plan is the trend of the myriad realms. You only have two paths to choose from. Either become a part of the cleansing plan, or become a stepping stone within the cleansing plan." The Emperor changed the subject, and said he. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. "I can choose a third path to be myself. I'm not interested in your cleansing plan. I only ask you one thing: where is Yun Yin?" He didn't want to concern himself with all this talk of prosperity. He just wanted to reunite with his family and create a perfect home for his little cotton-padded jacket. Reaching the supreme realm is not a difficult task at all. Right now, he just wants to bring his family together and give his little cotton-padded jacket a perfect home. "I don't know." The Emperor immediately responded. Lu Ming smiled. He had not expected the Emperor to easily divulge by Yun Yin's whereabouts. "Your efforts are invested in this so-called prosperous era. If the embryonic form of the true spirit realm were disrupted, would you go mad?" Lu Ming continued. While speaking, he pointed at Li Xingyue with a finger. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The spiritual root within Li Xingyue's dantian had vanished. Then he pointed at Elder Mo and the big black ox. Instantly, both their cultivation levels were restored. "You..." The Emperor immediately became somewhat angry. Lu Ming smiled, gently looking up at the sky. "The reason they can give birth to spiritual roots within them is that is because you altered the grand rules of the true spirit realm, right? If I were to destroy the rules you altered, what do you think would happen?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression darkened instantly. "You are playing with fire. This is the trend of the myriad realms. By doing this, you are provoking the Hongmeng realm and also challenging the trend of the myriad realms. Can you withstand their wrath?" Lu Ming chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I really can withstand it." He replied. Now with his foundation, creating a powerful team is not difficult at all. After all having signed in for so many years, the extra rewards he received have not even been cleared by himself. If he wished, he could create a powerful team anytime, anywhere. "I don't ask for much, just Yun Yin. If you insist on not letting go, what if I go against the Hongmeng realm?" Lu Ming said again. "Daddy is so handsome, daddy is this." After hearing this domineering statement, Xiao Linger immediately looked at Lu Ming with an adoring gaze. While speaking, she even gave a thumbs up. "Good girl." Lu Ming affectionately patted her head, feeling sweet. After all, this praise came from his little cotton-padded jacket. Who can withstand such flattery? So just because you are a mere native, do you dare to claim to be an enemy of the Hongmeng realm? Do you even qualify? At that moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a rift appeared in the space beside the Emperor, and a person slowly walked out from the void. He was a man of striking appearance, youthful and bearing with features conventionally handsome. Yet what truly set him apart was his unmistakable golden hair. "Greetings, Special Envoy Huang." Upon seeing him, Lord Yin retreated half a step and spoke with deference. The young man waved dismissively, his gaze calm and detached as it fell upon Lu Ming, a mere native. "What audacity grants you the nerve to declare war upon the Hongmeng realm?" Meeting that gaze, Lu Ming silently studied the man's golden hair before replying coolly, "As for waging war upon the Hongmeng realm, I'll set that aside for now. But you will die today? What does a father fear most? The golden-haired rogue. Such a man must die." A dry chuckle escaped Envoy Huang. "Is that so? They told me you'd broken through to true God realm. A rare feat for any native. Admirable truly. Yet you presume your true God cultivation suffices to slay me. I can only say, you are terribly naive." His face twisted with scorn. "Can you even perceive my cultivation level?" Lu Ming regarded him as one might regard a fool. He saw through the golden-haired envoy's cultivation at a glance. Celestial God realm. That level was indeed formidable within the Xianling realm, more than enough to subjugate it utterly. Yet to Lu Ming it was scarcely worth remarking upon. A celestial god cultivator was no more than an ant beneath his gaze. What if I simply cannot see it? Not because of some hidden technique, but because your cultivation falls far short of mine. Envoy Huang scoffed. Lu Ming could only stare speechless. He wondered how the Hongming realm could possibly dispatch such a fool to execute its grand ruthless purification campaign. Might it be possible, just possibly, that my cultivation surpasses yours and thus remains invisible to you? Lu Ming asked again. Ha 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 ha. At those words the golden-haired envoy burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest in existence. It took him a long while to regain composure. You native, truly amusing. Your cultivation exceeds mine. He spoke, and then laughed again, unable to help himself. Still, it was understandable. After all, the Xianling realm suffered dire scarcity of cultivation resources. Even if someone chanced upon Hongming purple qi and ascended to true god realm, what are the materials required for divine cultivation? This world possessed none. In other words, the absolute ceiling of cultivation in the Xianling realm barely reached true god realm. To break through to true god realm demanded extraordinary fortune. Achieving celestial god realm, or anything beyond, was deemed impossible. Thus in Envoy Huang's eyes Lu Ming's claim was nothing short of ludicrous. Is it truly so funny? Lu Ming gazed at the envoy as one might gaze upon a clown. Yes, very. Envoy Huang grinned and nodded. And now, before he could finish, Lu Ming spoke again. As he did, a terrifying aura erupted, revealing his celestial god realm cultivation. You. Instantly Envoy Huang froze in disbelief. Celestial god realm. Impossible. He cried out at once. He knew the Xianling realm better than anyone. In the ancient Ling era, celestial god cultivators were not unheard of, but under Lord Yin's machinations, even true god cultivators had become near legendary, let alone celestial god cultivators. How then could one suddenly appear now? Impossible. Why impossible? Lu Ming let out a cold laugh and interjected. As he spoke, his aura shifted abruptly. Lord God Realm. You, impossible. How could you possibly cultivate to Lord God Realm? Overwhelmed by that crushing, oppressive aura, Envoy Huang reeled utterly. So much so that he wondered whether he had fallen into some elaborate illusion. After all, even in the Hongming realm, Lord God cultivators were exceedingly rare. Such a cultivation level placed one among the highest echelons of existence there. Not even Lord Yin could process it. He had received confirmed intelligence that Lu Ming had been sequestered in seclusion, striving solely to ascend to true God realm. Now, having emerged from seclusion, his cultivation had surged to Lord God realm. What in the heavens was happening? I told you, you will die today. Lu Ming cast a single glance toward him and spoke again. As he did, an even more devastating aura erupted. Both Lord Yin and Envoy Huang stood frozen, dumbstruck. God King. He had attained God King realm. From which domain of the Hongming realm do you hail? Envoy Huang's expression turned grave as he addressed Lu Ming. In that instant, he was certain Lu Ming must originate from the Hongming realm. For under their purification campaign, no realm outside the Hongming could possibly produce a God King cultivator. Therefore, this God King cultivator, Lu Ming, could only have come from the Hongming realm. Meeting the golden-haired envoy's gaze, Lu Ming offered only a faint, enigmatic smile. Then his eyes sharpened and he reached out his hand. Terrifying realm force surged forth. A colossal hand manifested around the envoy, reaching, grasping. Break. Reacting instantly, the envoy unleashed his own realm force and struck a thunderous fist. Yet the gulf between cultivation realms remained an insurmountable chasm for any cultivator, especially as the gap widened with ascending power. And Lu Ming's cultivation surpassed his by 3 entire realms. To Lu Ming, the golden-haired envoy was no more formidable than a child. His struggle was futile. That mighty fist dissolved without ripple beneath Lu Ming's realm force hand. I said, you will die today? Lu Ming lifted the envoy high into the air, gripping him remotely. Cease. You must not kill him. Seeing Lu Ming's genuine intent to kill Lord Yin panicked instantly. Yet in response to his plea, Lu Ming merely offered a disdainful smile, then clenched his hand with sudden brutal force. Boom. A dull final sound echoed, and the golden-haired envoy vanished, utterly disintegrated into the void. I told you he had to die. Lu Ming turned toward Lord Yin and spoke, voice calm and uninflected. Do you know who he was? Lord Yin drew 2 deep breaths before speaking. I care not who he was. The golden-haired rogue had to die. One last time, where is Bai Yunyan? Lu Ming cut in. From the moment he laid eyes on the envoy's golden hair, his resolve to end him had been absolute. You still concern yourself with Bai Yunyan. He is the sole heir of a divine sovereign. The only son. Do you grasp the implications? Lord Yin snorted bitterly. Once that divine sovereign discovered his son's death, not only would Lu Ming face annihilation, but he himself would share that fate. Oh, and so, where is Bai Yunyan? Lu Ming replied, tone flat and indifferent. Divine sovereign realm. Was he not already a divine sovereign cultivator himself? I do not know. Bai Yunyan was not taken by me. It was them. Lord Yin sighed deeply. Before Lu Ming could speak, he continued, do not ask who they are. They have already arrived. Just as the words of the Shadow Emperor echoed in the air, the space around him trembled. Following that, 4 figures slowly emerged from the void. Unlike the yellow envoy, the 4 were distinguished not by the color of their hair, but by their attire, which varied in shades of blue, gold, and red. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed envoys. Upon seeing the 4, the Shadow Emperor spoke respectfully, completely embodying a subordinate's demeanor. Yet his respectful attitude was met with indifference. The 4 did not respond. Their gazes were fixed intently on Lu Ming. Did you kill 2? The man clad in golden garments questioned Lu Ming. 2. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. After glancing at the attire of the 4, he quickly understood. Gold, wood, water, fire, and the earth that I just killed. It seems you 5 have altered the fundamental laws of this realm, allowing those worthy to be born with the 5 elements attributes. He began to speak slowly. The greatest distinction between the divine realm and the immortal realm lies in the power of the realm. What is realm power? Simply put, it is the power of creation. When one cultivates to the immortal realm, they can alter the world. For example, turning a certain area into a blessed land suitable for one's cultivation. As for the divine realm, it directly utilizes realm power to alter the fundamental laws of a world. To be precise, it enhances them. Every world has its own laws of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 3 elements of ice, thunder, and poison, along with the fundamental laws of time, space, and chaos. In the absence of external interference, these 11 fundamental laws exist in a state of balance, maintaining the operation of a world, allowing it to possess attributes of spiritual energy, spiritual herbs, and ores. Strong beings in the divine realm can use realm power to enhance the fundamental laws, thereby breaking the balance and ultimately transforming a world into what they desire. The birth of spiritual roots is a result of altering the fundamental laws. Lu Ming surmised that Li Xingyue and Xiao Linger were able to give birth to spiritual roots because these individuals enhanced the fundamental laws of the true spirit realm, making the innate cultivation qualities more pronounced. As for why some individuals did not possess them, it must be that their inherent cultivation qualities did not meet the standards for producing spiritual roots. Just like Elder Mo Qing and the Black Bull. As for Lu Ming himself, his cultivation was already at the God-sovereign level, and naturally those whose cultivation was lower than his could not affect him. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the man in gold chuckled. Should I admire your courage, or should I call you ignorant? He remarked, you dare to touch our people. With a wave of his hand, the other 3 figures instantly flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and his daughter. An aura of terror erupted from each of them. Including Jin, all 4 were at the level of the Master God, extremely close to that of a God King. Apart from you, for there should be lightning, ice, poison, space-time, and chaos, right? Call them all here. Lu Ming spoke calmly. In his eyes, there was no difference between the 4 Master Gods and the 4 true gods. In the immortal spirit realm, Master Gods might be powerful enough to instill despair, but in his eyes they were all mere ants. Farragut. Jin scoffed coldly. As he spoke, he slashed down towards Lu Ming with his hand. Instantly, a terrifying realm power surged forth, manifesting a massive blade imbued with a fearsome sharpness in the air. The shimmering light of the blade alone created countless fissures in the space around it. The overwhelming force seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth apart. Not just him, the other 3 also took action. The one in green, the wood envoy, extended his hand, and a terrifying vine erupted from the ground, wrapping around Lu Ming and his daughter like a coiling dragon. The water envoy, with both hands gesturing in the air, caused the space around him to tremble, revealing a series of arrows. Each arrow seemed to contain a world of water, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Then he lightly pointed at Lu Ming. Those arrows, each embodying a terrifying world of water, charged towards him. As for fire, he pressed his hand towards the void. A massive hand emerged from thin air, descending from above. Wherever the fiery giant hand passed, waves of heat surged, visible to the naked eye. The terrifying temperature seemed capable of igniting the very air. In the blink of an eye, the 4 fearsome attacks surrounded Lu Ming. Yet in the face of these 4 terrifying assaults, Lu Ming showed no signs of fear or gravity on his face. He merely wore an expression of calm indifference. It was as if these 4 terrifying attacks were nothing more than trivial gusts of wind in his eyes. Buzz, with the sound of a hum. A barrier of energy, formed by realm power, manifested around Lu Ming. The attacks of the 4 envoys, gold, wood, water, fire, struck his barrier, erupting into waves of force. However, Lu Ming and his daughter, positioned at the center, were not even stirred by the edges of their garments. This Witnessing this scene, the faces of the four envoys filled with incredulity. Though it was not their strongest move, it was still far from ordinary. Not to mention, the altered fundamental laws of the secondary world would also suppress those without spiritual roots. It can be said that in the true spirit realm, their combined strike could force even a god-king-level opponent to suffer, let alone inflict serious injuries. At the very least, it could leave the opponent in a state of disarray. Yet Lu Ming, relying solely on a barrier of realm power, effortlessly blocked all their attacks. Self-proclaimed superior beings, yet in reality, you are no more than this. One hand holding Xiao-Linger, Lu Ming slowly spoke, while channeling realm power. As he spoke, he gently squeezed his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted as the attacks of the four envoys, gold, wood, water, fire, dispersed into the void. What is your realm level? In an instant, Jean began to panic. To block them so effortlessly, this was definitely not something a god king could achieve. In response to his question, Lu Ming merely smiled lightly, and in the next moment his figure vanished from him. When he reappeared, he had already pulled Xiao-Linger to Jean's rear. Guess. The calm words rang out. Jean's body trembled violently. Before he could react, Lu Ming had already seized his neck. With a light shake, Jean vanished from existence. With a single strike, he was instantly killed. Union, where have you taken her? Lu Ming looked at the remaining three and inquired. The three exchanged glances, ultimately fleeing in different directions. At that moment they understood. Lu Ming was simply not someone they could deal with. Run? Did you even ask me? Watching the three escape, Lu Ming spoke lightly. As he spoke, he reached out with a hand. A hand formed from condensed realm power appeared, gripping the three as if they were mere chicks.